Chapter 1. The Eastern Wilderness Realm. The Lu family of the Imperial clan. The solemn atmosphere within the Grand Hall was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. All members of the Lu family, come forth and accept your demise. The voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the very souls of all present. The venerable ancestor of the Lin family, at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, had personally descended upon the Lu family. Emerging from a void, he loomed like an ancient deity, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear and dread. His hawkish gaze revealed a fierce determination and fury, and as he spoke, he uttered words that foretold the annihilation of the Lu family. Inside the Grand Hall, the members of the Lu family were instantly engulfed in panic. They were acutely aware of the power and renown of the Lin family's ancestor, a terrifying existence standing at the peak of the Emperor realm, possessing the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. A single wave of his hand could turn the entire Eastern Wilderness realm into a desolation. What hope did they, a mere Lu family, have against such a formidable foe? Faced with this overwhelming adversary, despair washed over every member of the Lu family. Yet, in this tense moment, the family patriarch, Lu Tianyuan, stepped forward. He straightened his posture, a flicker of resolve shimmering in his eyes. Old Lin, my Lu family has no enmity with your Lin family. I fail to understand why you would resort to such coercion. Lu Tianyuan's voice was neither servile nor arrogant, resonating throughout the Grand Hall. The Lin family's ancestor stood defiantly in the air, casting a haughty glance downward, causing Lu Tianyuan to be sent reeling back with just a look. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Your Lu family's youth dare to slay my Lin family's prodigious disciple. If I do not avenge this grievance, what face will my Lin family have left?" A heavy weight settled in Lu Tianyuan's heart. He realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. He understood all too well that the Lin family patriarch's claim of the murder of their talented disciple was nothing but a fabricated excuse. The true motive behind the Lin family patriarch's relentless pursuit was their treasured imperial-level technique, the Tai Su sword classic. Months prior, the Lin family patriarch had already sent word to the Lu family, requesting to borrow their Tai Su sword classic. However, as the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan could not acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. He had resolutely refused to comply. What he had believed would be a matter of the past had taken an unexpected turn today. To his astonishment, the Lin family patriarch had chosen this very moment to strike. Using this baseless pretext, he sought to eradicate the Lu family. Though Lu Tianyuan was determined to resist to the end, the sight of his anxious younger kin behind him compelled him to let out a helpless sigh. He could accept death, but he could not allow his kin to perish alongside him. Despite the Lin family patriarch's shamelessness, he was a true powerhouse, far beyond Lu Tianyuan's ability to confront. A being at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, he felt like an ant in the presence of the Lin family's ancestor. Even if he were gravely injured now, he dared not display the slightest dissatisfaction, lest he provoke the other into a rage. For the sake of his family, Lu Tianyuan suppressed his anger, lowered his stance, and stepped forward once more, humbly stating, "This matter may be a misunderstanding. My Lu family would never engage in such treachery. I implore you, old Lin, grant us the opportunity to uncover the truth." A misunderstanding? The Lin family patriarch sneered, retorting sharply, "My people witnessed your Lu family's disciples in action. Is there any doubt?" Lu Tianyuan's expression darkened. The so-called eyewitness account was, of course, unfounded. Even knowing that the Lin family patriarch was deliberately slandering them, Lu Tianyuan could only lower his head and say, "It is likely that someone has instigated discord, attempting to frame my Lu family. I beseech you, old Lin, grant me some time. I will certainly uncover the truth and provide you with an explanation." However, as soon as his words fell, the Lin family patriarch's cold voice rang out again. "What? Are you questioning me?" With the patriarch's words, a terrifying imperial aura enveloped the entire Lu family like a dark cloud. From within that cloud emerged a colossal hand, seemingly poised to obliterate the Lu family in an instant. Just as the members of the Lu family braced themselves for impending doom, the Lin family patriarch unexpectedly granted Lu Tianyuan's request. After a moment of contemplation, the Lin family patriarch retracted his overwhelming aura and coldly stated, "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. Should there be no resolution after this period, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the Lu family in a state of shock. None could have anticipated that the formidable Lin family patriarch would leave so abruptly. Lu Tianyuan, too, wore an expression of disbelief. He understood all too well the nature of the Lin family patriarch. Over the years, In his pursuit of the legacies of fallen imperial clans, the Lin family patriarch had eradicated dozens of clans of similar strength to the Lu family. Now, with the Lin family patriarch's sights set on their Tai Su sword classic, how could he possibly relent? Inside the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. All were acutely aware that if they could not find assistance within these 3 days, the Lu family would face utter annihilation. Above in the sky, the Lin family patriarch had not departed. He sat quietly upon the clouds. Behind him loomed a massive flying vessel from the Lin family, accompanied by 3,000 formidable Lin family guards. Ancestor, why grant them 3 days? They are but a mere Lu family. We could eliminate them without hesitation, and none would dare to defy your will. The quasi-emperor realm patriarch of the Lin family stood behind, his eyes filled with arrogance. The Lu family was merely a declining imperial clan, akin to a toothless tiger. There was no need for the ancestor to intervene. He and his 3,000 guards could easily level the Lu family. Yet, the Lin family patriarch waved his hand to halt such thoughts, his demeanor calm as he replied with a composed smile, "No matter. They are merely autumn grasshoppers. Let them leap a few more days. It will also allow me to observe who else is colluding with the Lu family. Once the Lu family is dealt with, I shall uproot them entirely, leaving no future troubles." Using a strategy akin to fishing, he intended to reveal all those aligned with the Lu family, then ensnare them in one fell swoop. This was the Lin family patriarch scheme. Thus, he had chosen to grant the Lu family 3 days. 3 fleeting days passed. Inside the Lu family's grand hall, a profound silence reigned. The members dispatched to seek assistance returned one by one, each filled with disappointment. Lu Tianyuan's expression was grim. Those imperial clans that had previously maintained amicable relations with the Lu family now regarded them with disdain. The numerous waves of messengers he had sent forth returned, without even crossing the threshold of their doors, turned away. As the last of the messengers returned, the Lu family's elder appeared despondent, and the eyes of all present brimmed with despair. This night marked the final deadline set by the Lin family patriarch. Without protection, the Lu family would indeed face extinction. Within the grand hall, all faces turned ashen. Many women and children began to sob quietly. Lu Tianyuan and the elder members of the Lu family could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, from a secluded corner of the grand hall, a clear and somber voice suddenly broke the silence. "Perhaps there is still hope for our Lu family." This melodious voice instantly captured everyone's attention. The crowd in the hall parted, their gazes converging upon the serene young woman standing quietly in the corner. Lu Tianyuan turned to look, and, upon realizing that the speaker was his beloved daughter, he couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Linglong, what did you just say?" Emerging gracefully from the corner, Lu Linglong spoke as she walked. "Father, esteemed elders, have you all forgotten? Our Lu family also boasts an emperor." As Lu Linglong's words echoed in the grand hall, confusion washed over the assembly. The strongest among the Lu family was none other than Lu Tianyuan, a ninth-tier quasi-emperor. Aside from him, 8 other quasi-emperor elders were present in the hall. Though the Lu family was an imperial clan, the last emperor to emerge had been 10,000 years prior. Since the last emperor of the Lu family was forced to leave the clan and venture alone into the abyss, guarding the entrance to the foreign realm, it had been an entire 10,000 years without a new emperor. Yet, the 12-year-old Lu Linglong spoke with certainty, claiming that the Lu family still possessed an emperor. For a moment, the hall's occupants believed the little girl had lost her senses. Lu Tianyuan sighed, moving closer to ruffle the little girl's hair, forcing a smile as he gently said, "All right, I know you are worried for everyone, but we all understand the strength of the Lu family. You are still young. Such matters should not trouble you. Return now. We must heed the elders' arrangements. My dear, you have always had your own ideas without us to look after you. You must ensure your own survival." As the final words reverberated, Lu Tianyuan's gaze shifted to the 8th elder beside him. With a grave expression, he urged, "8th elder, take these young ones and lead them through the secret passage. Once you leave this place, adopt new identities and live well. Do not dwell on thoughts of vengeance, as long as they can survive and carry on the Lu family's lineage. Preserving our legacy, we will have fulfilled our duty to our ancestors, even when we descend into the realm of the departed." The formidable Lin family patriarch was an unstoppable force, and thus, while arranging for clan members to seek aid, Lu Tianyuan had already begun preparing an escape plan, selecting over 100 youths from the family for 8th elder to escort through the hidden route. However, when the moment came to execute the plan, each of these youths stood resolutely, unwilling to depart. In a fit of urgency, Lu Linglong stepped forward and grasped her father's arm, reiterating, "Father, what I just said holds true. Does our Lu family not still have a venerable emperor ancestor? The esteemed Lu Xuan, who ventured to Tianyuan 100,000 years ago to guard the entrance to the foreign realms. Upon hearing the name Lu Xuan, the assembly in the Grand Hall turned their attention to Lu Linglong in unison. It dawned on them that their Lu family indeed possessed a mighty emperor ancestor. Patriarch Linglong speaks wisely. Lu Xuan is our family's great emperor. It is said that Lu Xuan was the most powerful emperor 100,000 years ago. The longevity clans and the immortal traditions feared that Lu Xuan would ascend to the status of emperor and threaten their dominion, compelling them to sacrifice the lives of our entire Lu family and the righteousness of humanity, forcing Lu Xuan to depart and guard Tianyuan. Lu Xuan was the strongest emperor of his time. If he were still alive, what fear would we have of merely the Lin family's patriarch? The elders, who moments ago wore faces of despair, were now filled with fervor. They had all heard the legends surrounding Lu Xuan. 100,000 years prior, Lu Xuan had emerged from the Lu family, suppressing all others, his might unparalleled. Legend had it that he alone, wielding a sword, deterred the ancient foreign sovereigns from daring to encroach upon the realm sea. Some even referred to him as the Forbidden Emperor. In that era, no one could overshadow Lu Xuan's brilliance, save for the emperor himself. Yet, such prominence drew perilous attention. Lu Xuan's rapid ascent incited fear among the longevity clans and immortal traditions. The 4 great longevity clans and the 3 immortal traditions deployed 7 emperors to coerce Lu Xuan into safeguarding Tianyuan. Once he departed, no word of him ever returned. Gradually, even the members of the Lu family began to forget the existence of Lu Xuan. Even when he was occasionally mentioned, it was presumed that he had perished long ago in Tianyuan. Yet now, in this critical moment for the Lu family's survival, the mere mention of Lu Xuan's name served as a lifeline, igniting a flicker of hope among all the Lu clansmen. However, that enthusiasm soon waned. If Lu Xuan were still alive, there would be no need to fear the Lin family patriarch. Yet, Lu Xuan has been absent for at least 100,000 years. Even if he were an emperor, he must have long since passed away. Lu Tianyuan sighed, reluctantly dispelling the illusions of his kin. These quasi-emperors had but a mere 10,000 years of lifespan. While an emperor's lifespan exceeds that of a quasi-emperor, it too would not surpass 50,000 years. Throughout history, even the mightiest of emperors did not enjoy lifespans exceeding 100,000 years. Of course, those who extended their lives through alternative and nefarious means were exceptions. Some ancient emperors, in their desperation to prolong their existence, resorted to the heinous act of harvesting the lives of mortals, seizing their life essence to extend their own. Such cruel methods of prolongation could indeed allow some emperors to survive for 100,000 years or even longer. While they yearned for Lu Xuan to still be alive, appearing at this critical juncture to save the Lu family, they did not wish for their ancestor to be the kind of merciless emperor who harvested mortal lives for his own gain. Just as the hope in everyone's eyes began to fade, Lu Linglong spoke once more, regardless of whether Lu Xuan is alive or not. We must take a chance. If our ancestor lives, perhaps none of us need perish. The crowd, having lost hope in Lu Xuan, found their spirits reignited upon hearing Lu Linglong's proposal. Patriarch, little Linglong is right. There is no harm in trying. Let's give it a shot. If Lu Xuan truly has passed, then it is simply our fate to endure this calamity. We shall accept our destiny, whether life or death. But if Lu Xuan is still alive, the voice trailed off, for they all understood this was merely a hopeful fantasy. Though Lu Xuan had once been the mightiest of emperors, it was unlikely he could have survived 100,000 years. Yet for the Lu family in their current plight, there was little that could be worse than their present situation. Even knowing the chances were slim, they could not help but yearn to try. Lu Tianyuan was also persuaded. However, he shook his head and sighed, lamenting, "It is a pity that our Lu family has no means to contact Ancestor Lu Xuan. Even if Ancestor Lu Xuan were still alive, it would be impossible for us to reach out to him at this very moment." The flickering flame of hope that had recently ignited in the hearts of the crowd was once again extinguished by a deluge of cold water. Even if Ancestor Lu Xuan were still alive, he would be far beyond reach, residing in realms distant from the eastern wilderness, separated by not merely thousands but tens of thousands of miles. There exist several barriers between worlds, and without a treasure for communication, they would be utterly unable to establish contact. As despair washed over the crowd, Lu Linglong suddenly spoke up, suggesting we can summon him through our bloodline. Ancestor Lu Xuan is an emperor intrinsically linked to our blood. By employing a bloodline summoning, we can reach him, even across the expanse of heaven and earth. Her words left the assembly in a state of perplexity. Lu Tianyuan, with a face full of astonishment, inquired Ling Long. Do you truly believe that this bloodline summoning can connect us to Ancestor Lu Xuan? Lu Tianyuan wore an expression of disbelief, even as a peak quasi-emperor. He had never heard of such a concept as bloodline summoning. His daughter, Lu Linglong, was merely a 12-year-old girl, seldom given the opportunity to venture outside. Yet she claimed to possess knowledge of bloodline summoning? The other elders regarded Lu Linglong with expressions of puzzlement, equally skeptical. For they too had no prior knowledge of bloodline summoning. The notion that one could, through the power of their bloodline, transcend the barriers of the world and the vast distances of space to connect with the ancestral figure, Lu Xuan, hundreds of thousands of miles away, seemed utterly preposterous. In an effort to dispel the doubts surrounding her, Lu Linglong explained, "The method of bloodline summoning is something I discovered in an ancient tome belonging to our family. According to the text, there exists a bloodline connection between mighty emperors and their direct descendants. By employing a specific technique, one can initiate bloodline summoning, allowing communication to occur even across millions of miles. Of course, whether it succeeds or not remains to be seen." Seeing Lu Linglong's calm demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, Lu Tianyuan, though still harboring some reservations, nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed with your plan. If we cannot reach Lu Xuan, you must leave promptly to avoid any further complications." With the clan leader's approval, the clan members gazed at Lu Linglong with excitement. The 8 elders, filled with enthusiasm, surged forward to inquire, "Little Linglong, please tell us how we can perform this bloodline summoning. Regardless of the method, let us old fellows attempt it first. We will not require assistance from the younger generation until our blood runs dry." Time was of the essence, and the clan members began to stand forth, even expressing their willingness to offer their very lifeblood to summon Lu Xuan. Witnessing their earnestness stirred a profound emotion within Lu Linglong. She raised her hand to halt them, then slowly elaborated, "To perform bloodline summoning, merely a single drop of primordial blood is sufficient. However, the individual capable of executing the summoning must be someone intimately connected to Lu Xuan. Furthermore, the higher the talent and the purer the bloodline of the practitioner, the greater the likelihood of successfully summoning." After Lu Linglong finished speaking, she turned to her father, Lu Tianyuan, and said, "Father, you are surely aware of which branch of the Lu family is most closely related to our venerable ancestor, Lu Xuan. Furthermore, the lineage must not exceed 10 generations, otherwise the bloodline summoning cannot be enacted." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's explanation, Lu Tianyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Allow me to take on this task. Our branch is indeed the one passed down from Lu Xuan. In my case, I am precisely of the 5th generation. If what you say is true, my chance to perform the bloodline summoning is the greatest." Lu Linglong had never anticipated that her ancestral lineage traced back to the venerable ancestor Lu Xuan. It was only at her father's generation that they reached the 5th lineage. This revelation signified that not only could Lu Tianyuan invoke the bloodline summoning, but she too possessed the capability to summon Ancestor Lu Xuan. Moreover, in comparison to Lu Tianyuan, her chances of successfully summoning Ancestor Lu Xuan were undoubtedly greater. Observing her father taking on the task of summoning Ancestor Lu Xuan, Lu Linglong's mind began to whirl. She interjected, suggesting that since their lineage was closely connected to Ancestor Lu Xuan, there was no need to burden her father with such a task. Although the bloodline summoning required merely a drop of primal blood, the entire summoning process would still demand a degree of strength. Given the current perilous circumstances, it was imperative for her father to conserve his energy. As for summoning Ancestor Lu Xuan, she was determined to take on the challenge herself. Before Lu Tianyuan could voice any objections, Lu Linglong had already formulated her argument and spoke forth, asserting that since she was the only one privy to this bloodline summoning, it was indeed most fitting for her to perform it. Nevertheless, she requested her father and the esteemed elders to serve as her protectors during the summoning. Once the summoning commenced, it was crucial that no external forces interfered. Although Lu Tianyuan wished to dissuade his daughter, after a moment of inner turmoil, he could only sigh and approach her with earnest advice, urging her to exercise utmost caution. Should circumstances become insurmountable, she must terminate her endeavors promptly. Even if the summoning of Ancestor Lu Xuan proves futile, it is of little consequence. I have already orchestrated an escape route for you. Once you depart from the Lu family, adopting new identities, you shall be able to live well. As the looming war approaches, Lu Tianyuan, as the clan leader, must preserve his strength to face the imminent battle for survival with unwavering resolve. Even with the knowledge that he is no match for the Lin family's patriarch, He would not waver in the slightest. He and the remaining Lu family members in the Great Hall have a singular purpose: to hold back the Lin family's patriarch and their formidable warriors, buying as much time as possible for the fleeing elder Ba and the descendants of the Lu family. Every additional minute that can delay increases the likelihood of escape for the Lu family members. Thus, even though he is reluctant to see his daughter take such risks, he must resolutely make this difficult decision. Lu Linglong is undoubtedly the most suitable individual to wield the power of bloodline summoning in the present day. High above in the sky, the eyes of the Lin family patriarch, previously shut tight, suddenly flung open. Two beams of brilliance, akin to sunlight, pierced through the clouds. Patriarch, what troubles you? Is there any movement from the Lu family? The Lin family leader, standing guard nearby, hurriedly approached to inquire upon witnessing the patriarch's sudden action. Nothing of consequence, merely a group of turtles in a jar, struggling in vain. Unable to stir any significant turmoil, the patriarch of the Lin family scoffed. Despite his lofty position in the heavens, he was acutely aware of every event transpiring within the Lu family hall. Upon realizing that the Lu family harbored the audacious notion of summoning the Great Emperor Lu Xuan from 10 millennia ago, the Lin patriarch could not suppress a derisive snort. 10,000 years have passed. That Lu Xuan has likely turned to dust long ago. I am most eager to see what you can actually summon. The Grand Hall of the Lu family. Lu Linglong commenced the intricate ritual of bloodline summoning. Though she possessed the knowledge that this method was indeed viable, uncertainty gnawed at her. After a span of 100 millennia, could the venerable Ancestor Lu Xuan still be among the living? Should Ancestor Lu Xuan have succumbed to time, her attempt at summoning would inevitably be futile. Nevertheless, as the Lu clan now stood on the precipice of existence, it was imperative to endeavor, regardless of the outcome. The process of bloodline summoning was not particularly convoluted, nor did it present significant challenges in execution. However, it was not a skill that just anyone could wield. Crucially, the summoning required one to inscribe the summoning formation with their own vital blood. This formation was not something the average individual could etch. Within the entirety of the Lu family, she alone possessed the capability to craft such a formation. This was precisely why she had sought to impede Lu Tianyuan earlier. Although Lu Tianyuan, being the fifth descendant of Ancestor Lu Xuan, had a greater affinity for the bloodline summoning, his understanding of formations was rather limited. Thus, to compel him to utilize his own blood to inscribe the summoning formation would not be a task accomplished in haste. Lu Linglong took a deep breath, channeling her vital essence as she began to inscribe the summoning array within her body. Although she had never researched this particular array in her past life, her mastery of formations was unparalleled throughout the upper realm. The summoning array, albeit somewhat intricate, was ultimately a low-level formation, and Lu Linglong found no difficulty in etching it. In mere moments, a blood-etched summoning array had taken shape within her. At the instant the array succeeded, Lu Linglong distinctly sensed ethereal breaths stirring from her bloodline. This was the bloodline of an emperor. It seemed that Ancestor Lu Xuan was indeed still alive. Lu Linglong was overwhelmed with excitement. The fact that Ancestor Lu Xuan, who had lived 100,000 years ago, was still alive was truly astonishing. However, she refrained from immediately sharing this joyous news with others. After all, her knowledge of Ancestor Lu Xuan's continued existence was solely based on the bloodline aura emanating from within her. She remained uncertain about the current circumstances of Ancestor Lu Xuan. 100,000 years had passed, and the mere survival of Ancestor Lu Xuan was already a miracle. Even if he was indeed alive, it was unlikely that his condition was favorable. It was possible that Ancestor Lu Xuan was hanging on by a thread. Whether he could overcome this tribulation depended entirely on him. Lu Linglong took a deep breath and began to invoke the secret art, summoning the ancestral spirit of Lu Xuan. Above the sky, the elder of the Lin family quietly observed the commotion within the Lu family's grand hall. Although he was aware that Lu Linglong was performing a bloodline summoning, he harbored no intention of intervening. In his view, this so-called bloodline summoning was nothing but sheer nonsense. Moreover, he did not believe that the Great Emperor Lu Xuan, who had vanished 100,000 years ago, could still be alive. Lin Yuan, give them a warning. The elder of the Lin family turned to Lin Yuan, the family patriarch, and spoke in a low voice. Understood. Lin Yuan descended from the clouds. In a moment, his formidable presence as a peak quasi-emperor manifested above the Lin family estate, instilling a sense of terror among the members of the Lu family gathered in the hall. Fortunately, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward, channeling his quasi-emperor aura to counteract the overwhelming pressure that bore down upon the Lu family. It must be the patriarch of the Lin family arriving. Several elders, follow me outside. Lu Tianyuan's expression was grave. Although both belonged to imperial clans, the strength of the Lin family far surpassed that of the Lu family. The most formidable figure within the Lu family is none other than its patriarch, who stands at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. In contrast, the other 8 elders possess only the initial stage of the quasi-emperor level. Meanwhile, the Lin family boasts 7 or 8 individuals who have reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Yet, this is not the most alarming aspect. The true foundation of the Lin family lies in their formidable emperors. They possess no fewer than 4 sovereigns among their ranks. This is the primary reason the Lin family has been able to act with such unrestrained audacity in recent years, with 4 emperors safeguarding their lineage. The Lin family's momentum surpasses that of the 10 great imperial clans. Indeed, many now believe that the Lin family has emerged as a contender capable of supplanting the 10 great imperial families. Lu Tianyuan, accompanied by the 8 elders, emerged from the grand hall, his expression grave as he gazed towards Lin Yuan, the patriarch of the Lin family, hovering above. With a forced smile, he addressed him. Patriarch Lin, your journey from afar is met with our inadequate hospitality. I humbly ask for your understanding. However, Lin Yuan, aloof and unyielding, disregarded Lu Tianyuan's subservient demeanor. With a disdainful snort, he proclaimed imperiously, in 2 hours, dawn will break. Should your Lu family fail to provide us with an explanation by then, prepare for your annihilation. The mention of annihilation ignited fury among the 8 elders, who clenched their fists in outrage. Lu Tianyuan was equally filled with rage. Yet he could not afford to sever ties at this moment. After all, the younger members of the Lu family had yet to secure their safe departure. Patriarch Lin, this matter is merely a misunderstanding. Perhaps you could come down for a discussion, and we may clarify everything and resolve this misunderstanding? Lu Tianyuan forced a smile, fully aware that the Lin family's formidable power was beyond the Lu family's capacity to withstand. Lu Tianyuan, had you been more astute earlier, we would not have reached this juncture, sneered Lin Yuan, the patriarch of the Lin family. Months prior, he had personally visited the Lu family to request the borrowing of the Tai Su sword classic, only to be met with a flat refusal from Lu Tianyuan. In that moment, he had vowed to eradicate the Lu family. How could he possibly grant Lu Tianyuan the opportunity for negotiation? Indeed, I was remiss in my understanding at that time. I implore you, esteemed Patriarch Lin, to show some magnanimity and grant us a little more time. Lu Tianyuan continued to wear a conciliatory expression for the sake of his entire clan. Enough. Lu Tianyuan, we are all intelligent individuals here. Let us speak plainly. If you surrender the Tai Su sword classic and the clan's imperial weapon, I might still persuade our ancestor to spare your family a glimmer of hope. Lin Yuan interjected sharply, laying out his demands without hesitation. Even though Lu Tianyuan was already aware of the Lin family's intentions, his countenance darkened. He had previously refused Lin Yuan's request, yet he could no longer afford to do so. However, surrendering the Tai Su sword classic and the Lin family's imperial weapon was an impossibility he could not entertain. Patriarch Lin, if it is indeed the Tai Su sword classic and the clan's imperial weapon that you seek, it is not entirely out of the question. But I beseech you, please first grant the Lu family a chance for survival. Should you allow us a path to safety, I shall certainly present the Tai Su sword classic and the imperial weapon with both hands. Lu Tianyuan's eyes flickered with intent as he sought to probe the limits of the Lin family's resolve. Yet, the Lin family patriarch, Lin Yuan, was no fool. He could easily discern that Lu Tianyuan was merely stalling for time, attempting to secure a reprieve for the fleeing descendants of the Lu family. With a cold smile, he uttered a single sentence that shattered all of Lu Tianyuan's illusions. Do not attempt to play any tricks, Lu Tianyuan. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? Allow me to enlighten you. Your family's secret passage has long been under the vigilant scrutiny of the Lin clan. Should you dare to let those Lu family heirs escape through that clandestine route, they will only meet their demise. As the words of the Lin patriarch resonated within the hall, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders turned ashen, their faces betraying their despair. The secret passage was the Lu family's most guarded secret, and now, it had been fully unveiled to the Lin family. The assembled members of the Lu clan, who had overheard the patriarch's declaration, also transformed in countenance, their expressions mirroring the dread of impending annihilation. The Lin family was intent on ensuring the complete eradication of the Lu clan. In an instant, many among them began to weep once more. Overwhelmed by the gravity of their predicament, Lu Tianyuan never expected that his contingency plan would be discovered by the Lin family. In this moment, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that Elder 8 did not lead the younger members of the Lu family away. Had they truly entered the secret passage, he could hardly bear to contemplate the dire consequences. Lu Tianyuan, I advise you to accept your fate. In 2 short hours, it shall be the time of your family's ruin. Make the most of these final moments. The patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, uttered these words before turning to leave. His purpose for coming was to personally shatter all hopes of the Lu family, plunging them into a state of panic, fear, and the looming threat of death. As Lin Yuan departed, Lu Tianyuan suddenly felt all momentum dissipate, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away, causing the light in his eyes to dim instantaneously. Now, their only hope rested upon Lu Linglong. If she could indeed summon the ancestor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of survival for the Lu family. Lightning raged and thunder roared. This was the Tianyuan. Beyond Tianyuan lay the vast expanse of the Boundary Sea, which separated the territories of the alien races from those of humanity, serving as the front line against their invasions. For millions of years, countless human emperors had stood guard over the Boundary Sea, sacrificing their lives to fend off the alien onslaught. Yet, in the past 100,000 years, the Boundary Sea had remained eerily tranquil. This peace was solely due to the efforts of Emperor Lu Xuan, who, 100,000 years prior, ventured alone into Tianyuan to suppress the alien passage. Since then, the aliens had not even dared to set foot beyond Tianyuan, let alone wreak havoc upon the Boundary Sea. Thus, for 100,000 years, the Boundary Sea had known serenity, and within the realm of humanity, harmony reigned. However, the people had long forgotten the price paid by Emperor Lu Xuan, who sacrificed 100,000 years of freedom for this peace. Deep within Tianyuan, a colossal coffin known as the God Burial Coffin was sealed above the entrance to the alien realm. Surrounding the coffin were massive chains, forming an array that sealed the passage so tightly that not even a fly could pass through. Inside the bronze coffin lay a frail body, that of Emperor Lu Xuan himself. No one had anticipated that, after 10,000 years, this once great emperor still survived, though his presence was exceedingly faint. With more breath escaping than entering, he remained alive, teetering on the brink of demise. Yet, even with but a single breath left, he still bore the title of emperor. The majesty of the emperor was inviolable. As long as he had not completely perished, the alien races would forever dare not tread even a step into that passage. It has been 10,000 years. The emperor lamented, I have grown old. I am weary. Lu Xuan's voice wavered, imbued with an inexorable sorrow. Once a figure of unparalleled elegance, a sovereign who commanded an era, he exuded an aura of grace and vitality. Yet, who could have fathomed that such a magnificent emperor, who once suppressed the world, was now compelled to guard the abyss? And it was decreed from the very beginning an eternity of 100,000 years. For a century of millennia, Lu Xuan had not taken a single step beyond the confines of the abyss, nor could he return to the realm of humanity. He felt as though he had been exiled. This vast abyss resembled a prison, ensnaring the once mighty emperor within its relentless grasp. Now, as his life approached its inevitable conclusion, he dared not harbor the extravagant hope of returning to his roots. Within the coffin of the deceased god, Lu Xuan let out a profound sigh. Over the past 100,000 years, his greatest yearning had been to reunite with his kin, to behold his family one last time before his demise. For the sake of his lineage, he had willingly endured this exile for 10 long millennia. Yet, as he faced the end, his singular desire was merely to glimpse the familiar faces of his past. Alas, he recognized this longing as but a fleeting dream. The immortal clans and enduring traditions would never permit his return to humanity. Even after the passage of 100,000 years, they would resolutely deny Lu Xuan the chance to rejoin his family. A once invincible emperor now found even his most modest wish before death utterly unattainable. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of Lu Xuan's eye. He yearned to recall the visage of humanity, the essence of the Lu clan, and the faces of his beloved relatives. Yet, he found himself enveloped in a void of forgetfulness. A century of millennia was indeed an eternity far too long, rendering him unable to remember anything. So be it, he mused. As long as the Lu family remained safe and sound, it would all be worth it. Lu Xuan let out a deep sigh once more. However, just as he was about to close his eyes again, a faint glimmer emerged from the nearly desiccated blood coursing through his veins. This subtle radiance acted like a potent stimulant, infusing his parched blood with renewed vigor, causing it to surge with newfound vitality. It was the descendant of this emperor calling out to me. Lu Xuan's once dim and lifeless gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. For 100,000 years, he had believed that no one in his family remembered him. Yet now, He felt the power of his descendants' bloodline coursing through him. Moreover, with the aid of this faint bloodline energy, his physical condition improved slightly. Although it was but a minor enhancement, it filled Lu Xuan with exhilaration. He had waited in solitude for 100,000 years, and never had he anticipated that, in the twilight of his existence, he would be summoned by the bloodline of his progeny. Cautiously, he refrained from disturbing this delicate thread of ancestral power, fearing that any misstep might shatter the fragile connection. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Linglong sensed the presence of the venerable ancestor Lu Xuan through the bloodline summons. However, she felt no elation. It was evident to her that Ancestor Lu Xuan was in a dire state, seemingly nearing the end of his life, on the brink of demise. An emperor on the verge of falling, even if contacted, could offer no assistance to them, let alone alter the dire circumstances of the Lu clan. Lu Tianyuan, who had been closely observing his daughter's every move, felt his heart leap as he noticed the change in Lu Linglong's expression. With great anxiety, he whispered, "Linglong, have you managed to contact Ancestor Lu Xuan?" Seeing her father's anxious demeanor and the expectant gazes of those around them, Lu Linglong could not bear to shatter their last flicker of hope and slowly nodded in affirmation. The moment she did, an uncanny silence enveloped the hall. The hopeful eyes of the Lu clan members widened, their hopes rapidly magnifying into joy. They could scarcely believe that they had truly reached Ancestor Lu Xuan. In an instant, the family members were overwhelmed with excitement, yet they remained silent, afraid to utter a word. For Lu Linglong had cautioned them that interference could disrupt the bloodline summons. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan, recovered from his astonishment and cautiously inquired, "Linglong, is the ancestor well?" After all, it had been 100,000 years. Lu Tianyuan surmised that even if Ancestor Lu Xuan still lived, his condition would not be favorable. Sensing her father's insight, Lu Linglong let out a resigned sigh and softly replied, "The ancestor is not well. If there is no aid, he may soon perish." Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of all present in the hall. Upon hearing that their ancestor was on the verge of falling, the members of the Lu family wept silently. Their sorrow stemmed not only from the shattering of their last hope for survival, but also from the impending loss of their beloved ancestor. Though they had never met Ancestor Lu Xuan, they were deeply grateful for his immense sacrifices. From a young age, they had been told of his heroic deeds. The elders of the family recounted how Ancestor Lu Xuan had sacrificed himself to secure their survival. Now, a selfless figure who had given everything for the Lu clan was about to fall, and the heartfelt grief of the Lu family members resonated throughout the hall. Lu Tianyuan had not anticipated that their recently contacted ancestor, Lu Xuan, would soon meet his demise. With a sigh, he anxiously gazed at his daughter and inquired, "Linglong, is there anything we can do to assist our ancestor?" He had clearly heard Lu Linglong's earlier statement, which implied that without aid, could they, indeed, offer any assistance to their revered ancestor, Lu Xuan? Lu Linglong revealed the truth with the intention of seeking assistance from the members of the Lu family. "Indeed," she murmured, "we can unite the essence of all our kin, utilizing the bloodline summoning array to provide our ancestor with a continuous supply of our ancestral vitality. As long as there is an ample amount of essence, our ancestor will undoubtedly endure." The bloodline summoning array employs special methods to establish a bridge of connection between her and Emperor Lu Xuan. Through this array, not only can they sense the condition of Ancestor Lu Xuan and communicate with him, but they can also deliver vital essence through the array. Although the essence from the Lu family cannot extend Ancestor Lu Xuan's lifespan, it can temporarily slow down his aging process. Should they provide a sufficient quantity of ancestral essence, it may even restore Ancestor Lu Xuan to the formidable strength of his peak years. The Lu family now finds itself in dire straits. With only their kin to rely upon, they are utterly incapable of resisting the Lin clan. They are destined to become mere victims beneath the blade of the Lin family's venerable ancestor. By pooling the essence of all the clan members and channeling it to the esteemed Ancestor Lu Xuan, perhaps a glimmer of hope may emerge. Naturally, it would be even more advantageous if these members of the Lu family were willing to sacrifice themselves, offering their own life essence. For the impending demise of the illustrious Emperor Lu Xuan, the essence of life holds far greater significance than mere blood. Should he manage to absorb a substantial amount of life essence, it might even extend his lifespan. The venerable ancestor Lu Xuan found himself at the twilight of his lifespan, unable to prevent the waning of the vital essence within him. Should he manage to absorb a sufficient quantity of this life force, extending his longevity and restoring his combat prowess would become a trivial matter. However, Lu Linglong could not openly express the notion of asking the members of the Lu family to sacrifice their lives. Thus, she resorted to a more palatable alternative, opting for the family members to offer their blood essence. While this would indeed impact the strength of the clan, it could be compensated for through future cultivation. As for the notion of sacrificing life, that was a consideration only to be entertained when the Lu family faced a dire struggle for survival. Lu Linglong initially believed that persuading her kin to offer their blood would encounter some resistance. To her astonishment, as soon as she finished speaking, all the clansmen in the grand hall rolled up their sleeves, ready to donate their vital essence. Even the young children, merely in their teenage years, bravely raised their arms. Witnessing the unwavering resolve of her people, the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan, was profoundly moved. He gestured for the younger members to step back, positioning the stronger clansmen at the forefront. As the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan led the charge, a steady stream of blood flowing from his body, converging before Lu Linglong. Linglong, convey to our ancestor that the members of the Lu family are willing to sacrifice everything for him. Should our ancestor require it, we would not hesitate to lay down our very lives. Lu Tianyuan, being a peak quasi-emperor, undoubtedly understood the most pressing needs of an emperor on the brink of demise. Should Ancestor Lu Xuan be willing, he could even lead by offering his own life essence. The 8 elders stepped forward in unison after offering their vital blood. They fervently proclaimed to the ancestor, expressing their readiness to sacrifice everything for him. In the grand hall of the Lu family, the members stood in solemn silence, each stepping forward to offer their lifeblood. For a moment, the only sound that resonated throughout the hall was the rhythmic drip of blood. Simultaneously, within the ethereal void of the god burial coffin, Lu Xuan, who had regained a semblance of vitality, sensed the burgeoning strength of his ancestral bloodline coursing through him. With great effort, he finally inquired, "Is the Lu family well?" After 10,000 years, this was his first contact with the descendants of his lineage, and his initial query was one of concern for their welfare. Yet, his voice echoed into the stillness, met with silence. No response came, forcing him to close his eyes once more in resignation. He felt a profound awareness that he had truly reached the end of his life. His body was utterly beyond his control, and even his consciousness was gradually slipping from his grasp. He understood that death was imminent. In the face of this certainty, he felt neither despair nor bitterness. After a millennium of mere existence, he had long since grown accustomed to confronting life and death with tranquility. Now, as death approached, it seemed to him a form of liberation. However, a twinge of regret lingered within him, having finally connected with his descendants. He found himself deprived of even a single word of farewell. Thus, he faced his demise, carrying with him the weight of unfulfilled longing. The grand hall of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Linglong was filled with anxiety. She had gathered an ample supply of her kin's essence, ready to assist Ancestor Lu Xuan in his restoration. However, she could distinctly sense that Ancestor Lu Xuan's aura was growing increasingly faint, as if he were on the brink of complete demise. In an instant, Lu Linglong was drenched in perspiration, her heart racing. This cannot be. If Ancestor Lu Xuan were to perish, the Lu clan would be utterly doomed. In a moment of desperation, Lu Linglong summoned the Great Formation through her bloodline, conveying her voice towards the esteemed ancestor. "Ancestor, are you still alive? If you do not return soon, the Lu family will face utter extinction." Originally on the brink of demise, the once mighty Emperor Lu Xuan, who teetered on the edge of the netherrealm, was suddenly stirred to rise from the coffin of the deceased gods upon hearing her earnest calls. Just as he had one foot in the gates of the underworld, Lu Linglong's persistent entreaties brought him back from the precipice. How could the Lu family possibly? Lu Xuan was engulfed in an inferno of rage. It was precisely this surge of fury that enabled him to return from the brink of death. What had transpired within the Lu family? Lu Xuan's voice trembled with rage. "Our Lu family, a prestigious imperial clan, boasts over 1 million members. How could we be extinguished?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the esteemed Ancestor Lu Xuan, Lu Linglong fell silent. Through the bond of blood, she now felt a profound connection with the Emperor Lu Xuan. Thus, she could distinctly sense that the state of the esteemed ancestor remained dire, teetering on the brink of demise. Nevertheless, she understood that a figure of his stature was not one to be easily deceived. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Linglong slowly spoke. "Ancestor Lu Xuan, you must brace yourself. The Lu family is currently facing the calamity of annihilation." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's voice, Lu Xuan's fury surged, causing his battered imperial body to tremble violently once more. The flicker of life that had just been rekindled began to swiftly wane. Sensing the precarious state of Ancestor Lu Xuan, Lu Linglong hurriedly transmitted the essence of her kin's blood. Drops of pure familial blood entered his body, reviving a semblance of vitality within Lu Xian's imperial form. He calmed his tumultuous emotions, attuning himself to the incessant influx of his kin's blood, as the desiccated veins within him greedily absorbed this potent essence. In but a moment, Lu Xuan spoke again, inquiring, "What is your name? To be able to summon me through our bloodline, we must share a close bond." As a pinnacle emperor, Lu Xuan undoubtedly comprehends the intricacies of bloodline summoning. However, executing such a summoning is far from a simple endeavor. Merely inscribing the summoning array within one's body is a feat that transcends the capabilities of the ordinary individual. I humbly report to the esteemed ancestor, "My name is Linglong, and I am your 6th-generation descendant." Lu Linglong replied. In this brief span of time, through the continuous infusion of vital essence, she could sense that the aura of Ancestor Lu Xuan had significantly rejuvenated. Although it could not extend Ancestor Lu Xuan's life, it would enable him to temporarily regain a portion of his strength, allowing him to linger for a few more days without issue. She cast a glance at the considerable amount of her clan's vital essence still remaining before her and continued to channel it steadily. Ever since Lu Linglong's response, Lu Xuan had been rendered speechless. He remained in a daze for several breaths before incredulously asking, "Did you just say you are my 6th-generation descendant? I actually have descendants?" Lu Xuan was taken aback. When he initially departed from the Lu family to guard Tianyuan, although he was nearly 3,000 years old, he remained a solitary bachelor. Devoted entirely to his cultivation, Lu Xuan had never taken a wife. Thus, upon suddenly hearing that Lu Linglong was indeed his descendant, he found it difficult to accept this revelation. However, he did not doubt Lu Linglong's identity. Only a descendant could summon him through their bloodline. Moreover, from the essence of blood that Lu Linglong first transmitted to him, Lu Xuan could distinctly sense the imperial bloodline power flowing within her. All of this confirmed that Lu Linglong was indeed his progeny. Yet, he remained unaware of which of his past romantic companions had bestowed upon him this legacy of blood. Ancestor. Lu Linglong was at a loss for words. This was a question she could not answer. "Do you not have descendants yourself, esteemed elder?" "Haha. I, Lu Xuan, also have descendants. Truly, the heavens do not forsake me." In the divine coffin, Lu Xuan roared with laughter. Once unburdened, he now seemed to have found a reason to persevere. Even for the sake of his progeny, he could not succumb to death just yet. After his hearty laughter, Lu Xuan took a deep breath and calmly said, "Linglong, please elaborate on the current situation of the Lu family." Lu Xuan did not refuse the incessant flow of blood essence from his kin. He required this vital essence to temporarily restore his strength in order to survive. Lu Linglong did not dare to waste any time and recounted in detail the events that transpired within the Lu family. How outrageous! The Lin family, when I initially departed, was nothing more than an insignificant imperial clan, who bestowed upon them such audacity that they now dare to bully the Lu family. Lu Xuan seethed with anger, his voice a sharp reprimand. He never anticipated that after departing from his family, the Lu clan would descend to such depths. Simultaneously, a tempest of rage surged within his eyes. What a venerable lineage! What an immortal tradition! When I took my leave, they vowed to ensure the everlasting safety of the Lu family. Yet now, a mere 100,000 years later, my clan stands on the brink of annihilation. You who are so treacherous and unfaithful, do not blame me for disregarding my promises. Lu Xuan emerged from the coffin of the god of burial, filled with an immense fury. This marked the first time since he had lain within the coffin 50,000 years ago, when he sought refuge to slow the relentless march of time against his life. His form materialized above the abyss, his once majestic imperial physique now withered and emaciated, resembling a mere reed. Nevertheless, at the moment he stepped forth from the coffin, a wave of dread swept through the ancient alien monarchs who had been sealed beyond the passage. Upon sensing that familiar aura of terror, these formidable ancient sovereigns trembled in fear. Cursed be this fate. After 100,000 years, this wretch still breathes. They lamented. Why does he persist in clinging to life? As long as he remains unvanquished, we are condemned to remain here, unable to take even a single step beyond this prison. He has held us captive for 100 millennia. Must this torment never end? The ancient alien monarchs voiced their rage and resentment, having languished in anticipation of Lu Xuan's demise for eons. Yet, against all odds, the seemingly fallen Lu Xuan had returned to life. For the alien races, this was an utterly intolerable revelation. In the world beyond the passage, the ancient alien monarchs seethed with impotent fury, yearning to breach the alien passage and descend upon the realm of humanity, yet they quaked in fear at the thought of the reawakened harbinger of death. At that moment, Lu Xuan's gaze pierced through the passage, descending upon the alien domain like an unattainable deity surveying his realm. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon one particular ancient alien sovereign. Sensing Lu Xuan's penetrating stare, the sovereign trembled slightly, bewildered at how he had once again incurred the wrath of this harbinger of death. Uneasily, he stepped from his palace and ascended into the skies. As their gazes met, he smirked coldly and remarked, "Lu Xuan, you still draw breath. I had thought you perished long ago. What is this? Do you wish to bid farewell to your old adversaries before your imminent demise?" The ancient emperor of the alien race, an old adversary of Lu Xuan, hails from the Fire clan, known as the Ancient Fire Emperor. When Lu Xuan first descended into the abyss, he had already inflicted significant damage upon their lineage. In a single battle, he vanquished 3 ancient emperors of their clan. At that time, the Ancient Fire Emperor before him was merely at the threshold of emperor rank. An alien at this threshold is comparable to a human at the threshold of an emperor. It was only after Lu Xuan had slain the 3 ancient emperors of the Fire clan that he ascended as the new Ancient Fire Emperor. Thus, one could argue that Lu Xuan is their sworn enemy, yet he is also the benefactor of the Ancient Fire Emperor. Had it not been for Lu Xuan's actions against the original 3 ancient emperors, the latter would never have risen to his current status. Over the years, the Ancient Fire Emperor had led his kin in numerous attempts to breach the passage, yet each endeavor ended in failure. Gradually, the Fire clan ceased to dare venture even a step into the passage. Even the Ancient Fire Emperor has remained quietly in this foreign realm, lying in wait for tens of thousands of years. Now, upon encountering Lu Xuan once more, he perceives the battered imperial form of Lu Xuan and senses the waning essence of life within him. Nevertheless, the Ancient Fire Emperor remains cautious, refraining from stepping into the passage. That individual is a madman. Even with a mere breath remaining, he does not dare to be reckless. After all, he has witnessed countless times Lu Xuan, on the brink of death, slaying ancient emperors of the alien race. All he must do is quietly wait for Lu Xuan to perish completely, and then he can safely leave the passage and escape the abyss. There is no need to engage in battle with him at this moment. He certainly does not desire to become a victim of Lu Xuan's blade. As the Ancient Fire Emperor speaks, other ancient emperors of the alien race also turn their eager gazes toward this scene. They, too, observe the imperiled imperial form of Lu Xuan, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet none dare to approach the passage. Not a single one underestimates Lu Xuan. They remain silent, waiting to see what the soon-to-fall Lu Xuan intends to do as he emerges from the god's burial coffin. In the past, had the Ancient Fire Emperor dared to mock him so, Lu Xuan would undoubtedly have caused the Fire clan to flee in disarray. However, now, Lu Xuan stands remarkably composed. He is no longer the same Lu Xuan of yore. Having learned of the tribulations faced by the Lu family over the years, he has undergone a profound transformation. If you persist in guarding the abyss while daring to bully my Lu family, do not blame me for changing my stance. A group of ungrateful wretches does not deserve this emperor as protection. Lu Xuan emerged from the god burial coffin, his imposing gaze shifting from the ancient emperor of heavenly fire to the array of ancient emperors from various alien races. Wherever his eyes fell, the alien sovereigns trembled in fear and unease. Ultimately, he averted his gaze, and his authoritative voice echoed throughout the foreign realm. "Grant me the elixir of immortality, and I shall depart from Tianyuan. From this moment forth, the safety of the human race is no longer my concern." His proclamation resonated across the alien domain. Those who heard his voice were left astounded, gazing skyward in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Lu Xuan, who had steadfastly guarded for 100,000 years, would utter such words. The alien emperors, who had eagerly anticipated Lu Xuan's downfall, were rendered speechless by his declaration. Over the years, they had previously attempted to entice Lu Xuan with the promise of the elixir, hoping he would abandon his post at Tianyuan. Yet, he had consistently rebuffed their advances with resolute words. Some ancient emperors had even met their demise at his hands for such attempts. What had transpired now? Were they collectively experiencing auditory hallucinations? Was it truly Lu Xuan who had spoken those words? The alien emperors who had once sought to bribe Lu Xuan with the elixir now found it hard to believe that these declarations came from him. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the alien sovereigns regained their composure, though skepticism lingered in their minds. They suspected Lu Xuan was merely attempting to deceive them. The ancient emperor of heavenly fire sneered, "Lu Xuan, Such tricks might fool a 3-year-old. Do you truly believe we are that foolish? As his words hung in the air, another alien emperor chimed in. Lu Xuan, are you trying to swindle the elixir from us? We may not be able to defeat you, but that does not imply we lack intelligence. Cast aside your fanciful hopes. You have guarded us for 100,000 years. Granting you the elixir would merely enable you to continue your watch here. Do you believe us to be simpletons? You should abandon such thoughts. The elixir will never be yours. We shall simply wait for your demise, sparing ourselves from needless complications. The alien emperors remained unconvinced by Lu Xuan's words. Indeed, as they asserted, even if his claims were genuine, they would never part with the elixir. All they needed to do was remain patient until Lu Xuan's inevitable end, allowing them to reopen the passage and escape from Tianyuan. To grant him the elixir would only serve to invite trouble upon themselves. Lu Xuan had long anticipated that the elixirs of immortality held by these ancient emperors of foreign races would not be easily obtained. He was well prepared. The moment the mocking voices of the foreign ancient emperors fell, Lu Xuan spoke again, his tone even more commanding than before. I am not here to negotiate with you. You have no options available to you. I shall wait for the span of 10 breaths. If I do not behold the elixir of immortality, I will step into the foreign realm. His voice resonated with authority and was imbued with a palpable aura of menace. The ancient emperors, who had previously mocked him, were thrown into disarray upon hearing Lu Xuan's declaration of intent to traverse into the foreign realm. If Lu Xuan, the god of death, truly steps into the foreign realm, it will undoubtedly unleash a tempest of blood and carnage. Such a catastrophic loss is beyond the endurance of any of them. Damn it! Has Lu Xuan lost his mind? Has Tihi always refrained from entering the foreign realm? Why is he breaking this precedent now? If this wretched being manages to infiltrate, countless kin will undoubtedly perish at his hands. An ancient emperor of a foreign race roared in fury, glaring at the astounded ancient emperor of heavenly fire, blaming him. Heavenly fire, it's all your fault. Why provoke anyone but this god of death? If he truly enters, your heavenly fire clan will be the first to engage. At that moment, the ancient emperor of heavenly fire was overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration. He had never anticipated that his momentary bravado would incite this god of death to consider entering the foreign realm. Although he feared Lu Xuan, he was not intimidated by the ancient emperors of other races. He shot back with defiance, coldly retorting, I wasn't he the only one speaking just now. Didn't you all mock him as well? What is this? Suddenly feeling timid? Instead of lamenting, perhaps we should devise a strategy to placate this god of death. Indeed, a solution must be devised swiftly. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to prevent this god of death from crossing into the foreign realm. The ancient emperors who had previously boasted with bravado now wore expressions of sheer terror. They were acutely aware that, given Lu Xuan's vengeful nature, once he entered the foreign realm, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be those who had just spoken so boldly. Although Lu Linglong could not witness the events transpiring in the foreign realm, she heard the commanding voice of her ancestor, Lu Xuan, through the bloodline summoning array. Hiss! This ancestor Lu Xuan appears to be a formidable individual. Even on the brink of death, he dares to threaten the ancient emperors of foreign races. He is certainly no ordinary being. Lu Linglong was utterly astonished. Those ancient emperors of foreign races were all beings of the emperor level, many of whom stood at the pinnacle of their power. Yet, the fact that Ancestor Lu Xuan could pose a threat to those ancient emperors reveals just how formidable and imposing he truly is. Lu Linglong waited quietly, none daring to speak further, fearful of disrupting the plans of Ancestor Lu Xuan. Although the blood essence of the Lu clan can temporarily restore the venerable Ancestor Lu Xuan, it is not the quintessential solution to the predicament. If one could procure the elixir of immortality, it would undoubtedly be the most exquisite remedy. Just a single dose of this miraculous potion could grant the ailing Ancestor Lu Xuan an extension of life for millennia, addressing the root of his affliction once and for all. At this moment, Lu Linglong was equally apprehensive, uncertain of how the ancient emperors of the alien races would decide. Even though the venerable Ancestor Lu Xuan is immensely powerful, he is now on the brink of death. Should those ancient sovereigns of other races persist in their refusal to offer the elixir of immortality, Ancestor Lu Xuan will have no choice but to venture into the foreign realm. Given his current condition, should he dare to enter that alien domain, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Nevertheless, he would surely take some of the beings from that realm with him, and it is even possible that he might drag down an ancient sovereign of another race to accompany him in death. However, this is certainly not the outcome that the Lu family wishes to witness. The demise of the esteemed ancestor Lu Xuan signifies the inevitable downfall of the Lu family. In the grand hall of the Lu family, everyone anxiously gazed at Lu Linglong. They were all eager to discover whether the essence of their blood they had offered would aid the venerable ancestor Lu Xuan. Linglong conveyed to the ancestor, "If it is insufficient, we are prepared to offer our very life essence. As for me, I am at least at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. With my life essence, I am certain it will be of assistance to the ancestor." Lu Tianyuan's expression was resolute. He was willing to sacrifice his own life essence to assist the venerable ancestor Lu Xuan in regaining his strength. "No, clan leader. You are the cornerstone of our Lu family. You absolutely cannot come to harm. If the ancestor requires it, we old fellows are also willing to offer our life essence. Though we may not possess your level of power, we are nonetheless at the threshold of the emperor realm. With our life essences, the ancestor will surely be able to temporarily restore his strength." Linglong conveyed to the ancestor that we are prepared and ready to offer our life essences at any moment. As soon as Lu Tianyuan's words fell, he was intercepted by the 8 elders, who stood resolutely before him. In this moment of life and death, the members of the Lu family remained steadfast, which astonished Lu Linglong. Such a family appeared to be quite distinct from her previous one. "Father, esteemed elders, please rest assured. Our ancestor is currently engaged in negotiations with the ancient monarch of a foreign tribe, and for the time being, our assistance is not required." Lu Linglong halted everyone, simultaneously bestowing upon them a reassuring smile. "We must have faith in our esteemed ancestor. After all, he is the mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago, and his capabilities far exceed our imaginations." Her words ignited a spark of realization among the members of the Lu family in the Grand Hall. They too recalled that Lu Xuan, their venerable ancestor, was no ordinary individual. An emperor who has survived for 100 millennia is a rarity throughout history. The fact that their ancestor continues to thrive must surely be attributed to his exceptional skills and prowess. "Linglong, did you just mention that our ancestor is negotiating with the ancient monarch of the foreign tribes? Does that mean he is still in the abyss?" Lu Tianyuan's expression shifted subtly. The ancestral figure was far removed, residing beyond the abyss. Even if contact were established, what could be done? Distant waters cannot quench nearby thirst. No matter how formidable ancestor Lu Xuan may be, it is impossible for him to traverse the vast expanse of 100,000 miles to rescue the members of the Lu family. Lu Linglong, fully aware of her father's concerns, smiled and reassured him, "Father, do not worry. The abilities of our ancestor are beyond our imagination. He is already aware of the situation our Lu family is in, and he will safeguard us. Alas, I hope our ancestor returns swiftly." Lu Tianyuan let out a sigh. Choosing not to continue his discourse, he raised his gaze towards the great hall's entrance, where the night was gradually waning and dawn was on the cusp of arrival. Yet, for the members of the Lu family, the advent of dawn was not a welcome prospect. They even wished for the night to linger a while longer, granting them a reprieve. A few elders contemplated that if the ancestral line could not assist them for the time being, it would be imperative for them to buy some time. Lu Tianyuan summoned the 8 elders to convene in hushed tones to deliberate on their countermeasures. Beyond the Tianyuan passage, in a foreign realm, the countdown reached 10 breaths. The voice of Lu Tianyuan reverberated throughout the foreign realm. "It seems you are unwilling to reconcile with me. If that is the case, I shall procure the elixir of immortality by my own means." As his words echoed, the passage to the foreign realm trembled, and countless bolts of thunderous sword energy surged forth, trailing above his head as Lu Xuan stepped forward. With the precious blood provided by his kin, Lu Xuan temporarily regained a portion of his formidable power at the peak of the Emperor realm. As he stepped out, he emerged from the boundary passage, ascending into the skies above the foreign realm. Behind him, billions of thunderous sword energies rampaged, coalescing into a vast thundercloud that enveloped the firmament of the foreign domain. Upon witnessing this harbinger of death actually emerge from the passage, the ancient emperors of the foreign tribes were stricken with terror. These ancient emperors had once been vanquished by Lu Xuan. Over the past 100,000 years, many among them had led their kin in attempts to break through the boundary passage, only to be thwarted and forced to retreat by Lu Xuan's might. Had it not been for Lu Xuan's steadfast adherence to the pact of not stepping beyond the boundary, more than half of these ancient emperors would have surely perished at his hands long ago. Now, this harbinger of death had brazenly torn asunder the agreement, stepping forth from the passage into the foreign realm. As Lu Xuan advanced step by step, the ancient emperors of the foreign tribes recoiled in sheer horror. Particularly, The ancient emperor of the fire tribe felt an overwhelming dread when he realized that Lu Xuan's first territory of descent was indeed that of his own fire tribe. He nearly wept at the thought. Just moments ago, he had been the first to mock Lu Xuan. And now Lu Xuan had entered his domain first. This was undoubtedly a form of retribution. Yet, even so, the ancient emperor of the fire tribe dared not utter a word. Lacking even the courage to confront Lu Xuan. The heavens have forsaken my fire tribe. Cursed fate. Had I foreseen this day, I would never have provoked this harbinger of death. At this moment, the ancient emperor of the fire tribe found himself bereft of tears. Lu Xuan has arrived, with the first target being their Tianhua clan. Meanwhile, the ancient emperors of various alien races surrounding them merely observe the spectacle, offering no assistance. Just as the ancient emperor of Tianhua was contemplating whether to concede defeat, a sudden voice echoed in his ears. The once panicked ancient emperor of Tianhua now appeared greatly encouraged, a hint of confidence gleaming in his eyes. He stepped forward, emerging from the Tianhua clan to confront Lu Xuan in the sky, his voice tinged with excitement as he declared, "Lu Xuan, retreat. Do not forget that this is an alien realm. Tianhua, are you courting death?" Lu Xuan halted his steps, his voice resonating with an air of dominance and arrogance. He stood amidst the void, his once mighty imperial form exuding an aura of decay. Nevertheless, even in his diminished state, the overwhelming majesty of his presence still rendered the ancient emperor of heavenly fire trembling in fear. As a fellow pinnacle emperor, the ancient emperor of heavenly fire appeared as insignificant as an ant before Lu Xuan. "Lu Xuan, cease your advance. I am fully aware that I am no match for you, but do not forget, this is a foreign realm. If you choose to remain hidden in the abyss, we may indeed be powerless against you. However, now that you have stepped into this alien domain, are you truly unafraid of death?" The ancient emperor of heavenly fire, summoning his courage, spoke out to impede Lu Xuan's progress. Beneath Lu Xuan's feet lay the territory of his heavenly fire clan. He had no desire to witness his clan perish under Lu Xuan's blade. Yet, despite summoning every ounce of courage within him, he found himself trembling with fear in the presence of Lu Xuan. This trepidation emanated from the depths of his being, an uncontrollable instinct. Had it not been for the fortifying support he received, he would not have dared to emerge and confront the harbinger of death that was Lu Xuan. "Heavenly fire. Are you threatening me?" Lu Xuan chuckled coldly, fully aware of the source of the ancient fire emperor's confidence. The very same emperor, who had just trembled in fear moments ago, now dared to stand in his way. Clearly, someone had emboldened him. In this foreign realm, the only entities capable of instilling such assurance in the ancient fire emperor were the esteemed beings of other races. These revered beings stand above the ancient emperors of their kind. If one were to draw a parallel with the cultivation levels of the human race, the ancient emperors would be akin to the great emperors, while these esteemed beings would correspond to the imperial sovereigns of humanity, true entities that transcend even the great emperors. 100,000 years prior, Lu Xuan had been compelled by the 7 imperial sovereigns of humanity to forsake his freedom and guard the abyss of heaven. Now, having stepped into this foreign domain, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of those esteemed beings. The moment he entered this realm, Lu Xuan anticipated this very development. He observed the ancient fire emperor before him, his voice deep and commanding, resonating throughout the foreign lands. What of this foreign realm? There exists no place in this world that Lu Xuan cannot traverse. However, as soon as his voice faded, a chilling voice suddenly emerged. "Lu Xuan, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Upon entering my foreign realm, you dare to act so audaciously, thinking there is no one here capable of subduing you?" At the instant this voice echoed, a towering black figure materialized in the sky. The previously terrified ancient emperors of the foreign realm were now electrified with excitement upon witnessing this dark silhouette's descent. It was the Black Wind Sovereign. With the arrival of the Black Wind Sovereign, even if Lu Xuan were a god of slaughter, he would undoubtedly be no match for this formidable being. The emergence of the Black Wind Sovereign ignited a flicker of hope among these ancient emperors. For subduing the seemingly impending fall of Lu Xuan would pose little challenge for such a revered sovereign. Lu Xuan also lifted his gaze towards the distant Black Wind Venerable. He had anticipated the true form of the Venerable to descend, yet he found himself somewhat disenchanted. It was merely an avatar of the Venerable. Could such a trivial manifestation truly hinder me? Lu Xuan let out a cold laugh, his myriad thunderous sword energies instantaneously transforming into countless glimmers, striking toward the distant avatar of the Venerable One in the sky. Witnessing this scene, the ancient emperors of the alien races, who had moments ago been brimming with excitement, were left utterly astonished. They were aware of Lu Xuan's arrogance, yet they never anticipated it would reach such audacious heights, even as he stood on the brink of demise. With his imperial body in decay, he dared to draw his sword against a venerable one. Even if it were merely an avatar, it was not something that Lu Xuan, as a great emperor, could contend with. The gulf between a venerable one and a great emperor, though seemingly narrow, was a chasm of power. Throughout history, countless extraordinary great emperors have ultimately fallen at the threshold of the venerable. Even someone of Lu Xuan's caliber had yet to attain the status of a venerable. At the moment Lu Xuan made his move, an eerie silence enveloped the entire alien realm. It was as if everyone had been rendered speechless by shock. The Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor, who had just attempted to obstruct Lu Xuan, trembled in fear as he witnessed Lu Xuan drawing his sword against the Black Wind Venerable. Lu Xuan was nothing short of a madman. The Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor yearned to flee. To stand in the path of such a lunatic was tantamount to courting death. However, his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering him incapable of movement. All he could do was gaze in terror toward the distant sky, praying that the Black Wind Venerable would vanquish this harbinger of death. Lu Xuan, who gave you the audacity to draw your sword against me? The Black Wind Venerable was equally taken aback. He had not expected Lu Xuan to challenge him. What audacity possessed this dying wretch? Though he had descended merely as an avatar, it still bore the strength of a venerable. Lu Xuan, how dare he? Deep within an ancient hall in a foreign land, the Black Wind Sovereign, draped in a black dragon robe, slammed his palm onto the surface before him. The table, comparable to an imperial artifact, shattered under his strike. Damned! Who gave him the audacity? Am I someone he can offend? The Black Wind Sovereign was on the brink of madness. In this foreign realm, he was one of the most formidable beings. Now, he found himself insulted by Lu Xuan, a once great emperor on the verge of decline, and his fury knew no bounds. At the edge of the sky, a manifestation of the Black Wind Sovereign also took action. As he moved, the heavens trembled with the emergence of a swirling tempest of black wind. An endless torrent of black wind surged forth from the Black Wind Sovereign, coalescing into a tornado that enveloped much of the sky, descending upon Lu Xuan with the intent to suppress him. This was his unparalleled divine ability, Black Wind Calamity. Summoning an infinite black wind, it evolved into a cataclysm capable of obliterating the heavens and earth, its might terrifying beyond compare. Any ordinary emperor caught within this Black Wind Calamity would find only a path to demise. Lu Xuan was merely a dying emperor, incapable of withstanding the calamity of the Black Wind. The Black Wind Sovereign was genuinely enraged. With a decisive strike, he sought to obliterate Lu Xuan, compelling this arrogant human emperor to face the consequences. However, at the very moment the Black Wind's disaster surged forth, Lu Xuan's myriad of thunderous sword energies descended. The clash of these two invincible powers erupted with cataclysmic force. In mere moments, the vast expanse of the Black Wind disaster was engulfed by the thunderous sword energies. Countless sword strikes, unrelenting in their speed, sliced toward the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar. At the horizon, the once self-assured Black Wind Sovereign gazed in disbelief as the thunderous sword energies approached. He could only emit a cry of incredulity before being consumed by the countless strikes. No. In the realm, only the Sovereign's reluctant voice echoed in the void. At that moment, the entire world seemed to plunge into an unparalleled silence. Countless beings from other realms stood stupefied, gazing at the horizon, yet the shadow of the Black Wind Sovereign had vanished. An invincible entity from another realm had simply ceased to exist, although it was known that this was merely an avatar. No one could fathom that Lu Xuan had truly eradicated a sovereign's essence. All foreign beings were left in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The ancient emperors of various races were equally astounded, their smiles evaporating into thin air. No one had anticipated Lu Xuan's strength to reach such staggering heights. With his battered imperial physique, he had severed a sovereign, an act that was nothing short of miraculous. The ancient Fire Emperor was so frightened that he knelt. Even his greatest support had fallen at Lu Xuan's hands. As an ancient emperor, would approaching him not be akin to courting death? Fortunately, Lu Xuan was not truly invincible. After slaying the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar with a single strike, he quickly began to cough, his formidable imperial aura diminishing by at least half in an instant. Yet, the brilliance in Lu Xuan's eyes remained as sharp as a blade. Alas, if only I had been at my peak, this strike would surely have been even more formidable. Lu Xuan withdrew his gaze from the horizon, yet his words once again sent shockwaves through the entire foreign realm. Particularly, the ancient Emperor of Heavenly Fire, who stood closest to him, was utterly terrified. To sever a revered one's presence with a single stroke, this was not even Lu Xuan's utmost capability. Hiss! He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Lu Xuan's prowess at his peak. It was only at this moment that he realized, throughout the years, when confronting these ancient emperors of foreign races, Lu Xuan had never unveiled his full strength. Lu Xuan, I was mistaken. Did you not seek the elixir of immortality? I shall endeavor to procure it for you. Rest assured, even if it requires the utmost sacrifice from our Heavenly Fire clan, I shall secure the elixir for you. The ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire was on the verge of tears before the god of slaughter that was Lu Xuan. He no longer dared to refer to himself as an emperor. Moreover, he had voluntarily offered to seek the elixir for Lu Xuan. However, Lu Xuan merely sighed. It is too late. The moment his words fell, countless sword lights magnified within the pupils of the ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire. No. The ancient emperor could only emit a cry of disbelief before being engulfed by a torrent of sword energy. Lu Xuan struck without mercy, slaying the avatar of the revered one with a single stroke, and subsequently extinguished the ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire. This time, he did not merely sever the corporeal form of the ancient emperor, but directly absorbed the emperor's primal essence. He stood serenely in the skies, casually dispatching an ancient emperor of an alien race, and then proceeded to refine the emperor's essence before the gathered crowd, displaying utter disdain for the assembly of foreign emperors. Such audacity was unparalleled. Yet, despite this scene, not a soul dared to intervene. The alien emperors were eager to flee, wanting to distance themselves from this harbinger of death. As for avenging the ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire, such thoughts were far from their minds. What could they do? With Lu Xuan refining the emperor's essence, his power would only grow. Even without the elixir of immortality, he was not in immediate danger of death. Had they known, they would have offered him an elixir to curry his favor. To offend such a ruthless figure over a mere potion was sheer folly. The ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire was already dead. Once Lu Xuan absorbed his essence, they would surely be next. This man could slay an avatar of a revered one. He was beyond their capacity to withstand. It was imperative that they summon a revered one to confront this killer. Only a direct intervention could subdue him. The alien emperors were consumed by dread. Most had just mocked Lu Xuan, and once he refined the emperor's essence, they would undoubtedly face his wrath. The only hope for salvation lay with the revered ones from the other realm, and only their direct presence could possibly quell Lu Xuan, the harbinger of death. After all, the avatar of the Black Wind revered one had failed to withstand even a single blow from Lu Xuan. Meanwhile, in the depths of a grand hall far within the other realm, the Black Wind revered one was nearly on the verge of explosion with rage. One of his avatars had been slain by Lu Xuan. This was more intolerable than a slap to the face. He was a revered one. Even if it was merely an avatar, it was still a revered one. And now, it had been dispatched by Lu Xuan. The Black Wind revered one roared in fury, ready to storm out of the hall to seek retribution against Lu Xuan. However, before he could make a move, a figure appeared outside the hall, blocking his path. The newcomer, clad in a crimson robe, exuded a beauty that surpassed that of any woman, with mesmerizing peach blossom eyes that held an irresistible allure. Qing Hu, do you intend to obstruct me? The Black Wind revered one's wrath erupted, facing the Qing Hu revered one without any pretense of courtesy. Lu Xuan vanquished his doppelganger. This grudge must not go unavenged. None could deter him. At this moment, the esteemed Qing Hu descended, and without uttering a word, the Black Wind sovereign discerned his purpose. However, in the face of the Black Wind sovereign's furious roar, the Qing Hu sovereign remained unperturbed, instead smilingly proclaiming, "It is not I who obstructs you, but the celestial lord who has sent me. Within the foreign realms, there exists but one individual worthy of the title celestial lord. That person is the true sovereign of the foreign domain, and even we, the sovereigns, dare not defy the celestial lord's commands." The Black Wind sovereign's raging fury dissipated at the mention of the celestial lord, as he respectfully inquired, "What are the celestial lord's instructions?" The Qing Hu sovereign revealed a black celestial token. The Black Wind sovereign hastily knelt before the token, awaiting the celestial lord's decree. The black token radiated a faint glow, and simultaneously, a deep and authoritative voice emanated from it. "Black Wind, for disobeying my command, you are sentenced to 100 years of house arrest." Upon hearing the voice from the celestial token, the Black Wind sovereign shuddered. In the foreign realms, without the celestial lord's command, sovereigns are forbidden from acting recklessly. This is one of the prohibitions of the foreign domain. Yet earlier, in his pursuit to slay Lu Xuan, he had dispatched his doppelganger, thus already breaching the celestial lord's edict. Should he now step out of the great hall to personally hunt Lu Xuan? It would be an open rebellion against the Celestial Lord. Though the Black Wind Sovereign stood as one of the pinnacle ancient sovereigns, he dared not defy the Celestial Lord's command. "Yes, I accept the decree," he replied, bowing his head, before turning back to the Great Hall. Seeing the Black Wind Sovereign comply, the Qinghu Sovereign tucked away the celestial token and approached with a smile, saying, "Black Wind, there is no need for discontent. The Celestial Lord has his reasons. He has instructed me to inform you that Lu Xuan must not be killed at this time. Not only must he not be slain, but we are also to provide him with the elixir of immortality, ensuring his safe return to the human race." "What? We shall not kill him, and instead bestow upon him the elixir of immortality?" The Black Wind Sovereign was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming that wretch has guarded the passage for 100,000 years, thwarting us for a century. Now that he is on the brink of death, why should we offer him the elixir of immortality? With it, he could live for another millennium. Would he not then obstruct us for another 1,000 years? He harbored thoughts of questioning the Celestial Lord's sanity, yet dared not voice such sentiments. Should these words reach the Celestial Lord's ears, the Black Wind Sovereign might well meet his demise. In this foreign realm, the Celestial Lord not only holds an unparalleled status, but also possesses an unmatched and terrifying power. Even we, the peak sovereigns, appear as mere ants before the Celestial Lord. It is worth recalling that 200,000 years ago, an ambitious ancient sovereign of a foreign race sought to challenge the Celestial Lord's authority. Without even the opportunity to strike, he was slain from afar by the Celestial Lord. At that time, the Black Wind Sovereign was merely at the threshold of the Emperor realm. To this day, the terror and horror of that battle linger in memory. Within this foreign realm, none could ascertain the origins of the Celestial Sovereign, yet all recognized that only the Celestial Sovereign held dominion over this land. To offend the Celestial Sovereign was to invite doom. Even the mightiest of beings could not offer protection. Although the Black Wind Sovereign harbored discontent regarding the Celestial Sovereign's decree, he dared not utter the Sovereign's name, confiding only in the Qinghu Sovereign. With a tinkling laugh, the Qinghu Sovereign lowered her voice and remarked, "Black Wind, perhaps you are unaware? The family to which Lu Xuan belongs is on the brink of annihilation. His pursuit of the elixir of immortality is driven by a desire to reclaim his vitality and rush back to the human realm to save his kin. For 100,000 years, Lu Xuan has steadfastly defended the human race. Yet now, his kin are treated in such a manner. What do you think he will do upon his return?" Though her voice was soft, it ignited a spark of realization in the Black Wind Sovereign's eyes. As a respected sovereign, he was far from a fool, and he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, If I were Lu Xuan, I would surely return with a vengeance. Oh, now I comprehend the Celestial Sovereign's intent. He wishes to harness Lu Xuan's strength to stir chaos among the human race. Indeed, after guarding for 100,000 years, Lu Xuan has caused considerable trouble for our kind. It is now time for him to return and bring about some turmoil among the humans. The Black Wind Sovereign's laughter echoed through the vast hall, filled with pride as he declared, "Of course. If Lu Xuan proves to be lacking in strength and meets his demise among the humans, it would be of his own making." Previously dissatisfied with the Celestial Sovereign's decision, the Black Wind Sovereign now beamed with delight. Sending Lu Xuan back to the human realm was undoubtedly the wisest choice. He envisioned the tumult that would ensue upon Lu Xuan's return. With his might, only the true embodiments of the human sovereigns could hope to restrain him. Thus, upon his return, Lu Xuan would undoubtedly wreak havoc, perhaps even slaying a few human emperors and obliterating several powerful imperial clans. In the end, this would summon the human sovereigns to take action and eliminate Lu Xuan, providing a sense of vindication for the Black Wind Sovereign. With this thought, the Black Wind Sovereign found himself eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama of Lu Xuan's return to the human realm. "Qinghu, is it not merely the elixir of immortality? I shall provide it. You shall deliver it to Lu Xuan and convey my message. Should he survive upon his return, I look forward to our next encounter." The Black Wind Sovereign produced the elixir, smiling with satisfaction. The Qinghu Sovereign was taken aback. She had not expected the Black Wind Sovereign to not only refrain from causing a scene, but also to voluntarily offer an elixir of immortality. This delighted her, and she beamed, "Rest assured, I shall convey your words." In the skies of the foreign realm, Lu Xuan refined the primordial essence of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire. After all, this is the essence of a great emperor, which cannot be completely refined in a short period of time. Lu Xuan remained calm, initially absorbing a portion of the emperor's essence. As he harnessed the power of the emperor's origin, the vital essence within him rapidly rejuvenated. Even the once fragmented imperial body began to radiate new vitality under the influence of the emperor's essence. In a mere moment, the decaying aura surrounding him vanished entirely. No trace of death lingered upon him. His strength had once again ascended to the pinnacle of the emperor realm, resembling a fearsome demonic deity, imposing in the skies above. The ancient foreign monarchs, witnessing Lu Xuan refine the emperor's essence and restore his vigor, trembled in fear. Some of the more timid ancient monarchs had already begun to flee, unwilling to remain and face certain demise. However, at that moment, the esteemed Qinghu Xuanzang approached from afar, clad in a crimson robe. The Qinghu Xuanzang descended gracefully from the void, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he landed before Lu Xuan. The instant the revered figure appeared, Lu Xuan sensed the formidable presence and might of this ancient master. Silently, he withdrew the emperor's essence he had yet to fully refine, his expression turning grave as he regarded the enchanting man before him, furrowing his brow and for the first time displaying a serious demeanor. A true master had arrived. With the arrival of this powerful being, even Lu Xuan dared not exhibit any carelessness. Although he had attained the utmost pinnacle of the emperor realm, reaching a level where countless emperors had faltered, he was ultimately not an emperor Zun. Should he engage in combat with an ancient foreign master of such terrifying strength, he held no chance of victory. Qinghu Xuanzang, have you come to obstruct me as well? Despite knowing he was no match for the Qinghu Xuanzang, Lu Xuan showed no signs of fear or retreat, his gaze resolute and infused with a fierce killing intent. Noticing the murderous glint in Lu Xuan's eyes, the Qinghu Xuanzang hastily donned a gentle smile, attempting to ease the tension. Lu Xuan, there is no need for such hostility. My visit this time bears only advantages for you. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that the esteemed Qinghu Xuanzang was not there to slay him. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he curiously inquired, if you do not seek to obstruct me, could it be that Qinghu Xuanzang has come to lend me a hand? Upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, the ancient emperors of the other races below were taken aback. What on earth? Has Lu Xuan lost his mind? Qinghu Xuanzang is one of our ancient sovereigns. How could he possibly come to assist him? The true form of Qinghu Xuanzang had descended, incomparable to the earlier incarnation of Haifeng Xuanzang. No matter how formidable Lu Xuan might be, he could never withstand the might of Qinghu Xuanzang. This madman was on the brink of destruction. The ancient emperors of other races even erupted in derisive laughter. Could it be that Lu Xuan has lost his senses? How could he possibly believe that the esteemed Qinghu would come to bestow warmth upon him? This is undoubtedly the greatest jest they have ever heard in their lives. Yet, before their words could fully escape their lips, they were met with a resounding slap to the face. Ha! Lu Xuan, you truly are a remarkable individual. I have come, under the divine command of the Celestial Lord, to present you with an elixir of immortality. With just this single proclamation from the esteemed Qinghu, the smiles on the faces of the ancient monarchs of foreign tribes froze in place. In an instant, the surrounding ancient monarchs were left utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Our revered Qinghu has descended, not to slay Lu Xuan, but to offer him warmth. Moreover, she has brought him the very elixir of immortality that he so desperately needs. It is imperative to note that Lu Xuan stands at the brink of his lifespan. Even if he were to refine the primordial essence of the ancient Fire Emperor, he could only extend his life by a mere century or so. After that brief span, he would inevitably meet his demise. No matter how formidable Lu Xuan might be, he can only endure for a short while longer. For those ancient beings who have been sealed for 100,000 years, this fleeting century is but a trivial wait. Yet here we are, with the esteemed Qinghu voluntarily offering an elixir of immortality and declaring it a gift from the Celestial Lord. Is this not madness? If Lu Xuan were to acquire the elixir of immortality, he would be able to extend his lifespan for countless millennia. Is the heavenly sovereign truly intent on having Lu Xuan continue to obstruct their alien race for another millennium? In that instant, the ancient emperors of the alien races were utterly stunned, feeling as though their minds were insufficient to comprehend the situation. Has the heavenly sovereign succumbed to madness? Or has the world itself gone awry? Particularly, the esteemed Qing Fox sovereign, who, as a revered figure from another realm, boldly approached Lu Xuan bearing the elixir of immortality. Seemingly unafraid of repercussions, not only were the ancient emperors of the alien races bewildered, but even Lu Xuan wore a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere jibe would manifest into reality. The Qing Fox sovereign had indeed come to offer him solace, and in the form of the very elixir he so desperately needed. Lu Xuan took a deep breath. his expression grave as he gazed at the radiant elixir of immortality held by the esteemed Qinghu. The elixir was undoubtedly authentic. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why the celestial sovereign from the foreign realm would bestow such a treasure upon the revered Qinghu to present to him. Although Lu Xuan has guarded for 100,000 years, he has had no interaction with the celestial sovereign from another realm. To be precise, given his current strength, he has yet to attain the qualification to engage with the sovereign. Although Lu Xuan is not a being of a foreign race, he is well aware of the enigmatic and formidable presence that the celestial sovereign embodies within the alien realms. It is no exaggeration to assert that the celestial sovereign reigns as the sovereign of these foreign lands, the true master of the entire domain. In contrast, Lu Xuan, at best, is merely a great emperor of the human race. The chasm that separates him, a being who is not even an imperial sovereign, from the celestial sovereign is indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. Though he remains uncertain as to why the celestial sovereign would bestow upon him the elixir of immortality, Lu Xuan, without a trace of hesitation, accepted the potion. The esteemed Qinghu believed that upon witnessing the elixir, Lu Xuan would be reluctant to claim it directly. Yet, his boldness in taking the elixir has compelled Qinghu to regard him with greater esteem. By the way, Lu Xuan, this elixir is not the one gifted to you by the celestial sovereign. This potion is presented to you by the Black Wind Sovereign. Furthermore, he instructed me to convey a message. Should you return to the human race and survive, he eagerly anticipates the opportunity to engage in a true battle with you. With this final statement, the Qinghu sovereign gracefully departed. Lu Xuan held the elixir of immortality in his hands, utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that this miraculous herb had been bestowed upon him by the Black Wind Sovereign. After all, he had just vanquished one of the sovereign's avatars. How could it possibly be that he would receive such a gift? Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, Lu Xuan accepted the elixir without hesitation. Whether it was a gift from the Black Wind Sovereign or from the Celestial Sovereign, he would not refuse it. In his current state, he was in dire need of the elixir of immortality. Lu Xuan had previously ventured into foreign realms in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. Now that he has obtained the coveted potion, he finds it unbecoming to continue his rampage in this place. Furthermore, he is acutely aware that the celestial sovereign of that other realm sent the esteemed Qinghu to personally deliver the elixir, which also carries an implicit warning. Lu Xuan was not an ungrateful individual. Having obtained the elixir of immortality, he naturally decided to withdraw. Observing Lu Xuan, who held the elixir in his hands, turning back towards the passage, the ancient sovereigns of the alien races below breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, some of them were drenched in cold sweat. My goodness, that was truly terrifying. If this god of slaughter had not departed, perhaps I would have been the next to meet my demise. After this encounter, I shall never dare to utter a word of criticism against this god of slaughter again. Thankfully, this madman has left. I was utterly frightened just moments ago. However, now that Lu Xuan possesses the elixir of immortality, will he adhere to his promise and continue to guard the abyss? If he were to be untrustworthy, would we not be subjected to his watch for millennia? We had thought this madman was destined for death, and that our alien race could once again break free from the abyss and step into the Sea of Realms. Unexpectedly, not only did he survive, but he also acquired the elixir. Alas, from now on, our alien race must continue to be sealed by this individual. Oh well, we have already waited for 100,000 years. We can endure another 10,000. Sooner or later, Lu Xuan will meet his downfall. I refuse to believe he can guard the abyss indefinitely. As Lu Xuan departed, the ancient sovereigns of the alien races grew increasingly concerned. They feared that after acquiring the elixir, Lu Xuan would remain to guard the passage of the abyss, obstructing their entry into the Sea of Realms. Fear not. Lu Xuan has left, and soon he will vacate the abyss. You all must prepare well. It will not be long before we can return to the Sea of Realms, breach the imperial gates, and vie for the territory of the human race. The voice of the esteemed Qing who resonated from the heavens, igniting immense excitement among the ancient sovereigns of the alien races. After 100,000 years, they finally had the opportunity to emerge from the passage and descend into the Sea of Realms. Lu Xuan exhibited no reaction to the affairs of foreign realms. In times past, had he been aware of these alien races preparing to assault the Boundary Sea, he would have undoubtedly made thorough preparations to withstand their formidable forces. However, at present, his sole desire is to swiftly refine the elixir of immortality, return to humanity, and rescue his kin. Yet, he is acutely aware that the path to returning to humanity is unlikely to be smooth. Linglong, what is the situation within the family? Lu Xian's voice resonated through the bloodline summoning array, reaching Lu Linglong's ears. Previously, she had already heard everything that transpired in the foreign realm through the bloodline summoning grand formation. And now she was utterly astonished by the might and invincibility of her esteemed ancestor. One person, wielding a single sword, challenged an entire alien race, slaying exalted beings and annihilating ancient emperors, and ultimately returned unscathed. Not only did he return unscathed, but he also personally obtained an elixir of immortality from the hands of a celestial being. Such feats are not achievable by just anyone. Upon hearing Lu Xian's voice again, Lu Linglong reined in her excitement and hastily replied, "Ancestor, the situation in our family is dire. In less than half an hour, dawn will break, and the Lin family's patriarch and their kin await us in the skies. They will not grant us the opportunity to leave the family, nor will they spare us any mercy." Hearing Lu Linglong's response, Lu Xian's expression darkened like stormy waters. He longed to return to the family at once, to shatter those Lin family scoundrels into countless pieces. However, being far removed from the depths of the abyss, a swift return was utterly impossible. If he were to wait until he could return, it would be too late. The family members might already be mourning. Powerless in this situation, Lu Xian felt a sense of helplessness. "Ancestor, our time is running short. You cannot return to the family immediately. Perhaps you could ponder this. When you departed from the family, did you leave behind any contingency measures? If so, we might be able to hold out for a few more days." Lu Linglong was well aware that the venerable ancestor Lu Xian was now beyond their reach. She had anticipated this predicament long ago and could only resort to prayer. When Lu Xian departed, he had left behind means of survival for the family. Otherwise, the Lu clan would still be unable to escape the calamity of annihilation. Lu Linglong's words instantly illuminated Lu Xian's eyes. When he departed from the Lu family, he had devised multiple strategies to safeguard the clan. However, as Lu Xian recounted each one, his disappointment deepened. It turned out that the three sword energies capable of slaying emperors were bequeathed by Lu Xian's ancestor. Alas, those three sword energies had long been expended after the ancestor left the family. I still recall your great-grandfather informing me that shortly after Lu Xian's ancestor exited the family, the imperial clan sought to cause us turmoil. Had it not been for the three sword energies left by Lu Xian's ancestor, our Lu family might have faced annihilation then and there. As the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan undoubtedly possessed the most knowledge. Furthermore, the heavenly severing talismans, the demon exorcising orders, and the divine dispersing incantations you mentioned had all been utilized long ago. They served our Lu family greatly, preserving us during critical moments. Moreover, our clan's protective formation, which was also refined by Lu Xian's ancestor, was regrettably breached 50,000 years ago, with even the imperial artifacts serving as the formation's core being seized. Now, the protective formation of our Lu family is merely a quasi-emperor level array, insufficient to withstand attacks from emperors. Upon hearing Lu Linglong disclose that the formidable means he had once left behind had all been exhausted, the fury in Lu Xian's gaze intensified. He had guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years. Throughout this millennium, there had been no incursions from alien races. Humanity had experienced a century of peace. Yet, the Lu family had suffered repeated tragedies of extermination. Were it not for the numerous life-preserving measures he had previously established, the Lu family would undoubtedly not have endured to this day. The eternal family, the indestructible lineage. You once promised me eternal peace for the Lu family. How dare you deceive me so brazenly? Lu Xian was consumed by a fiery rage, yearning to return to the human realm at once to demand an explanation. However, he was acutely aware that the most pressing matter at hand was how to address the crisis currently confronting the Lu family. As moments slipped away, Lu Xian, though absent from the Lu residence, understood that his time was running short. Once dawn broke and the ancestor of the Lin family descended, the Lu family would face utter annihilation. Linglong, does our Lu family still possess any imperial weapons? Lu Xian racked his brain, utterly unable to conceive of any further means to assist the Lu family. Imperial weapon? Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she hurriedly replied, "Our Lu family is left with nothing but the ancestral imperial weapon. However, without the prowess of a great emperor, it cannot be wielded. Currently, the strongest among us is my father, who has only reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Thus, our family lacks anyone capable of harnessing the ancestral imperial weapon." Lu Xian sighed helplessly. When he departed, the Lu family boasted 10 revered emperors. Yet now, the family had fallen into such decline that not a single emperor remained. Hearing the helplessness and sighs in Lu Xian's voice, and even a hint of reproach, Lu Linglong hurriedly explained, Ancestor. You may not know that it is not due to the lack of effort from our Lu family's elders. The truth is, since your departure, no one has been able to cultivate the Tai Su sword classic to the imperial level. Following numerous calamities, many of the older generation of emperors perished, and the subsequent imperial techniques of the Tai Su sword classic have become lost to us. My father and his peers are indeed individuals of exceptional talent, but without the continuation of the imperial techniques, they too are unable to ascend to the rank of emperor. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's explanation, Lu Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled. Linglong, what did you just say? Are you saying that they are unable to attain the status of emperor due to the absence of the imperial techniques from the Tai Su sword classic? Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with realization as she grasped the intent of the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, Indeed, Ancestor. You could impart the imperial cultivation methods of the Tai Su sword classic to me, and I shall relay them to my father. Perhaps this could enable him to ascend to the realm of the emperor. Lu Tianyuan, having reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, has been ensnared for a millennium. With his cultivation having long ascended to this zenith, yet unable to progress further. However, due to the absence of the imperial-level cultivation method from the Tai Su sword classic, he finds himself trapped at the quasi-emperor summit. Should he acquire the imperial cultivation techniques from the Tai Su sword classic, with Lu Tianyuan's formidable strength and comprehension, it is entirely plausible that he could directly step into the realm of the Great Emperor. Yet, Lu Xian does not share such optimism. Presently, there remains less than a quarter of an hour until dawn. Even if Lu Tianyuan possesses exceptional insight, it is utterly impossible for him to ascend to the Great Emperor realm in such a brief span. Time is running out. Even if he were to obtain the subsequent techniques, it would be far too late. The time allotted by the Lin family is simply insufficient for your father to achieve a breakthrough into the Great Emperor realm. Lu Xian sighed and furrowed his brows. However, his eyes soon sparkled with realization, and he hurriedly exclaimed, there is another method. I can bestow upon you a trace of the Emperor's aura. With my Emperor's essence, you will be able to temporarily activate the ancestral imperial weapon of the Lu clan on your own. Lu Linglong had previously conceived of this method, yet she could not express it openly. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, and possessing too much knowledge could prove detrimental. There was also the possibility of arousing suspicion from the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian. However, upon hearing ancestor Lu Xian articulated himself, Lu Linglong could not contain her excitement and implored, I beseech you, ancestor, to assist me. Finally, with a solution in mind, Lu Xian beamed with joy. The heavy burden that had weighed upon his heart finally lifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he transmitted his imperial aura through the bloodline summoning array into Lu Linglong's being. He then guided her on how to harness this fragment of imperial essence to activate the clan's revered imperial weapon. Once Lu Linglong comprehended the instructions, Lu Xian sighed in relief and smiled, saying, Linglong, the next steps are in your hands. As long as you can awaken our clan's imperial weapon in protective formation, even the mighty Lin family emperor will find it challenging to contend with you. In the celestial realm, the venerable ancestor of the Lin family once again opened his eyes. Gazing at the gradually brightening horizon, he revealed a hint of derisive laughter. How utterly mundane. The so-called Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago has likely long perished. The ancestor of the Lin family slowly rose. Turning to face the family patriarch and the multitude of Lin warriors behind him, his voice dripping with malevolence as he proclaimed, Let us proceed to annihilate the Lu family. The Lin family patriarch took the lead, his formidable presence, akin to that of an emperor at the pinnacle of power, enveloping the entire Lu family in a shroud of terror. In the grand hall of the Lu family, countless clan members cast terrified glances towards the ominous sky, where the formidable army of the Lin family loomed. The Lin family's ancestral patriarch, in pursuit of the Lu family's treasured Taishu sword classic and the clan's imperial weapon, had spared no expense. Not only had this peak emperor-level ancestor personally descended, but he was also accompanied by the formidable Lin family patriarch, who stood at the brink of ascension to emperor. Behind them surged a dark tide of thousands of Lin family warriors, each possessing strength surpassing the minor saint realm. Lu family, the time has come. Have you made your decision? The voice of the Lin family patriarch echoed throughout the Lu family estate, sending shivers of dread through every soul present. Within the hall, the gaze of the Lu family members turned pleadingly towards their leader, Lu Tianyuan. In this dire moment, Lu Tianyuan stood as their unwavering pillar of strength. Lu Tianyuan cast a glance at Lu Linglong, who still appeared to be communicating with Ancestor Lu Xuan. A hint of anxiety evident in his gaze. Sigh. Elders, please remain here to safeguard Ling Long and the clan leader while I attend to the Lin family. Lu Tianyu sighed. Resolutely stepping out of the Lu family hall. Ancestor of the Lin family, might you grant us a little more time for consideration? Lu Tianyuan lowered his posture. His voice laced with a hint of desperation. Although he was uncertain of Lu Linglong's chances of success, his current objective was merely to buy time. Are you hoping that your ancestor, Lu Xian, will return after 100,000 years to rescue you? Haha. Lu Tianyuan. I am at a loss whether to label you as foolish or to conclude that the members of your Lu family have truly lost their senses. After such a long span of 100,000 years, your ancestor has likely long since turned to dust. If he could return to save you, I would dare to twist my head off and offer it as a seat for him. The patriarch of the Lin family burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with derision and mockery, impatiently stating that they were all intelligent individuals and should speak frankly. Hand over your Lu family's Taishu sword classic and the clan's imperial weapon. All members of your Lu family above the age of 8 must commit suicide before me. Perhaps I might consider sparing a remnant of your bloodline. From the very outset, the patriarch of the Lin family was venomous, presenting demands that were utterly impossible to fulfill. Nevertheless, even though these conditions were clearly traps, Lu Tianyuan found himself compelled to deliberate carefully. He asked in a deep voice, Patriarch of the Lin family, I am willing to give you our Taishu sword classic and the clan's imperial weapon. I could even take my own life as the clan leader. But how can you assure us that after my demise, a fragment of our Lu family's lineage will be preserved? Oh, what do you propose? The Lin family patriarch. Looking down with disdain, taunted, Lu Tianyuan, do you believe you possess the right to negotiate with me? Do you wish for me to vow an oath of sincerity? How utterly laughable. Just look at your family's current predicament. At my command, every last one of you shall perish. As for the Taishu sword classic and the imperial weapon, once I have annihilated you, I shall personally retrieve them. Seeing that the patriarch of the Lin family was offering no chance of survival to the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan sighed, his pale face revealing his despair. Alas, it seems that my Lu family cannot escape this calamity this time around. The patriarch of the Lin family then descended from the sky, standing before Lu Tianyuan with a triumphant expression. Lu Tianyuan, do you recall how you rejected my request to borrow the Taishu sword classic? At that time, your family expelled me, the patriarch of the Lin family. Who would have thought I would return? Do you remember the words I spoke as I departed from your home? Today, allow me the honor of sending you, the patriarch of the Lu family, on your final journey. As he spoke, spiritual energy erupted from the patriarch of the Lin family, and a colossal avatar, towering 100 feet, appeared behind him. It was a formidable being with 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a different powerful imperial weapon. Upon its emergence, it charged toward Lu Tianyuan. Upon witnessing this 3-headed, 6-armed avatar, Lu Tianyuan's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock, that is the ancient sea god avatar and the clan's imperial weapon of the Li family. How shameless of you, Lin family. A century ago, you annihilated the Li family and seized their imperial techniques and clan weapons. The Li family, once a formidable imperial clan, is said to be descended from the sea god. At the height of their power, they produced several quasi-emperors who wielded mastery over the ocean's forces, and their 3-headed, 6-armed divine manifestation once suppressed the world. However, the Li family later experienced a sudden decline. A century ago, the Lin family launched an attack on the Li family under the pretext of unfounded accusations, annihilating the entire lineage. Today, the 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation of the Li family, along with 6 ancestral imperial weapons, has all appeared in the possession of the Lin family's patriarch. A fact even the most Na'vi would discern. Ha! Lu Tianyuan, it seems you possess some discernment. I shall not hesitate to inform you that when I personally visited the Li family, their patriarch was as ungrateful as you. You are aware of the Li family's fate, are you not? Rest assured, once I obliterate your Lu family, I will select true geniuses from my Lin family to inherit your Lu family's Taishu sword cannon and ancestral imperial weapons. In this way, even if the Lu family is extinguished, the legacy of your techniques shall not be severed. Hee. Would you not consider me a benefactor to your clan for this? The Lin family patriarch laughed shamelessly as the 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation commanded the 6 ancestral imperial weapons to launch a frenzied assault. Although both stood at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, Lu Tianyuan found himself without imperial weapons to wield. The imperial weapons passed down through the Lu family had long since deteriorated or been lost. Now, The only remaining imperial weapons belonged to the ancestral lineage, yet they could not be commanded without the cultivation of an emperor. Thus, in the face of the onslaught from the three-headed, six-armed manifestation and the six imperial weapons, Lu Tianyuan could only summon his quasi-imperial weapon to counter the assault. As he channeled his energy, a towering manifestation of the Taishu sword god emerged behind him, wielding a divine sword to clash with the three-headed, six-armed being. The confrontation between these two pinnacle quasi-emperors unleashed a terrifying aura. Were it not for the protective formations surrounding the Lu family, the sheer force of their clash alone could have obliterated the Lu family. The members of the Lu family within the hall anxiously observed the battle outside. The 8 elders were equally tense, each clenching their fists. Although they too were quasi-emperors, their strength paled in comparison to the battling patriarchs, and it was evident that their leader was gradually falling behind. Despite both being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, the Lin Patriarch commanded 6 ancestral imperial weapons, while Lu Tianyuan wielded only a quasi-imperial weapon, which could not withstand the onslaught for long. With a resounding crash, the onlookers witnessed Lu Tianyuan's Taishu sword god manifestation being sent flying by the three-headed, six-armed being. The 6 ancestral imperial weapons, akin to shooting stars, rained down upon him. In just one round of attack, they nearly shattered Lu Tianyuan's manifestation. Even Lu Tianyuan himself was struck, landing on the ground in disarray, blood spewing from his wounds. The patriarch had been defeated. The members of the Lu family were engulfed in profound despondency. Nevertheless, the patriarch of the Lin family showed no inclination to relent. Haha, Lu Tianyuan, I must admit, you are one of the most formidable opponents I have ever encountered. Were it not for the assistance of these clan-protecting imperial weapons, I might not have stood a chance against you. Yet, what does it matter? Ultimately, you have fallen at my hands. When you expelled me from the Lu family, did you ever foresee that one day you would find yourself beneath my heel? The Lin Patriarch's laughter resonated as he advanced towards the prostrate Lu Tianyuan, his clan's imperial weapon poised menacingly to strike. Beware. The Patriarch is in peril. The elder of the Lu family, witnessing the unfolding scene, disregarded all caution and dashed forth. In his grasp, the quasi-imperial weapon transformed into a radiant beam, hurtling swiftly to shield Lu Tianyuan. With a resounding crash, the quasi-imperial weapon was violently repelled. The elder of the Lu family had already arrived before Lu Tianyuan, using his own body to shield him from the lethal assault of the Lin family patriarch. Bang! The elder of the Lu family was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He had shielded Lu Tianyuan from a fatal strike, and although he was injured, it was worth it. In a brief span of time, the most formidable patriarch and elder of the Lu family were gravely wounded, leaving the clan members in the grand hall in a state of despair. With a whoosh, the remaining elders rushed out, positioning themselves as a protective barrier before Lu Tianyuan and the elder. How intriguing. Truly intriguing. Since you Lu family members are unafraid of death, I, the patriarch, shall not hesitate to personally escort you on your journey. The patriarch of the Lin family roared with laughter, his three-headed, six-armed manifestation conjured, unleashing 6 imperial weapons upon the elders. These elders of the Lu family were merely at the initial stage of the quasi-emperor realm, and under the onslaught of the Lin patriarch, they could only withstand for a moment before being sent flying. Outside the grand hall, the patriarch of the Lu family and the 8 elders lay on the ground, their faces pale. Witnessing this scene, the Lu family members were stricken with dread, some children already beginning to cry. The Lu family was doomed. Mother, are we all going to die? Within the hall, the wailing transformed into a sea of sorrow, engulfing the entire space in despair. Outside, countless members of the Lu family sobbed softly, knowing that their fate was sealed, just as everyone believed their demise was inevitable. Lu Linglong, who had received a trace of imperial aura from Ancestor Lu Xuan, suddenly opened her eyes. She stepped outside the hall, and, upon seeing her father and the 8 elders lying on the ground, a fierce killing intent radiated from her gaze. Her icy eyes locked onto the Lin patriarch as she spoke in a voice as frigid as frost. It was you who harmed my father? A girl of merely 11 or 12 years had intruded into such a dire situation and dared to confront a peak quasi-emperor. Even the Lin patriarch was momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of astonishment, he erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. The Lu family truly has potential. A group of adults cowering inside while a little girl stands forth. What a spectacle. The Lin patriarch mocked openly, dismissing the young girl entirely. What could a girl of 11 or 12, even if she had begun cultivating from birth, possibly achieve? A glance at her revealed that she had only just begun her training at 12 years of age. Such talent was utterly worthless. After his derisive remarks, the Lin patriarch glared at the young girl with a sneer. Little girl, since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. But do not fret. I won't let you die alone. Once you are gone, I shall ensure that all these people accompany you. Do you know? I have always cherished the saying that a family must be united. In the moment the words fell, the patriarch of the Lin family casually waved his hand and struck towards Lu Linglong. He was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Even the elders of the Lu family at the early quasi-emperor stage could hardly withstand such a blow, let alone the fledgling Lu Linglong. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tianyuan's eyes reddened with urgency as he shouted hoarsely, Linglong. The 8 elders struggled to crawl forward in a desperate attempt to save Lu Linglong. However, their injuries were too severe for them to move, leaving them to watch helplessly as tragedy unfolded. As the patriarch of the Lin family's hand descended towards Lu Linglong, Lu Tianyuan was already in tears. The esteemed patriarch of the Lu family, a powerful man at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, was reduced to a weeping figure in that moment. Yet, just when everyone believed Lu Linglong was doomed, no one noticed the glimmer of cunning in the girl's eyes. Ancestor, save me. In this life and death moment, Lu Linglong suddenly cried out. Alas, this girl truly is a troublemaker. Lu Xuan, at the end of the sky, sighed helplessly. Through the connection of the bloodline summoning array, he could perceive everything around Lu Linglong. Although he was filled with rage upon hearing that the Lu family members were harmed by the Lin patriarch, wishing to transcend time and space to annihilate those Lin scoundrels. Such an act was utterly impossible. Even as a peak emperor, he could not erase these Lin family members from existence across such vast distances. However, what he never anticipated was that Lu Linglong would dare to charge forward herself. Sensing the attack from the Lin family ancestor approaching, Lu Xuan, although unable to appear in his true form, could still harness a trace of imperial aura through the bloodline summoning array. Seeking death, the voice of Lu Xuan reverberated through the bloodline summoning array, emanating from within Lu Linglong. Simultaneously, the terrifying aura of the Great Emperor transformed into a sharp sword, instantly cleaving towards the patriarch of the Lin family. The patriarch had initially believed that personally striking down a mere 12-year-old girl would be a trivial task, completely unprepared for such an unforeseen turn of events, especially when Lu Xuan's voice, imbued with the dread of imperial authority, accompanied the sword strike. The Lin family patriarch was left utterly stunned. Good heavens, this is an emperor. The Lin patriarch was taken aback. Lacking the time to ponder how this 12-year-old girl could unleash an attack of such imperial caliber, he hastily summoned the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar to defend against the impending onslaught. Boom! The avatar was struck, nearly shattered by the sword's energy, and the 6 imperial weapons, held within its grasp, were sent flying, crashing to the ground. The patriarch, along with the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar, was flung back hundreds of feet, landing in a disheveled heap, blood gushing from his mouth. In that moment, all his prior arrogance and bravado dissipated, leaving only terror and disbelief in his eyes. The sword energy of the Great Emperor was too formidable. Had it not been for the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar and the 6 imperial weapons aiding him in fending off the attack, he would undoubtedly have been slain by that very sword energy. Yet, how could a mere girl in her teens possibly wield the might of an emperor? No. It must be that the Lu family harbored an emperor, just as the Lin patriarch grasped the gravity of the situation. The ancestral figure of the Lin family in the sky also underwent a drastic change in countenance. The moment Lu Xuan's voice erupted, he sensed that within the Lu girl lay the presence of an emperor. Hiss. The Lin ancestor inhaled sharply, instantaneously recalling the name of the Great Emperor Lu Xuan. Could it be that they had truly summoned the Great Emperor Lu Xuan? Previously, when he heard that the Lu family dared to attempt to summon the Great Emperor from 100,000 years ago, he found it laughable. Although he and Lu Xuan were not of the same era, he had heard that Lu Xuan had been forced to leave the human realm. Setting aside whether those immortal clans and eternal lineages would permit his survival, even if he entered the abyss, a solitary Lu Xuan would never withstand the onslaught of countless foreign tribes. Thus, nearly everyone believed Lu Xuan to be long deceased. Moreover, how could an emperor from 100,000 years ago possibly live for such a span, unless he possessed the elixir of immortality? In an instant, the Lin ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. This is not good. He immediately sprang into action, intending to retrieve the Lin patriarch below. However, before his hand could descend, he beheld beams of golden light shooting skyward, enveloping the entirety of the Lu family. This was the protective clan formation. A flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of the Lin family's ancestral patriarch. He recalled that the protective formation of the Lu family was merely at the quasi-emperor level. Yet, why did the protective formation before him manifest as an emperor-level formation? Moreover, it was one of the most formidable emperor-level formations. Even his pinnacle emperor-level assault was completely thwarted by the protective formation in front of him. The protective array of the Lu family was activated, not only isolating his attacks but also trapping the patriarch of the Lin family within its confines. Most crucially, the Lin family patriarch was gravely wounded. Now, confined within the protective array, he resembled a piece of meat on a chopping block, left to await the Lu family's slaughter. The Lin family elder's expression darkened considerably as he furiously exclaimed, "Lu family, cease your charades. I advise you to deactivate the protective array. If you force my hand, none of you shall escape unscathed." Yet, his threats fell on deaf ears. Lu Linglong playfully stuck out her tongue at him and provocatively said, "Then come in, old man. Do you truly believe we are foolish? If you open the protective family array, will you truly spare us?" The elder of the Lin family could hardly fathom that one day he would be rendered speechless by a mere girl in her teens. Boom. Enraged, he unleashed a formidable attack of imperial level, directed at the protective family array. However, his cataclysmic strike met with utter resilience, as the Lu family's protective array remained unyielding. At that moment, a voice emerged from within Lu Linglong, declaring, "Do not waste your efforts. Is this array something you can breach? Lin family brat, dare to strike my Lu family and await your annihilation." Earlier, when Lu Xuan had made his move, he had spoken as well, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of the attack, hence few had caught his words. Now, however, he had articulated so much, and the voice resonated from within Lu Linglong, making it evident to even the dimmest among them that something was amiss, particularly for the members of the Lu family. Upon hearing that commanding voice emanating from Lu Linglong, they were left utterly astonished, as if turned to stone. "Ancestor! It is Ancestor Lu Xuan. This girl Linglong has truly found Ancestor Lu Xuan." It turned out that it was Ancestor Lu Xuan who had struck earlier, injuring the head of the Lin family. "I knew it. This girl Linglong, with cultivation even beneath mine, how could she possibly injure the head of the Lin family? Oh, Ancestor, you are indeed alive. You have not forgotten us. The Lu family is saved." In an instant, all members of the Lu family were swept up in excitement, dancing with joy. Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders looked in astonishment at Lu Linglong. Previously, when Lu Linglong claimed she had contacted Ancestor Lu Xuan, they had believed her, yet remained skeptical as they could not communicate with him themselves. But now, they had personally heard Ancestor Lu Xuan's voice. At that moment, they were finally convinced that Lu Linglong had indeed found Ancestor Lu Xuan. Truly, it was Ancestor Lu Xuan. Oh, the heavens have blessed us. Lu Tianyuan was overwhelmed with joy, and the 8 elders were all beaming with delight. The venerable Ancestor Lu Xuan still draws breath. The Lu family has also produced an emperor. Moreover, Ancestor Lu Xuan possesses the terrifying and formidable power to injure the patriarch of the Lin family across the bounds of time and space. Linglong, is this protective clan formation also a manifestation of the Ancestor's prowess? Lu Tianyuan struggled to rise to his feet, laboriously making his way to Lu Linglong's side. His eyes filled with excitement as they gazed upon the protective formation enveloping the entire Lu family. He was intimately familiar with this protective formation, which had long since faded into a quasi-emperor level array, yet now it had ascended to the rank of an emperor-level formation, who, apart from the esteemed Ancestor Lu Xuan, possessed such remarkable capabilities. However, to his astonishment, Lu Linglong shook her head and proudly declared, "It is not Ancestor Lu Xuan. It is I." Lu Tianyuan was utterly confounded. How could his daughter's cultivation possibly elevate the family array to the imperial level? Yet, he understood that this was not the moment for such inquiries. He turned to Lu Linglong and gave her a knowing wink. Lu Linglong chuckled softly, aware of his unspoken question. With a smile, she replied, "Father, do not hesitate to speak your mind. Even the ancestors can hear us." Lu Tianyuan offered an awkward smile, hastily bowing towards Lu Linglong to pay his respects. However, before he could bend down, Lu Linglong stepped aside. "Father, even if you wish to pay your respects, our ancestor cannot see you. If you have something to convey, simply speak your mind. Our ancestor will surely understand your intentions." Lu Linglong smiled and remarked, "At the edge of the heavens." When he learned that Lu Tianyuan intended to bow to his own daughter in order to pay his respects, Lu Xuan couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "My dear girl, it seems your father is quite an amusing character." Hearing her ancestors teasing about her father, Lu Linglong dared not interject, only managing a soft giggle as she replied, "That is simply due to his genuine respect for you, Ancestor." At the precipice of the heavens, Lu Xuan, still chuckling, continued, "He ought to respect me. After all, I am the venerable ancestor of the Lu family. Only you, my dear girl, show me no respect whatsoever." Lu Linglong playfully stuck out her tongue and shifted the topic, asking, "Ancestor, how long can your formation hold them off?" Lu Xuan, confident in his own formation, boasted, "As long as the emperor does not intervene, those worthless emperors of the Lin family will never breach my formation in this lifetime." Initially, he regarded this formation merely as a temporary measure. However, upon hearing about its formidable power, Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with delight. She gazed at Lu Tianyuan, smiling as she said, "I know what father wishes to inquire. The ancestor has already stated that his formation cannot be broken by those feudal emperors of the Lin family. Even if they were granted an eternity, they would never succeed in dismantling the ancestor's formation." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders behind him were filled with astonishment. The Lin family loomed over them like a colossal mountain. Now, with Lu Xian's formation in place, as long as the Lin family could not breach it, the entire Lu family would remain unharmed. Whether the Lin family would continue to linger outside was a matter they need not concern themselves with for the time being. Furthermore, they were aware that Lu Xian had already acquired the elixir of immortality. Once the ancestor refines it, not only will he reclaim his former glory, but he may also extend his life for millennia. All they needed to do was patiently await the ancestor's return. Once he returns, the Lu family would no longer have to worry about the Lin family. "Very well. With the ancestor's assurance, we can rest easy," Lu Tianyuan exclaimed with fervor. "Linglong, please convey to our ancestor that every member of the Lu family eagerly welcomes his return." Before Lu Linglong could relay the message, Lu Xian's voice rang out once more. "Enough of the idle chatter. Instead of wasting time, you should hasten to your cultivation. When I return, if you, as the clan leader, have not ascended to the status of an emperor, I shall not hesitate to strip you of your skin." Upon hearing his ancestor's reprimand, Lu Tianyuan felt no sorrow. Rather, he was overwhelmed with excitement and hastily knelt on the ground, trembling with respect as he declared, "Rest assured, esteemed ancestor, your unworthy descendant Lu Tianyuan will strive diligently. I would never dream of disappointing you." "Very well. Focus solely on your cultivation and await my return," Lu Xian continued. "As for the supreme techniques of the Taishu sword cannon, I have already imparted them to the young girl. Should you encounter any difficulties during your practice, feel free to seek her guidance. If time permits, I shall provide you with further instruction." At the edge of the abyss, Lu Xian expressed his impatience. He was genuinely frustrated with the current generation of the Lu family. After 100,000 years, they had yet to produce a single emperor. It was a tremendous embarrassment for him, Lu Xian. Without the subsequent techniques of the Taishu sword cannon, could these inept individuals not be inspired to innovate on their own? Lu Xian had never adhered strictly to the recorded methods of cultivation. Regardless of how formidable a technique might be, it ultimately stemmed from the creativity of predecessors. Even if mastered to perfection, it would merely amount to the acquisition of borrowed wisdom. Thus, he had always cultivated based on the Taishu sword cannon, integrating and innovating to forge his own unique techniques. This was precisely why Lu Xian had risen to become the most powerful emperor, reigning supreme throughout the ages. Outside the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan, who had just been reprimanded by Lu Xian, wore a broad smile that belied any hint of dismay. After all, this was their venerable ancestor, the most formidable emperor from 100,000 years ago. To receive a direct admonition from such an esteemed figure was an unparalleled honor. However, when Lu Tianyuan's gaze fell upon the heavily injured head of the Lin family, his expression darkened ominously. For the Lu family, this individual was not merely an arch-nemesis, but a perilous liability. Noticing Lu Tianyuan's intense glare, the 8 elder members approached, their eyes coldly fixed on the fallen Lin family leader. Moments ago, the Lin family head had exuded arrogance and disdain. Now, he was gripped by fear. He had realized that the Lu family's protective array was impenetrable, even to his own ancestor. He felt akin to a sheep ensnared in a den of wolves, with his life hanging precariously in the balance. "Lu Tianyuan, you cannot kill me. My ancestor is just outside. If you dare harm a single hair on my head, my ancestor will surely seek vengeance," the Lin family leader exclaimed, his voice sharp and commanding. He understood that invoking his ancestor would deter the Lu family from taking action against him. Indeed, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders hesitated. Although they yearned to eliminate the Lin family leader, the precarious situation of the Lu family made them reconsider. Realizing that killing the Lin family head was not the wisest course of action, perhaps we should capture him instead. After all, he is the Lin family leader. Having him in our custody would certainly make the Lin family wary, proposed one elder. Although we now have Lu Xuan as our ancestor, no one can predict when he will return. Capturing the Lin family leader would provide us with an additional safeguard for our survival. Indeed, I concur. Let us first take him captive. However, we must seal his cultivation to prevent any potential trouble, another elder added. All the elders, apprehensive about Lu Xuan's delayed return, unanimously agreed to detain the Lin family leader as a bargaining chip. Lu Yuan also understood that this was currently the most effective solution. Very well, then. Let us seal his cultivation. With the Grand Elder and the Second Elder here, you shall oversee this personally. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the discussion between Lu Yuan and the 8 esteemed elders, the head of the Lin family burst into a hearty laugh, proclaiming, I told you. You cannot kill me. You wouldn't dare. What is this? Have you come to realize it now? I advise you to cease your struggles and release me. Perhaps I shall show mercy and leave a path for your Lu family. Despite having become a prisoner, the head of the Lin family remained exceedingly arrogant. His hubris was intolerable to many members of the Lu clan, yet they understood that the decision of their patriarch and the 8 elders was for their benefit. However, no one anticipated that at this moment, Lu Xuan's voice would resound once more. What gives you the confidence to believe that my Lu family would not dare to kill you? The instant Lu Xuan's words fell, the imperial sword energy erupted once again from Lu Linglong's being. No. The head of the Lin family gazed in horror at the terrifying imperial sword energy, which engulfed him entirely. With a resounding crash, the quasi-emperor level head of the Lin family was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. This scene unfolded with startling abruptness. No one expected that the ancestral figure Lu Xuan would take direct action, slaying the head of the Lin family with a single stroke. As they witnessed the Lin family patriarch transformed into a cloud of blood mist, all were left in a state of shocked disbelief. The first to regain composure was the Lin family's ancestral elder, isolated beyond the protective clan array. Upon witnessing the slaying of the Lin family patriarch, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, rendering him unsteady. No. How dare you, Lu family? How dare you? The Lin family elder roared to the heavens, his eyes ablaze with rage, unleashing a myriad of powerful imperial attacks upon the protective clan array before him. He longed to tear through the array and rend the Lu family members within to pieces, scattering their ashes. Yet, his assaults upon the protective array stirred not even a ripple. The imperial-level formation personally left by Lu Xuan is beyond his capability to dismantle. As he realized the futility of breaking through the Lu clan's protective formation alone, the patriarch of the Lin family, with bloodshot eyes, gazed towards the horizon and bellowed, Elders of the 3 clans, if you do not intervene now, when will you? With the echo of the Lin patriarch's voice, the sky above the Lu clan suddenly split open, revealing 3 towering figures emerging from within. Hiss. 3 emperors. Upon witnessing these 3 majestic emperors descending from the heavens, Lu Yuan's countenance darkened ominously. Ah, the Lin family truly holds us in high regard, mobilizing a total of 4 emperors for our sake. 4 emperors, including the pinnacle emperor, the patriarch of the Lin family. Not to mention annihilating a declining imperial clan like the Lu family. Even confronting the top 100 imperial clans would pose no significant challenge. As the 3 Lin family emperors descended, they sighed and joined forces with the Lin patriarch to breach the Lu clan's protective formation. However, despite their relentless assaults and the invocation of their most formidable techniques, they struggled to even slightly disturb the protective formation before them. It was only at this moment that the Lin patriarch began to believe that, given their strength, it truly seemed impossible to breach the formation. Cursed be it. I never expected that Lu Xuan, this ancient monster from 100,000 years ago, would still be alive. Merely a formation he left behind has rendered us helpless. Elders, do you have any solutions? The Lin patriarch seethed with fury, yet confronted with the protective formation, he felt utterly powerless, having to place his hopes on the other 3. However, even the strongest Lin patriarch found the formation insurmountable, and naturally, the 3 Lin elders were equally at a loss. Patriarch, as it stands, we can only wait. One elder, well-versed in formations, slowly articulated. I observed earlier that while the Lin clan's protective formation is formidable, it seems to possess certain flaws, specifically the absence of an emperor to oversee it. If we bide our time an opportunity will surely arise to breach their protective formation. He continued. If the patriarch could summon an emperor to assist, it should indeed be possible to dismantle this formation, no matter how powerful Lu Xuan is. This formation he left behind is merely an imperial-level formation. Once an emperor intervenes, it can undoubtedly be dismantled with ease. An emperor, after all, transcends the status of an ordinary emperor. Within the human realm, only the longevity clans and the immortal lineages possess such emperors. Even the 10 great imperial clans do not publicly display any emperors, let alone the humble Lin family. Although the Lin family has rapidly risen in recent years and seems poised to replace the 10 great imperial clans, they are acutely aware that the 10 great clans have established their standing not merely due to the number of their powerful emperors, but because of their profound heritage. The Lin patriarch has long suspected that the 10 great clans may indeed harbor hidden emperors, or even semi-emperors, the so-called semi-emperor, also referred to as a half-step emperor or quasi-emperor. The esteemed Emperor Lu Xuan of the Lu family possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate the Lu family's formations across the void, a feat so formidable that even 4 great emperors united could find themselves at a loss. Thus, it is highly probable that Lu Xuan's strength currently resides at the threshold of a half-emperor or perhaps even a quasi-emperor. The Lin family's animosity towards the Lu family, although ostensibly aimed at the Lu family's supreme void sword cannon and their ancestral imperial weapon, conceals a deeper truth known only to the Lin family's ancestral patriarch. The timing sword classic of the Lu family has long since lost its imperial-level cultivation methods, rendering it unworthy of their regard. As for the Lu family's ancestral imperial weapon, although formidable, it is not indispensable. Over the years, the imperial clans that have been annihilated by them possess value that surpasses that of the Lu family. The Lin family's fervent efforts to target the Lu family are, in truth, orchestrated by unseen hands. Naturally, such matters cannot be brought to light. Thus, while the Lin family's ancestor is aware of the imperial presence behind the scenes, he also recognizes that this imperial figure would never intervene personally. Contemplating this, the Lin family's ancestor sighed in resignation and shook his head, saying, "Have you lost your mind? If my Lin family had an imperial presence, we would have supplanted the 10 great imperial clans long ago and easily subdued a mere Lu family." The elder of the Lin family, receiving a fierce glare, immediately fell silent, fully aware that the relationships behind the Lin family are not yet fit for exposure. It seems that waiting is the only option. I refuse to believe that this formation can endure indefinitely. Dispatch the order. From today onward, we shall attack in 3 waves, ceaselessly. Regardless of whether we can breach the protective formation of the clan, we must not afford the Lu family a moment's respite to recuperate. With a decisive command from the Lin family's ancestor, 3 venerable emperors led their respective kin into a relentless assault. As for the Lin family's ancestor, after a period of waiting and realizing that breaching the Lu family's protective formation was temporarily unattainable, he turned to leave. The Lin family's ancestor did not return to the Lin family, but instead headed towards other imperial clans. "You 3 elders, maintain your positions. I shall seek additional assistance," he declared. "I refuse to believe that a mere formation can withstand for long." As the Lin family's ancestor set forth to visit various imperial clans, seeking to enlist more emperors to aid in dismantling the protective formation and flattening the Lu family, the 3 remaining elders exchanged glances and sighed in unison. They then continued to orchestrate the relentless assault of their kin upon the formation, day and night. As the 3 formidable Lin family emperors appeared in the sky, the members of the Lu family were initially struck with panic and dismay. With the 4 emperors joining forces, they feared that their protective family array would soon falter. However, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Heaven be praised. The 4 Lin family emperors found themselves utterly powerless against our protective formation. At last, it seems we are truly spared from death. Oh, how fortunate we are. The venerable ancestor Lu Xuan proves to be the mightiest of our clan. With just a singular formation, he can withstand the might of 4 emperors. One can scarcely fathom the depths of his power. Ha ha ha. Lin family, prepare yourselves. When our ancestor returns, it will be the end of your lineage. I shall lead the charge, and I will not hesitate to desecrate your ancestral graves. The members of the Lu family were elated, emerging from the grand hall to hurl various taunts and insults at the Lin family above. The 3 esteemed emperors of the Lin family, witnessing such audacity from the Lu clan, were incensed to the point of near apoplexy. How outrageous. These Lu family members truly deserve their fate. Once we breach this protective formation, they will understand what it means to suffer. In all my years, I have never encountered such brazen individuals. A swarm of insignificant insects dares to raise their middle fingers at me. If it were not for this formation, I would have torn them to shreds, teaching them the cost of such insolence. Two of the more hot-tempered Lin family elders were nearly driven to bloodshed, itching to rush in and obliterate the arrogant Lu family members. Enough. They are merely a band of clowns. Let them revel in their hubris. It won't be long before they meet their end. Why should we bother with a group of soon-to-be dead men? Yet, one elder, who specialized in formations, remained composed, though the fury and bloodlust in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. With a clenched jaw, he coldly remarked, "It has been many years since I have encountered such arrogance. Lu family, your demise is nigh." Enough. Seeing the increasingly unruly behavior of his kin, Lu Tianyuan frowned and issued a stern command. Instantly, the surrounding clamor subsided. "Everyone, return. You have all heard the words of our ancestor. As descendants of Lu Xuan, we must uphold his honor. I declare that from this moment forth, anyone who registers may receive ample cultivation resources. Furthermore, the Lu family's techniques shall be made accessible to all members." Lu Tianyuan's gaze swept over the astonished members of his clan as he continued, "Regardless of who it may be, anyone who transcends their current realm shall be duly rewarded. Though my Lu family may not be a supreme imperial clan, we are not to be trifled with. As members of the Lu family, you must endeavor to cultivate diligently, for you must not let our ancestors down. The Lu family is not affluent. Ever since the departure of the esteemed ancestor Lu Xuan, the family has endured countless calamities, both great and small. To have persevered until now is indeed a remarkable feat. The resources within the Lu family's treasury have long been depleted. In the past, Lu Tianyuan, the patriarch of the Lu clan, had to meticulously manage every resource to sustain the vast family operations. However, now he has chosen to unlock the entire Lu family treasury, allowing all disciples of the Lu clan to obtain cultivation resources, provided they are diligent in their efforts. This is a notion that the members of the Lu family could scarcely have imagined in times gone by. The Lu family, after all, is of imperial lineage. Within the Lu clan, there are indeed a number of exceptionally gifted disciples. However, due to the family's dire financial situation, even these prodigies are afforded scant resources for their cultivation. This is one of the reasons contributing to the overall lack of strength among the members of the Lu family. Nowadays, those young talents who have gained considerable renown owe their success to the countless sacrifices made by their families. In stark contrast, the Lu family lacks such resources. Presently, Lu Tianyuan generously decided to allocate all of the family's resources, leaving the clan members utterly astonished. The 8 elders were equally taken aback by Lu Tianyuan's decision, rendered momentarily speechless. "Chief, this is unthinkable," one elder began, attempting to dissuade him, only to be interrupted by the Grand Elder. "I support the chief's decision. If the Lu family is to perish, what purpose do those resources serve? Should we leave them behind for our enemies?" Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, several elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the resources of the Lu family rightfully belong to its members. If our lives are at stake, what use are the resources? Rest assured, Chief, we shall exert ourselves in our cultivation and not disappoint your expectations or those of the elders. The members of the Lu family, having recovered from their shock, expressed their determination fervently. Witnessing the fervor ignited within his kin, each member seemingly infused with newfound zeal, Lu Tianyuan smiled with satisfaction. "It is not about living up to our expectations, but rather about fulfilling your own potential. In the past, it was the Lu family that failed you. I, as your chief, have let you down. I recognize that we, the members of the Lu family, are not inferior to any other imperial clan. It is only due to my inadequacies as a leader that I have been unable to provide you with ample cultivation resources, resulting in your continued subjugation by other imperial families. From this day forth, focus solely on your training, regardless of the resources you require. The family will ensure you have them. Always remember, the Lu family stands as your unwavering support, your steadfast foundation." Lu Tianyuan's words stirred the hearts of countless clansmen, bringing them to tears. Each individual seemed invigorated, as if fueled by a surge of energy, and hurried back to their cultivation. As these clansmen departed, the vast main hall of the Lu family was left with only Lu Tianyuan, the 8 elders, and Lu Linglong. In that moment, their gazes once again fell upon Lu Linglong. "Linglong, how is our ancestor faring now?" Lu Tianyuan inquired cautiously. "The venerable ancestor Lu Xuan is their sole beacon of hope. Fear not, father. The ancestor is currently refining the elixir of immortality. Once he has perfected it, he shall return," Lu Linglong said with a smile. Observing her father's hesitant demeanor, she understood he had more questions to ask. Thus, she took the initiative to disclose the matter regarding the protective ancestral formation. So, this protective ancestral formation was indeed activated by the ancestral spirit borrowing a trace of the emperor's aura. This explanation makes perfect sense. After listening, Lu Tianyuan seemed to exhale in relief. His daughter had displayed an astonishing performance today, so remarkable that it left him momentarily dazed. Were it not for his knowledge that she had summoned the ancestral spirit of Lu Xuan through bloodline invocation, he might have questioned whether the Lu Ling long before him had been possessed by some ancient entity. Hidden within this petite frame was potentially a formidable being. However, it now appeared that such a possibility was slim. Did my father not inquire why I possessed knowledge of bloodline summoning? Why was I so different from my usual self? Lu Tianyuan did not inquire further. Instead, it was Lu Linglong who revealed it herself. However, before she could continue, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair, affectionately saying, "Silly girl, no matter what you have done, you will always be my daughter, Lu Tianyuan." The gaze of trust and affection from Lu Tianyuan caused Lu Linglong to swallow back the words that had risen to her throat. Upon seeing that his daughter comprehended his meaning, Lu Tianyuan continued with a warm smile, "My dear, everyone harbors their own secrets, and there is no need to share them with us. Just remember that you are the daughter of Lu Tianyuan. The Lu family and I are your most formidable support. No matter the grievances you endure, you can always count on me to stand by your side and advocate for you." As Lu Tianyuan's words resonated in the air, the 8 esteemed elders beside him affectionately chimed in, "Little Linglong, these old fellows, are also your unwavering support. Who dares to bully you? We shall stand up for you. Though the Lu family may be diminished, we are not to be trifled with. Should anyone dare to wrong our little princess, I shall obliterate them." Hearing the reassurances from her father and the elders, Lu Linglong felt her eyes moisten with emotion. In that moment, she became even more convinced that her relentless efforts for her family were indeed worthwhile, just as Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders had expressed. The Lu family may not be the strongest, yet it is undoubtedly the most protective of her. Not only do they safeguard her, but they also shield every member of the Lu family. How could one not cherish such a family? How could one not remain loyal? Dear child, rest assured, with your father by your side and the Lu family standing strong, you may live freely without restraint. Even if the heavens were to be torn asunder, I shall be there to uphold you." Lu Tianyuan gently patted the little girl's head, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. Who else could he possibly dote on if not his own child? After a brief moment, several individuals entered the grand hall. The most spirited of them, Elder 8, eagerly stepped forward and inquired, "By the way, dear girl, did the Ancestor inform you how long it would take to return to the family?" Upon hearing Elder 8's question, Lu Linglong's demeanor became serious. However, she found herself uncertain about whether to voice certain thoughts. Noticing her hesitation, Lu Tianyuan spoke softly, "Do not worry. Whatever you wish to say, you may express it freely. We are open to receiving it." Lu Linglong nodded solemnly and said, "Naturally, the Ancestor wishes to return swiftly. However, I fear that the journey may not be so tranquil." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that someone will impede the Ancestor?" Elder 8 inquired, astonished. Lu Linglong nodded solemnly, assuring her companions that the Ancestor had promised he would return. As for them, there was no need for concern. The protective formation left by the Ancestor could only be breached by an emperor acting personally. Thus, no matter how many emperors the Lin family summoned, their efforts would be in vain. Hearing this reassurance from their Ancestor, Lu Tianyuan and the others felt a sense of relief. Yet, the thought that their Ancestor might not return smoothly to the family rekindled their worries. Noticing their anxious expressions, Lu Linglong comforted them, saying, "Father, rest assured. The Ancestor has instructed us not to worry about him. He will return safely. However, before he comes back, we must dedicate ourselves to our cultivation, especially you, Father. The Ancestor has mentioned that you must attain the status of an emperor before his return, so you must strive earnestly." Feeling the spotlight shift onto him, Lu Tianyuan awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, he had been hindered at the peak of the quasi-emperor stage due to the lack of the Taishu sword cannon's methods for emperor-level cultivation. Now, equipped with the techniques for emperor-level power, he was confident that he could attain the path of an emperor in a short span. The crisis facing the Lu family had been temporarily alleviated, allowing Lu Tianyuan to feel a measure of relief, as he did not wish to return to find himself utterly alone. After all, the Lu family still had his direct bloodline. 100,000 years had passed. If you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame me. I shall no longer guard this Tianyuan. Lu Xuan stepped out of the passage. and the chains that had bound him vanished into thin air. The coffin of the god of burial also soared from the corridor and was collected by Lu Xuan. This coffin, a treasure he had acquired from an ancient relic before attaining the status of an emperor, was in itself an extraordinary imperial weapon. Not only did it possess formidable power, but it also had the remarkable ability to nourish the flesh, slow the process of aging, and preserve the essence of life. Although Lu Xuan was once the mightiest emperor, he was by no means an emperor zone and had never consumed the elixir of immortality. Thus, his lifespan was akin to that of an ordinary emperor, limited to 50,000 years. However, the presence of the divine burial coffin remarkably extended his life by another 50,000 years, a testament to its formidable power. Furthermore, Lu Xuan was able to guard the Tianyuan for 100,000 years due in large part to the significant role played by the divine burial coffin. In a legendary battle of yore, he wielded the coffin to slay 10 ancient foreign emperors. That very battle catapulted Lu Xuan's name into the annals of history across foreign realms. Thereafter, those ancient foreign emperors refrained from daring to tread the Tianyuan passage lightly. In this era, where ancient beings could not traverse the passage, the foreign emperors could only watch helplessly as Lu Xuan, armed with a sword and the coffin, suppressed them for a full 100,000 years. Now, as Lu Xuan prepared to depart, he naturally stowed away the divine burial coffin. Suddenly, a resonant sword cry echoed from the depths of the Tianyuan. At the moment the deep, sonorous sound resonated, the world fell into silence. Within that sword cry lay an aura of terror that seemed capable of burying the gods and demons of the heavens. As the sound faded, a brilliant sword light cleaved through the Tianyuan. The long-hidden depths of the Tianyuan appeared to be rent open as sunlight streamed into the abyss. At that moment, the sunlight illuminated the soaring divine sword. It was a bronze divine sword, exuding a terrifying aura of burying the heavens. This was the divine sword of burying heaven, a treasure that Lu Xuan had inherited from a mysterious relic. Like the divine burial coffin, this divine sword of burying heaven was also an ultimate imperial weapon. Since the battle 50,000 years ago, in which he had decimated 10 ancient foreign emperors, instilling fear that restrained them from approaching the Tianyuan passage, the divine sword of burying heaven had lain dormant beneath the Tianyuan, suppressing all manner of malevolent spirits. After 5 long millennia, it once again beheld the light of day. At the very moment the divine sword of burying heaven emerged, a cataclysmic phenomenon unfolded within the realm of humanity. The divine sword of burying heaven was Lu Xuan's testament to the imperial path, intimately connected with his imperial laws. As the sword manifested, the imperial laws trembled, illuminating the human realm with their brilliance. The once pitch-black night was transformed into a radiant daylight by the splendor of the imperial laws. The resonating sword cries reverberated throughout the entirety of the human territory. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, within every imperial clan, countless cultivators emerged, astonished as they gazed at the celestial phenomenon above. Hiss! Such an overwhelming aura of the Sword Emperor. Who could this be? When did such a powerful Sword Emperor arise among our human race? Above the 10 great imperial clans, venerable figures of the utmost pinnacle emerged, their expressions awash with astonishment. The formidable aura of the burial heaven divine sword's imperial path was so powerful that it instilled trepidation even in these seasoned emperors. Remarkably, even their decades of cultivation in the imperial laws quaked before its might. Oh heavens! To what astonishing heights has this sword-wielding emperor ascended? The human race must revive its swordsmanship. An ancient emperor, emerging from a mysterious realm, donned tattered garments that failed to conceal his piercing imperial presence. He was an invincible sword emperor. Yet, at this moment, his swordsmanship appeared utterly laughable in the face of Lu Xuan's imperial laws. In the celestial expanse, amidst worlds suspended in the heavens, formidable beings from the Longevity clan stepped forth, their faces reflecting profound shock as they beheld the terrifying phenomenon enveloping the entirety of the human territory. The aura of the burial god. This was the burial heaven divine sword. After 100 millennia, who could have imagined he still lived? Deep within the Longevity clan, an emperor who had been in seclusion for eons spoke, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He had not anticipated that the one they had once exiled to the abyss had somehow survived. An emperor, living for 100 millennia, this was nothing short of a miracle. Lu Xuan. It is indeed Lu Xuan. He still lives. In another recess of the Longevity clan, an ancient emperor opened his eyes, his gaze filled with incredulity. It was they who had once compelled Lu Xuan to depart from the human race. This was a memory he had nearly forgotten. Yet, sensing once more the aura of the burial heaven divine sword, he was reminded of that solitary figure who had faced their 7 emperors with an indomitable spirit. Investigate. What is the current state of the Lu clan? Upon the utterance of this emperor's command, responses swiftly followed. Elder, which Lu clan do you refer to? Upon hearing the inquiry from his descendants, the emperor momentarily fell into a daze. 100 millennia ago, the very mention of the Lu clan was known to all in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. How could it be that the Lu clan had become so obscure? With a sigh, he began to elucidate. Moments later, a message was relayed back. Elder, the Lu clan you speak of is besieged by the Lin clan and stands on the brink of annihilation, seemingly stirring the attention of their ancestor from 100 millennia ago. In silence, the emperor absorbed the response from his descendant, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. When they had compelled Lu Xuan to leave the human race, they had vowed to ensure the Lu clan's eternal safety. Yet, merely 100 millennia later, the clan was on the verge of extinction. Alas, it is we, these old bones, who have broken our promises, failing Lu Xuan. With a heavy heart, the emperor commanded, "Send word to the Lin clan, instructing them to withdraw. The Lu clan is not to be trifled with." Meanwhile, deep within the illustrious lineage of Chongqing, an ancient emperor emerged, his gaze dark and foreboding as he regarded the formidable phenomenon that enveloped the heavens and the earth. His demeanor was anything but amiable. The Lin family, truly pathetic. They could not even subdue the Lu family and had instead provoked the troublesome Lu Xuan. A perfect example of incompetence. With a grim expression, this emperor turned towards the void ahead and coldly commanded, instructing the imperial guards to exercise caution. Regardless of the methods they employed, Lu Xuan must not be allowed to return alive. Lu family. The members of the Lu family gazed in astonishment at the terrifying phenomenon that spanned the entire heavens and earth. Hiss. Such a formidable imperial law, one cannot fathom who, indeed, has attained the mastery of such a fearsome imperial sword path. Lu Tianyuan and the 8 esteemed elders gazed in astonishment and envy at the celestial phenomenon above. It appeared that from this extraordinary spectacle, they beheld an invincible divine sword traversing both the heavens and the earth, piercing through the void. Moreover, this sword seemed to resonate with the essence of their ancestral Lu family and the Taishu sword canon. Unable to contain her amusement at the astonished expressions of her father and the 8 elders, Lu Linglong remarked, "The source of such formidable swordsmanship must undoubtedly be our ancestor of the Lu family." What? Are you suggesting that this is the swordsmanship of Ancestor Lu Xuan? Lu Tianyuan and the 8 esteemed elders stood in sheer astonishment. After a brief moment, their eyes brimmed with uncontainable joy. Such a formidable swordsmanship was indeed that of their ancestral figure. This is our Lu family's ancestor. With such a powerful progenitor, what is a mere Lin family worth? Lu Tianyuan laughed heartily. The immense burden that had loomed over him for days was finally lifted. With such a formidable ancestor by their side, the Lu family was destined to rise. In the skies above the Lu family, the 3 esteemed elders of the Lin family gazed in astonishment at the terrifying phenomenon that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Hiss. This aura. Why does it evoke a sense of familiarity akin to that of the Lu family as patriarch? One elder from the Lin family spoke, his voice tinged with both confusion and shock. It is not merely a resemblance. This is indeed the ancestor of the Lu family. Not far from him, another elder, with a countenance filled with dread, stared at the celestial spectacle, exclaiming in disbelief, "Lu Xuan, the Emperor Lu Xuan who subdued an era 100,000 years ago, is returning. Our Lin family is likely doomed." In the abyss of the heavens, Lu Xuan's hand gently caressed the burial heaven divine sword, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was his imperial weapon of enlightenment, yet it had not graced his presence for countless millennia. In the past, when he had vanquished 10 ancient sovereigns of foreign tribes, he had no choice but to wield the burial heaven divine sword to suppress the myriad of otherworldly demons lurking beneath the abyss. For these thousands of years, it was solely because of the sword's oppressive power that the demons remained confined and unable to wreak havoc. Now, with its retrieval, the multitude of demons hidden deep within the abyss erupted in euphoric cheers. O heavens! O earth! Which benevolent celestial being has granted us this reprieve? Who could have possibly taken that demon, Lu Xuan, away from us? Woe is us, the otherworldly demons. We have finally awaited our chance to bask in the light of day once more. Come forth, bring out all our wine. I hereby declare today as the rebirth of our demon clan. Henceforth, every year on this day, we shall celebrate with jubilant festivity. Resounding cheers echoed from the depths of the abyss, as those sealed for millennia, demon emperors and kings alike, joined in a cacophony of thunderous applause. Above the abyss, sensing the tumult and revelry of these demons, Lu Xuan remained unperturbed. In times past, a single strike from his sword would have rendered these demons obedient and subdued. Yet now, he eagerly anticipated their emergence from the abyss. Even if they were to assault humanity, he would not intervene. The human race had betrayed him. Forsaking the Lu family, his return to humanity was destined to incite a storm of bloodshed. The fates of all, save for the Lu family, were of no concern to him. From the moment he stepped through the passage of the abyss, Lu Xuan's heart was unclouded, and he felt an unprecedented lightness, as if the immense burden that had weighed upon him for 100 millennia had been lifted. No longer did he need to guard the abyss or adhere to any promises. From this point forth, he would live freely, solely for himself, only to protect his kin. What concern is the righteousness of humanity to me? If I cannot safeguard my own people, what right have I to protect all of humanity? Though he possessed the imperial essence of the ancient fire sovereign, it still could not restore him to his true pinnacle. It seemed imperative to refine the elixir of immortality to reclaim his former glory. Lu Xuan sighed. He could sense that the essence of the emperor was insufficient for his restoration. He must refine the elixir of immortality to reclaim his former glory. Remaining here to refine and absorb the elixir, and only then returning to the human race, was undeniably the most prudent choice. However, Lu Xuan could not afford to wait any longer. He feared that his kin did not possess the luxury of time to await his return. Although he had established a protective formation for his clan capable of withstanding any emperor's assault, he could not guarantee its invulnerability. If the Lin family were to summon an emperor, his formation would be easily dismantled, even if the emperor did not intervene personally. The Lin family could simply acquire a treasure imbued with the emperor's power to breach Lu's protective barrier. Thus, he must return to the Lu clan before such events transpired. Only by personally overseeing matters could he ensure the safety of his family. Consequently, he had no time to fully absorb the essence of the ancient fire emperor and stepped out of the abyss, hastening back to his clan. For the first time in 100,000 years, as Lu Xuan emerged from the abyss, he felt that the world had transformed entirely. Within the abyss, he had only witnessed a shrouded gray expanse, devoid of light, perpetually cloaked in gloom. Now, stepping out, Lu Xuan was greeted by a world of beauty. How absurd it was that I had confined myself in the abyss for a whole 100,000 years for such a trivial reason. In retrospect, how foolish I was back then. Lu Xuan ridiculed himself. After learning about the numerous crises faced by the Lu family over the years, he realized how absurd his previous compromises had been. Those who had forced him out of the human race had never intended to fulfill their promises. Had it not been for Lu Linglong's bloodline summoning, he might still have been kept in the dark, perhaps until his dying breath. He would have continued to believe that his sacrifices could ensure peace for his kin throughout the ages. The foolish Lu Xuan of yore was no more. For the sake of the myriad realms, I have guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, and you insignificant insects dare to insult my descendants and sever my legacy. If that is the case, let us bring the entire realm to the grave together. Turning his back on the abyss, Lu Xuan burst into raucous laughter. From this day forth, the abyss shall be unsealed. As Lu Xuan's voice echoed, colossal chains materialized above the abyss. Chains as thick as a man's arm densely encircled the entire abyss. This was an imperial-level formation meticulously arranged by Lu Xuan himself for 100,000 years. It had been this formation that enabled Yiling to guard the abyss, now that Yiling no longer remained. Such an array naturally no longer held any necessity for existence. Boom. As the chains were retracted by Lu Xuan, a chorus of cheers erupted from below the abyss. It was the alien demon clan deep within the abyss, as well as the foreign races at the end of the passage. They had been sealed by Lu Xuan for 100,000 years, and now, at long last, they were seeing the light of day. Among the alien races, those ancient emperors who had doubted Lu Xuan's resolve to relinquish his guard over the abyss now cheered in exhilaration. Lu Xuan was indeed departing. He had not only lifted the seal on the passage, but had also withdrawn the formation above the abyss. Oh, had they known this ruthless deity truly intended to leave, they would have eagerly offered up the elixirs of immortality. Can anyone tell me what exactly transpired? This deity was once impervious to bribery. When we proposed to gift him 10 elixirs of immortality, he remained indifferent. Who could have imagined that now, a single elixir would sway him? Alas, that fellow Tianhua met a regrettable fate. If he had not been the first to provoke, and had obediently presented the elixirs, this calamity might have been averted. His death is now in vain. Should he possess knowledge in the afterlife, he would surely be enraged to the point of dying anew. Are you not spouting nonsense? The essence of the great Emperor Tianhua was refined by that ruthless deity Lu Xuan. How could he possibly possess knowledge in the afterlife? Blast it. Why dwell on such disheartening matters? Today is a day for universal celebration. Come, let us bring forth all our treasured wines. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The ancient sovereigns of various races rejoiced and celebrated, their spirits soaring with elation. For 100,000 years, they had been held in the grip of Lu Xuan, and now, at last, they glimpsed the hope of once again stepping out into the abyss. Their joy knew no bounds, and some ancient sovereigns were eager to venture forth and behold the world outside. With great care, they stepped into the passage. And upon reaching its end, tears of exhilaration streamed down their faces. How many years had passed since the arrival of Lu Xuan, the harbinger of death? They had not laid eyes on the landscape of the abyss for countless millennia. Now, standing at the threshold, gazing upon the familiar expanse, these ancient sovereigns could hardly believe their fortune. It felt surreal, as if they were ensnared in a dream. Who could have imagined that the harbinger of death, Lu Xuan, would simply depart? They wondered anxiously if this was a trap, fearing that he awaited them outside to ensnare them once more. As they were poised to step out of the passage and onto the abyss, hesitation gripped the ancient sovereigns. They had been instilled with fear by Lu Xuan over the years, doubting the reality of their current situation. Yet, it was indeed real. This information was obtained from the esteemed Qinghu, and it was undoubtedly true. One ancient sovereign stepped forward, his excitement palpable as he proclaimed, "This time, the harbinger of death has genuinely departed. Not only has he left, but he is likely to incite chaos among the human race. Otherwise, why do you think the Lord of the Heavens gifted him an elixir of immortality?" Upon hearing this proclamation, the other sovereigns were filled with immense curiosity, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they implored, "Qinghu sovereign, do not keep us in suspense. Pray, tell us what transpired." They struggled to comprehend why Lu Xuan, who had guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, would suddenly abandon his steadfast commitment. They were even more perplexed as to why such a valiant protector of humanity would instigate turmoil. The explanation was, in fact, rather straightforward and soon to be no longer a secret. "Very well, since you are also apprehensive, I shall enlighten you," exclaimed the Qinghu sovereign with a hearty laugh. You would never guess that Lu Xuan was initially compelled to guard the abyss by the human emperors. In their bid to preserve their own longevity and the supremacy of their immortal lineage, the human emperors forbade the emergence of an anomaly like Lu Xuan. Once Lu Xuan ascended to become the most formidable emperor among the human race, the 7 great emperors of humanity threatened him, demanding that he vacate his place among them and willingly take on the guardianship of the abyss. They believed that once he arrived in the abyss, his demise was inevitable. However, who could have anticipated the outcome? This harbinger of death was anything but ordinary. Alone with a sword and a coffin, he managed to suppress us for 100,000 years. As the Qinghu sovereign recounted this tale, the other ancient sovereigns shared in the sentiment, seemingly transported back to the fearful days under Lu Xuan's dominion. Now, let us turn to the matter at hand. After 100,000 years, why has Lu Xuan suddenly chosen to depart? The ancient Emperor Tianhu chuckled heartily, feigning a moment of solemnity before continuing. You would never expect that the human race, after cornering Lu Xuan to the abyss, not only failed to treat his kin with kindness but also repeatedly targeted the Lu family. I have heard that this time, it seemed as though the entire Lu clan was on the brink of annihilation. Upon learning this news, Lu Xuan ventured into foreign lands in search of the elixir of immortality. The assembly of ancient emperors was left utterly astounded. Being astute individuals, they quickly pieced together the unfolding events. In an instant, they comprehended the reasons behind Lu Xuan's sudden fury. Even the abyss, which had stood guard for 100,000 years, was forsaken. How shameless the human race is, they exclaimed. Lu Xuan dedicated a century of vigilance for their sake, securing a millennium of peace. How could they bear to treat him and the Lu family in such a manner? No wonder Lu Xuan is seething with rage. If I were to endure such a fate, I would have revolted long ago. Who among us would wish to protect such a treacherous race? If I do not upheave their world and trample upon the ancestral graves of those shameless emperors, my existence would be in vain. Although Lu Xuan may be quite detestable, I must admit, I harbor genuine admiration for him. His tribulations stir a righteous anger within me. I even contemplate rallying my 100,000 kin to level the human race and avenge Lu Xuan, now that the human race has betrayed him so profoundly. Do you think Lu Xuan might emerge from their ranks and ally with us, the other races? What nonsense! If that god of slaughter were to enter our domain, what would become of our peaceful days? Alas, how foolish of me. Let us instead deliberate on how we might exact vengeance for that god of slaughter. The ancient emperors of the other races, who were ostensibly opposed to Lu Xuan, found themselves united in sympathy for his plight. While the other races are fierce, they uphold a profound sense of justice. In their world, strength reigns supreme, an eternal truth. The other races eschew cunning schemes. They pursue their desires solely through the might of their fists. Thus, within the other races, only the strong are deemed worthy of reverence. Although Lu Xuan is not of a different race, he has single-handedly guarded against the foreign tribes for 100,000 years. Most of the ancient emperors of those tribes hold a deep respect for Lu Xuan. Now, upon hearing about Lu Xuan's plight among the human race, even these ancient emperors feel a sense of injustice on his behalf and contemplate aiding him and seeking retribution. However, these matters are beyond our jurisdiction. Let us follow and observe. It remains to be seen whether this god of slaughter will be allowed to return to the human realm, and how the human emperors will respond to his homecoming. The ancient fox emperor interrupted the collective indignation, speaking in a hushed tone. This task was assigned to us by the esteemed Qinghu before his departure. If Lu Xuan finds himself in peril, we must act promptly to alleviate some of his burdens, ensuring his safe return to the human race. Upon hearing it was the directive of the Qinghu, the ancient emperors grew solemn. Their feelings towards Qinghu were not favorable. As among the various foreign dignitaries, only Qinghu was renowned for his cunning schemes, many of which were rather insidious. Yet, they all understood that Qinghu acted as the envoy of the celestial sovereign, and every word and action of his reflected the will of the celestial sovereign. Since it is the command of Qinghu, we shall certainly exert our utmost efforts. Coincidentally, I also wish to witness whether those incompetent human emperors can withstand the onslaught of Lu Xuan, the god of slaughter. Haha. Lu Xuan has troubled us for 100,000 years. Now, witnessing the torment he inflicts upon the human race, I must seize this opportunity to broaden my horizons. Let us proceed with fervor. It has been 100,000 years since I last set foot outside the Tianyuan. I have nearly forgotten what the Realm Sea looks like. In the past, I too traversed the Realm Sea, slaying human emperors. What is the Realm Sea? I once crossed it and fought my way to the human Imperial Pass. The sacred waters I left upon the walls of the Imperial Pass still remain. Sacred waters, you say? Was it not simply that after 10 days and nights of battling, you were still held at bay beneath the Imperial Pass, and in a fit of rage, you relieved yourself upon the city walls before retreating in disgrace? And yet, after all these 10,000 years, you still flaunt this? One should never strike a man without striking his face or reveal his shortcomings. Did you not also partake in the act? I recall the competition to see who could urinate higher. I certainly surpassed you by a factor of 2. In an instant, all the ancient foreign emperors erupted in hearty laughter. One by one, they emerged from the Tianyuan, cautiously standing upon the desolate expanse, gazing at the vast realm sea in the distance, seemingly in disbelief that they had truly stepped out of the Tianyuan after 100,000 years of confinement within the foreign realm. Finally, they beheld the boundless realm sea once more. Look, that god of slaughter has already arrived at the realm sea. Let us follow closely, but do not expose ourselves. Let us hide and observe. The celestial fox ancient emperor pointed towards a majestic silhouette at the horizon of the world, expressing his excitement. That figure was Lu Xuan. After personally unsealing the heavenly abyss, Lu Xuan had arrived at the boundary sea. The vast boundary sea is an endless expanse of ocean amidst the clouds. Above this boundless sea, countless immortal mountains and islands emerge, shrouded in mist. Within the boundary sea, numerous terrifying beasts lie in wait, posing a constant threat. This region serves as the boundary between the realm of humanity and that of the other races, hence it is aptly named the Boundary Sea. Before the Boundary Sea, Lu Xuan halted, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Even before he set foot on the Boundary Sea, he sensed powerful auras emanating from above it, those of the human emperors. He raised his gaze to the vast sea of clouds, where at least 2 human emperors had descended. In the instant his eyes fell upon them, the clouds billowed, revealing the formidable figures of the 2 emperors, who stood guard above the layers of mist, accompanied by dozens of quasi-emperors. This is the human Boundary Sea. No one may proceed, proclaimed one of the emperors from the cloud, his voice imbued with immense authority. It was the Emperor Qingfeng, hailing from a prestigious imperial clan, dispatched here in accordance with the edicts of the emperor to safeguard the Boundary Sea. The human race currently stands as the mightiest among the myriad of heavens, with the number of emperors within their ranks reaching an unprecedented zenith. Within the top 100 imperial clans alone, there are over 1,000 emperors. When considering the lesser clans, the total number of human emperors now exceeds 2,000 to 3,000. It is no exaggeration to assert that this era is an unparalleled golden age for humanity. Due to the overwhelming number of emperors, the responsibility of guarding the Boundary Sea has been shared among these clans. The Emperor Qifeng and the Emperor Yufeng, appearing amidst the clouds, were fulfilling this duty on behalf of their families. Though their clans are not among the strongest, they are certainly not weak. Being part of the top 100 imperial families, such status and capability have fostered a sense of arrogance in their conduct. Moreover, with the Boundary Sea having remained tranquil for 100,000 years, they had almost forgotten that it too held dangers, serving as the first line of defense against foreign races. Thus, when Lu Xuan emerged before the Boundary Sea, they were momentarily taken aback, lost in astonishment. The quasi-emperors behind them rubbed their eyes vigorously, needing several glances to confirm that indeed, a figure had materialized before the Boundary Sea. As guardians of this realm, the Emperor Qi Feng and the Emperor Yu Feng were not inclined to permit any foreign entities to cross the Boundary Sea. However, upon realizing that the figure before them was, in fact, a human emperor, they were once again rendered speechless. You are also of the human race? The Emperor Yu Feng gazed at Lu Xuan with intrigue, incredulously inquiring, how does a human emperor come to be outside the Boundary Sea? Pray tell, who are you? From whence do you hail? Which clan do you belong to? Lu Xuan initially believed that these two human emperors were acting under orders to obstruct him. However, from the expressions and gazes of the two, Lu Xuan discerned that they seemed unaware of their own predicament. Their presence in the Boundary Sea was merely a consequence of their duty to guard it. Regardless of who appeared beyond the Boundary Sea, they were compelled to intervene. Stand aside. Lu Xuan remained silent, his voice icy and authoritative. For 100,000 years, he had guarded the Tianyuan, yet his kin had nearly faced annihilation. He could not afford to wait any longer. His sole desire was to return to his family and safeguard his people. Today, regardless of who obstructed his path, they would meet their demise. The emperors of the Sea of Realms, Qi Feng and Yu Feng, appeared taken aback by Lu Xuan's demeanor. After a brief moment of astonishment, both were engulfed in fury. You insolent wretch, how dare you act so unreasonably? Were it not for your status as a member of the human race, I would have struck you down the moment you approached the Sea of Realms. Yet, I have granted you the opportunity to explain, and you continue to be so arrogant. Very well, I shall teach you how to behave today. Yu Feng Emperor's rage erupted as he stepped forth from the Sea of Realms, unleashing an unrivaled divine ability, his palm radiating with the brilliance of the sun as he aimed to strike down Lu Xuan. After all, he was one of the foremost emperors among the elite clans. Who would dare to disregard him? Now, to be belittled by an unknown human emperor was intolerable. Seeing Yu Feng Emperor take action, Qi Feng Emperor made no move to intervene. He too believed that this human emperor was far too presumptuous and deserved a lesson. With his arms crossed, Qi Feng Emperor observed with indifference, eagerly anticipating the moment when the arrogant human emperor would pay the price for his hubris. The ancient sovereigns of other races, stealthily trailing Lu Xuan, exchanged peculiar glances upon witnessing this scene, their eyes betraying an undeniable excitement and exhilaration. By the heavens, these human emperors are audacious indeed. I possess strength at least tenfold theirs, yet I would not dare to speak to this harbinger of death so boldly. If they had witnessed his fury, they would surely be terrified beyond belief. The last one to speak so to him, the ancient sovereign of heavenly fire, will soon meet his end. It was time for these short-sighted human beings to realize the plight we, the ancient sovereigns of other races, have endured over the years. Each of the ancient sovereigns wore a mischievous grin. No one understood Lu Xuan's strength better than they did. He was the one whom even their celestial lords regarded as the foremost being beneath the emperor. Just recently, he had effortlessly vanquished a clone of a revered being with a single sword strike. How could these insignificant beings muster the courage to confront Lu Xuan? The ancient sovereigns eagerly anticipated witnessing the proud human emperors being humbled by Lu Xuan, their desires leaning towards seeing a complete rift between Lu Xuan and the entirety of the human race. Before the Sea of Realms, the scene was set. Lu Xuan stood silently, confronting the already unleashed Emperor Yu Feng. Rather than striking directly, Lu Xuan chose to offer him a chance. Stand aside, or perish. Lu Xuan spoke once more, his voice resonating with an even greater authority than before. His condescending demeanor only served to deepen the insult felt by the Emperor Yu Feng across from him. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a manner? The Emperor Yu Feng was utterly incensed. After all, he was one of the most illustrious emperors of the human race. He had never before endured such humiliation. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the great sun annihilation fist. The golden radiance emanating from his palm swiftly transformed into a colossal sun, illuminating the vast expanse. At the moment of his strike, an immense imperial avatar materialized above him. Towering in stature, its hands clasping the blazing sun as it bore down upon Lu Xuan. Gasped. This was Yunfeng's most formidable divine ability, the Great Sun Annihilation Fist. It was this very technique that had once allowed him to vanquish the Autumn Wind Emperor, who was a level above him. To his astonishment, after a millennium, his Great Sun Annihilation Fist had grown exponentially more powerful. The might of this punch had reached the zenith of the Emperor's realm. Even those at the pinnacle of Emperor status might struggle to withstand it. Above the Sea of Realms, the Emperor Qifeng, Yunfeng's longtime ally, gazed in astonishment at the unleashed might of the Emperor Yufeng. He had already begun to mourn for the audacious human emperor, exclaiming with a TSK of disapproval. It is indeed unfortunate that this individual is so blind to the gravity of the situation. How dare he act so brazenly before us? If he meets his demise, he shall have only himself to blame. Lu Xuan had yet to make his move, yet he appeared to foresee the inevitable conclusion. The Emperor Yunfeng had unleashed his unparalleled divine abilities. The opposing human emperor was undoubtedly no match. Even if he were to survive, he would certainly sustain grave injuries. Should the Emperor Yufeng strike once more, he would effortlessly eliminate the audacious human emperor. The quasi-emperors behind him, upon hearing the analysis of the Emperor Qifeng, were filled with a fervent admiration that shone in their eyes. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that a group of concealed ancient alien sovereigns, situated 100 miles away in the void, had already begun to mourn for the Emperor Yufeng. Were they not aware that the human emperor was a fool? Lu Xuan had advised him to step aside, yet he dared to obstruct the way. Truly stubborn. It was indeed difficult to counsel the damned. Not even at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, yet daring to confront Lu Xuan, these human emperors were utterly lacking in self-awareness. TSK. One wonders if the human emperor would regret his reckless decision upon realizing he faced the invincible Lu Xuan, who had reached his level 100,000 years ago. Alas, even if he felt remorse, there would be no opportunity to express it. Once the god of slaughter, Lu Xuan made his move, leaving no chance for regret. At that moment, as the voices of the ancient alien sovereigns fell silent, they witnessed Lu Xuan in action. Just as the Emperor Yunfeng's sun extinguishing fist was a mere 0.01 millimeters from Lu Xuan's nose, a sword aura was released from his eyes without warning. Whoosh! The formidable defenses of the Emperor Yunfeng, along with his body as solid as an imperial weapon, crumbled before this sword aura as if they were mere glass. Crack! Crack! From hundreds of miles away, the ancient alien sovereigns distinctly heard the sound of the Emperor Yunfeng's body fracturing piece by piece. Then, with a resounding boom, a human emperor vanished from existence. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Xuan had not even lifted a finger. With just a gaze, he had annihilated a human emperor. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. Even the ancient alien sovereigns, who were already well acquainted with Lu Xuan, were left dumbfounded at the sight. What on earth had this individual been concealing? A chill ran down their spines, their bodies trembling. They had never realized that Lu Xuan's strength had reached such terrifying heights. The formidable combat prowess he displayed at this moment surpassed his previous encounters with them by over 100-fold. It was only at this instant that they comprehended the truth. Lu Xuan had never regarded them seriously all these years. On the Sea of Realms, the Emperor Qifeng and the assembly of quasi-emperors were equally taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. My heavens, what had they just witnessed? The Emperor Yunfeng had actually perished, and it seemed the opponent had merely used a single gaze. Then, the Emperor Yunfeng shattered into countless fragments. A mighty human emperor met his complete demise. No, this cannot be true. How could he be so formidable? This is the Emperor Yufeng. He is an emperor. How could anyone so effortlessly slay an emperor? It must be an illusion. Surely it is but a mirage. Woe is me. Emperor Yufeng is the most powerful of our Yun family. He cannot possibly be dead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon witnessing the fall of Emperor Yufeng, the human quasi-emperors felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. Emperor Qifeng, equally astonished, gazed at this scene. Just moments ago, he had been certain that Emperor Yufeng would triumph, and now he trembled in fear. His strength was but a hair's breadth from that of Emperor Yufeng. If even Emperor Yufeng could be slain in an instant by this foe, what fate would await him if he faced such a harbinger of death? You dare to kill Yufeng. You have brought calamity upon us. A great disaster. Despite his fear, Emperor Qifeng roared in anger. After all, he was the guardian of the Sea of Realms, backed by the entirety of humanity. Thus, even knowing that Lu Xuan possessed the power to slay him with a single strike, Emperor Qifeng showed no sign of retreat. The demise of Emperor Yunfeng would surely resonate throughout the human realm at once. The human emperors stationed at the Imperial Pass would undoubtedly rush to the Sea of Realms for their support. No matter how powerful Lu Xuan may be, he would not be able to withstand the united front of the human emperors. Therefore, despite his trepidation, Emperor Qifeng did not waver. Instead, he decisively commanded the quasi-emperors behind him, "Form ranks. Prepare for battle." The frightened quasi-emperors, upon receiving Emperor Qingfeng's orders, quickly rallied together as if they had found their anchor. These quasi-emperors, selected to guard the Sea of Realms, had undergone rigorous training. In an instant, 36 quasi-emperors formed a formidable imperial-level formation. Even a peak emperor would struggle to break free if ensnared within. As the 36 human quasi-emperors arranged the formation, the anxiety and dread in Emperor Qingfeng's eyes dissipated entirely. He stepped to the center of the formation, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Xuan beyond the Sea of Realms, and with an attitude of defiance. He bellowed, "To slay a human emperor upon this Sea of Realms, you truly possess audacity. Regardless of your identity, you must die today." From a distance, the ancient foreign emperors lurking in the void revealed their disdain upon witnessing the formation over the Sea of Realms. Is this it? This barely holds a fraction of the might of our Tianmong clan's Tianmong formation. It is baffling where their confidence originates, believing they can repel Lu Xuan with such a feeble array. In the past, our Tianmong formation was effortlessly dismantled by Lu Xuan's sword. At his peak, he wouldn't even need to draw his sword to dismantle such a formation. This is the ancient emperor of the Tianmong clan, whose renowned Tianmong Great Formation is said to possess the power to slay emperors and besiege sovereigns. Yet it was effortlessly shattered by a single sword strike from Lu Xuan. Indeed, it was a swift defeat. Not only was the Tianmong Great Formation dismantled, but the 360 and great saints who comprised the formation were also vanquished in an instant. Since that fateful battle, the Tianmong clan has not dared to step even a foot into the passage. Furthermore, the last words of their previous ancient emperor before his fall were that as long as Lu Xuan remained, the Tianmong clan must not venture beyond the passage. It must be said that the ancient emperor of Tianmong displayed remarkable wisdom, sacrificing his own life to impart a harrowing lesson to his kin. Ever since, each time the Tianmong people witness other alien races being defeated and disarmed by Lu Xuan, they silently express gratitude for the sacrifice made by their ancient emperor. His words resonated with other ancient emperors as well. It appears that these human beings have lived in carefree times for far too long, to the extent that they have forgotten the formidable presence of Lu Xuan. Now, it is high time for them to realize the tribulations we, the alien races, have endured over these 100 millennia. The ancient Fox Emperor smirked, eagerly anticipating the moment when these foolish human emperors would pay the price for their arrogance and folly. Before the Sea of Realms, Lu Xuan carefully stored away the recently acquired essence of the emperor. Although he no longer required the refinement and absorption of this divine source, he deemed it unwise to squander such precious treasures. After all, it was the essence of an emperor. Preserving it for his kin to assimilate would be a worthy endeavor. What Lu Jia currently lacks most is an emperor, and with this source of emperor in his possession, he can forge a true emperor. Sealing this source of emperor away, Lu Xuan cast his gaze upon the formation above the Sea of Realms. Could a formation composed of 36 quasi-emperors and one emperor truly obstruct his path? It has been 100,000 years. It seems the human race has indeed forgotten the name of this emperor. The sigh of Lu Xuan resonated across the Sea of Realms. Upon reaching the heart of the Grand Array, the Emperor of the Gentle Breeze was taken aback by Lu Xuan's words, his eyelids fluttering in astonishment. He turned to Lu Xuan with a look of incredulity and inquired, "What do you mean by 100,000 years? Could it be that you were an emperor from 100 millennia ago?" A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. His utterance left the surrounding quasi-emperors in utter shock. What? An emperor from 100,000 years ago? How could that be possible? The lifespan of an emperor is limited to a mere 50,000 years, unless one continuously refines and absorbs the elixir of immortality or harvests the essence of life. Reaching 100,000 years is unthinkable. Elixirs of immortality are exceedingly rare. Even the most prominent families of longevity and the immortal sects would struggle to procure such quantities. Thus, if he truly has lived for 100,000 years, it must be through the harvesting of life essence. To absorb life essence means to cultivate using the lives of mortals, which is the true embodiment of demonic practices within the human race. Anyone daring to absorb the essence of life for cultivation would inevitably become a target of universal condemnation. Consequently, upon deducing that Lu Xuan practiced such malevolence, the Emperor of the Gentle Breeze and the 36 quasi-emperors were consumed by righteous fury. How outrageous! I cannot believe you are a practitioner of such dark arts. A being who harvests the essence of mortal lives and indiscriminately slaughters the innocent is unworthy of being called an emperor of our human race. The emperor of the gentle breeze bellowed, his anger palpable. If you possess even a shred of conscience, I advise you to take your own life. Should the emissaries of the Supreme Hall arrive, you will have no chance to seek death. A creature such as you, who harvests the essence of mortal lives, will surely face a fate worse than death at their hands. In mere moments, they had conjured an image of Lu Xuan as a nefarious being, steeped in the practice of harvesting the essence of mortal lives. If Lu Xuan were truly harvesting the essence of mortal lives to cultivate his power, he would have long transcended mortality, rendering aging an impossibility. His ability to endure for 100,000 years is solely attributed to the extraordinary nature of the god burial coffin. Lu Xuan disregarded the slander of the Qifeng Emperor, his gaze icy and his voice calm yet commanding. Step aside, or face death. Upon hearing Lu Xuan utter those same words, both the Qifeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors around him trembled slightly. They recalled that just moments before Lu Xuan made his move, he had issued a similar threat to the Yufeng Emperor, who chose to engage and subsequently perished. Now, confronted with the same ominous warning, the Qifeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors felt as though their very heads were in jeopardy. Sensing the diminishing resolve among these quasi-emperors, the Qifeng Emperor hastily exclaimed, "Regardless of your origins, your actions now are a provocation against the entire human race and an affront to the Supreme Hall. I advise you to contemplate the consequences of your actions." Lu Xuan, who had been suppressing his fury, could no longer contain it upon hearing the Qifeng Emperor repeatedly mention the Supreme Hall. The so-called Supreme Hall was, in essence, an enforcement agency established by the 4 great immortal families and the 3 grand everlasting traditions, which were governed by those possessing the might of emperors. In addition to these immortal families and traditions, the Supreme Hall also welcomed numerous imperial clans and emperors as members. Due to the presence of 7 eminent emperors, the Supreme Hall held an unequivocal status and authority within the human realm. 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan had been coerced by the 7 eminent emperors of the Supreme Hall to abandon his family and assume a station in Tianyuan. At that time, they had assured the Lu family of their protection for generations to come. Yet, those in the Supreme Hall failed to uphold their promise. Upon his return to the human realm, Lu Xuan's foremost objective was to rescue his kin. His secondary aim was to challenge the Supreme Hall, seeking justice for his century-long sacrifices. As his fury ignited, Lu Xuan struck with unrelenting ferocity. The moment the burial sky divine sword materialized, the heavens and earth were instantly stripped of all color. Even the light itself was eclipsed, leaving only the shimmering brilliance of the sword. The burial sky divine sword descended from the celestial heights, cleaving the very fabric of existence. In that instant, when the sword light fell, billions of miles of the oceanic realms were illuminated in resplendence. The previously confident Emperor Qifeng, who believed in the invincibility of his formation, realized his grave miscalculation the moment Lu Xuan's sword light appeared. The magnitude of his error was staggering. This single stroke of sword light was beyond their capacity to withstand. Before them, Lu Xuan was no mere emperor. He was unmistakably a sovereign. The might of this strike was on par with that of an emperor wielding his power personally. The imperial grade formation, meticulously crafted by Emperor Qifeng and the 36 quasi-emperors, could only repel an emperor utterly incapable of withstanding a sovereign. Thus, in the fleeting moment the sword light descended, Emperor Qifeng exhibited remarkable cunning by fleeing. As the central node of the imperial grade formation, he forsook the 36 quasi-emperors behind him and made his escape. The great emperor, reduced to a state of abject terror, fled. Who would dare believe such a tale? The quasi-emperors of the human race, already paralyzed by the overwhelming sword energy, were rendered utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing Emperor Qifeng's retreat. With the formation's central node gone, was there any point in maintaining the array? Shameless. Despicable. The quasi-emperors erupted in furious denunciation. Yet, no matter their vitriol, Emperor Qifeng continued his flight without a backward glance. Lu Xuan paid no heed to the fleeing Emperor Qifeng. With his formidable strength, it would have been effortless to intercept the emperor. However, as a member of the human race, despite his intentions to sever ties with the Supreme Hall, he ultimately chose to grant the emperor a chance at survival out of consideration for their shared humanity. In the very moment that Emperor Qifeng attempted to escape, a sword aura sliced through the formation like a vast river. The 36 quasi-emperors of the human race were instantly reduced to ashes. They were neither emperors, nor did they possess the essence of an emperor. Their bodies shattered, marking their irrevocable demise. They were dead beyond any possibility of revival. With a single stroke, Lu Xuan annihilated 36 quasi-emperors, yet he felt little joy. His gaze shifted toward the boundary sea. At the far end of the boundary sea, the figure of Emperor Qingfeng came to an abrupt halt. A number of powerful human emperors emerged at the edge of the boundary sea. These were the emperors who had rushed from the imperial past to support Emperor Qingfeng. In an instant, 6 human emperors had lined up, their expressions grim as they scrutinized Lu Xuan beyond the boundary sea. Among them was Emperor Qingfeng, whose body noticeably trembled upon seeing Lu Xuan. He wished only to flee, yet was forcibly brought back by these emperors. Having already experienced Lu Xuan's terrifying prowess, Emperor Qingfeng had no desire to confront such a formidable being again. Lu Xuan's gaze turned towards the newly arrived 5 human emperors. Among them, 2 were at the pinnacle of emperor status, while the other 3 were at the late stage of emperor realm. Additionally, there was the late-stage Emperor Qingfeng. Thus, this assembly of 6 emperors comprised 2 at their zenith and 2 at the late stage, a configuration sufficient to subdue any emperor. However, he was an exception. Not to mention these mere 6 emperors. Even if 10 peak emperors were to arrive, Lu Xuan would remain unperturbed. This time, Lu Xuan chose silence. Coldly observing the newly arrived emperors, particularly the 2 at the pinnacle, from whom he sensed the aura of the Chongqing clan's cultivation techniques, hundreds of miles away. The ancient alien sovereigns lurking in the shadows felt a twinge of regret upon witnessing Lu Xuan spare Emperor Qingfeng. Yet, before they could sigh, they saw Emperor Qingfeng return, accompanied by the 5 human emperors. Above the boundary sea, the 6 human emperors gazed down with an air of aloofness at Lu Xuan beyond the boundary. This spectacle invigorated the ancient alien sovereigns, who felt a surge of excitement. Finally, there was something to behold. The human race had enjoyed peace and development for 100,000 years, and their number of emperors had multiplied several times compared to a century ago. It would be beneficial for Lu Xuan, this harbinger of death, to eliminate more of their human emperors. Slay. The more he kills, the easier it will be for us to attack in the future. I can hardly wait to cross the boundary sea, breach the imperial gates, and descend upon the human realm. Alas, the humans are rather stingy. To deal with a killer like Lu Xuan, they have sent so few emperors. They haven't even provided enough for him to test his sword. This killer once annihilated 10 peak ancient sovereigns with a single strike. These few human emperors are hardly worthy of his full attention. The ancient alien sovereigns lamented, deeming the human race too miserly for sending so few emperors to their demise. With Lu Xuan's status, shouldn't the humans at least dispatch 100 or so emperors to match his reputation? After all, he was the mightiest emperor of the human race 100,000 years ago. While these ancient alien sovereigns sighed in dismay, the human emperors above the boundary sea finally spoke. Among them, a peak emperor clad in a black robe fixed a grim and unfriendly gaze upon Lu Xuan. His palm opened, and a golden token materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the golden token, Lu Xuan's expression turned even colder. The supreme token. It represented the highest authority within the human race. The appearance of the supreme token signified the personal descent of the 7 imperial sovereigns of the Supreme Hall, and all humans were obliged to heed the supreme command. To defy the supreme order was to betray the human race. Holding the supreme token was the foundation of this peak emperor's confidence. Bold Lu Xuan, the imperial sovereign inquires why you have disregarded the agreement and left Tianyuan without permission. Have you forgotten your promise? As a guardian of the celestial abyss for our human race, you shall not leave without permission for the entirety of your life. The voice of this pinnacle emperor, representing the emperor itself, questioned Lu Xuan. In the past, concerned for the safety of his kin, Lu Xuan might have heeded the decree of the sovereign. However, now, he was indifferent to such matters. Faced with the scorn of the pinnacle emperor and the inquiry from the emperor, Lu Xuan revealed a hint of a cold smile, his voice icy and commanding. Well asked. I too wish to inquire about those emperors you speak of. Do they still remember the pact made with me long ago? The emperor at hand, hailing from the Chongqing family, was evidently aware of the events from 100 millennia past. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's retort, his expression turned somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, as he represented the emperor in the sovereign hall, how could he allow himself to lose face before a mere emperor? With an indignant snort, he summoned forth the dazzling golden light of the sovereign decree, reprimanding sternly, Lu Xuan, you possess immense audacity. To leave the celestial abyss without permission is a grave offense. Now, You dare show disrespect to the emperor and the sovereign hall. Truly, you harbor insidious ambitions. I stand here as the representative of the sovereign hall, as the emperor's envoy. Do you truly wish to remain obstinate? If you return now and dutifully guard the celestial abyss, the emperors may show mercy and pardon you this once. Of course, your act of killing our human emperor and harming your own kin is still a heinous crime. While you may escape the death penalty, the living punishment is inescapable. Come forth and endure 30,000 heavenly lightning whips. If you survive, this matter shall be forgotten. Upon hearing the emperor's reprimand, Lu Xuan smiled rather than fuming. It seemed he had just heard the most humorous jest of the past 100 millennia. When did a mere emperor dare to question him? Moreover, this fellow even sought to represent the emperor in punishing him? 30,000 heavenly lightning whips? How amusing. Lu Xuan responded to him with nothing but a cold smile. Lu Xian's disdainful smirk incited immense fury within the pinnacle of the Great Emperor. Hailing from the illustrious Chongqing family and representing the Emperor's majesty, he commanded respect among the human race. Who would dare to disregard him? Yet now, he found himself mocked by Lu Xuan, a veritable pariah among humanity. Before he could unleash his wrathful roar, another great emperor at the pinnacle had already bellowed, "Lu Xuan, what is your demeanor? Do you truly dismiss the emperor's authority?" However, regardless of his furious outcry, Lu Xuan couldn't be bothered to cast even a fleeting glance in his direction. A troop of mere buffoons, wielding the supreme order, truly believed themselves to be equals to the emperor? Lu Xuan sneered. Today, even if the revered emperor behind you were to arrive, my stance would remain unchanged. It is your emperor who has betrayed and wronged me, wronged my Lu family. Even if you do not seek me out, I shall pursue them and inquire personally. Lu Xuan's voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The several emperors of the Boundary Sea, who were aware of the agreements made 100,000 years ago, wore grim expressions. Only the Emperor of the Clear Wind remained oblivious, feeling like an outsider, utterly unable to comprehend the discourse between Lu Xuan and the other emperors. Fortunately, he was indifferent to the matter. Since his return, he had been vigilant of his surroundings, prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble. Regardless of the grievances between Lu Xuan and those ancient families of longevity, it was beyond the capacity of his meager imperial lineage to interfere. Several hundred miles away, the ancient sovereigns of the alien races seethed with fury upon witnessing the attitude of their human counterparts towards Lu Xuan. Their anger surpassed even that of Lu Xuan himself. As if the slander directed at him was an affront to their own dignity. Had the human race truly descended into such a state of moral inversion? Unable to distinguish right from wrong. How astonishing that after 100,000 years, humanity had fallen to such depths. These individuals, wielding the supreme order, were clearly intent on tarnishing Lu Xuan's name. Their audacity was remarkable. They seemed utterly ignorant of the meaning of death. To impose 30,000 heavenly tribulations upon Lu Xuan, had they lost their senses? Once this god of slaughter took action, there would be no escape for them. If the supreme hall of humanity was comprised of such inept individuals, the day when the alien races would breach the imperial barriers and seize control of the human realm was nigh. The ancient sovereigns of the alien races were filled with exhilaration. They had been dispatched by the esteemed Qing, who to covertly assist Lu Xuan. Yet, the meager display presented by the humans was utterly insufficient in the face of Lu Xuan's formidable presence. Lu Xuan acted with casual ease, effortlessly resolving the situation. There was no need for them to intervene. The ancient emperors of various alien races observed with keen interest. Some even began to speculate and deliberate, pondering how long the god of death, Lu Xuan, would remain patient before making his move, before the vast expanse of the Boundary Sea. Lu Xuan's retort rendered the several human emperors visibly distressed. They wished to counter his words, yet found themselves at a loss. The actions undertaken by their esteemed sovereigns were undeniably treacherous, yet they could not bring themselves to acknowledge such a betrayal. Their sovereigns could not bear the weight of such infamy. Throughout this ordeal, they, along with their sovereigns, could only be seen as paragons of righteousness. Thus, it was Lu Xuan who must be in the wrong. Lu Xuan, I fail to comprehend your words. You pledged to guard the abyss of heaven, and thus you ought to fulfill that promise diligently. Now, having abandoned your post, you have committed an egregious error. To dare massacre your own kin before the Sea of Realms is a heinous crime indeed. Earlier, the esteemed Jiang Ming merely imposed upon you the trial of 30,000 heavenly thunder lashes, which was already an act of leniency beyond the law. Do not persist in your delusions, lest you bring harm upon yourself and others. I implore you to accept your punishment with humility and return to the abyss of heaven. In doing so, I may intercede on your behalf before the sovereign, advocating for clemency and granting you and your family an opportunity for repentance. Another pinnacle emperor coldly admonished, his words laced with veiled threats. You, Lu Xuan, may disregard your own life, but what of the Lu family within the human race? 100,000 years prior, Lu Xuan had been coerced by the 7 great sovereigns, leveraging the Lu family as a threat, compelling him to abandon his kin and guard the abyss of heaven. Now, after a century, hearing the same threat once more, the fury within Lu Xuan erupted, fueled by a century's worth of grievances. Yet, at that moment, he appeared remarkably composed. He gazed steadily at the pinnacle emperor, sensing an aura that belonged to the Chaoshan clan. Do you hail from the Jin family? Lu Xuan's voice was remarkably calm. From the towering presence of the emperor before him, he sensed the aura emanating from the emperor of the Jin family. As for the one wielding the supreme token, Lu Xuan needed no guesswork. It was naturally the Great Emperor Jiang, hailing from the illustrious Jiang family of the Eternal Clans. Among the 4 prominent Eternal families, it was precisely the emperors of the Jin and Jiang families who had conspired to expel Lu Xuan from the human race and confine him to the abyss of heaven. Thus, upon realizing that the formidable human emperors before him were affiliated with the Jiang and Jin families, Lu Xuan felt no surprise. It was these 2 powerful families' emperors who had cast him out, and it was only expected that they would not wish to see his return to humanity. Hence, it was only reasonable for these younger emperors, armed with the supreme token, to obstruct him. The emperor from the Jin family, upon hearing Lu Xuan's inquiry, exhibited a flicker of pride in his gaze and arrogantly declared, "Since you are aware of my affiliation with the Jin family, you should also comprehend whom you have offended. Lu Xuan, I advise you to comply and present yourself for punishment. If you can endure the punishment of 30,000 thunder whips, all your transgressions shall be forgiven." As soon as the Jin family emperor's words echoed, the one holding the supreme token, the celestial lord Jiang, interjected with a commanding voice, "Lu Xuan, our patience is limited. Should you fail to step forward for your punishment within 10 breaths, it will be deemed an affront to the emperor and the supreme hall." Affront? Lu Xuan chuckled softly, his expression betraying neither sorrow nor joy. His voice remained remarkably calm as he spoke. "Have I not been provoking you all along? Is it only now that you realize this? Jin family, Jiang family, I never imagined that the descendants of 2 esteemed emperors could be such fools, such incompetents." As Lu Xuan's words fell, they landed like a bomb dropped into a tranquil pond. The 5 mighty emperors above the boundary sea glared at him with unrestrained fury, their gazes piercing enough to devour Lu Xuan whole. Only the emperor of the gentle breeze, upon witnessing the familiar smile gracing Lu Xuan's lips, silently retreated backwards. Naturally, in the presence of these formidable figures from the Chaoshan clan, he dared not display excessive behavior, yet he had already unobtrusively distanced himself from them. The moment he sensed Lu Xuan's intent to strike, he would be ready to flee. The emperor of the gentle breeze had fully prepared himself for an immediate escape, while the other emperors from the Jiang and Jin families remained blissfully unaware. Infuriated by Lu Xuan's remarks, they glared at him in collective wrath. The Emperor Jiang, wielding the supreme order, roared with a murderous intent, "Lu Xuan, you are courting death." They had originally been dispatched to prevent Lu Xuan's return to the human race, believing that the supreme order in their possession would effortlessly compel him to retreat. However, Lu Xuan showed no regard for the supreme order, even openly provoking them and the authority it represented. How could they possibly tolerate such insolence? With Jiang Ming's furious shout, the other emperors simultaneously took action. The battle among the 6 human emperors above the boundary sea erupted instantly. With the exception of the emperor of the gentle breeze, all 5 others engaged in combat. Boom. The terrifying power of the imperial laws cascaded from the heavens. The sight of 5 emperors striking together was a rare occurrence. After launching their assault, the emperor of the Jin family laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Lu Xuan, since you refuse to recognize your own good fortune, you shall meet your demise." With all 5 emperors attacking in unison, there was no one within the human realm, save for a few sovereigns, capable of withstanding their might. No matter how formidable Lu Xuan may be, he remains merely a sovereign. As long as he is a sovereign, he cannot possibly withstand the onslaught. However, they failed to notice that at the moment they launched their attack, the Emperor Qingfeng, who had been standing beside them, had already vanished without a trace. Having learned from past experiences and having witnessed Lu Xuan's terrifying prowess, Emperor Qingfeng had swiftly fled when Jiang Ming and the others made their move. At this moment, He had already escaped to the farthest reaches of the boundary sea, on the verge of completely departing from it. Similarly, Jiang Ming and his companions were oblivious to the fact that under the combined assault of their 5 sovereigns, there was not a hint of fear on Lu Xuan's face. His expression remained as indifferent as ever. It was as if he had not perceived their attacks at all. Hundreds of miles away, the ancient emperors of the alien races, who lay concealed in the void, erupted in ecstatic cheers. Here he comes. It was truly remarkable that Lu Xuan, the harbinger of death, had managed to endure until now. These human sovereigns are truly foolish. Even before Lu Xuan had made his move, they were already eager to meet their demise. Alas, with their meager strength, they are hardly worth noting. A few worthless sovereigns are no match for a single strike from Lu Xuan. Should we wager on how many moves it would take for this harbinger of death to vanquish them? Is there even a need for speculation? With a mere flick of his sword, they would be reduced to nothingness. The ancient emperors of the alien races felt a sense of disinterest. The strength of these human sovereigns surprised them. Were the human sovereigns truly this weak? The imperial laws that stood behind these sovereigns were inferior even to those of the ancient emperors. With such caliber, how dare they take the initiative against Lu Xuan? At that moment, they beheld Lu Xuan in motion. This marked the first instance since his departure from Tianyuan that he had unsheathed his sword. The resonant sound of the sword echoed throughout the boundary sea. At the instant the sword's cry resonated, all 5 human sovereigns felt their movements freeze. The sound of the sword seemed to instill in them a sense of profound dread. Even their actions came to an abrupt halt. The imperial laws that loomed behind them were severed in that singular moment of the sword's cry. With the imperial laws shattered, the few of them instantaneously lost their connection to the essence of sovereignty. This is not good. Even Jiang Ming, in his arrogance, sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly shouted to alert the others. Yet, before his voice could fully escape his lips, he witnessed the sovereigns before him simultaneously disintegrating into countless fragments. Watching the sovereigns crumble before his very eyes, becoming mere shards, Jiang Ming was utterly shattered. In the balance between life and death, the supreme order in his hands suddenly erupted with a golden radiance, shielding him from the all-pervasive sword energy. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Ming was struck fiercely, enveloped in the golden light of the supreme order, and was sent hurtling back for hundreds of miles. After soaring nearly 1,000 miles, Emperor Jiang Ming finally coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and even the essence of the emperor within him bore countless cracks. This was only possible due to the protection of the supreme order, which spared him from death. The others, lacking such fortunate protection, perished beneath the relentless assault of the sword energy. This underscores the staggering power of that single strike. One sword could fell 4 emperors. It was nothing short of a miracle. No, this cannot be. Surviving by a hair's breadth, Emperor Jiang Ming was awash with panic and disbelief. Even now, he could not fathom what had transpired in that fleeting moment. It was supposed to be their combined effort, 5 mighty emperors uniting to annihilate Lu Xuan. They had ensnared Lu Xuan within their attack. Yet, just when they believed his demise was certain, a sudden, piercing sound of a sword echoed through the air. Subsequently, he witnessed with his own eyes the other 4 emperors falling in almost perfect unison before him. Emperor Jiang Ming observed keenly, as those 4 were all slain by the sword energy. The ferocity of that energy was such that even their protective emperor artifacts could not withstand its onslaught, shattering alongside their imperial bodies into countless fragments. Jiang Ming himself had narrowly escaped the same fate. Had it not been for the safeguarding of the supreme order, his end would have mirrored that of the fallen emperors. Alas! Retreat! You cannot withstand him. At that moment, a sigh emanated from the supreme order. Hearing this lament, the reluctant Emperor Jiang Ming had no choice but to turn and flee. He continued his escape until reaching the edge of the boundary sea, where he finally encountered the previously fled Emperor Qifeng. Gazing at the seemingly innocent face of Emperor Qifeng, Jiang Ming halted, glaring fiercely at him, and angrily demanded, "Did you already know of his strength?" In response to Jiang Ming's inquiry, Emperor Qifeng hurriedly clarified, "You misunderstand. I was unaware of his true power. Furthermore, I had previously warned you not to underestimate him, but you chose to ignore my counsel." Only then did Jiang Ming recall that upon their arrival at the boundary sea, Emperor Qifeng had earnestly advised them against engaging Lu Xuan. Yet, how could they have taken Qifeng's words to heart? After all, they had come armed with the Supreme Order, representing the Supreme Hall. Surely, Lu Xuan, no matter how audacious, would not dare to oppose the Supreme Hall. However, reality had delivered a stinging rebuke to their arrogance. Lu Xuan not only opposes the Supreme Hall, but also shows no regard for the emperor behind them. That sword strike just now has already made Lu Xuan's stance abundantly clear. Lu Xuan, this has already resulted in a rupture with the human race. Even if it is not a complete severance, it certainly marks a fracture with the Supreme Hall and the two illustrious families of eternal life. Emperor Jiangming glared at the Emperor of Clear Winds before him with a stormy expression, wishing he could strike down this cowardly individual who fled in the face of adversity. However, before he could act, the voice of the Supreme Order resonated, exonerating him. Lu Xuan's strength has surpassed his former self, now having stepped into the realm of quasi-imperial respect. Even if he remained, it would merely mean an unjust demise. Upon hearing the voice of the Supreme Order, despite his fury, Emperor Jiangming had no choice but to relent. He shot one last fierce glare at the Emperor of Clear Winds before turning to flee towards the Imperial Pass, beyond the Sea of Realms, witnessing Jiangming's retreat. Lu Xuan made no attempt to pursue. He understood that Jiangming bore the Supreme Order, making him a formidable target not easily vanquished. Let this mere jester prolong his existence for a few more days. Lu Xuan gave a cold smile and strode onto the Sea of Realms, collecting 4 sources of the Great Emperor. At present, in his possession, aside from the yet-to-be fully refined source of the ancient Emperor of Heavenly Fire, he retained 5 complete sources of the Great Emperor. He did not expect the news to spread so swiftly to the Supreme Hall. Lu Xuan stepped onto the Sea of Realms, not in haste to advance. The vast expanse of the sea, stretching for countless miles, was but a fleeting moment for him to traverse. Yet, even after crossing the sea, he still faced the formidable Imperial Pass before he could return to the human race. The Imperial Pass, a grand fortress fortified by the blood and sacrifice of innumerable humans, had withstood countless assaults from alien forces seeking to breach the human stronghold. Guarding the Imperial Pass were not only human emperors, but also a million-strong army of humanity. Despite Lu Xuan's peak emperor status, traversing the Imperial Pass was no trivial endeavor. Moreover, news of his emergence had already reached the Supreme Hall. Those imperial sovereigns who wished to prevent his return to humanity would undoubtedly obstruct his path. If merely envoys from the Supreme Hall were dispatched, he believed he could manage. However, should the imperial sovereigns themselves descend, he knew, despite his confidence, that he would be unable to withstand their might. The chasm between an emperor and an imperial sovereign was insurmountable. Even though he had attained the quasi-imperial sovereign realm, he remained incomparable to a true sovereign. The imperial sovereigns, the supreme among emperors, were the genuine apex of existence within this world. Throughout the ages, the number of emperors within the human race had never been scarce. At their peak, there were even thousands of them. Yet, the number of imperial sovereigns had never exceeded 9. This was beyond human influence, governed instead by the laws of the heavenly Tao. 9 was the utmost limit. Under the heavenly Tao, there existed only 9 paths for imperial sovereigns. Thus, within any given era, the number of human imperial sovereigns would eternally remain fewer than 9. Currently, the Supreme Hall alone boasted 7 imperial sovereigns. With only 2 sovereign positions remaining within the human race, it was conceivable that if there were any hidden sovereigns, the 9 sovereign positions might already be filled. Lu Xuan had long harbored a suspicion of this possibility. This suspicion stemmed from the fact that thousands of years prior, when he sought to break through to the imperial sovereign realm, he sensed the suppression of the heavenly Tao's power. He was restrained by the heavenly Tao, unable to ascend to the sovereign rank. Thus, at that time, Lu Xuan speculated that the number of imperial sovereigns within the human race had indeed reached 9. The attainment of this limit naturally repelled him from ascending to sovereign status. Now, as he prepared to return to humanity, he would inevitably encounter the imperial sovereigns once more. 100,000 years ago, it was his insufficient strength that had compelled him to flee the human race, threatened by the 7 imperial sovereigns. As he prepared to re-enter the fold of humanity, he was determined to avoid a repetition of that tragic chapter. If the number of sovereigns reached its zenith, the only path forward for him would be to vanquish one of the sovereigns in order to claim the title of a new sovereign. Lu Xuan's expression was grave, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, he was merely a quasi-emperor. With his current strength, it was utterly impossible for him to slay an emperor. Each emperor independently wields a distinct emperor's law. The emperor's law is the most potent force of law in this world, inherently suppressing the laws of the Great Emperor. Despite being hailed as a quasi-emperor, Lu Xuan remains merely an emperor, still practicing the laws of the emperor. His imperial laws are inevitably suppressed in the presence of the emperor's laws, rendering him eternally incapable of rivaling an emperor. Thus, Upon realizing that the human emperor might have reached the pinnacle of power, Lu Xuan has been contemplating ways to break the stalemate. In the initial 10 millennia, he could find no method nor discern how to shatter the constraints of the heavenly path to ascend to the status of emperor. However, later on, he unearthed some clues from the god burial coffin. At first glance, the coffin appears to be a mere simple bronze sarcophagus, yet within it exists a realm of its own. Every time Lu Xuan reclined within, his body would automatically find itself in a realm anew. In this realm, everything seemed to be suspended in time. The flow of time, the passage of years, all came to a standstill. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Xuan was able to mitigate the aging of his own body while lying within the divine burial coffin. Eventually, he uncovered some peculiarities within this coffin. He noticed that the surrounding coffin panels were adorned with countless mystical engravings, resembling a vast celestial map. However, in certain pivotal locations, there were voids. These voids unmistakably indicated the former positions of stars, yet their absence remained a mystery. Later, through an unexpected turn of events, Lu Xuan unraveled the secrets concealed within these coffin panels. Those celestial voids could indeed be filled with the essence of the Great Emperor. Thus, over the years, the essence he had harvested from slaying ancient foes had been utilized to fill the starry voids upon the coffin lid. Now, of the 28 celestial voids upon the coffin lid, only 5 in the far north remained unfilled by the essence of the Great Emperor. Originally, Lu Xuan had intended to reserve this essence for his own kin. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. If he could not advance further to attain the status of emperor, returning to his people would not guarantee their safety in their escape. Conversely, should he choose not to return to humanity, the emperors would likely refrain from striking against the Lu family beforehand. Thus, this arrangement would paradoxically enhance the safety of his kin. Such straightforward reasoning only dawned upon Lu Xuan after he had achieved a state of complete clarity. Consequently, he found himself unable to hastily return. Yet, he could not truly depart either, for he remained bound to safeguard the abyss. To retreat to the abyss would signify surrender to the Supreme Hall, an act of concession to the 7 great emperors. Lu Xuan would rather embrace death than concede to such indignity. He could only hope that the divine burial coffin would bestow upon him some unexpected fortune. Lu Xuan sat in tranquil meditation above the Sea of Realms. As he held the 5 imperial sources in his grasp, each one fused with the voids depicted on the star map. The star map upon the coffin of the gods was utterly illuminated. At that moment, all 28 imperial sources radiated an astonishing brilliance. The star map on the coffin of the gods instantaneously manifested colossal images of the 4 legendary sacred beasts in the cardinal directions: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. When these legendary sacred beasts emerged from the star map, Lu Xuan was overwhelmed, trembling under their terrifying aura. Alas, these are the fabled 4 sacred beasts. The star map could actually activate their manifestations. Gazing at the awe-inspiring phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts within the coffin of the gods, Lu Xuan was rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. Yet, following this brief shock, a profound ecstasy filled his eyes. The star map upon the coffin of the gods could indeed evoke the phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts, signifying its extraordinary origins and instilling hope within Lu Xuan. Beyond the Sea of Realms, the ancient alien sovereigns concealed in the void were taken aback upon witnessing Lu Xuan come to a halt. What was happening? Why had Lu Xuan stopped? Was he not returning to the human race? They had barely reached the Sea of Realms, and yet he lingered. I am still awaiting his confrontation with the Imperial Gate. Could something unforeseen have occurred? Earlier, that human sovereign had brought the supreme order. Could Lu Xuan have been intimidated by it? Although Lu Xuan, the god of slaughter, was reckless, he was not an emperor and lacked the combat prowess of one, rendering him no match for the human sovereigns. If he were to return to the human race now, he would undoubtedly be slain by those sovereigns. It appears he has come to a realization, understanding that returning would likely spell his doom, hence his hesitation. Alas, those human sovereigns are truly despicable. How could they treat Lu Xuan, a great benefactor, in such a manner? It is utterly unjust. Were Lu Xuan to reside among our alien races, he would be revered by all. What a pity that the human race treats their benefactors in such a manner. The ancient alien sovereigns expressed their discontent on Lu Xuan's behalf, recognizing that should he return, he would be ruthlessly suppressed by the human sovereigns. Qing Hu, do you not possess the command of the Qing Hu sovereign? Why not approach Lu Xuan and win him over? If the humans do not cherish him, we shall. If you can bring Lu Xuan to our side, The sovereign will surely reward you greatly. Some suggested that Qing Hu, the ancient sovereign, should attempt to recruit El Xian. Nonsense. Assisting El Xian in returning to the human race is a command from the celestial sovereign. If I were to lure El Xian to the alien races, I would be defying the celestial sovereign's orders. Do you all wish for me to court disaster? Upon hearing the mention of the celestial sovereign by the ancient Fox Emperor, the ancient monarchs of the alien races fell into a stunned silence, their voices stifled by fear. It was in this moment that they realized attempting to court Lu Xuan would be tantamount to defying the celestial sovereign's edict. In the realm beyond, offending those esteemed beings might leave a glimmer of hope for survival, but to contravene the will of the celestial sovereign was to embrace certain death. The celestial sovereign represented the very essence of their alien existence. Regardless of Lu Xuan's intentions, we shall remain vigilant here. When he attempts to breach the imperial barrier, we might lend our support in secret. The ancient Fox Emperor spoke again, his expression grave. It is likely that the human race will not assist Lu Xuan in opening the imperial barrier. Thus, we must rely on ourselves. If all else fails, we shall initiate an assault on the imperial barrier, provoking a great conflict. In the ensuing chaos, Lu Xuan may seize the opportunity to infiltrate the barrier. Upon hearing the ancient Fox Emperor's strategy, the ancient monarchs of the alien races were invigorated, their excitement palpable. This is splendid news. I shall summon forth the warriors of my Tianmong clan, ready to strike at the imperial barrier. The warriors of my Fire Phoenix clan have long yearned for the chance to wield their great blades once more. After 100,000 years, we finally have the opportunity to assault the imperial barrier again. No one shall contest my claim to the first achievement in this endeavor. As the ancient monarchs of the alien races anticipated the assault on the imperial barrier, their exhilaration was boundless. They had waited for 100,000 years, endured countless frustrations, and were now poised to step once more upon the imperial barrier, each brimming with eagerness to launch an immediate attack. Above the imperial barrier, the recently returned Emperor Jiangming cast a dark glare at the figure standing silently upon the Sea of Realms, his eyes ablaze with fury. Were it not for the edict from the ancestor of the imperial sovereign forbidding him from stepping beyond the barrier or seeking vengeance against Lu Xuan, he would undoubtedly lead the million-strong human army behind him to annihilate Lu Xuan. Behind him stood a cadre of human emperors. Even having witnessed the battle upon the Sea of Realms, they remained undeterred, each one eager to burst forth from the imperial barrier to slay Lu Xuan and demonstrate their prowess. Yet, as the commander of the imperial barrier, Emperor Jiangming remained silent, and they dared not venture a single step beyond the barrier, left only to glare in frustration. Is Lu Xuan paralyzed by fear? He stands there upon the Sea of Realms, reluctant to advance even a step. He must know we are waiting for him, trembling in terror. I once believed the mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago would possess great strength, yet it appears he is but a coward. What of the mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago? Merely a traitor cast out from the human race. A century ago, the Supreme Hall had already declared him an outcast, banishing him to the abyss of heaven for atonement. Who would have thought that, even after 100,000 years, he would dare to return? Such a despicable and shameless wretch should he appear, I shall ensure he meets an end without a burial. A mere human traitor. If he dares to show himself, we, the emperors, could drown him with but a single spit each. However, observing Lu Xuan's demeanor, it seems he has been intimidated by our formidable display, rendering him too fearful to approach. It is commendable that he possesses such self-awareness. The emperors of the human race erupted in raucous laughter, completely dismissing Lu Xuan. They even boldly proclaimed their intent to personally slay him. Yet, they remained oblivious to the looming figure of Emperor Jiangming, whose countenance had turned a deep shade of anger upon hearing their remarks, his fists clenching with a resounding crack. Even he had nearly fallen victim to Lu Xuan's blade. What audacity did these individuals possess, believing that they, mere trifles, could vanquish him? Their disdainful words towards Lu Xuan were nothing short of an affront. Enough. Silence. With a sharp rebuke, Emperor Jiangming's voice cut through the air, prompting the other emperors to finally recognize his fury and hastily close their mouths. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the offense their earlier comments had unwittingly caused to Emperor Jiangming. The group of emperors, feeling awkward, contemplated stepping forward to apologize. Yet, before they could utter a word, Emperor Jiangming had already turned and departed, leaving a circle of emperors exchanging glances in bewilderment. Above the Sea of Realms, Lu Xuan's gaze was utterly captivated by the divine burial coffin. The moment the ethereal images of the four sacred beasts emerged from the celestial map, Lu Xuan left behind a phantom in the realm of the sea. His true self had already reclined within the divine burial coffin. As he lay inside, his body seamlessly entered that extraordinary world. To his astonishment, the ethereal images of the four sacred beasts also manifested within this peculiar realm. Furthermore, these apparitions were even more colossal and awe-inspiring than what he had observed from the divine burial coffin. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. In this realm, the images of these four sacred beasts seemed to come alive, each one as immense as the heavens themselves. The aura they radiated was so formidable that it instilled a profound sense of trepidation within Lu Xuan, the emperor. Hiss. Merely four ethereal figures exuded such terrifying might. It was truly unfathomable to imagine the sheer power of the legendary four sacred beasts in their true forms. Lu Xuan gasped in astonishment. The four sacred beasts, a legendary existence. According to lore, the four sacred beasts are powerful divine creatures that guard the portals of heaven and earth. No one has ever witnessed their true forms. Even the ethereal images of the four sacred beasts were a sight Lu Xuan beheld for the first time. His gaze, filled with curiosity and awe, was fixed upon the sky. The phantasmal figures of the four sacred beasts appeared in the four cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north of this world as firmament. Behind them lay an expanse of void, yet it evoked in Lu Xuan a sense that something lay concealed within. It was as if four invisible celestial gates loomed behind the illusory figures of the sacred beasts. Accompanying the apparitions were countless twinkling lights, resembling stars scattered across the sky, radiant and shimmering. The once barren sky was suddenly adorned with a multitude of celestial bodies. Among them, the most resplendent were 28 colossal stars, each radiating a brilliant luminosity. As Lu Xuan raised his gaze, he was astounded to discover that the scene before him mirrored precisely the star maps he had previously encountered atop the divine burial coffin. This astonishing spectacle left him utterly speechless. In that moment of bewilderment, the ethereal manifestations of the four sacred beasts in the sky simultaneously transformed into radiant streaks of light. Four luminous trails, each a different hue, descended rapidly from the heavens. Before Lu Xuan could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself enveloped by these four streams of light. In an instant, countless runes materialized within his mind. In the blink of an eye, the four streaks of light surrounding Lu Xuan vanished, transmuting into resplendent golden runes that shimmered brilliantly in his consciousness. Ultimately, all the runes converged into 5 ancient characters, the chaotic celestial emperor's art, radiating with golden light. Upon seeing these 5 characters, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded into Lu Xuan's mind, merging seamlessly with his memories as if he had received divine enlightenment. In mere moments, he had acquired the entirety of the chaotic celestial emperor's art. After this revelation, Lu Xuan's body trembled with excitement. The technique transcending the heavenly Tao. The chaotic celestial emperor's art was indeed a practice that surpassed the confines of the heavenly Tao. Beneath the heavenly Tao, the 9 imperial laws were derived. To fuse these imperial laws was to become a human sovereign. Yet, the chaotic celestial emperor's art was capable of transcending the heavenly Tao itself. This illustrates the immense power and astonishing nature of the chaotic celestial emperor's art. This is precisely the technique I have long sought. Lu Xuan beamed with delight. This god burial coffin has indeed brought him immense surprise. The emergence of the chaotic heavenly emperor's secret art has instantly resolved the confusions that have plagued him for millennia. The chaotic heavenly emperor's secret art is divided into 9 levels. Once one cultivates to the 3rd level or above, they attain the realm of the emperor sovereign. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his heart racing wildly. With the chaos emperor scripture in his possession, transcending to the supreme realm was no longer a mere fantasy. Moreover, upon reaching the 3rd level, he would attain the status of Emperor Zun. Lu Xuan could already envision the formidable power that awaited him in the subsequent layers. The most crucial aspect was that practicing the Chaos Emperor scripture required no adherence to the constraints of the heavenly Tao laws. In other words, he would not need the 9 Emperor Zun laws to attain enlightenment and ascend to the rank of Emperor Zun. Lu Xuan continued to observe the cultivation techniques, becoming increasingly astonished. The 4th level of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art transcends the earthly limits, allowing one to ascend to the true celestial realm. The 5th level corresponds to the profound celestial realm, surpassing that of the true celestial. Beyond this, one attains the realms of the golden celestial and celestial king. Achieving the 8th level of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art elevates one to the supreme realm of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor stands as an unparalleled existence, even within the celestial realm, marking the pinnacle of all beings' cultivation. However, For the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art, the Celestial Emperor is not the ultimate destination. The ninth level represents an existence that transcends the Celestial Emperor. Only upon reaching this level can one rightfully be referred to as the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor represents a state that surpasses all beings, ruling over the myriad of existence. These realms seem exceedingly distant for Lu Xuan at present. Lu Xuan is now solely focused on swiftly mastering the third level of the Chaotic Emperor Sutra, allowing him to transcend the limits of an emperor and attain the status of Emperor Zun. It is only by achieving this esteemed rank that he will possess the capability to safely lead all his kin out of the clutches of the human race. Without this realm before him, no matter how formidable Lu Xuan's innate talent may be, it would be utterly impossible for him to cultivate the Chaotic Emperor Sutra to its third level within a short span of time. In truth, should he wait to reach this pinnacle, it would take no less than several hundred years. Although the protective formation he has established can withstand any assault from an emperor, it cannot perpetually shield his people for centuries. Moreover, there is no assurance that those shameless human Emperor Zuns will refrain from attacking the Lu family during this prolonged period. Therefore, he simply does not possess the luxury of hundreds of years to gradually refine the Chaotic Emperor Sutra. He cannot afford to wait. His kin can wait even less. However, with the assistance of this realm, everything has become possible. Within this space, all is frozen in time. It is indeed the most conducive environment for cultivation. Even if Lu Xuan were to cultivate here for a millennium or even 10,000 years, the passage of time outside would seem almost frozen. If I am not mistaken, the master of this god-burying coffin is likely the previous generation's heavenly emperor. Lu Xuan took a deep breath and boldly speculated. The god-burying coffin concealed the chaotic celestial emperor's scripture, which must be intricately tied to the celestial emperor. However, none of this bore significant relevance to Lu Xuan at present. At this moment, mastering the chaotic celestial emperor's scripture was of paramount importance. Lu Xuan's gaze settled upon the Chaos Celestial Emperor Sutra, and he commenced his cultivation from the first level. The first level of the Chaos Celestial Emperor Sutra, the holy body of the four symbols. Lu Xuan's gaze was piercing as the cultivation method for the first level of the Chaos Celestial Emperor technique vividly emerged in his mind. This initial stage, known as the Four Symbols Sacred Body Realm, derives its name from the necessity to commence one's training with the elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. By absorbing these elemental energies, one can materialize the ethereal forms of four sacred beasts. Ultimately, achieving the unity of the four symbols leads to a transformation of the physical body into the Four Symbols Sacred Body Realm, signifying the pinnacle of this stage. This realm serves merely as the foundation of the Chaos Celestial Emperor technique. Any practitioner possessing a saint-level cultivation can embark upon this path of training. Lu Xuan had long ascended to the realm of the Great Emperor. Now, transitioning from the saint-level realm, he began to cultivate the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art with remarkable ease. As he channeled the magical energy within his body, the four elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire began to converge within him. For Lu Xuan, condensing the four symbols' holy body posed little challenge. The only uncertainty lay in the duration required for success. As time elapsed, Lu Xuan devoted himself fervently to his cultivation in this space, where time held no sway. With an array of exceedingly rare celestial materials and treasures from the outside world being absorbed and refined by him, his progress in mastering the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art accelerated significantly. Nevertheless, by the time he successfully materialized the illusory forms of the four symbols' holy beasts, a full century had passed. In the realm of reality, his kin would have long since lost hope. Fortunately, within the confines of the god-burial coffin space, a century equated to merely a few breaths in the external world. This fleeting span was one that Lu Xuan could endure. It seemed he had underestimated the complexity of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art. Lu Xuan took a deep breath. Despite having cultivated to the realm of the four symbols' holy body, he could not discern any joy within himself. Merely reaching the initial stage of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's scripture had consumed him a century of dedicated effort. Furthermore, it had depleted countless resources he had painstakingly amassed over 100,000 years, just to barely achieve his current pace of cultivation. Were it not for the support of those celestial treasures, his cultivation speed would have diminished by at least several dozen times. In other words, relying solely on his own strength, it would require him at least a millennium to attain the first layer of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's scripture. He fervently hoped that these resources would sustain him in advancing to the second tier of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's scripture. Lu Xuan took a deep breath. Glancing at the dwindling cultivation resources in his hands, a sense of concern washing over him. Another century had passed. The moment when the ethereal forms of the four symbol sacred beasts merged with Lu Xuan's body would signify the culmination of his four symbol sacred body. Achieving its ultimate perfection, Lu Xuan rose from the void, his every gesture exuding an air of dominance and imperial majesty. The ethereal forms of the four great sacred beasts accompanied his movements, emanating an unparalleled and terrifying aura of supremacy. With a casual wave, Lu Xuan summoned the ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts within him, coalescing them into a magnificent golden beam that surged forth into the void. The earth trembled as the golden column erupted, creating a gaping chasm in the fabric of reality. Witnessing the formidable power of the four symbols' sacred body, Lu Xuan was profoundly astonished. This was merely the first layer of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. Its might was already sufficient to vanquish a quasi-emperor. One could only imagine the unparalleled strength that would be unleashed upon mastering the second layer of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. Lu Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly commencing the cultivation of the second level of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. However, the resources at his disposal were dwindling. Over the past 100,000 years, he had vanquished countless alien races and demons in the abyss, acquiring an abundance of resources from them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the resources he possessed could easily elevate even a mere pig to the realm of an emperor. Yet, currently, these resources had only sufficed to perfect the first level of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. Glancing at the scant remaining resources in his hands, Lu Xuan felt a twinge of helplessness. Clearly, this meager supply was insufficient for his needs. It seemed that once he progressed to the second level of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art, he would need to embark on a quest for additional resources. Lu Xuan sighed softly, already contemplating where to procure resources. As for the alien races, it was not feasible to approach them for the time being. After all, the alien celestial sovereign had bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality, and Lu Xuan could not be ungrateful. At least for now, he could not disturb the alien races. Regarding the human race, given his current strength, returning could pose significant dangers. Not to mention, wantonly plundering cultivation resources within the human realm would be tantamount to courting death. Should he embark on such reckless behavior, it would undoubtedly provide the human sovereigns with leverage against him. It was likely that he would ultimately meet his demise among his own kind. His sole option lay with those dwelling beneath the abyss, the alien demons, as well as the vast sea of realms beneath his feet. Although the alien demons resided in the depths of the abyss and had been subdued by Lu Xuan with the burial heaven divine sword for 100 millennia, this did not imply that their strength was insignificant. Within the alien demon race, alongside numerous demon emperors and demon kings, there existed formidable demon sovereigns whose power rivaled that of the human sovereigns. If Lu Xuan were to infiltrate the realm of it would undoubtedly alert the formidable. Previously, Lu Xuan refrained from entering remaining solely within the confines of Tianyuan. Thus, the found themselves powerless against him. However, should he choose to venture into this, it would be akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger, granting those the opportunity to eliminate him. Although Lu Xuan required a vast array of resources for his cultivation, he would not be foolish enough to court his own demise. Thus, his only remaining choice lay in the boundless sea of realms beneath his feet. The vast expanse of the Sea of Realms stretched for countless miles. Beneath its surface, it served not only as a stronghold for marine monsters, but also as a treasure trove abundant in resources for cultivation. Within the Sea of Realms, one could find celestial treasures that did not exist elsewhere. Over the past 100 millennia, although Lu Xuan had not set foot outside the abyss of heaven, he had nonetheless acquired numerous treasures from the Sea of Realms, obtained from the hands of ancient monarchs of foreign tribes and demon lords. Lu Xuan still recalls that one piece, originating from the depths of the Sea of Realms. The icy jade harbors an extraordinarily unique power of cold ice. After Lu Xuan refined the undersea ice jade, he once extended his lifespan by a decade. Although 10 years may seem trivial to an emperor, for Lu Xuan at that time, this extension proved to be immensely beneficial. It was during these 10 years that he managed to slay 10 ancient alien emperors with a single stroke of his sword, instilling fear in the remaining ancient emperors who dared not set foot in the passage again as they sensed their own impending demise. Lu Xuan had contemplated personally traversing the oceanic realms to seek out more of this ice jade, which might further prolong his life. However, out of loyalty to his promise and his duty to guard the abyss, he refrained from leaving even a single step away from it. Thus, He willingly relinquished this golden opportunity to extend his lifespan. Now, liberated from all constraints, the ocean beneath him was undoubtedly the most opportune place for him to search for cultivation resources. As he selected his targets for plunder, his chaotic emperor technique officially ascended to its second tier, known as the chaotic divine furnace realm. This realm represents a further advancement upon the foundation of the four-element sacred body, unifying the powers of the four elements to refine chaotic spiritual energy. By harnessing this energy and converging it with the four-element sacred body, he transformed his physique into a chaotic divine furnace capable of refining all. With Lu Xuan's breakthrough into the chaotic divine furnace realm, his four elements sacred body underwent a metamorphosis into the chaotic body. The chaotic body epitomizes the most formidable physique, transcending all others. Possessing the chaotic body allows one to remain unbound by the laws of heaven, enabling one to ascend to the ranks of an emperor in any era. Here, the term emperor refers not merely to the earthly sovereigns, but to the celestial emperors residing high above in the immortal realms, truly the apex of existence across all worlds. As long as the chaotic body does not fall, it is destined to become an immortal emperor. This is the very foundation upon which the chaotic emperor technique operates. Free from the constraints of heavenly laws, enabling one to achieve imperial supremacy beyond such restrictions. The cultivation of the chaotic body guarantees that even without the laws of the imperial realm, one can still transcend into that domain, rendering even the likes of the immortal kings and divine kings unworthy of comparison. At the moment Lu Xuan perfected the chaotic body, the skies above the oceanic realm transformed dramatically. The previously clear skies were suddenly engulfed by ominous black clouds. As these clouds gathered, fierce winds arose. Crackling sounds echoed as flashes of lightning illuminated the clouds, accompanied by the thunderous roars. In an instant, the once serene heavens above the ocean morphed into a tempestuous scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Within the ocean, towering waterspouts erupted, and the entire expanse became a swirling vortex of storms, with tumultuous waves and rampant lightning. Above this chaotic scene, 5 colossal suns of varying colors appeared in the sky. Crimson, white, golden, azure, and black. 5 distinct suns radiate a terrifying force of annihilation, leaving a path of destruction and returning all to nothingness. The oceanic beasts of the realm, upon approaching, are swiftly swept into the sky, struck by lightning until charred, torn to shreds by the howling winds, and reduced to ashes by the flames. In the blink of an eye, the Sea of Realms transforms into a hellish landscape. Lu Xuan, who was cultivating within the god burial coffin, sensed the turmoil outside and his expression changed dramatically. He understood that this was the heavenly punishment descending upon him, aiming to obliterate his chaotic body. The chaotic body was far too powerful, too defiant, an existence beyond the control of the heavenly Tao. Thus, at the moment he perfected his chaotic body, the heavenly Tao responded, unleashing catastrophic calamities, the cataclysm of the sun, the inferno of the great sun, the thunderstorm of the purple sun, the tempest of the shadow sun, and the deluge of the black sun. A total of 5 heavenly disasters descended, each capable of annihilating the cosmos, targeting Lu Xuan with the intent to eradicate his chaotic body entirely. Atop the imperial pass, the esteemed emperors of the human race gazed in astonishment at the apocalyptic scene above the Sea of Realms. Many of these emperors had guarded the imperial pass for millennia, yet they had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. The Emperor Jiangming, who had retreated within the imperial pass, suddenly appeared before it, his expression one of sheer shock as he beheld the terrifying vision above the Sea of Realms. Abruptly, his gaze trembled, and disbelief widened his eyes. Amidst the cataclysmic chaos, he discerned the figure of a person, Lu Xuan. The heavenly calamities had been summoned by Lu Xuan's emergence. Stunned, Jiangming exclaimed in disbelief, pondering what heinous actions Lu Xuan had committed to invoke such wrath from the heavens. Ancient sovereigns of foreign races, concealed within the void, were thrown into a panic at the onset of these heavenly calamities. The disasters enveloped thousands of miles. If they did not flee, they too would be ensnared by the heavenly wrath. Swiftly, they retreated, like rabbits caught by their tails, instantly disappearing back into the abyss. These ancient monarchs, who had faced countless adversities without flinching, now trembled in fear. How terrifying! This was the calamity of the heavenly Tao. The slaughterer Lu Xuan had provoked the heavens to strike him down. 5 heavenly disasters manifested simultaneously due to his existence. Indeed, he was Lu Xuan. Even if he were to perish beneath the heavenly calamities, he would be remembered as the foremost figure throughout history. Yet, why did the heavenly Tao seek to obliterate Lu Xuan? Clearly, he was a great benefactor of humanity, his contributions surpassing all others. The heavenly Tao should reward him, not attempt to annihilate him. Had the heavenly Tao lost its clarity as well? The calamities of the heavenly path descend solely upon those whose sins are so egregious that even the celestial order cannot tolerate them. Typically, such malevolent beings are only deserving of a singular heavenly disaster. Instances of individuals attracting two types of heavenly calamities simultaneously are exceedingly rare, while the occurrence of 3 or more is virtually unheard of. Yet now, Lu Xuan has inexplicably drawn 5 distinct heavenly disasters. The fact that all 5 calamities have manifested due to his actions starkly illustrates the unwavering resolve of the heavenly path to obliterate him. Under the weight of these 5 disasters, no one can withstand their force, not even Lu Xuan himself. The ancient monarchs of foreign races look upon Lu Xuan with a sense of pity. Lu Xuan had guarded the human race at Tianyuan for 100,000 years, vanquishing the beings of other races. Even if he were to be punished by the heavenly Tao, it should rightfully be the retribution of their alien heavenly Tao. Of course, within the alien races, there exists no power of the heavenly Tao. This is precisely why the alien races are not bound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao, and the number of their esteemed ones is not limited to 9. For the human race, and in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, Lu Xuan is undoubtedly a great benefactor. However, it is incomprehensible that the heavenly Tao would seek to annihilate Lu Xuan. The ancient emperors of the alien races also voiced their discontent on his behalf. Lu Xuan, if you cannot withstand these calamities of the heavenly Tao, why not seek refuge with us in the alien realm? Within the alien realm, you are free from the heavenly Tao's constraints. Once you enter, even this damned heavenly Tao cannot touch you. The ancient Fox Emperor was particularly anxious. If Lu Xuan were to perish under the heavenly Tao, how could he return to explain himself to the esteemed Qinghu? His voice traversed through the calamities of the heavenly Tao and reached Lu Xuan's ears. Having long anticipated the presence of these ancient emperors, Lu Xuan, upon hearing the Fox Emperor's worried tone, felt a twinge of indescribable emotion in his gaze. Who would have thought that the human race he had protected for 100,000 years would wish for his demise amidst these calamities of the heavenly Tao? Conversely, the alien races he had subdued for 100,000 years were willing to embrace him in this life and death moment. This filled Lu Xuan with an overwhelming sense of irony. It seemed that his 100,000 years of existence had become a tragic joke. Fortunately, Lu Xuan had long ceased to harbor hope for the human race. Thus he felt no sorrow or disappointment. He lifted his gaze to the 5 suns in the sky, the cataclysm of doom, the inferno of the great sun, the thunder calamity of the purple sun, the wind calamity of the Yin sun, and the water calamity of the black sun. The most formidable disasters under the heavenly Tao had descended solely due to him. Even if he were to perish beneath these calamities, he would still have ample pride. Of course, Lu Xuan would not die. The Chaos Emperor Sutra recorded that the chaos body is a formidable innate talent that the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate. Unexpectedly, having just perfected the chaos body, I have attracted 5 types of heavenly Tao calamities. It seems that the heavenly Tao will not rest until it has obliterated me. Lu Xuan cast a cold smile towards the heavens. In the face of this overwhelming force of calamity, he exhibited not a hint of concern. Instead, his expression remained serene. Long ago, during his cultivation of the chaotic celestial emperor's art, he had foreseen all that was to come. Moreover, the chaotic celestial emperor's art had bestowed upon him an impeccable solution. Boom! With a subtle motion of his palm, Lu Xuan summoned the god-burying coffin into the air. At the moment the coffin ascended, torrents of heavenly calamities surged forth, instinctively striking towards it. However, these formidable forces of divine retribution merely vanished upon contact with the coffin. Akin to a drop in the ocean, the god-burying coffin absorbed them as though it were an immense sponge, rendering the onslaught of heavenly disasters utterly futile. In an instant, the overwhelming influx of calamity was completely devoured by the coffin, restoring clarity to the skies above and tranquility to the realm of the seas below. Lu Xuan stood quietly above the boundary sea, gazing at the divine coffin of the fallen god, now imbued with even greater power after absorbing the calamity of the heavenly Tao. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Ah, dear heavens, did you ever anticipate this? The calamity of the heavenly Tao not only failed to thwart my progress, but also aided me in unlocking 34 innate restrictions of the divine coffin. Within the divine coffin, there originally existed 108 innate restrictions. Previously, Lu Xuan had spent a staggering 10,000 years merely to unlock 20 of these restrictions. Yet now, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao calamity, he had effortlessly released 34 innate restrictions in an instant. Presently, the divine coffin had unlocked 54 innate restrictions, surpassing the realm of the Supreme Emperor weapon. Innate restrictions are artifacts crafted solely within the confines of a Supreme Emperor weapon. These restrictions are grouped in sets of 9. With each additional layer of innate restrictions, the power of the Supreme Emperor weapon is elevated to new heights. Typically, a Supreme Emperor weapon can possess a maximum of 3 layers, or 27 innate restrictions. Should the number of innate restrictions exceed this limit, the Supreme Emperor weapon undergoes a transformation, attaining a potency akin to that of an immortal artifact. Thus, Supreme Emperor weapons with more than 4 layers of innate restrictions are referred to as immortal artifacts. The divine coffin boasts an impressive 12 layers and 108 innate restrictions. Once all innate restrictions are fully unsealed, this divine coffin will wield terrifying power comparable to that of an immortal Emperor's artifact. Now, with the aid of the heavenly Tao calamity, Lu Xuan has directly unlocked 54 innate restrictions within the divine coffin. As long as he refines these 54 innate restrictions, the divine coffin will unleash the might of a high-grade immortal artifact. Compared to the previous state, where he had only refined 20 innate restrictions, the enhancement in power is nothing short of 1,000-fold. With the divine coffin refined to encompass 54 innate restrictions, Lu Xuan even harbors hopes of slaying an emperor. After all, no matter how formidable an emperor may be, they remain beneath the celestial beings and cannot withstand the assault of a high-grade immortal artifact. Excellent. Let the calamity of the heavenly Tao come in abundance. Lu Xuan beamed with delight, even yearning for the recent calamities of the heavenly Tao to manifest once more. Perhaps they would directly aid him in unsealing the 108 innate prohibitions within the God burial coffin. However, after all the forces of the heavenly Tao calamities were absorbed by the God burial coffin, it was as though the heavenly Tao had entirely receded, showing no intention of continuing to unleash further disasters or annihilate him. Lu Xuan could only sigh, temporarily putting away the God burial coffin, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. It was a pity that his hopes of utilizing the heavenly Tao to unlock the 108 innate restrictions of the coffin could not be realized at this time. However, this experience had not been without its rewards. Not only had he ascended to the second level of the Chaos Emperor art, achieving the Chaos body, but he had also unsealed 54 innate restrictions of the God burial coffin. For him, these accomplishments were already more than sufficient. Now, he simply needed to refine the 24 innate restrictions that he had just unlocked within the coffin, and he would be confident in his safe return to the human race. With the God burial coffin in hand, possessing 54 innate restrictions, he could stand against even the Emperor and still harbor a chance of victory. Lu Xuan appeared unscathed above the ocean of realms, effortlessly thwarting the calamities of the heavenly Tao. When this spectacle unfolded, everyone was left utterly astonished. At the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiangming, who had just moments ago believed Lu Xuan to be doomed, was so taken aback by the sight of him unharmed that he nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. Could it be? How is he still alive? Emperor Jiangming even began to doubt the clarity of his own vision. Just moments ago, 5 types of heavenly Tao calamities had descended, each possessing the power to obliterate beings of their stature. Yet, how is it possible that Lu Xuan managed to withstand all of these calamities? Is he truly an emperor? Could it be that Lu Xuan is not concealing the might of an emperor? Behind Emperor Jiangming, a group of human emperors stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide open as if their throats had been grasped, resembling startled ducks. Within the ocean of realms, numerous formidable sea monsters, who had concealed themselves at the onset of the heavenly Tao calamities, were now rendered speechless, each one possessing immense power, gazed at Lu Xuan with reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Above the abyss, the ancient alien monarchs, who were in mourning for Lu Xuan, were also left in a state of shock. What had they just witnessed? Lu Xuan is still alive. At this moment, the ancient emperors of the alien races erupted into jubilant cheers. I knew it. Lu Xuan, the harbinger of death, has survived for 100,000 years. How could he possibly perish so easily? Aha! This is truly splendid. Even the calamities of the heavenly Tao could not bring him down. This fellow is nothing short of extraordinary. The ancient emperors of the alien races were even more elated than Lu Xuan himself. Far above the boundary sea, Upon hearing the jubilant laughter of these alien emperors celebrating his existence, Lu Xuan felt a stirring within him. Having guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, he had come to understand these alien beings quite well. While they were indeed mortal enemies of humanity, they were also the most amiable to interact with. In this moment, Lu Xuan seemed to have solidified a certain conviction. He had chosen the most suitable path for his kin. However, there was no rush. His immediate goal was not to assault the Imperial Pass, but to seize resources. He required a vast amount of resources to cultivate the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's technique and to refine the God burial coffin. The aquatic races of the Boundary Sea were the perfect target for his resource plundering. Just as Lu Xuan prepared to enter the ocean, he heard the call of Lu Linglong. "Ancestor, can you hear me?" The sudden call from Lu Linglong made Lu Xian's expression tense. His first thought was that the Lu clan was in peril. "Linglong, has something happened to the family?" Lu Xuan asked in a low voice. If the family were indeed facing a crisis, he would have no choice but to force his way through the Imperial Pass and return home immediately. "Ancestor, the family is currently quite secure. Although the 4 great elders of the Lin family are incessantly attacking, they are utterly incapable of breaching your formation. There is no need for you to worry about the family for the time being." Lu Linglong's response eased Lu Xian's expression to some extent. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you seek me out for a specific reason? Is there good news to share with the esteemed ancestor?" Lu Linglong's voice resonated with a hint of exhilaration as she excitedly proclaimed that her father had instructed her to inform the ancestor of his successful ascension to the status of emperor. With the formidable presence of an emperor now safeguarding the Lu family, the ancestral formations left behind would be even more impervious to breach. Therefore, the ancestor need not worry about matters concerning the family for the time being. However, it is imperative for the ancestor to exercise caution. While the Lin family is unable to penetrate our protective formations, they may devise strategies to obstruct your return. Upon hearing that it was indeed Lu Tianyuan who had attained the esteemed rank of emperor, Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Considering that it had not yet been a full day since he disseminated the cultivation method, the fact that Lu Tianyuan was able to attain the status of emperor within merely a year indeed took Lu Xuan by surprise. After all, under normal circumstances, even with access to the subsequent imperial-level techniques, one would require at least 10 days to a month for comprehension before achieving a breakthrough and confirming their path as an emperor. Yet now, Lu Tianyuan accomplished this feat in just a single day. Lu Xuan was uncertain whether it was the extraordinary talent of Lu Tianyuan that defied the heavens or if there were other underlying reasons, such as treasures that could accelerate time within mystical realms. Lu Xuan did not inquire about these trivial matters. Knowing that the Lu family was under the protection of a great emperor, he felt a measure of relief. The imperial-level formations he had left behind would amplify their power 1,000-fold once a great emperor took command, particularly after becoming a great emperor. Lu Tianyuan would possess the strength to activate the family's imperial weapon. With the imperial-level formations left by Lu Xuan, combined with the family's protective imperial weapon, it would be impossible for even the mightiest of emperors to breach the Lu family's defenses. Of course, should an emperor of the realm decide to intervene, the Lu family's formations would be futile against such power. However, it seemed unlikely that those esteemed human emperors would lower themselves to confront the Lu family at this time. With the knowledge that the Lu family was safe for the moment, Lu Xuan let out a sigh of relief. As for Lu Linglong's conjecture that the Lin family might take action against him, Lu Xuan felt no concern whatsoever. If the patriarch of the Lin family dared to appear before him, it would only lead to his own demise. Lu Xian's true concern has never been merely the Lin family, but rather the formidable figures behind them, the human race emperors. "I understand now. You must not let your guard down. Continue to strive diligently in your cultivation and swiftly enhance your strength. Furthermore, remember this, before my return. The protective clan formation must not be activated under any circumstances. No matter who arrives, the protective clan formation must remain sealed." Lu Xuan spoke slowly. Lu Linglong was fully aware of the situation, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, Ancestor, we shall await your return here. Until we see you, we will not open the protective family formation for anyone else." The protective formation served as their final bastion. Once activated, it could spell doom for the Lu family. Thus, even without Lu Xian's admonitions, they would not dare to initiate the formation on their own. Moreover, only Lu Tianyuan, who had just attained the status of emperor, and Lu Linglong, endowed with the aura of Emperor Lu Xuan, possessed the ability to activate it. As long as the two of them remained inactive, The other members of the Lu family lacked both the means and strength to engage the protective formation. Knowing that his family was secure, Lu Xuan felt a sense of relief as he plunged into the ocean. As he descended beneath the waves, his figure plummeted swiftly, and in mere moments, he found himself in the depths of the Boundary Sea. Before him lay an entirely different underwater realm. Everywhere he looked, radiant corals, giant clams, pearls, and other treasures sparkled with brilliance. Any one of these treasures could fetch a considerable price on land. However, for Lu Xuan, they held little significance. What he truly sought were resources that could aid in his cultivation. As Lu Xuan advanced, the sea creatures within a radius of several hundred miles in the depths of the Boundary Sea fled in terror. They had witnessed Lu Xuan's defiance against the calamities of heaven and had seen him vanquish 4 emperors with a single stroke. Thus, upon seeing Lu Xuan arrive in their underwater domain, they all panicked and fled, not daring to approach within 100 miles of him. Wherever Lu Xuan traversed, the traces of sea demons were nowhere to be found, which caused him considerable vexation. He had spent some time in this underwater realm, merely seeking out some inconsequential cultivation resources that offered him little in the way of assistance. After a brief moment, Lu Xuan halted atop a coral mountain, resembling flames in hue. As he gazed at the scattering sea demons in the distance, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He would capture a few to interrogate. Only these sea demons possessed the knowledge of the whereabouts of the cultivation resources hidden within the depths of the ocean. Before long, he spotted a sea demon of imperial stature, a colossal sea serpent, its body stretching hundreds of feet in length, with scales that gleamed like steel. Unlike the other fleeing sea demons, this serpent demon emperor concealed itself within a watery abode, its gaze fixed ominously upon Lu Xuan's direction. Lu Xuan discerned that the surrounding area was undoubtedly the territory of the sea serpent demon emperor. Like other magical beasts, these sea demons possessed a formidable sense of territoriality. Spanning tens of thousands of miles, this vicinity constituted the domain of the sea serpent demon emperor, with the nearby sea demons naturally serving as his subordinates. Lu Xuan, the intruder, instilled fear in the subordinates of the sea serpent demon emperor, causing them to scatter in disarray. Should he remain passive, he would become the target of ridicule from other sea demon emperors, and it might sow seeds of doubt among the sea demons who had pledged their allegiance to him. Nevertheless, he recognized Lu Xuan's formidable prowess and understood that he was not to be trifled with. Thus, for the moment, he chose to conceal himself within his aquatic domain, reluctant to engage in confrontation with Lu Xuan. However, Lu Xuan had already set his sights on him. Lu Xuan descended upon the aquatic palace of the sea serpent demon emperor, his gaze fixed intently upon the formidable entity before him. He spoke directly, expressing his intent, "I harbor no desire to end your life. Simply surrender the cultivation resources within your domain. As long as I am satisfied, I shall take my leave." Lu Xuan did not beat around the bush. He stated his intentions plainly. The sea serpent demon emperor, who had long concealed itself in the watery depths, was infuriated by Lu Xuan's blatant threat, nearly reaching the brink of explosion. It writhed its massive form and surged from its watery abode. Confronting Lu Xuan with an icy voice, "Human, I recognize your formidable strength, yet to brazenly invade my domain and commit robbery is a grievous insult to our aquatic kin." The sea serpent demon emperor's voice reverberated throughout the entire ocean realm. Beyond the territory of this sea serpent demon emperor, numerous aquatic demon emperors were incensed upon learning that Lu Xuan, the intruder, dared to threaten their sovereign. Although they had witnessed Lu Xuan withstanding the calamities of the heavenly Tao, their regard for him was minimal. After all, it was the god burial coffin that aided Lu Xuan, not his own prowess. Moreover, the fact that Lu Xuan had slain 4 human emperors with a single sword stroke in the ocean did not earn him their respect. For these aquatic demon emperors held the human emperors in disdain. They even believed they could easily vanquish those human rulers if they chose to intervene. Each of these aquatic demon emperors possessed the strength to slay 10 or even dozens of human emperors. Furthermore, the ocean was their domain. Within these waters, their powers would reach their zenith. They were confident that Lu Xuan, upon entering the sea, would face restrictions on his strength. In this shifting balance of power, they did not perceive Lu Xuan as a significant threat. "Sea serpent, if you dare to surrender any resources, it shall be a disgrace to our aquatic kin. A mere human emperor dares to act so audaciously among us. Truly, you have lost all sense of propriety. Human, I advise you to recognize your folly and depart from the aquatic realm, for perhaps then we might show you mercy." One after another, the aquatic demon emperors emerged from their respective territories. In the vicinity of the sea serpent demon emperor alone, dozens of formidable aquatic demon emperors materialized. Witnessing this display of power, the once timid sea serpent demon emperor swelled with arrogance. It swayed its colossal form, addressing Lu Xuan with a smug grin. "Human, do you see the might of our kin? Even if you possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, you could never contend with all of us. I urge you to act wisely, apologize to me, and I shall consider the previous incident as if it never occurred, allowing you to depart." As soon as the sea serpent demon emperor concluded its statement, the surrounding aquatic demon emperors joined in a chorus of demands. An apology was insufficient. They insisted he kneel. His recent actions had insulted all of their kind. "You humans have ravaged the ocean realm for years. Our aquatic kin have shown remarkable leniency by not retaliating. Now, you dare to invade our territory and threaten our sovereign, truly ignorant of the meaning of death." The sea-dwelling demon emperors grew increasingly arrogant and outrageous in their proclamations, with some even brazenly demanding that Lu Xuan take his own life as an act of contrition. Originally intent on seizing a modest amount of cultivation resources from the aquatic serpent demon emperor's domain, Lu Xuan's expression darkened as he heard the vitriol directed at him by these demon lords. Meanwhile, lurking in the depths of the ocean, hundreds of thousands of miles away, a group of ancient sovereigns from a foreign race remained concealed in the shadows, silently observing Lu Xuan's every move. They were utterly astonished to witness the audacity of the sea-dwelling demon emperors as they dared to speak so boldly against Lu Xuan. What madness had overtaken these creatures of the sea? Their strongest among them barely reached the latter stages of demon emperor, lacking even a peak demon emperor in their ranks. How could they presume to threaten Lu Xuan? Did they truly believe that sheer numbers could be of any consequence? Before a being as fearsome as Lu Xuan, even a peak emperor would pale in comparison. Such trivial demon emperors were mere fodder for his wrath. It was amusing, indeed, that these insignificant demon lords would dare to act so brazenly towards Lu Xuan. They were nothing short of laughable. As the words of the ancient sovereigns echoed through the depths, they witnessed Lu Xuan make his move. Even from a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, they could sense the palpable shift in his aura, rapidly plunging into an icy coldness that was visible to the naked eye. The very waters surrounding Lu Xuan began to freeze at an alarming rate. Even a fool could discern that Lu Xuan was incensed. In that moment, the ancient sovereigns, who had already distanced themselves by hundreds of thousands of miles, took flight in a panicked retreat at the sight of his fury. Once provoked, the consequences of Lu Xuan's wrath are utterly terrifying, far beyond their capacity to endure. Do you recall the last time Lu Xuan was so enraged? He single-handedly annihilated millions of alien coalition forces and the 8 ancient emperors with but a single sword strike. I distinctly remember it. Thankfully, I was astute enough not to join those ancient emperors in battle. Otherwise, I would have become a mere soul beneath Lu Xuan's blade. Why must these sea-race demon emperors provoke Lu Xuan? The repercussions of their actions are likely more than they can bear. Alas, it seems these sea-dwellers are destined for utter extermination. As the ancient emperors of the alien races fled, they could only sigh in despair. Having witnessed the true fury of Lu Xuan in the territory of the sea serpent demon emperor, a sense of dread enveloped him as he beheld the waters around Lu Xuan swiftly crystallizing into ice. From Lu Xuan emanated a terrifying aura that surged forth with alarming speed. In that moment, Lu Xuan transformed entirely, as if he were a different being altogether. Even his eyes took on a bizarre appearance. The whites of his eyes vanished, leaving behind 2 orbs of darkness, akin to black holes capable of consuming everything. At that moment, Lu Xuan's chilling and authoritative voice resounded across the entire sea realm, proclaiming, "You see, demons have chosen the path to your demise." As his voice echoed, the burial heaven divine sword erupted forth in an instant. The dazzling sword light, akin to a glimmer of hope cleaving through darkness, rapidly expanded. The sea serpent demon emperor, nearest to Lu Xuan, caught sight of this radiant flash before his colossal form disintegrated in an instant. His imperial essence could not flee in time and was effortlessly drawn into Lu Xuan's grasp. With merely the unsheathing of his sword, Lu Xuan effortlessly dispatched the sea serpent demon emperor. The surrounding sea-race demon emperors, who had previously mocked and taunted Lu Xuan, stood frozen in shock at this spectacle. They had anticipated that Lu Xuan's power would be constrained beneath the sea, yet his might surpassed all their expectations. While these sea-race demon emperors were left in stunned silence, the burial heaven divine sword descended once more. The resonating sound of the sword was like a mournful dirge. In that moment, every living being within 100,000 miles of the sea transformed into ash. Even the numerous nearby sea-race demon emperors could not evade this fate. all reduced to cinders beneath the burial heaven divine sword. The ancient emperors of the alien races, who had just managed to escape 100,000 miles, were filled with terror as the sound of the sword rang out. Upon witnessing the sea behind them turn to ash, they gasped in shock. Fortuitously, they had fled. Otherwise, they too would have perished beneath that one sword strike. Is this truly the extent of Lu Xuan's formidable power? With a single stroke of his sword, he swept across countless miles, vanquishing millions of sea demons and dozens of demon emperors. Even the ancient sovereigns might find such a feat insurmountable. The ancient fox emperor gazed in astonishment at the expanse of underwater ruins behind him. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, this place was a thriving domain? Who could have foreseen that mere moments ago, it was home to millions of sea creatures? The might of a single sword, so formidable. Lu Xuan's prowess, even if not on par with the emperor, possesses a terrifying combat strength that rivals that of an emperor. Merely Lu Xuan alone is equivalent to dozens of ancient emperors. Indeed, the celestial sovereign possesses foresight, having long recognized Lu Xuan's extraordinary nature, which is why we were urged to assist him discreetly. Should Lu Xuan join the foreign realm, he would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset to our domain. The ancient emperors of various races are left in awe, their breaths caught in astonishment. As they gaze upon Lu Xuan with eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation, Lu Xuan stood amidst the ruins. As he unleashed his sword, the icy aura surrounding him dissipated instantaneously. His eyes returned to their normal state in that fleeting moment. With a wave of his hand, countless cultivation resources flew towards him from all directions. These treasures had been hoarded by the various aquatic demon emperors in their respective water palaces, and now they were all thoroughly plundered by Lu Xuan. The collections of dozens of aquatic demon emperors, filled with rare and precious artifacts, sacred pills, imperial medicines, and spiritual stones, piled up like mountains. Even the ancient sovereigns of distant races gazed enviously at the bounty. Had they not been overpowered by Lu Xuan, they would have undoubtedly rushed in to seize everything for themselves. Oh my, that's the sea dragon flower. Just one petal can extend life by a century. A supreme imperial medicine that transforms the essence of life. I recall that the esteemed Qinghu possessed a single petal, treating it as a treasured possession. Yet Lu Xuan has managed to acquire over a dozen blooms. The ancient sovereign of the Qinghu could hardly contain his envy as he beheld the golden blooms, each the size of a bowl, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. Is this real? Is that colossal stone, larger than a grinding disc, truly the imperial medicine, the sea god fruit? Woe is me. Where's the justice in this? I labored tirelessly to obtain a piece the size of my fist, and yet Lu Xuan possesses one as large as a grinding disc. Another ancient sovereign from a different race fell into despair as his own cherished sea god fruit, preserved for millennia, suddenly seemed insignificant. This scenario was not unique. One by one, the ancient sovereigns of various races discovered the imperial medicines and rare treasures they had long coveted, their eyes turning red with envy. Qinghu, should we not join forces to seize some of these riches? I wouldn't ask for much, just a handful of those star source crystals would suffice. With so many, this emperor could forge a dozen imperial weapons. I am not greedy. I would be content with merely 1% of those imperial medicines. Each ancient sovereign, envious and desperate, began to urge the Qinghu sovereign to agree to their collective attempt to rob Lu Xuan. The Qinghu sovereign turned pale, panic evident in his voice. Whoever is unafraid of death may proceed. Do you think seizing Lu Xuan's possessions is an easy task? Are you all out of your minds? With a single admonition from the Qinghu sovereign, the ancient sovereigns regained their senses, particularly when they caught sight of the dozens of emperor-grade origins in Lu Xuan's grasp. They instinctively shrank back, unwilling to meet the same fate as those aquatic demon emperors. Lu Xuan paid no heed to the commotion caused by the ancient emperors of foreign races. With a mere wave of his hand, he plundered the resources of the nearby water domain spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Furthermore, he acquired a total of 33 primal sources of the great emperors. The depths of the sea truly proved to be a bountiful realm. The treasures of an ordinary sea creature, an emperor among them, far surpassed those of the ancient emperors from other races by countless magnitudes. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for the depths of the ocean appeared to him as a veritable paradise. Had he not been preoccupied with his urgent training, he would have undoubtedly ventured further to procure more treasures from the underwater realm. However, time was of the essence, as his family awaited his rescue. Thus, Lu Xuan refrained from being overly ambitious. With the available resources for cultivation, he swiftly departed from the ocean depths. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he reached a desolate part of the seabed, whereupon he retrieved the god burial coffin and lay within it. In the next moment, he found himself in the space of the coffin. With a flourish, he extracted the majority of the cultivation resources he had gathered from the ocean floor and commenced his training. Just after Lu Xuan vanished from the depths, a group of ancient emperors from foreign tribes emerged from their hiding places. They cautiously scanned their surroundings, ensuring that Lu Xuan's presence was no longer felt, before collectively exhaling in relief. Ha ha ha. The god of slaughter has departed. We shall not leave this oceanic realm empty-handed. One declared, if Lu Xuan can seize these treasures from the aquatic races, so too can we. Let us roll up our sleeves and clear out those sea monsters' lairs. The Tianmong ancient emperor, unable to contain his excitement, raised his arms in jubilant proclamation, though they dared not covet Lu Xuan's treasures. They could certainly target the aquatic demon emperors. Here, there existed a formidable alliance of over a dozen ancient sovereigns of foreign descent, all possessing peak strength. United, they could effortlessly plunder the water realms of the lesser demon emperors. Even the most composed Qinghu ancient sovereign's eyes sparkled with excitement at this prospect. It was imperative to remember that only the water realms of the average sea demons should be raided, and one must not be greedy, with 13 of them present. They should seize no more than 13 demon emperors' water realms before vacating the premises, in contrast to the ancient sovereigns of their kind, who were enviously eyeing the treasures of the sea race. Qinghu maintained a level-headed demeanor. After devising a plan, he cautioned everyone, warning that any transgressor would face dire consequences upon their return, as he would not hesitate to inform the revered Qinghu of their misdeeds. The 13 ancient sovereigns of foreign descent charged towards the various aquatic domains. However, the endeavor proved more challenging than they had anticipated. Shortly after they ravaged one of the sea tribes' water realms, they found themselves ensnared. A cadre of peak demon emperors from the sea, their expressions dark and menacing, glared at the 13 ancient sovereigns, their intentions far from amicable. Our sea tribe and your foreign kind have always maintained a respectful distance. Do you intend to incite a war between our races by your reckless actions? One of the peak demon emperors, visibly furious, confronted them. They had gathered in response to the recent slaying of several sea demon emperors, only to stumble upon the plundering ancient sovereigns. Now, the foreign sovereigns found themselves at a loss for words, particularly upon witnessing the multitude of sea demon emperors surrounding them. They realized the gravity of their predicament had shifted. It was no longer a matter of whether they could rob, but rather if they could survive the encounter. Even if they managed to escape, news of their actions would surely reach the realms beyond, subjecting them to severe repercussions. Traditionally, peace reigned between the foreign and sea races, as the latter dwelled within the realm sea, making both the human and foreign races reluctant to sever ties. The foreign races, in particular, required passage through the realm sea to launch assaults on the imperial fortifications. Thus, offending the sea tribe offered no advantage to them. The audacity of these ancient sovereigns to conspire to plunder the aquatic realms would undoubtedly jeopardize the fragile peace between the two races, impacting future conflicts with the human race. After all, the realm sea had always been the domain of the sea tribe. Should they choose to retaliate while the foreign races crossed their waters or ally with the humans during an assault on the imperial fortifications, it would create a dire situation that the foreign races would prefer to avoid. Esteemed colleagues, you may have misunderstood our intentions. We are not here to target the sea tribe. Rather, we seek Lu Xuan. Indeed, we have come in search of the infamous god of slaughter, Lu Xuan. As the sea demon emperors glared with disdain, the ancient fox emperor hastily turned his eyes, seeking to explain. Do you think I am a fool? One sea demon emperor bellowed, exposing the ancient fox emperor's deceit. Yet, the ancient fox emperor remained unperturbed, chuckling as he continued. What you may not know is that Lu Xuan has guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, and he is a formidable adversary of our kin. Now that he seeks to return to the human realm, we cannot let him escape so easily. Thus, the celestial lord has sent us to hunt him down, and we must capture him alive for our kind. However, we did not anticipate that Lu Xuan would prove so cunning as to flee to your water palace. We had no choice but to pursue him, and if we have caused any offense, I ask for your understanding. The ancient fox emperor's words were a mix of truth and fabrication, and the sea demon emperors, unaware of the underlying circumstances, found themselves partially convinced. Especially upon hearing the mention of the celestial lord, a flicker of fear appeared in their eyes. Even if they did not fully believe him, they dared not speak further. After all, the ancient emperors of the other races had the celestial lord as a formidable ally. Besides the celestial lord, there were at least a dozen ancient lords among their kind. In contrast, the sea tribe had only a handful of demon lords, most of whom remained sealed away, emerging only in dire situations for their survival. Nonetheless, one obstinate sea demon emperor inquired, "If that is the case, what brings you here? Furthermore, these items in your possession clearly belong to our sea tribe. How do you explain that? Is this not a misunderstanding? What we possess are merely items seized from that killing god." The ancient fox emperor replied earnestly, "Surely you witnessed how he annihilated millions of your kin and plundered dozens of water palaces. We initially intended to intervene, but we were ultimately a step too late. By the time we arrived, we could only retrieve a meager portion of what he had taken." The ancient fox emperor's words resonated with sincerity, swaying many of the sea demon emperors. After all, it was indeed Lu Xuan who had decimated dozens of their demon emperors. While skepticism lingered, they refrained from further protest. They were acutely aware that their tribe lacked the strength and standing to engage in war with the other races. Ultimately, the sea demon emperor, who had nearly been robbed of his water palace, could only accept his misfortune. The ancient fox emperor and his entourage fled the boundary sea without a backward glance, fearing that the sea demon emperors might recklessly turn against them. It was only when they escaped to the abyss, joining the ancient emperors of their kind, that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, how unfortunate. Why is it that Lu Xuan, who has exterminated so many sea demons, remains unscathed? We merely attempted to rob a single water palace and nearly faced annihilation at the hands of those sea demons. The ancient Emperor Tianmong seethed with indignation. Had it not been for the fear of igniting a conflict between the two clans, he would have acted long ago. He would have confronted those sea-dwelling demon emperors, accepting death as merely a consequence. The other ancient emperors shared this sentiment, many of them already prepared for a fierce onslaught. Only the ancient Emperor Tianhu remained composed, his countenance dark as he sternly admonished, "Silence. If we dare to rob the water palace and provoke a war between our races, do you think we can escape the wrath of the celestial sovereign?" With those words, he quelled the tumult among them. While they might not fear the sea-dwelling demon emperors, the celestial sovereign was a different matter entirely. The thought of the repercussions, should the celestial sovereign become aware of their actions, made even the once boastful ancient emperors shrink back in trepidation. In the realm of the god burial coffin, Lu Xuan activated his cultivation technique, transforming his physical form into a voracious chaos divine furnace. Before absorbing the resources plundered from the sea tribe, he first retrieved the elixir of immortality. This precious elixir was bestowed upon him by a foreign celestial sovereign, or one could say it was acquired through conquest from the alien race. By refining this singular elixir of immortality, he could extend his lifespan by 10,000 years, thereby resolving all his dilemmas. For at least this decade, he would be free from the concerns of dwindling life force impacting his combat prowess. This elixir of immortality encapsulated an overwhelming essence of life. Had Lu Xuan employed his original methods for absorption, it would have taken him at least a century to refine this elixir. However, transformed into the chaos divine furnace, he accomplished the complete assimilation of the elixir in less than a year. An incessant flow of life essence surged into Lu Xuan's body, dispelling all negative conditions. Now, Lu Xuan had genuinely regained the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. Not only had his realm been restored, but he had also gained an additional 10,000 years of life. He no longer had to worry about the insufficiency of lifespan. Yet, a single elixir of immortality could only extend life for 10,000 years. Should he fail to break through to the sovereign emperor realm within this decade, he would require further elixirs of immortality to prolong his existence. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes radiating a fervent glow. Those ancient alien emperors who could live for 100,000 or even 200,000 years primarily relied on immortality elixirs to extend their lifespans. However, within the human race, such elixirs are scarce. Consequently, some human emperors, upon nearing the end of their lifetimes, choose to ally themselves with alien races in exchange for immortality elixirs to prolong their existence. Of course, the long-lived families and the immortal sects within humanity do possess some immortality elixirs, but their quantities are limited and not accessible to everyone. At present, Lu Xuan has already achieved a lifespan of 10,000 years and no longer needs to concern himself with the matter of immortality elixirs. He is confident that this decade-long lifespan is sufficient for him to break through to the Emperor Zun realm. Once he attains the Emperor Zun status, he will possess at least 200,000 to 300,000 years of lifespan, eliminating any worries regarding longevity. With the issue of lifespan resolved, Lu Xuan resumed his focused cultivation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique. His chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique has now reached the second level. If he can break through to the third level, It would be equivalent to attaining the Emperor Zun realm, as he continuously devours and absorbs countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and sacred pills. His progress remains unimpeded. Lu Xuan's cultivation speed continued to ascend at an astonishing rate. Centuries swiftly passed within the confines of the god-burying coffin space. When Lu Xuan finally reopened his eyes, his chaotic body had reached a state of perfection. This signified that the second layer of his chaotic heavenly emperor technique had also attained completeness. The perfection of the second layer of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique corresponded to the pinnacle realm of an emperor, aligning perfectly with Lu Xuan's original level of cultivation. With the second layer now fully realized, he was poised to break through to the third layer. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Once he transcended to the third level, he would ascend to the realm of the Emperor Sovereign. Even if he could not match the prowess of those human Emperor Sovereigns, he would not be utterly defenseless. At the very least, he should be able to safeguard himself in their presence without difficulty. However, achieving the third level of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique was no simple feat. The third level, known as the chaotic fusion realm, entails merging with the Great Tao, becoming an integral part of it, which signifies the Emperor Sovereign's domain. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The typical human emperor, at the pinnacle of their realm, also embodies the fusion of Tao. However, what they amalgamate are the 9 imperial laws derived from the heavenly Tao. Mastery of these imperial laws is the criterion for attaining the emperor realm. Given that there are only 9 imperial laws beneath the heavenly Tao, the number of emperors within the human race can never surpass 9. In contrast, the chaotic heavenly emperor technique that Lu Xuan cultivates does not necessitate the integration of imperial laws. Instead, it seeks to merge with the grand principles of the universe directly. The pathways of heaven and earth are boundless. The 9 imperial laws under the heavenly Tao are merely applicable within the confines of the human domain. This principle does not hold true for foreign realms. The ancient supremes of those alien races do not require the fusion of imperial laws. Rather, they blend their own paths, forging unique avenues to achieve the ancient supreme realm. This holds true not only for alien races but also for the demonic and beast races. The chaotic heavenly emperor technique bears a resemblance to the methods employed by these foreign races, demonic beings, and beasts in their pursuit of enlightenment. However, as these races engage in their cultivation, the variations in their techniques and their individual comprehension of the grand principles lead to disparate paths of fusion. Consequently, ancient supremes who integrate different grand principles possess vastly differing strengths. Although Lu Xuan has reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm and once brushed against the threshold of the great Tao, he has been unable to rely on his own understanding to grasp the existence of the Tao laws due to the limitations imposed by the human race's techniques. However, having now attained the chaos body, he is no longer constrained by the celestial laws. Thus, his comprehension of the Tao laws has become significantly easier. As he releases his primordial spirit, he suddenly perceives that within the cosmos, there seem to be countless forces of the Tao laws that traverse the heavens and the earth. These Tao laws resemble a colossal tree, towering high, extending from the very ends of the void, branching out into innumerable trunks and limbs. They also resemble vast blood vessels, crisscrossing the skies above. Lu Xuan once again delved into the profound principles of the chaotic celestial emperor's sutra. According to the teachings inscribed within this sacred text, the paths of the universe vary in strength and potency. The potency of these universal laws is not solely determined by the essence of the laws themselves, but is also influenced by the number of beings who cultivate a particular path. When many individuals embark on the same path, the power of that path is effectively dispersed among them, resulting in diminished strength for each practitioner. Conversely, should one choose a path solely for their own cultivation, their combat prowess will undoubtedly surpass that of those who share their path with numerous others. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit ventured to the very edges of the universe, where he beheld the existence of innumerable cosmic pathways. Although the terminus of these profound laws eluded his perception, he could discern their strength through their varying thickness. Furthermore, he glimpsed indistinct shadows entwined with these pathways, representing the practitioners who had assimilated into the cosmic laws. Within Lu Xuan's field of vision, many pathways remained unmerged, while others showcased multiple practitioners who had successfully integrated with the laws. Now, as Lu Xuan aspired to transcend to the third level of the chaotic celestial emperor's art and attain the realm of the emperor's sovereignty, he was compelled to choose a cosmic pathway for his own assimilation. My cultivation revolves around the great void sword canon, and my greatest strength lies within the sword path. Logically, should I choose to merge with a pathway, the sword path would undoubtedly be the most fitting choice for me. Lu Xuan's gaze radiated unwavering determination. The path of the sword was undoubtedly the most fitting avenue for him. However, upon discovering a sword Tao principle that traversed the heavens and the earth, his expression subtly shifted. This principle was evidently several times more formidable than the surrounding cosmic laws. Yet, upon this singular sword Tao principle, there lingered the shadows of numerous beings, at least several dozen. This indicated that there were a minimum of that many individuals who had assimilated the sword Tao to attain the Emperor's realm. Although these shadows were not necessarily all of the human race, they nonetheless signified that the sword Tao principle had been embraced by many. Should Lu Xuan choose to assimilate into the sword Tao, he would inevitably have to share the power of the sword Tao principle with these individuals. Even if this sword Tao principle were to surpass other laws in strength, it would still be inferior to the other cosmic paths. Unless Lu Xuan could attain such power as to vanquish all those emperor-level beings who had merged with the sword Tao, he would remain unable to monopolize the sword Tao. However, this was no simple endeavor. Among the human race, there existed merely 9 emperors, while within the sword Tao principles, there were no fewer than 20 to 30 emperors who had merged with the sword Tao. The prospect of locating and defeating them seemed nearly insurmountable. Although the sword Tao was powerful, sharing it with others rendered the pursuit of cultivation utterly redundant. Lu Xuan's expression grew grave. Although reluctant to abandon the path of the sword, he had no choice but to seek other grand laws. Lu Xuan, a figure of pride, found it beneath him to share a singular grand law with anyone else. As his primordial spirit departed from the realm of swordsmanship and ventured towards other grand laws, his countenance became increasingly somber. He could sense that numerous grand laws were repelling his primordial spirit from approaching. This was due to Lu Xuan's lack of cultivation in the corresponding laws, rendering any attempt to merge with them impossible. The foundation of integrating with a grand law lies in the necessity to comprehend the corresponding law's power. Lu Xuan has never cultivated the power of those laws, thus he is naturally unable to merge with their grand principles. My most formidable swordsmanship cannot be selected, leaving me with no choice but to settle for less. However, my cultivation in other grand avenues is far from the realm of their laws. Is there truly no alternative suited for me beyond the sword? After half a day's deliberation, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit still could not find a suitable path among the myriad laws of the Tao. The swordsmanship law, which was the most befitting and one of the most potent among them, had unfortunately been shared by dozens of others. Apart from the singular swordsmanship law, he encountered several other laws of power that resonated with him, all of which bore some connection to swordsmanship. However, none could ever compare to the swordsmanship law, leading Lu Xuan to disdain the notion of choosing them. Opting for these alternative laws would undoubtedly limit his future achievements, and should he come to regret such a choice, he would be left with no recourse but to abandon his path and start anew. The process of selecting a new law not only necessitated relinquishing the previously cultivated path but also demanded the arduous task of mastering an entirely fresh law of the Tao. Aside from the sheer waste of time, there remains the question of whether he could ever reach his former level of cultivation. Furthermore, the transition could jeopardize the very foundation of his Tao. This is precisely why, when choosing to merge with a Tao, once a decision is made, it is seldom altered. Should the foundational essence of the Tao sustain damage, even the most prodigious of talents would face significant repercussions in their pursuit of transcendence. In severe cases, it could even sever the path to immortality entirely. Lu Xuan naturally did not wish to change his path in the future, so he could only make a decisive choice regarding the great Tao he was to cultivate. None of these paths seemed suitable for him. Must he truly choose the sword Tao? Lu Xuan's primordial spirit was once again drawn towards the path of the sword. Due to his formidable mastery of swordsmanship, the laws of the sword actively beckoned his spirit, urging him to embrace their essence. Yet, Lu Xuan resolutely declined once more. He was unwilling to share the grand truths with others, as his primordial spirit distanced itself from the realm governed by the laws of the sword. It soon beheld a path of laws far greater than that of the sword, an expanse of unfathomable magnitude. Before even drawing near, Lu Xuan discerned that this was the path of the physical body. According to the records of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's canon, the path of the physical body is one of the 10 primordial paths. These primordial paths are the original pathways birthed by the cosmos. There are a total of 10 primordial paths, and the path of the physical body is among them. Hence, throughout history, many have chosen the path of the physical body. Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the source path, his expression brimming with excitement. He sensed that the corporeal path was also beckoning his primordial spirit to draw near. This indicated that should he choose to merge with it, the corporeal path could indeed be a viable option. Opting for the source path would undoubtedly hold greater promise than the sword path. However, upon encountering the myriad indistinct shadows along the corporeal path, he once again dismissed this notion. There were nearly 100 indistinct figures along this corporeal path. This signified that at least 100 individuals had attained the status of emperor through the corporeal path. Although the corporeal path was significantly more powerful than the sword path, the presence of so many contenders simultaneously merging and vying for the power of the path made it less appealing than the sword path. Despite the overwhelming allure of the corporeal path, Lu Xuan resolutely chose to forego it. In the realm of existence, there are 10 source paths, with the corporeal path being merely one among them. Beyond the corporeal path, there remain 9 other source paths, among which there must surely be a path suitable for my selection. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit departed from this region and continued onward. Soon, he beheld a grand avenue that rivaled that of the physical body. Before his primordial spirit could draw near, he already sensed the overwhelming power of raging flames. Hiss! This is the fire path. It is also one of the 10 fundamental pathways. Lu Xuan took a deep breath. The fire source Tao is intertwined with countless laws Tao, all of which are derived from the fire source Tao and are related to the laws of fire. It must be said that this fire source Tao is indeed an exceptionally potent foundational path. Regrettably, Lu Xuan's comprehension of the fire laws is not profound. His primordial spirit does not resonate with the fire source Tao. As his primordial spirit departed from this realm, it encountered several types of foundational paths, yet none were suitable for him. As he approached the edge of the world, the laws Tao became exceedingly scarce, and even Lu Xuan felt a twinge of urgency. He abandoned the sword Tao laws. Among the 10 foundational paths, he also chose not to merge with the body source Tao or the metal source Tao, which were compatible with him. Now, the options for laws Tao available to him had dwindled significantly. Is there truly no suitable laws Tao for me to choose? Lu Xuan's expression grew solemn as he pondered whether to retreat and choose between the Tao of the sword or the fundamental paths of the physical body and the metal essence. However, at that moment, his primordial spirit seemed to sense an overwhelming force of attraction. This potent allure emanated from the very ends of the universe, compelling Lu Xuan's primordial spirit to surge forward uncontrollably. In an instant, his essence traversed countless realms of Tao laws, arriving at the ultimate boundary of existence. Before him lay a mere 10 fundamental paths. These 10 paths resembled immense rivers, cascading forth from the edge of the cosmos and extending into the depths below. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit had just emerged from the regions below. Thus, he understood that the areas where these fundamental pathways extended were filled with countless laws of the Great Tao. 10 fundamental paths emerged from this point, subsequently evolving into the myriad paths of heaven and earth. Therefore, is this the ultimate destination of the Great Tao? Lu Xuan gazed around with palpable excitement. The force that beckoned his primordial spirit emanated from an even higher realm. It appeared to be the origin of 10 fundamental pathways, extending forth from that exalted place. One might even assert that it was the very locus from which these 10 primordial avenues evolved. Hiss! Why do I sense that the most suitable path resides there? Lu Xuan took a deep breath. Although he could not yet discern the great path that captivated him, he could sense from its formidable allure and affinity that it was undoubtedly the path best suited for him. It was even more fitting than the principles of the sword path and the other 2 fundamental avenues. Under the formidable allure, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit continued its journey. As he approached the very brink of this realm, it seemed as if his spirit transcended an invisible barrier, ushering him into an entirely new world. The sight before him left Lu Xuan utterly astonished, wide-eyed in disbelief. At the edge of this universe, he beheld an unforgettable spectacle. In the boundless expanse, radiant brilliance sparkled all around. Above, the heavens were adorned with sun, moon, and stars, mountains and rivers intertwined, encompassing all of creation and the myriad worlds. It appeared that the culmination of all existence converged here. At the zenith of the sky, a colossal waterfall cascaded from the heavens, its crystalline splendor flowing continuously. What tumbled from the waterfall was not mere river water, but an incessant stream of the essence of the Great Tao. Countless strands of this primordial essence gathered beneath the waterfall, forming a vast lake. The 10 fundamental rivers of the Tao emerged from this lake, branching out into immense waterways. Even if Lu Xuan were dim-witted, he could discern that by sheer serendipity, he had arrived at the true terminus of the Tao, the source of all origins. That very waterfall was the birthplace of the Great Tao. All paths within the cosmos extended from this ocean of origins before him. The 10 rivers of primordial essence represented the original manifestations of the Tao. As they departed from the source, they absorbed diverse energies, giving rise to various earthly paths. This was the grand tapestry of the myriad Taos that Lu Xuan had initially observed. And here lay the very source from which all these paths were birthed. According to the records of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's scripture, it is exceedingly rare for one's primordial spirit to reach the source of origins. Yet now, his spirit had inexplicably manifested in this sacred realm. This revelation filled him with profound astonishment. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit hovered above the source land, astonished as he gazed at the ever-churning sea of primordial energy before him. He could sense that it was not the 10 primordial avenues drawing his spirit to this place, but rather the vast ocean of primordial essence ahead. Hiss. Why is this? Is it that I am to merge directly with this primordial sea? Lu Xuan was taken aback. The Chaos Emperor's scripture recorded that all the great paths of heaven and earth were birthed from the Sea of Origin. However, the Sea of Origin itself was merely the foundation that nurtured these paths and held no inherent power of the great paths. If he were truly to merge with the Sea of Origin, what great path would that signify? Just as Lu Xuan was engulfed in astonishment, his primordial spirit once again sensed a familiar allure. Under the influence of this force, his primordial spirit gravitated towards the Sea of Origin. Ultimately, it soared upwards along the cascading waterfall, reaching its zenith. At the waterfall's terminus, his primordial spirit seemed to breach a barrier, transporting him into a more extraordinary realm. This was a space devoid of any glimmer of light. Here, all colors and powers had been obliterated. It resembled a primeval land, a realm of chaos. Only familiar forces lingered, wandering amidst the void. Hiss. This was the aura of chaos. Having cultivated the Chaos Emperor's scripture, Lu Xuan was exceedingly familiar with the essence of chaos. He was unequivocally certain that the energies swirling around him were indeed the essence of chaos. This place was saturated with chaotic energy. In that instant, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Could this truly be the land of chaos? Lu Xuan was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. The Chaos Realm, as chronicled in the Supreme Chaos Emperor Sutra, is a domain that transcends the primordial source. In the aftermath of chaos's dissolution, the Great Tao was manifested. The Great Tao nurtures the primordial essence, establishing order and regulations within the universe. Thus, in the present world, all beings are attuned to the power of the Great Tao, merging with its principles. Yet, prior to the emergence of the Great Tao, there existed only chaos. In the depths of chaos, there is no distinction between day and night, nor between light and darkness. The essence of chaos birthed the 3,000 laws of chaos. Each of these laws once possessed a formidable power, rivaling that of the complete Great Tao. However, since the dissolution of chaos, the 3,000 laws have retreated into obscurity within the fabric of the universe. Lu Xuan never anticipated that his mere desire to choose a path of integration to become an emperor would lead him to this rare and elusive realm of chaos. Even those ancient celestial emperors who practiced the chaotic emperor's art were unable to reach this chaotic domain. To think that I would be granted such a fortuitous opportunity. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, filled with excitement. According to the records of the Chaos Emperor Sutra, upon attaining the chaos body, one can cultivate the ethereal chaos chi. With chaos chi as the foundation, there exists a certain probability of encountering the legendary land of chaos. However, those who have previously practiced the Chaos Emperor Sutra have never managed to reach the land of chaos. Even the formidable beings who ultimately achieved the title of emperor did not behold the land of chaos. Lu Xuan found himself perplexed as to why he had arrived in the realm of chaos with such ease. Could it truly be attributed to sheer luck? While he pondered this conundrum, a translucent orb, roughly the size of his thumb, unexpectedly soared from within his primordial spirit. This was a peculiar orb that Lu Xuan had fortuitously acquired. It was not a weapon, yet it possessed the remarkable ability to nourish the primordial spirit. After obtaining the orb, Lu Xuan had merged it with his spirit. However, it now appeared that this orb was far from ordinary, and it seemed to possess a profound connection to his arrival in this chaotic realm. Lu Xuan stared in astonishment as the orb departed from his primordial spirit, suddenly erupting with resplendent beams of light. The moment the orb emitted its kaleidoscopic radiance, the previously colorless and lightless expanse of chaos was instantaneously illuminated. However, even after being bathed in this newfound light, the chaotic realm did not transform into a vibrant world of hues, but rather morphed into a dim, grayish space. Lu Xuan could even perceive the traces of the flowing chaotic energy. Simultaneously, he beheld a radiant orb suspended in the celestial expanse of this chaotic realm. Brilliant strands of profound laws emanated from the orb, intertwining and merging with the chaos surrounding it. In an instant, the heavens of this chaotic domain were adorned with intertwining chaotic laws. Hiss. This is the 3,000 laws of chaos. Lu Xuan was utterly astonished. He had never realized that the bead he had unexpectedly obtained contained the profound essence of the 3,000 laws of chaos. At that moment, he seemed to grasp the true origin of this bead. The Chaos Pearl. It must be the Chaos Pearl. Lu Xuan trembled with excitement. The records within the Chaos Emperor's art revealed that the Chaos Pearl harbored the 3,000 laws of chaos, with the power to create worlds of its own. Furthermore, the Chaos Pearl was the sole artifact capable of awakening the realm of chaos. Judging from the sights before him, it was undeniable that the pearl he had unexpectedly acquired was indeed the Chaos Pearl. The reason his primordial spirit was drawn here was none other than the Chaos Pearl. Rather than stating that the realm of chaos attracted his primordial spirit, it would be more accurate to say that it was the Chaos Pearl that drew him in. Simultaneously, his gaze radiated with brilliant light. The Chaos Pearl and the 3,000 laws of chaos. He found himself at a point where no further choices were necessary. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, no law surpassed the 3,000 laws of chaos in strength. No force of the great Tao could be more suitable for Lu Xuan, who possessed the Chaos Pearl. Moreover, with the Chaos Pearl in his grasp, Lu Xuan felt no need to agonize over which chaotic law to choose. All 3,000 laws of chaos were open for cultivation. At that moment, the Chaos Pearl descended from the heavens, returning once more to the depths of Lu Xuan's primordial spirit. Lu Xuan instantly sensed the distinct nature of the Chaos Pearl. Previously, the Chaos Pearl merely served to nurture his primordial spirit. Beyond that, Lu Xuan could not perceive its origins or any other capabilities. However, at the very moment when the Chaos Pearl fused with his primordial spirit, Lu Xuan distinctly sensed the formidable power of the 3,000 laws of chaos contained within the pearl. Within the Chaos Pearl, chaotic energy permeated, and the 3,000 laws of chaos intertwined seamlessly. Possessing the Chaos Pearl granted Lu Xuan an innate affinity towards these laws. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, he could choose to harmonize with any of the chaotic laws. Yet, given the limitations of one's focus, Lu Xuan was not an omnipotent deity. Even though he yearned to integrate the 3,000 laws of chaos, such an endeavor was not immediately feasible. Thus, he could only select one law that resonated most harmoniously with his essence for integration. Among the 3,000 laws of chaos, there existed 10 supreme laws. Revered as the 10 most potent laws, Lu Xuan's gaze shifted, fixating on the 10 most formidable laws contained within the Chaos Pearl. These supreme laws comprise the law of strength, the law of time, the law of space, the law of chaos, the law of the immortal path, the law of the demon path, the law of life, the law of the 5 elements, the law of yin and yang, and the law of destruction. Each of these 10 potent laws, when mastered, wielded the extraordinary power to dominate the principles of the Great Path. Although the Sword Path Law, among the myriad of 3,000 laws, was also highly compatible with Lu Xuan, he refrained from choosing it. Opting for the most powerful law of strength instead would be sheer folly. Previously, during his time in the Great Path region, the corporeal path had shown significant interest in Lu Xuan, indicating his suitability for the corporeal realm. The law of strength is indeed deeply intertwined with the corporeal path. Therefore, Lu Xuan's selection of the law of strength was the most fitting. As he embraced this law, his primordial spirit seamlessly fused with the law of strength. At that very moment of convergence, the law of strength within the Chaos Pearl trembled, unleashing a torrent of dazzling runes that surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a formidable technique. Inscribed within Lu Xuan's mind, the Panwu Great Strength Technique. Upon witnessing this technique, which provided direct access to the path of strength, Lu Xuan was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This art, born from the law of strength, when coupled with it, could unleash unparalleled might. Once perfected, the Panwu Great Strength Technique would unlock a total of 636 apertures within the physical body, allowing for boundless transformations, manifesting as 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of wielding the divine power to create and destroy worlds. Lu Xuan was utterly captivated, and even having witnessed numerous imperial-level techniques, he could not have anticipated the existence of such formidable and wondrous methods of cultivation in this world. By harnessing chaotic energy to unlock one's acupoints and using these acupoints as a dantian, a person possesses a staggering total of 636 acupoints. When fully activated, it is akin to possessing 636 chaotic dantian, leading to an unfathomable capacity for storing chaotic energy within. Initially, Lu Xuan believed that the chaotic emperor technique was already astonishing, yet he discovered that the Panwu great strength technique was even more extraordinary. Of course, without the foundation of the chaotic emperor technique enabling him to cultivate the chaotic body and master chaotic energy, he would not even qualify to practice the Panwu great strength technique. As Lu Xuan acquired the Panwu great strength technique, his primordial spirit returned from the realm of chaos. The moment his primordial spirit re-entered his body, Lu Xuan opened his eyes. Although he did not succeed in merging with the Tao this time, he did obtain the Panwu great strength technique. Once he cultivates the Panwu great strength technique to its first complete realm, he will seamlessly fuse with the laws of strength and ascend to the realm of Emperor Lord. Thus, Lu Xuan felt no urgency. Rather, he was filled with immense excitement. This Panwu great strength technique is undoubtedly the most powerful divine ability, capable of suppressing all other techniques once mastered, under the weight of absolute power. Even the most supreme laws of space, time, and chaos must be entirely subdued. Within the space of the God burial coffin, Lu Xuan commenced his cultivation of the Panwu great strength divine art. This art stands in stark contrast to the myriad of techniques he had previously practiced. It is a discipline dedicated solely to the refinement of the physical body. It necessitates the infusion of vast amounts of chaotic energy to unlock the acupoints upon the corporeal form. The greater the number of acupoints activated, the more formidable the physical prowess one possesses. The initial stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art requires the activation of a staggering 108,636 acupoints in the body. Only by fully unlocking all these acupoints and transforming them into 108,636 chaotic dantians can one continuously draw upon the chaotic energy, thus achieving the consummate state of the first level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. It is only upon reaching this realm that one becomes eligible to merge with the laws of force. Lu Xuan wasted no time, swiftly invoking the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art. His corporeal form transformed once more into a chaos divine furnace, devouring the treasures seized from the aquatic realm. As various supreme treasures of heaven and earth were refined, they transmuted into an abundance of chaos chi. Under Lu Xuan's guidance, this chaos chi began to surge against the acupoints within his body. With a tremendous roar, Lu Xuan's flesh trembled instantaneously, and he experienced an overwhelming sensation as if his soul had momentarily departed his body. Simultaneously, a mysterious space emerged within him, an acupoint opened by the infusion of chaos chi. This space brimmed with chaos chi, which, under its relentless assault, continuously expanded, ultimately evolving into a chaos dantian. This process epitomizes the complete opening of acupoints. No extraneous methods are required. With sufficient chaos chi, one can perpetually unlock all corporeal acupoints. However, this very chaos chi is the rarest of treasures. Lu Xuan had just made an estimation. The consumption of chaotic energy required to activate this first acupoint was equivalent to a century's worth of cultivation at the emperor level. Furthermore, the initial tier of the divine power of the martial god necessitated the opening of a staggering 10,836 acupoints. The amount of chaotic energy required for this endeavor was indeed a colossal figure. Lu Xuan was acutely aware that the resources he had acquired from robbing the aquatic tribe's treasury were insufficient to unlock all the acupuncture points of his physical body. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations. His immediate task was to refine and absorb all the cultivation resources at his disposal. He would unlock as many acupuncture points as possible. If necessary, he could always return to the treasury after fully consuming these rare treasures. Even before he finished absorbing the resources in hand, Lu Xuan was already scheming for another raid on the aquatic treasury. If the aquatic emperors were to realize that Lu Xuan regarded them merely as a source of wealth, they would likely be driven to tears. Time is irrelevant in the realm of cultivation. After he had refined and absorbed all the cultivation resources, Lu Xuan had managed to unlock just over 30,000 acupuncture points within his body. This was still a long way from achieving the first complete stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. It seemed he would have to refine the origins of these emperors as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xuan consumed a source of the Great Emperor directly. His body had now transformed into a chaos divine furnace, rapidly engulfing and assimilating this source of the Great Emperor. This process yielded an immense quantity of chaos chi. The power of this source had taken him nearly several decades to absorb fully. Upon completely assimilating the source, he found that barely 3,000 acupoints within his body had been opened. This exceeded Lu Xuan's expectations. He had anticipated that such a source would allow him to open at most 1,000 acupoints. The results were, in fact, threefold of his initial projections. He had not anticipated that the efficacy of the Great Emperor's source would surpass that of refining those rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures by such a considerable margin. Lu Xuan beamed with joy. Had he known the extraordinary effects of these Emperor sources, he would have devoured and refined them long ago. As each Emperor source was assimilated, a continuous stream of chaotic energy transformed from within Lu Xuan's being. By the time he had completely refined and absorbed all the Emperor sources in his possession, several centuries had elapsed. In this brief span of a few hundred years, he had nearly perfected the first level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. The acupoints he had opened within his body had surpassed 90,000. He was but a little over 10,000 acupoints away from the complete fulfillment of the first level, which required a total of 100,836 acupoints. Haha. I never anticipated the efficacy of these Emperor sources would be so remarkable. If only I could acquire a few more, my Panwu Great Strength Divine Art would reach its first level of perfection. Lu Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. This development occurred far earlier than he had anticipated. He had initially thought that even if he continued to raid the Water Mansion, it would take considerable time to gather sufficient cultivation resources to perfect the first level of the Panwu Great Strength technique. Now that he had witnessed the benefits of the Emperor's essence, why not directly seize the Emperor's essence? Those cultivation resources would merely expedite his training. While the Emperor's essence could indeed extend his lifespan, although one Emperor's essence might only prolong his life by a few hundred years, he had already absorbed nearly 30 pieces of Emperor's essence. This accumulation had significantly increased his lifespan by almost 10,000 years. The effect was akin to that of an elixir of immortality. Presently, he had nearly 20,000 years of life remaining. Even if he failed to break through to the Emperor realm, he need not worry about running out of lifespan. As the old adage goes, a golden belt for killing and arson. Truly, it has proven to be no deception. Lu Xuan laughed heartily. In the past, he had endeavored to be a virtuous individual, thus confining himself within numerous restrictions. Now, liberated from those constraints, he truly realizes that cultivation can be remarkably simple, as long as he dares to kill and seize. An inexhaustible wealth of cultivation resources will be at his disposal. During this session of cultivation, Lu Xuan once again depleted all the resources at his disposal without a trace of regret. Had this been in the past, he would have been utterly devastated by such a considerable expenditure of resources. Today, with his thoughts unshackled and spirit set free, he feels as though the world has expanded before him. It seems he must pay a visit to the Water Mansion once more. Lu Xuan emerged from the divine burial coffin, a smile illuminating his face. Truly, this aquatic realm is a sanctuary for me. Presently, he remained at the depths of the oceanic expanse. The surroundings were still in disarray. Those once resplendent aquatic palaces lay in ruins, swept away by his single sword strike. Lu Xuan had no choice but to target a new underwater palace for plunder. Soon, he descended into a fresh maritime realm, where an endless expanse of the oceanic world unfolded before him, adorned with magnificent underwater palaces majestically scattered throughout. Lu Xuan also observed that these water palaces seemed to have fortified their defenses. Upon the territories of the water palaces, imperial-level formations had been activated, evidently to fend off his intrusion. Yet, to Lu Xuan, these imperial formations appeared as if they were non-existent. His gaze swept through the interiors of the various water palaces, in search of the traces of the Sea Clan's demon emperor. Having already uncovered the profound utility of the emperor's essence, his intentions this time extended far beyond mere plundering of the water palaces. His primary goal was to seize the emperor's essence itself. Lu Xuan did not conceal his presence, and thus, upon his arrival, the various aquatic demon emperors sensed his emergence. Instantly, these aquatic demon emperors became exceedingly anxious. It is he, the god of death, Lu Xuan, has returned. In a state of panic, these aquatic demon emperors emerged from their water palaces, activating all the formations within their respective territories. Upon a glance, Lu Xuan discerned that the waters beyond were ensconced in at least 3 to 5 layers of imperial-level formations. Were it merely a single layer of such formations, Lu Xuan's prowess would effortlessly dismantle them. However, with the additional layers interwoven, even he would require a modicum of time to breach the defenses. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, For the 5 dozen sea tribe demon emperors emerged from the surrounding waters. Moreover, from a distance, more formidable demon emperors were making their way towards him. Within the span of mere moments, over 100 sea tribe demon emperors materialized in this maritime expanse, most of whom were at the pinnacle of their power. Their simultaneous appearance clearly indicated that they had long been anticipating Lu Xuan's arrival. As these demon emperors emerged, a series of powerful imperial-level formations manifested around Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan furrowed his brows as he gazed around. In that fleeting moment, the imperial-level formations encircling him had already accumulated to over a dozen. Suppressed by such a multitude of imperial-level formations and surrounded by more than 100 Sea Clan demon emperors, even Lu Xuan's expression shifted slightly. He had underestimated them. It was unexpected that these Sea Clan demon emperors would exhibit such remarkable unity. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that these Sea Clan demon emperors would conspire against him. Such a phenomenon would be nearly inconceivable among other races. Take the foreign tribes, for instance. Despite the presence of heavenly sovereigns to suppress them, their ancient emperors would not act in such unison. To gather 100 ancient emperors to contend with him would be a near impossibility. Even if it were achievable, it would certainly not occur in a fleeting moment. Yet, within the Sea Clan, this all seemed rather commonplace. Since Lu Xuan had subdued those aquatic realms, less than half an hour had elapsed in reality. Astonishingly, within this brief span, they had managed to assemble over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors. Such charisma and cohesion are unparalleled by any other race. Lu Xuan was also caught off guard. In an instant, surrounded by a multitude of imperial-level formations and over 100 Sea Tribe demon emperors, he found himself lacking absolute confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. Guarding the abyss for 100,000 years, Lu Xuan never anticipated that the first crisis he would encounter upon venturing out would occur amidst the sea tribes of the realm. After all, the sea tribes had long been regarded as the weakest among the races. Thus, for many years, whether it was the human race, the alien tribes, or the demonic entities, they had traversed the sea realm with ease. Now, ensnared by so many sea tribe demon emperors, Lu Xuan finally grasped the true might of the sea tribes. Just as Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, contemplating a way to break free, a peaked demon emperor stepped forth from the throng of demon emperors. Lu Xuan cast his gaze upon a formidable Sea Clan demon emperor, whose species was indiscernible, transformed into human form. Every gesture radiated an aura befitting a sovereign of the deep. The surrounding Sea Clan demon emperors, upon his emergence, respectfully retreated several steps, clearing a space for him. This alone sufficed to reveal that this Sea Clan demon emperor was no ordinary being. Approaching the formation, he peered through it at Lu Xuan. His deep blue eyes ablaze with furious wrath. He thundered, "Lu Xuan, the Sea Clan and your human clan have always maintained a mutual non-aggression. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to unleash slaughter upon my kin? Do you truly believe that the Sea Clan is devoid of power?" His voice was laced with dominance, and from behind him materialized the majestic visage of a true dragon. Even Lu Xuan was momentarily stunned by the sight of this dragon manifestation. The ability to cultivate such a form indicated that this Sea Clan demon emperor possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, a lineage of ancient pedigree. Any entity bearing even a trace of true dragon blood was incomparable to ordinary sea demons. It was no wonder that the more than 100 Sea Clan demon emperors surrounding him displayed such profound respect. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that within the depths of the Sea Clan, there existed a sea demon bearing the bloodline of the true dragon. Although the true dragon lineage once ruled as the sovereign of the Sea Clan in ancient times, that was merely a legend from countless eras long past. In the present world, the traces of the true dragon have long since vanished. Even beasts possessing the bloodline of the true dragon have become exceedingly rare. Who would have imagined that within the Sea Clan, regarded as the weakest of all, there existed a sea demon with the true dragon bloodline? Nonetheless, even though this sea demon emperor of the clan possessed such a prestigious lineage, it did not instill fear in Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan's prowess had long transcended that of the Great Emperor, possessing a terrifying strength akin to that of a semi-divine being. Furthermore, with his cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, his combat power had surged to unfathomable heights. Within the realm of the Great Emperor, none could rival him. In response to the inquiries of the Sea Clan's demon emperor, Lu Xuan refrained from unnecessary words. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with a dominance that eclipsed that of the Sea Clan's demon emperor as he proclaimed, "The law of nature is survival of the fittest. This is an immutable truth of the cosmos. If you surrender the treasures within the water palace and present me with 10 sources of the Great Emperor, I shall depart. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's audacious threat, the Sea Clan's demon emperors were utterly bewildered. What audacity! This fellow is insufferably arrogant. Don't stop me. I shall eliminate him, they exclaimed. Does he truly comprehend the gravity of his words? To demand our treasures and 10 sources of the Great Emperor? Has he lost his mind? In my several thousand years of existence, I have never encountered such an arrogant individual. Lu Xuan, have you gone mad? You find yourself surrounded by us. Yet you speak as if we are the ones encircled. The Sea Clan's demon emperors roared in fury, each one eager to charge forth and obliterate Lu Xuan. However, they were acutely aware of his formidable strength, and none wished to be the first to take action. Ultimately, their gazes turned toward the pinnacle demon emperor with the true dragon bloodline, pleading earnestly, Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, we beseech you to take action and vanquish this arrogant fiend. Teaching him that the Sea Clan is not to be trifled with. Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor? Lu Xuan's gaze once again fell upon the peak demon emperor, who possessed the bloodline of the true dragon. After observing for a moment, he discerned the creature's true form and could not help but scoff. A 3-headed flood dragon dares to claim the title of dragon? It appears that your aquatic kin are indeed a shameless lot, adept at embellishing their own image. The true form of this heavenly dragon emperor was merely a 3-headed flood dragon that had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years. In his early years, within the depths of some ancient ruins, he fortuitously absorbed a drop of true dragon essence, which enabled him to evolve a trace of true dragon bloodline. Although the true dragon bloodline within him was exceedingly thin, it nonetheless allowed him to ascend to the status of one of the overlords of the ocean floor within a mere 10,000 years. His greatest taboo was to have his origins spoken of. Now, with no reservations, Lu Xuan pointedly declared him to be a 3-headed flood dragon. Inciting a tempest of fury within him, he bellowed in rage, Lu Xuan, you seek your own demise. I am a descendant of the true dragon. What right do you have to label me as a mere 3-headed flood dragon? Lu Xuan had not anticipated that these 3-headed flood dragons would be so concerned about their lineage. This revelation caught Lu Xuan off guard, as he had inadvertently discovered their Achilles heel. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, a mere 3-headed flood dragon is nothing more than a water serpent. How dare you claim to possess the bloodline of a true dragon? I have never heard of a true dragon giving rise to 3-headed flood dragons. Haha, you, my friend. If you wish to fabricate a noble ancestry, at least choose one that bears a semblance of kinship. Or shall I conjure one for you? By the way, I recall that a 3-headed dog also has 3 heads, so surely you must share some familial ties. The next time you encounter someone, do inform them that you are a descendant of the 3-headed dog. No one will ever question it. When Lu Xuan remains silent, it is one thing. But once he speaks, he strikes directly at the Achilles heel of the 3-headed serpent, particularly when he asserts that the 3-headed serpent is closely related to the 3-headed hound. It infuriates the serpent to the point of bloodshed. Regardless of the circumstances, the 3-headed serpent certainly sounds far more appealing than the 3-headed hound. Lu Xuan's audacious claim that he is a descendant of the 3-headed hound is an egregious affront. Alas, Lu Xuan, you are courting death. How dare you associate me with such a creature? I am the pure-blooded descendant of the true dragon, the genuine celestial dragon demon emperor. Lu Xuan, your insolence knows no bounds. If I do not sever your head from your shoulders, The 3-headed flood dragon roared in indignation, yet stumbled over its words, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Observing the 3-headed flood dragon in a fit of rage, Lu Xuan found it utterly amusing. This creature, though of an ancient lineage, seemingly shared a kinship with the true dragon, albeit lacking in its fame. It too was a legitimate sovereign of the seas. It was surprising to witness this 3-headed flood dragon so perturbed by its own heritage, desperately attempting to latch onto the prestige of the true dragon bloodline. This behavior left Lu Xuan utterly perplexed. At this moment, watching the 3-headed flood dragon rendered speechless by fury, Lu Xuan couldn't help but think that it brought this upon itself. The exchange of vitriol between Lu Xuan and the 3-headed flood dragon left the surrounding sea demon emperors utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Particularly, when they witnessed the 3-headed flood dragon being exposed by Lu Xuan, erupting in a fit of rage, these sea demon emperors struggled to suppress their laughter. They were all too familiar with the origins of the 3-headed flood dragon. However, since the creature had acquired the blood of the true dragon, none dared to refer to its original lineage. Over the years, they had all come to address it as the celestial dragon demon emperor. With the passage of time, even these sea demon emperors had nearly forgotten the true origins of the celestial dragon demon emperor. Now, with Lu Xuan's revelation, even going so far as to insult the celestial dragon demon emperor by likening it to a 3-headed mutt, they were filled with amusement, despite their anger. Had it not been for their concern over the celestial dragon demon emperor's dignity, they would have laughed heartily. Yet, due to the formidable strength of the celestial dragon demon emperor, even if they felt the urge to laugh, they dared not do so. Each sea demon emperor's face turned a shade of blue as they pondered Lu Xuan's words. Lu Xuan's words were indeed more fearsome than an imperial-level assault. The three-headed hound and the three-headed flood dragon are akin to one another. This is undoubtedly the most amusing jest they have encountered in years. While they relished witnessing the heavenly dragon demon emperor's misfortune, they could not bear to watch him be humiliated. After all, these Sea Clan demon emperors were counting on the heavenly dragon demon emperor to stand up for them. If they were to offend him, none could bear the consequences. Lu Xuan, you have fallen into our encirclement, that you dare to act so recklessly. I see you are truly unafraid of death. The heavenly dragon demon emperor is the supreme ruler of our Sea Clan. What audacity you possess to insult him so brazenly. If we do not teach you a lesson today, word will spread, and others will think our Sea Clan is easy to bully. A peaked demon emperor stepped forward, his expression grim, fixating his glare on Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan beheld the true form of this demon emperor, which astonishingly resembled a sea serpent. It appears to bear some connection to the sea serpent demon emperor he had previously slain. Lu Xuan's suspicions were not unfounded. The sea serpent demon emperor he had previously vanquished was indeed a descendant of this formidable demon emperor. Hence, he was consumed by a desire to personally slay Lu Xuan in avenging his progeny, were it not for his trepidation regarding Lu Xuan's formidable prowess. This peaked demon emperor would have surely charged forward without hesitation. Upon witnessing someone rise to support him, the expression of the heavenly dragon demon emperor softened somewhat. Lu Xuan, do you truly believe that my sea race is feeble prey? You have come here today, and there shall be no escape for you, he declared. In our sea race, we shall unleash a slaughter, and you dare to insult our demon emperor? If you leave here alive, how can my sea race ever stand tall again? Let us all unite and rend him to shreds. A mere human demon emperor dares to act with such arrogance in our domain. Let him understand that our sea race shall not be humiliated. The sea race demon emperors, who had been stifling their laughter moments ago, now stepped forward, pointing and hurling invectives at Lu Xuan. A trace of a smile finally graced the face of the heavenly dragon demon emperor as he raised his hand, silencing the cacophony of the sea race demon emperors. Over 100 of them fell silent, awaiting the command of the heavenly dragon demon emperor. He is but a lone human demon emperor. There is no need for us all to join forces. If word were to spread, it would imply that our demon race is without champions. The heavenly dragon demon emperor took a step forward, entering the area shrouded by layers of imperial formations. He stood directly before Lu Xuan, his gaze icy and piercing as he coldly mocked. Lu Xuan, do not say that I have not given you a chance. If you kneel and apologize now, perhaps I might show you mercy and allow you to leave alive. Should you remain obstinate, however, you shall find no refuge in death. As his words echoed, the surrounding sea race demon emperors erupted in approval. Well said. Kneel and apologize. Offer your contrition to our entire sea race. Let him bow down. For the countless souls of our fallen kin, let him pay penance with his head. Having slain dozens of our demon emperors and countless sea beings, merely bowing in apology would be far too lenient. Capture him and imprison him in the depths of the earth, subjecting him to the tortures of relentless flames, causing him to wish for death. Before Lu Xuan could utter a word, the sea creature emperors had already devised a plan to punish him. As their agitation grew increasingly palpable, the heavenly dragon emperor raised his hand to quell their fervor. Lu Xuan, have you made up your mind? Bow down and apologize, and perhaps you may yet preserve your life. Should you utter even a hint of defiance, I shall ensure you comprehend the dire consequences of incurring my wrath. As the heavenly dragon emperor spoke, he stepped forward, and a colossal manifestation of a true dragon materialized behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura that bore down upon Lu Xuan like a mountain. Although the heavenly dragon emperor's true form was that of a three-headed flood dragon, he had indeed acquired a drop of true dragon's blood. Drawing upon the power of this precious essence, the three-headed flood dragon had, in truth, begun to embody a trace of true dragon lineage. While Lu Xuan had previously mocked him as merely a three-headed flood dragon, the heavenly dragon emperor's prowess was undeniably among the pinnacle of demon emperors. In fact, throughout the years, most of the ancient rulers of other races that Lu Xuan had encountered would likely find themselves no match for this formidable heavenly dragon emperor. Lu Xuan immediately discerned that the heavenly dragon demon emperor, like himself, had ascended to the realm of half-respected. Moreover, as a member of the demon race, the heavenly dragon demon emperor was not constrained by the heavenly rules governing humanity, thus enabling him to merge his path with greater ease than Lu Xuan. Presently, the heavenly dragon demon emperor stood at the precipice of the half-step merging realm, poised to ascend to full demon sovereignty at any moment. In the face of such a formidable demon emperor, though Lu Xuan was brimming with pride, he dared not exhibit even a trace of negligence. However, the notion of bowing his head in apology was utterly preposterous. Lu Xuan had lived for 100,000 years, and he had never once known how to write the word apology. Even when he was jointly suppressed by the 7 great emperors, he had not offered an apology. The heavenly dragon demon emperor was yet to attain the status of a true demon sovereign. How could he possibly be worthy of Lu Xuan's contrition? Confronted by the aggressive sea demon emperors, Lu Xuan let out a cold chuckle, his voice not loud yet imbued with overwhelming authority. You wish for me to apologize? Huh. I fear my apology would be too much for you to bear. Upon hearing these words, the sea demon emperors across from him were consumed by fury. The heavenly dragon demon emperor trembled with rage, his eyes turning a deep crimson as he bellowed, Lu Xuan, this is your own choice. I hope you do not come to regret it. The moment his words fell, the true dragon avatar behind the heavenly dragon demon emperor lunged toward Lu Xuan. This half-step merging true dragon avatar possessed terrifying power, capable of challenging even the most junior of sovereigns. As the true dragon avatar surged forth, the surrounding waters, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, were churned into countless swirling water dragons, all rushing toward Lu Xuan. The heavenly dragon demon emperor also snorted coldly, unleashing a wave of terrifying sword energy, infused with the might of the tumultuous sea, directed at Lu Xuan. Seeing the heavenly dragon demon emperor take action, the surrounding sea demon emperors erupted in excited shouts. Go! Eliminate him! How dare a mere human demon emperor act so arrogantly among our sea race? He must be annihilated without a trace. Yet, just as these sea demon emperors finished their fervent cries, they witnessed Lu Xuan in motion. Faced with the sword energy of the heavenly dragon demon emperor and the suppression of the true dragon avatar, Lu Xuan's eyes blazed with divine light as he coldly proclaimed, a mere hybrid insect dares to draw its sword before me? Who granted you such audacity? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all. The sea demon emperors, who had been clamoring to eliminate Lu Xuan, were suddenly struck dumb by the voice that echoed directly in their minds. The heavenly dragon demon emperor, upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, nearly spat blood and fury. After all, he was the esteemed heavenly dragon demon emperor. How could Lu Xuan dare to humiliate him repeatedly? Especially the term hybrid insect, which felt like a stab to his pride, inciting his uncontrollable rage. The true dragon avatar responded with a thunderous roar, Lu Xuan, this emperor shall not rest until you are dead. Yet, as his furious declaration reverberated, Lu Xuan's voice pierced through once more into his mind. You were never a dragon. Is your vow not to be a dragon a mere jest? The celestial dragon demon emperor was directly overwhelmed, spewing forth a torrent of blood that spanned several dozen yards, his body trembling with rage. At that very moment, as the celestial dragon demon emperor expelled blood, Lu Xuan made his move. A torrential wave of sword light erupted from behind Lu Xuan. Countless beams of light, akin to a multitude of falling meteors, instantly shattered the true dragon manifestation. At the instant the true dragon manifestation was cleaved asunder, the recently wounded celestial dragon demon emperor coughed up another mouthful of black blood, his entire being resembling one who had sustained a grievous injury. The true dragon manifestation had embodied his entire strength, intricately linked to the essence of his imperial laws. Now, with the true dragon manifestation destroyed, the celestial dragon demon emperor found himself bereft of more than half his power in an instant. In that moment, he truly perceived the formidable and terrifying might of Lu Xuan. He had believed that his strength surpassed that of Lu Xuan, especially since he had assimilated the essence of true dragon blood. Yet this single strike rendered him utterly awakened to the reality of their disparity and unfathomable chasm. Though both stood at the threshold of the revered realm, he could not withstand even a single blow from Lu Xuan. In that moment, the celestial dragon demon emperor was stripped of his former pride and arrogance, his eyes now filled solely with boundless fear and panic. Born of an ordinary three-headed serpent, he had painstakingly obtained the essence of true dragon blood, cultivating a trace of its lineage to become the formidable celestial dragon demon emperor. Yet he found himself facing the specter of death. In a state of sheer panic, he turned to flee. The thought of slaying Lu Xuan and demanding an apology had become a distant fantasy. To provoke such a harbinger of death was akin to courting disaster. However, by the time he came to this realization, it was already far too late. Snap! Lu Xuan found himself confronted by an unexpected presence, who effortlessly trampled the heavenly dragon demon emperor into the mire with a single step. Lu Xuan struck mercilessly, crushing the head of the heavenly dragon demon emperor, revealing its true form. Just moments ago, it had transformed into a human guise, exuding elegance as a three-headed dragon, but now it reverted to its original state. A colossal three-headed serpent spanning hundreds of feet. No, it ought to be referred to as a two-headed serpent now. Lu Xuan's recent kick obliterated his head entirely. I have stated before, my apology is beyond your capacity to bear. Lu Xuan trod upon the cerebral matter of the heavenly dragon demon emperor, casting a downward glance with a voice that remained unperturbed yet exuded formidable authority. What? Do you still require my apology? At the moment their gazes interlocked. The heavenly dragon demon emperor trembled in terror, his 2 heads and 4 eyes betraying nothing but sheer fright and apprehension. He fervently shook his heads, exclaiming, "No, no need. We owe you an apology. We should not have offended you. It is we who must apologize." The once arrogant heavenly dragon demon emperor now resembled a subservient wretch, desperately offering his contrition. Were it not for his fear of making any sudden movements, he would have prostrated himself before Lu Xuan without hesitation. To preserve his life, he would willingly shatter his skull upon the ground. For one who had clawed his way up from the depths, notions of pride and face pale in comparison to the sanctity of life. When existence itself hangs in the balance, what value does vanity hold? And as for dignity, can it truly sustain one's life? Lu Xuan had not anticipated that the dragon demon emperor could exhibit such a stark transformation. Observing the frenzied apologies of the dragon demon emperor, a trace of disdain flickered in Lu Xuan's gaze. This creature was not even a fraction of the ancient emperors of other races. Although the strength of those ancient emperors might not surpass that of the dragon demon emperor before him, they certainly possessed more dignity, refusing to debase themselves to such an extent for the sake of survival. For such detritus, Lu Xuan felt that even to slay him would tarnish his own hands. Nevertheless, even if it meant sullied hands, Lu Xuan would not let him escape. Boom! Lu Xuan once again stamped down, shattering yet another head of the heavenly dragon demon emperor. In the blink of an eye, only one head remained among the 3 serpentine beasts. Lu Xuan acted once more, causing the heavenly dragon demon emperor to tremble in fear. Realizing that Lu Xuan would not spare him, the heavenly dragon demon emperor sprang to his feet and fled, all the while shouting frantically, "No, you cannot kill me. I am the demon emperor of the Sea clan. Behind me stands an ancient demon lord. If you dare to take my life, my ancestor will not let you off lightly." One must admit, the threat posed by this heavenly dragon demon emperor held a modicum of weight. A demon lord of the Sea clan, indeed? Lu Xuan halted his steps, refraining from pursuing further. Should he truly eliminate the heavenly dragon demon emperor, it would lead to an irreversible enmity. If a Sea clan demon sovereign were to emerge as a consequence, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Although Lu Xuan exuded confidence, he was not so arrogant as to believe that he could confront the demon lord solely based on his own strength. Moreover, it was said that the Sea clan had but 3 demon lords, all relics from ancient times. The youngest among them had lived for over 1,000,000 years. Any demon lord capable of surviving for such an extensive period, even if relatively weak, would undoubtedly be beyond Lu Xuan's current capabilities. Just as Lu Xuan hesitated, the heavenly dragon demon emperor had already frantically fled the confines of the imperial-level formation, returning to the side of his fellow Sea clan demon emperors. Upon witnessing the more than 100 Sea clan demon emperors surrounding him, the heavenly dragon demon emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to face Lu Xuan, his demeanor transforming entirely as he furiously shouted, "You, Lu Xuan, dare to sever 2 of my heads. This enmity shall not be forgotten. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure that you do not leave here alive." Observing the heavenly dragon demon emperor's renewed tirade, Lu Xuan was utterly astonished. This fellow truly had no sense of shame. Had he forgotten who had been begging for mercy beneath his feet just moments ago? For such a persistent fool, Lu Xuan could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it! Today, I shall engage in a fierce battle with the demon lord. I will make it my mission to eliminate this ridiculous clown. Lu Xuan was utterly enraged. The heavenly dragon demon emperor had been teetering on the brink of destruction, and if Lu Xuan did not eliminate him, he would surely lose his sanity. The moment the words left his lips, Lu Xuan took a decisive step forward, effortlessly traversing the layers of imperial formations that surrounded him. Under the influence of his divine abilities, those numerous imperial formations appeared to be non-existent before his eyes. When Lu Xuan reappeared, he had already materialized before the heavenly dragon demon emperor. "I have already spared you once, since you do not cherish this opportunity. Prepare to meet your demise." Lu Xuan's gaze was icy, fixed upon the astonished heavenly dragon demon emperor, his voice imbued with an aura of chilling menace. As his words echoed, Waves of sword energy erupted violently from within the body of the heavenly dragon demon emperor, residual power left by Lu Xuan during his previous strike, poised to annihilate the demon emperor at any moment. Despite the heavenly dragon demon emperor's esteemed status as a demon sovereign, he could not withstand the onslaught. With a thunderous explosion, his form disintegrated into countless droplets of blood mist. Yet, at the moment of the heavenly dragon demon emperor's demise, a furious roar reverberated through the depths of the realm's ocean. "How dare you slay one of my own?" In that instant, an overwhelming and terrifying presence enveloped the entirety of the realm's ocean. The demon emperors of the sea, trembling in fear at the death of the heavenly dragon emperor, felt a surge of exhilaration at the sound of that voice. "The demon sovereign has awakened," they exclaimed, their earlier trepidation transformed into fervent cheers. What if Lu Xuan was capable of slaying the heavenly dragon demon emperor? Now, what has arrived is none other than the demon sovereign of their sea clan. When the demon sovereign makes a move, no matter how formidable Lu Xuan may be, he is undoubtedly no match. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that after slaying the heavenly dragon demon emperor, a demon sovereign would indeed intervene. However, he had foreseen this outcome the moment he struck down the heavenly dragon demon emperor, so he felt no surprise. Faced with the imminent arrival of the demon sovereign, Lu Xuan was devoid of any anxiety. Instead, he grew increasingly composed. From the direction of the voice, it was evident that the Sea Clan's demon sovereign was still quite a distance away, requiring at least several dozen breaths before arriving at his location. With only several dozen breaths to spare, escape was out of the question. Moreover, Lu Xuan was fully aware that fleeing before a demon sovereign was utterly impossible. Given the circumstances, he resolved to take a bold stand. Before the sovereign's arrival, he would make a grand move. Buzz! The Burial Heaven Divine Sword materialized, its terrifying sword cry resonating throughout the entire realm. The moment the sword's cry echoed, the smiles of the Sea Clan demon emperors froze in astonishment. None of them had expected Lu Xuan to be so audacious as to dare act against the demon sovereign. In the fleeting moment of their shock, the Burial Heaven Divine Sword descended, its dreadful sword energy sweeping away hundreds of thousands of miles of Sea Clan territory. Majestic Sea Clan water palaces were reduced to ruins. The imperial formations that enveloped these palaces were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the Burial Heaven Divine Sword. Even the more than 100 Sea Clan demon emperors were swiftly vanquished, with a significant portion obliterated in an instant. Countless invaluable emperor origins lay exposed before Lu Xuan. Each emperor origin signified the fall of an emperor. With this single strike, he had effectively slain nearly 50 Sea Clan demon emperors. Lu Xuan waved his hand, summoning the primordial essences of these great emperors, along with the celestial materials and earthly treasures that emerged from the water palace. Even in the face of death, he resolved to seize a fortune. With this strike, he unleashed his utmost strength, the results of which surpassed his expectations. A single sword stroke felled nearly 50 Sea Clan demon emperors, sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles and annihilating countless sea beings, certainly more than 10 million. This power was undeniably magnified several dozen times compared to Lu Xuan's earlier displays of strength. It must be that after cultivating the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, my prowess has ascended to an entirely new level. Lu Xuan was filled with immense joy, realizing that this was the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, which bestowed upon him extraordinary benefits. In his current state, every gesture and movement unleashed the power of over 90,000 acupoints within him, akin to 90,000 chaotic dantians, continuously releasing a terrifying force of magic, providing an inexhaustible feeling of power. Even after unleashing such a formidable sword strike, Lu Xuan felt his magical energy was abundant. His fighting spirit undiminished, and fatigue was a distant notion. In his former self, such a level of attack could only be executed once or twice before exhausting his magic. This was precisely the advantage afforded by the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Although it had not elevated him to the realm of the Emperor, it had amplified his magical power countless times over. He no longer needed to worry about being unable to fight due to insufficient magical energy. Moreover, he could execute such a powerful attack thousands of times more. Experiencing the profound benefits of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even with the impending arrival of the demon sovereign, he felt no inclination to retreat or fear. He had merely tapped into the magical energy of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art moments ago. Now was the perfect opportunity to test its combat techniques. Lu Xuan's eyes radiated a brilliant divine light. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Art is a formidable technique capable of mastering the laws of strength, which stand as the foremost among the myriad laws of chaos. The might of this Panwu Great Strength Divine Art is undoubtedly immense. especially the combat techniques contained within it, which are among the most powerful in the realm. Engaging in battles beyond one's realm is practically effortless. With the support of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, Lu Xuan now possesses the strength and confidence to confront the Emperor. At present, I am but a mere 10,000 acupoints away from achieving the perfect first level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Alas, time eludes me, preventing me from continuing my cultivation. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, filled with a tinge of regret. If only he had a little more time to perfect the first level of the Panwu Great Strength technique, he could merge with the laws of strength and ascend to the status of an emperor in the realm of emperors. With the formidable prowess of the Panwu Great Strength technique, it would pose little challenge to withstand a demon sovereign. Alas, time was not on his side. The sea-dwelling demon sovereign had already breached the boundary of the ocean and appeared before him. This was a colossal demon sovereign, towering at a staggering height of 10,000 zhang. Its immense body resembled that of a giant, yet it bore the head of a serpentine dragon, complete with a pair of dragon horns sprouting from its crown. As it moved, its gigantic form swayed, and a terrifying aura of the Emperor's laws enveloped the entire ocean, transforming millions of miles into a veritable no-man's land. The surviving sea-dwelling demon emperors, under the oppressive presence of this demon sovereign, trembled in fear, collapsing to their knees in panic. "We pay homage to the dragon python demon sovereign," they cried in unison, their spirits shattered by Lu Xuan's earlier strike. Had it not been for the arrival of the dragon python demon sovereign, they likely would have met their demise. Thus, upon witnessing the dragon python demon sovereign, they felt as if they had encountered a savior, each one brimming with a sense of relief from narrowly escaping disaster. The dragon python demon sovereign, however, paid no heed to the sea-dwelling demon emperors. Its eyes blazed with fury as it fixed its gaze upon Lu Xuan, releasing two massive columns of smoke from its nostrils. With a voice laced with anger, it thundered, "Has the human race become so audacious? A mere emperor dares to act recklessly in my oceanic domain and even slays my kin. Who grants you such audacity?" As it spoke, the overwhelming might of the demon sovereign and the formidable laws of the emperor bore down upon Lu Xuan. For an ordinary emperor, under such suppression, even if they did not perish outright, they would be rendered immobile. Thus, before the weight of the dragon python demon sovereign's laws descended upon him, Lu Xuan had already braced himself for a full-scale confrontation. However, the moment those emperor's laws enveloped him, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Lu Xuan's eyes. What was happening? Were the laws of the emperor truly this feeble? Lu Xuan was utterly astonished. The imperial law of the dragon python demon sovereign was, to his surprise, vastly weaker than he had anticipated. He did not even need to exert his full strength to effortlessly withstand the oppression of the imperial law. Soon, Lu Xuan realized that it was not the imperial law that was feeble, but rather that he had grown incomprehensibly powerful. Having cultivated the chaotic celestial emperor technique and the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, his magical power had long since surpassed the standards of the imperial realm. Especially with the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, his magical energy had reached an unimaginable height. Faced with the suppression of the imperial law, Lu Xuan remained utterly composed. And with a cold shout, a terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Panwu Golden Body. As Lu Xuan's voice resonated, the over 90,000 acupoints within him released a brilliant golden light. This golden radiance coursed through his skin and veins, enveloping Lu Xuan's entire being in a shimmering glow. This golden light was not merely a superficial layer surrounding his body, it merged seamlessly with his blood, bones, and skin, achieving a true and perfect integration with his physical form. This was the fundamental combat technique recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, known as the Panwu Golden Body. Only after mastering the Panwu Golden Body could one unleash the myriad combat techniques detailed within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Originally, Lu Xuan had intended to wait until all 100,836 acupoints were activated before commencing his training of the Panwu Golden Body. However, he could not afford such patience. In the face of the demon sovereign's oppression, he had to employ every means at his disposal. As the chaotic energy from over 90,000 acupoints fused with his flesh, Lu Xuan's Panwu Golden Body began to take form. After achieving the Panwu Golden Body, Lu Xuan sensed the most significant change. The chaotic energy within the acupoints, once disparate, now harmonized under the operation of the Panwu Golden Body, acting as one cohesive force. He could summon it at will, effortlessly unleashing its full power. Right beneath the watchful gaze of the dragon python demon sovereign, Lu Xuan condensed his Panwu Golden Body and unleashed a powerful punch directly upwards. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Fist. One of the many combat techniques recorded in the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art was cultivated to its zenith. Not only could it master the laws of strength, but it also enabled the comprehension of the laws of the fist. This was an invincible technique forged from the fusion of two formidable laws. Lu Xuan unleashed a powerful punch, causing the chaotic energy from over 90,000 acupoints to erupt forth. A whirlwind coalesced atop his fist, resembling a descending deity of destruction, parting the boundless sea in its wake. The dragon python demon sovereign, who had previously dismissed Lu Xuan, was immediately struck with astonishment upon witnessing the might of this punch. Could this truly be an emperor? It was evidently the prowess of a sovereign. A flicker of disbelief crossed the demon sovereign's gaze. He could discern that the force behind Lu Xuan's strike possessed the terrifying strength of an emperor. Even some of the ordinary early-stage emperors might find it impossible to withstand such power. Fortunately, he was no ordinary emperor. As a renowned demon sovereign with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, the dragon python's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Confronted with Lu Xuan's blow, he bellowed coldly, likening it to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of its own limitations. He then retaliated with a punch of his own, summoning the Emperor's laws that shadowed him, all converging into the imprint of his strike. With a thunderous roar, the two punches collided in the depths of the ocean, transforming the surrounding million-mile expanse into a desolate wasteland. The seed-welling demon emperors, who had narrowly escaped death moments ago, would undoubtedly have perished had it not been for the protection of the dragon python sovereign. Hiss. Is Lu Xuan truly just an emperor? An emperor of what caliber could resist a demon sovereign? The dragon python sovereign, renowned for hundreds of thousands of years, had few equals at the emperor level. What on earth was Lu Xuan's origin that he could stand toe-to-toe with the dragon python sovereign? The surviving seed-welling demon emperors trembled in fear, previously believing Lu Xuan to be an ordinary emperor, which had emboldened them to follow the heavenly dragon demon emperor in their pursuit of him. Yet now, they realized just how foolish they had been. Lu Xuan, this fellow, has managed to hold his own against the dragon python demon lord. Can one merely consider him an emperor? Who has ever witnessed such an extraordinary emperor? The dragon python demon lord's countenance was equally grim. This single blow did not subdue Lu Xuan. Instead, they fought to a standstill, which was an immense affront to him. After all, he is a dignified emperor. How could he possibly be on equal footing with a mere human emperor? It felt akin to receiving a resounding slap to the face. As for Lu Xuan, although he survived, he was barely holding on. After exchanging blows with the dragon python demon lord, his golden body of the disc martial arts was on the verge of shattering, and more than half of the bones within him were broken. Even his over 90,000 chaos dantians were severely damaged by the demon lord's punch, with a substantial portion obliterated. That amounted to over 40,000 chaos dantians. And Lu Xuan winced in pain. He had painstakingly refined dozens of sources of emperor essence to cultivate these chaos dantians, only to have them reduced to nothingness in a single strike from the dragon python demon lord. Though he appeared to maintain an air of calm, he was far from comfortable. Merely managing to stand was quite an achievement. Blast it all! How careless of me. I never anticipated that the demon lord's strength could reach such staggering heights. Lu Xuan furrowed his brows, silently cursing. He had initially believed that with the Panwu golden body and the Panwu divine strength fist, harnessing the power of over 90,000 acupoints, he would be capable of contending with the demon sovereign. However, reality delivered a staggering blow. It became evident that each individual who could attain the emperor's sovereign realm possessed an unfathomable strength, even with the full extent of his abilities. He could not hope to rival the dragon python demon sovereign. Moreover, he sensed that in the earlier encounter, the dragon python demon sovereign had acted in haste, and that punch was far from the pinnacle of its power. Should the dragon python demon sovereign unleash its full strength, he might not even withstand a single blow. Indeed, there are no weaklings among the imperial clans. Even the most feeble emperor sovereign is beyond the reach of any great emperor. Unless he ascends to the emperor's sovereign realm himself, he shall not engage with these formidable sovereigns again. Lu Xuan no longer dwells on the notion of confronting the Emperor of the Abyss. His sole desire is to escape swiftly. To elude the grasp of the dragon python demon sovereign would be a victory in itself. As Lu Xuan raced to devise a means of extrication, the dragon python demon sovereign struck once more. The esteemed demon sovereign, having fought to a standstill against a mere human emperor, felt his fury ignite. Humph! How dare you attempt to ambush me? Truly a fanciful thought. If this is the extent of your prowess, then perish. With a single step, the colossal form of the dragon python demon sovereign loomed before Lu Xuan. The dragon python manifestation above his head roaring fiercely as it lunged to bite down upon Lu Xuan, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. The demon sovereign's true form clenched his fist again, the laws of the emperor coalescing like a great river into his hand, delivering a punch capable of annihilating the heavens, stirring up monstrous waves as it surged towards Lu Xuan. This punch represented the demon sovereign's genuine might. With a single blow, he could shatter the firmament and obliterate the earth. Even among those of the emperor's realm, few could withstand such a strike. Lu Xuan possessed a remarkable degree of self-awareness. Even before his fist descended, he was acutely aware that he could not withstand the impending blow. Thus, rather than waiting for the strike, Lu Xuan bit down on his tongue, allowing a trickle of blood to seep forth. He swiftly dipped his fingers into the crimson essence and inscribed a mystical rune before him, gathering the chaotic energy that coursed through him. He infused it into the blood-red symbol and bellowed, "Whether life or death now rests in your hands." As Lu Xuan's voice echoed, the blood-red rune erupted into a resplendent golden light, enveloping his form and causing him to vanish from sight just before the dragon python demon sovereign's fist could make contact. When the dragon python demon sovereign's strike came crashing down, Lu Xuan had already disappeared, leaving the sovereign to strike at nothing but air. The dragon python demon sovereign's expression darkened significantly as he glared at the faint crimson hue lingering in the waters. He had not anticipated that his seemingly foolproof blow would result in emptiness. What truly astonished him, however, was that Lu Xuan had harnessed the imperial-level laws of space. Had it not been for the imperial-level spatial law, Lu Xuan would undoubtedly have met his demise. After Lu Xuan cast the spatial talisman, he had already closed his eyes. Whether he lived or died was left to fate. Am I still alive? When he opened his eyes once more, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Not only was he alive, but he had also emerged from the depths of the realm sea. However, the dim surroundings made Lu Xuan furrow his brow slightly. Where is this place? Just moments ago, teetering between life and death, he could only invoke the runes inscribed in the divine might of the Panwu technique, using his own blood to draw a spatial talisman. At that time, even he was uncertain whether this hastily drawn talisman would be of any use. Yet now, it seemed the spatial talisman was indeed invaluable. It not only allowed him to escape the clutches of the dragon python demon lord's fist, but also transported him to this location. However, Lu Xuan was still uncertain as to where he had been sent. Nevertheless, as long as he had departed from the depths of the realm sea, that was sufficient. To his astonishment, the spatial talisman truly enabled him to tear through space and escape. Lu Xuan reminisced about the earlier crafting of the spatial divine talisman, his heart still aflame with excitement. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly awestruck by the formidable prowess of the Panwu Great Strength divine art. Whether it be the enlightenment techniques he cultivated, the Panwu Golden Body, the Panwu Great Strength Fist, or the spatial divine talisman, these represent merely the tip of the iceberg encapsulated within the Panwu Great Strength divine art. The entirety of this divine art is vast and all-encompassing, comprising an array of divine spells and talismans that embody the complete essence of the 3,000 laws. It can be said that by mastering the Panwu Great Strength divine art to its utmost limits, one could wield the entirety of the chaotic 3,000 laws. Thus, possessing this Panwu Great Strength divine art equates to acquiring the methodologies for cultivating all 3,000 laws. Previously, Lu Xuan had fixated solely on breaking through the Imperial Supreme Realm, dedicating himself exclusively to the Enlightenment techniques, leaving him no time to explore other spells and divine arts. Furthermore, it was also due to the fact that the myriad techniques, spells, and talismans recorded within the Panwu Great Strength divine art require one to cultivate to the second level of the art to truly unleash their might. Lu Xuan is still far from achieving the pinnacle of the first major completion. Previously, he had no choice but to reluctantly attempt the incantations out of sheer desperation. To his astonishment, the initial attempt at inscribing the spatial divine talisman yielded such remarkable results. Alas, the battle with the dragon python demon sovereign not only obliterated over 40,000 of my chaos stanchions, but nearly cost me my life as well. It was not worth it. Far too unworthy. Once I ascend to the status of Emperor Sovereign, I shall certainly seek retribution. Lu Xuan is not one to easily forgive. Vengeance is his hallmark. However, given the formidable strength of the dragon python demon sovereign, thoughts of retaliation must be postponed for the time being. It is only after he ascends to the rank of Emperor Sovereign that such considerations may be entertained. Although this encounter has resulted in significant losses, it has also yielded considerable gains. Lu Xuan extracted the divine burial coffin his figure materializing within its ethereal confines. This time, he retrieved all the resources acquired from the Water Palace, which included an astonishing array of cultivation materials, in addition to a remarkable 48 pieces of Emperor's essence. Haha. I had always known that this Water Palace was my fateful sanctuary, although I narrowly escaped death at the hands of that old fiend. The bounty I reaped was simply extraordinary. Truly, surviving great tribulations must yield subsequent fortunes. Gazing upon the staggering array of cultivation resources in the Emperor's essences, Lu Xuan could not help but beam with joy. Even the near-fatal encounter with the dragon python demon sovereign seemed trivial in comparison. As he meticulously counted the resources, he realized that those 48 pieces of Emperor's essence alone were sufficient to elevate his Panwu Great Strength technique to its first complete realm, with plenty to spare. As for the additional cultivation resources, they could safely be preserved for advancing to the second layer of the Panwu Great Strength technique in the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art. With such a plethora of Emperor's essence before him, Lu Xuan felt no hesitation in utilizing them. After refining and absorbing 24 pieces of Emperor's essence, the acupoints within his body finally unlocked a grand total of 108,636. This marked the consummate realm of the first layer of the Panwu Great Strength technique. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. Next, he would commence his cultivation of the Panwu Golden Body. Lu Xuan beamed with joy. After the activation of 108,636 meridians, it was essential to gather the power from these channels to cultivate the true body of the Panwu Golden Body. Only by attaining the Panwu Golden Body could he aspire to reach the second realm of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Previously, during his encounter with the Sea Tribe, Lu Xuan had preemptively condensed the Panwu Golden Body in preparation for his battle against the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign. However, the form he achieved at that time was far from complete. Now, by consolidating the strength from 108,636 meridians, he was set to recreate the Panwu Golden Body in its truest form. The mere act of condensing the Panwu Golden Body consumed nearly a century of his life. After 100 years, every aspect of Lu Xuan, his flesh, tendons, bones, and skin, had transformed into a resplendent golden hue. The power of the 108,636 meridians seamlessly merged with the Panwu Golden Body. With every movement, he could unleash an astonishingly formidable force. It was at the moment the Panwu Golden Body was solidified that Lu Xuan perceived the existence of the law of strength. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Art was fundamentally rooted in this law, and the Panwu Golden Body served as the foundation for comprehending its principles. Lu Xuan activated the disc of martial gold, and within him, the myriad of 108,636 acupoints radiated a brilliant golden light, converging into divine power that enveloped Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan casually attempted a strike, and with a mere flick of his fist, he could effortlessly obliterate an emperor. Such terrifying power is nothing short of divine. However, in comparison to this godlike strength, what truly astonished Lu Xuan was the principle of force. After attaining the Panwu Golden Body, he felt as though he had already grazed the threshold of the laws of force. Now, every movement he made seemed to bear the mark of this principle. With the first major perfection of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, the time has come for me to merge with the Tao and strive towards the realm of the Emperor. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Once he transcended into the realm of the Emperor, not only would his combat prowess undergo a tremendous transformation, but his lifespan would also extend by an astonishing 200,000 to 300,000 years. Having already surpassed 30,000 years due to the refinement of the Emperor's essence and the consumption of the immortality elixir, the prospect of adding another 200,000 to 300,000 years rendered him nearly indistinguishable from true immortality. This time, he must successfully merge with the Tao and ascend to the Emperor's realm. Lu Xuan's voice surged with excitement as he let forth a low roar, his emotions palpable. As his primordial spirit ascended, it soared once more to the very zenith of the heavens. Before him lay an endless expanse of myriad grand principles. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, the laws of the great ways he traversed extended a welcoming embrace, drawing him closer and inviting him to merge with their essence. Some of these grand principles even approached his primordial spirit with a fervent desire to forcibly unite with him. This phenomenon was unprecedented for Lu Xuan. Observing the laws that gravitated towards him, he hastened his pace to evade their vicinity. Having traversed this realm before, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit navigated effortlessly to the source. As his spirit entered the realm of origins, the 10 fundamental paths gravitated towards him. Among them, the corporeal path radiated a resplendent brilliance, seeking to envelop Lu Xuan's primordial spirit entirely. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that he would become such a coveted figure. Even the 10 fundamental paths of origin seemed to gravitate towards him. Had it not been for the law of strength, he would have undoubtedly embraced these paths of origin. However, having cultivated the Panwu Great Strength Divine technique, his sole option now was the law of strength. His primordial spirit hastened its pace, evading these fundamental paths and entering the realm of chaos. The chaotic expanse before him was now entirely transformed from his initial encounter. It appeared to be imbued with a newfound luminosity and vitality. The 3,000 chaotic laws enveloped the entire chaotic domain. At the moment Lu Xuan's primordial spirit entered this realm, all 3,000 chaotic laws resonated, converging towards him. As he witnessed the 3,000 chaotic laws drawing near, Lu Xuan found himself momentarily bewildered. Although he had contemplated the possibility of attaining the realm of simultaneous cultivation of the 3,000 laws in the future, his current energy was limited, rendering it impossible to cultivate all 3,000 laws concurrently. Moreover, he was in the process of merging paths. Once he chose a particular law, he could no longer integrate other laws. Thus, his objective was unequivocal, to gravitate towards the law of strength, before the other 3,000 laws could catch up with him. His primordial spirit plunged headlong into the law of strength. Instantaneously, Lu Xuan sensed an overwhelming force of law that nearly shattered his primordial spirit. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the Panwu Great Strength Divine technique activated autonomously, mitigating the terrifying oppressive force emanating from the law of strength. As the Panwu Great Strength Divine technique operated, Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body emerged within the law of strength. In that moment, the myriad forces of law within the law of strength surged towards Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body like river water absorbed by a sponge. In a mere instant, Lu Xuan sensed a mysterious connection forming between himself and the law of strength. Upon closing his eyes, it felt as though his body could leap directly into the law of strength. Of course, this was merely a figment of imagination. At his current stage of merging paths, it was impossible for his physical form to truly enter the law of strength. Only his primordial spirit could transcend the physical body and merge with the law of strength. He would then draw upon the law of strength, summoning its power from the river of loss. The stage of merging paths, as the name suggests, is fundamentally about borrowing the power of law from the paths of law to engage in combat. To achieve true integration of the physical body with the paths of law, one must ascend to a higher realm of unity with the Tao. This concept is also recorded in the chaotic Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Achieving unity means that one becomes a part of the paths of law, elevating one's strength to that of true immortals who have ascended to the realm of the divine. Lu Xuan has only just embarked on the path of merging Tao, and he is still a considerable distance from reaching the realm of harmonizing Tao. Lu Xuan closed his eyes, gradually comprehending the existence of the laws of power, drawing upon the strength of these laws. As the continuous flow of the laws of power merged with his body, ethereal divine patterns began to manifest upon his golden body of martial prowess. These divine patterns adorned his form, emanating a force that repeatedly cleansed and transformed him. The imperial physique, which had already reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm, began to evolve towards a higher tier of law-infused body under the transformative power of these divine patterns. The emperor realm, also known as the realm of the heavenly Tao, signifies a profound threshold. Prior to attaining this realm, while one could wield the power of laws, such power was merely borrowed from the universe, incapable of merging with the great path or reshaping the body. It is only upon reaching the emperor realm, where the primordial spirit harmonizes with the great path, that one can continuously absorb the power of the laws to transform the physical form. The most significant distinction between the physical bodies at the emperor realm and those at the great emperor realm is that in the emperor realm, the body transcends mere flesh and blood, becoming entirely a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Hence, it is referred to as the law-infused body. In contrast to the fleshly bodies of the great emperors, the law-infused body of the emperor realm has completely shed the constraints of flesh. Even if the physical form is shattered or turned to ashes, the primordial spirit can draw upon the laws from the great path to reconstruct the body. For those of the emperor realm, as long as neither the primordial spirit nor the connection to the great path is annihilated, complete eradication is impossible. Their law-infused bodies verge on an existence that is nearly immortal and indestructible. These realizations dawned upon Lu Xuan as he harnessed the power of the laws to transform his body. It was only at this moment that he recognized the absurdity of his earlier desire to slay the dragon python demon sovereign. No matter how formidable his strength, no matter how many times he could shatter the corporeal form of the dragon python demon sovereign, he could inflict not a whit of harm upon it. Indeed, The Emperor Realm is an incomprehensible domain for the great emperors. Without entering the Emperor Realm, one can never fathom the true might of an emperor. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with divine brilliance, brimming with excitement and astonishment. He could sense that he was on the brink of achieving the body of the law and ascending to the rank of emperor. As the continuous flow of law power washed over his physique, Lu Xuan's entire aura underwent a profound transformation. After cultivating the law of strength, Lu Xuan's body first expanded manifold under the enhancement of the law power. Then, as the law power condensed, it returned to its original size. After experiencing dozens of such transformations, the law power within Lu Xuan had been refined to perfection. In that moment, his physical form had fully transformed into the body of the law. With a resounding boom, Lu Xuan's realm also reached its pinnacle. He was but a hair's breadth away from ascending to emperor. At that moment, Lu Xuan was overwhelmed with joy. He had guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years, dreaming incessantly of attaining the Emperor Realm. Throughout this time, he had made countless attempts to break through to the Emperor Realm, yet had been repelled by the forces of the heavenly Tao, unable to succeed. For years, he had been trapped at the half-step Emperor Realm, gradually enduring until the end of his lifespan. He never expected that now he would not only experience a second spring but also be on the verge of becoming an emperor. As Lu Xuan was about to ascend to emperor, the chaos realm stirred, and the long-forgotten 3,000 laws of chaos reappeared in the world. The 3,000 laws surged forth from the chaos, manifesting deep within the heavens. The law of strength transcended the world, resonating in harmony with Lu Xuan. With the emergence of the 3,000 laws, the great Tao roared, and the heavenly Tao trembled. Among the human race, the 9 great emperors all looked up in astonishment to the sky. They practiced the heavenly Tao. Beneath the heavenly Tao, 9 emperor laws had been nurtured, which is why there had always been only 9 imperial clans among the human race. These 9 were the powerful beings who embodied these 9 emperor great Taos, essentially representing the heavenly Tao. The moment the 3,000 laws of chaos emerged, the will of the heavenly Tao also descended, enveloping the world in a terrifying aura. Chaos was born, and the cosmic order was thrown into disarray. The voice of the heavenly Taos will resonated in the ears of the 9 great emperors of humanity. Initially filled with trepidation as they gazed skyward, the 9 human emperors' expressions shifted. "Master, what can we do?" One figure, emerging from within a law that spanned the heavens, respectfully inquired of the elders shaped by the will of the heavenly Tao. At that moment, the embodiment of the heavenly Taos will appeared as an elderly man clad in white robes, resembling an immortal with white hair and youthful features. His gaze revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation. His eyes were fixed upon the ends of the universe, the source of all. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. "The age of great strife is about to commence. As my disciples, it is your duty to seek the welfare of the human race. There are 9 in total, as I once established 9 emperor great Taos. Thus, there should rightfully be 9 great emperors among humanity. In this tumultuous era of great contention, my master has chosen to reopen the imperial laws for our human race. In the grand scheme of 50, one is forsaken. Thus the imperial laws of our humanity shall rightfully amount to 49. Today, my master shall reinstate 40 imperial laws for our people. Henceforth, all members of the human race, those fortunate enough, may merge with these laws and attain the status of an emperor." As the voice of the celestial will resonated, new imperial laws began to manifest alongside the original 9. A total of 40 brand new pathways of imperial laws emerged, encircling the existing 9. These newly unveiled 40 laws flowed like mighty rivers suspended between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire territory of humanity. The 9 emperors, already harmonized with the imperial laws, stepped forth from their ethereal forms, gazing in astonishment at the 40 new pathways. Behind each of them stood their respective clans, housing many brilliant talents who had been ensnared at the pinnacle of the emperor realm for countless years. Now, with the advent of the new imperial laws, these younger generations within their clans were bestowed with the opportunity to ascend to emperor status. Even more astonishing was the revelation that their master had simultaneously opened up 40 pathways of imperial laws. This implied that the number of emperors within the human race could potentially reach as many as 49. If indeed there were 49 human emperors, who among the myriad realms could withstand their might? Even traversing the sea of realms and conquering foreign territories would be but a trifling endeavor. However, this was not the end. The elder, embodying the celestial will, continued after establishing the 40 imperial pathways, declaring that with the chaos now emerging, the structure of heaven and earth had irrevocably transformed. The status of emperor was no longer the pinnacle of this realm, for a higher realm above the emperor would soon be unveiled. To this end, I shall establish a method of celestial cultivation for all humanity. Anyone who practices this celestial cultivation shall transcend the emperor status and achieve harmony with the world. As the elder's voice faded, countless runes materialized within the minds of the 9 emperors. These runes coalesced into the method of celestial cultivation. Within the realm of loss, the 9 emperors contemplated this new method, their eyes gleaming with excitement. It became clear that beyond the fusion of laws lies the harmony with the loss. For years, I have struggled to break through my own limitations. The fusion of laws merely borrows from the principles. Yet it is through harmony that one can truly command the laws and become the sovereign of the principles. The sovereign of the laws, this is indeed the realm that lies beyond the emperor. The 9 great emperors of the human race were filled with incomparable astonishment. They had been ensnared in the realm of the emperor for at least several 100,000 years, having reached the pinnacle of their power. Yet, despite their relentless efforts over the years, they found themselves unable to take a further step forward. They had initially believed that their lack of innate talent was the reason for their inability to ascend to immortality. However, upon receiving the celestial cultivation method bestowed by the heavenly Tao, they realized that it was not their talent that was insufficient, but rather the constraints imposed by the laws of the heavenly Tao. With the heavenly Tao now granting them this cultivation method, they finally possessed the qualifications to harmonize with the Tao. Within the human race, there would be 49 individuals capable of such harmony. I now bestow this opportunity, awaiting those destined to seize it. At that moment, the elder incarnation of the heavenly Tao spoke once more, waving his hand to infuse radiant beams of light into the 40 new laws of the emperor. These beams contain the celestial cultivation methods. In the future, those who would merge with the emperor's laws and attain a certain level of cultivation would be able to acquire the celestial cultivation methods from within. The path to becoming an emperor is fraught with difficulty, and the merging of the Tao is challenging. Therefore, I shall create 10,000 minor paths to emperorhood for the human race. By merging with these minor paths, one may also attain the status of an emperor. The will of the heavenly Tao spoke again, conjuring forth lines of laws that appeared in the void. In a brief span of time, beneath these 49 grand paths of the emperor, an astonishing 10,000 new paths emerged. However, these paths were considerably smaller than the 49 grand paths of the emperor. The 9 emperors stood in stunned silence, gazing at the 10,000 minor paths, each overwhelmed with disbelief. Master, what is the significance of these 10,000 minor paths to emperorhood? A vague figure emerged from one of the grand paths, asking in astonishment. The elder incarnation of the heavenly Tao stroked his beard and replied with a smile. The chaos encompasses 3,000 laws, and there are likewise 3,000 grand paths. Yet, my heavenly Tao possesses only 50, and one has been concealed. This is indeed unjust. Thus, I now create myriad paths for the human race. Within our ranks, 100 flowers shall bloom, and myriad paths shall be cultivated. Although these 10,000 minor paths may not rival your grand paths of the emperor, they are nonetheless an evolution of the laws of the grand path. Those who harmonize with the Tao shall be emperors. Those who achieve harmony shall be masters of the laws. You must encourage the human race to unite in cultivation, hastening the completion of our numbers of emperors. With this, the will of the heavenly Tao had completed its arrangement. 49 grand paths of the emperor and 10,000 minor paths. The number of emperors within the human race had astonishingly transformed from 9 to a potential future of 10,000. Even the 9 great emperors were left in utter shock. If the human race were truly to witness an influx of 10,000 emperors, they could scarcely imagine the magnitude of their power. A great era of conflict was imminent. And as the laws of chaos emerged, the will of the heavenly Tao sought to elevate the overall strength of the human race through such measures. Once the human race experienced this surge of 10,000 emperors, the power of the heavenly Tao would reach an unprecedented zenith. The laws of chaos have emerged, orchestrated by the heavenly mandate. Simultaneously, the grand principles resonate, awakening the myriad celestial pathways that have lain dormant for countless years within the depths of the void. The manifestation of these cosmic pathways allows all sentient beings to more readily perceive the existence of the grand laws. Although the grand principles remain formless, they enhance the proliferation of those who embody the way throughout the realms. However, these celestial and grand designs elude Lu Xuan's perception. At this moment, Lu Xuan stands on the threshold of the Emperor's realm. His primordial spirit has merged with the laws of power, cleansing his physical form with the essence of these laws. And he has finally ascended into the Emperor's realm. With a resounding roar, it is as though the shackles binding him from above have been shattered in an instant. as an unending stream of law-infused power surges into Lu Xuan's being, melding within his 108,636 chaotic dantians. Having just entered the Emperor's realm, his golden body of martial prowess begins to undergo a swift metamorphosis. Not only has it grown significantly more formidable than before, but even the 108,636 chaotic dantians within him, after absorbing the laws of power, commence a further transformation. Lu Xuan closed his eyes, delving into the profound depths of the second layer of the Panwu Great Strength Divine technique. This second layer embodies the essence of the Panwu Ancestor. Attaining this realm necessitates the cultivation of a singular Panwu golden body within each of the 100,836 chaotic dantians. Ultimately, the convergence of the strength from these 100,836 Panwu golden bodies will give rise to the singular Panwu Ancestor body. The Panwu Ancestor body not only represents the fundamental principle of strength, but also serves as the foundation for the realm of unity with the Tao. Only by achieving the Panwu Ancestor body can the physical form attain the might necessary to merge with the principle of strength. Should one attempt to forcibly merge with this principle without reaching the realm of the Panwu Ancestor body, they would merely be obliterated by the very force of strength itself. After all, this principle of strength is the foremost among the 3,000 chaotic principles, and it is no exaggeration to declare it the most formidable path of law. Thus, the assimilation of the principle of strength is not a feat achievable by an ordinary corporeal form. Having just manifested the 100,836 chaotic dantians, one must now gather the 100,836 Panwu golden bodies. Lu Xuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. The formidable prowess of the martial titan was indeed not easily attainable. Boom! A fragment of the Emperor's essence was refined in his grasp. And as his body transformed into a chaotic divine furnace, the speed of refining the Emperor's essence was magnified countless times. What originally required a century for full refinement was now completely absorbed in less than a decade. Lu Xuan initially believed that this source of the Great Emperor would at least enable him to condense several hundred, if not thousands, of Panwu golden bodies. However, the reality was disheartening. The power of this Great Emperor's source was insufficient even to condense a single Panwu golden body. Gazing at the half-formed Panwu golden body within the acupoint, Lu Xuan felt a pang of regret. Such a precious source of the Great Emperor had been squandered. After all, during the first level of the Panwu Great Power, this very source could have allowed him to open over 3,000 acupoints. Yet now, he found himself incapable of condensing even one Panwu golden body. Lu Xuan could only once again extract the essence of the Emperor. As this essence was refined and absorbed, he finally succeeded in manifesting a golden body of martial prowess. It took two essences of the Emperor for me to condense a single golden body of martial prowess. This is utterly unprofitable. Lu Xuan stored away the remaining sources of the Great Emperor. These sources, reserved for his kin, would surely serve to elevate his family to the status of emperors, a far more admirable pursuit. As for the two sources of the Great Emperor that coalesced into a singular Panga golden body, Lu Xuan has come to a realization. Previously, when he was merely at the Great Emperor level, the efficacy of the Great Emperor sources was significantly more pronounced for him. However, now that he has ascended to the Imperial Venerable Realm, the potency of the Great Emperor sources in his possession has diminished considerably. The fact that two sources of the Great Emperor managed to forge a single Panga golden body is, in truth, quite commendable, especially considering he now stands at the Imperial Venerable tier. Nevertheless, he has also come to appreciate the formidable difficulty of cultivating the Panga Great Strength Divine Art at this level. The prospect of manifesting the Pangu Ancestor body seems a distant dream. Fortunately, he can commence his training in the Panga Great Strength Divine Art, which encompasses numerous spells, techniques, talismans, and formations. Having previously witnessed the efficacy of the Space Talisman, Lu Xuan promptly began to delve into its intricacies. This Space Talisman holds the potential to facilitate escape from the clutches of a demon sovereign, rendering it an exceptional means of safeguarding his life. Once I master the Space Talisman, even in the face of those ancient Imperial Venerables, I shall no longer harbor any fears. Lu Xuan never forgot his purpose, to return to the human race and save his kin. Upon his return, he would inevitably confront the 7 great emperors he once faced. Although Lu Xuan has now attained the Emperor realm, he is still a newly minted emperor, lacking the experience and means of those ancient emperors who have thrived in this realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, he must possess the spatial talisman, a vital means of escape, to ensure that his journey among the human race proceeds smoothly. He cannot afford to let his recklessness lead to his own demise, nor that of his people. Previously, Lu Xuan had utilized the spatial talisman in a moment of life and death, hastily inscribing it with his own blood. Now, as he embarks on the true path of talisman cultivation, the process is entirely different. It is not merely about inscribing a spatial talisman. He must first condense a personal talisman within himself before he can genuinely begin his journey into the realm of talismans. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Art encompasses all. Containing the myriad of chaotic principles, the spatial talisman represents a synthesis of the laws of power and space. This talisman, infused with the strength of two distinct laws, is merely one among the many talisman paths recorded in the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. In addition to the spatial talisman, there are also time talismans, reincarnation talismans, 5 elements talismans, destruction talismans, and others. It can be said that each of these talismans represents a potential means of survival. However, to cultivate these talismans, one must first refine their personal talisman. Lu Xuan had previously practiced the art of runes, and although he was not initially proficient, his tenacious dedication during his 100,000-year vigil over the abyss allowed him to attain remarkable mastery. Furthermore, during this extensive period of guardianship, in moments of profound boredom, he delved into various paths of cultivation. Thus, engaging with the runic teachings encapsulated within the Tome of the Mighty Titan was not a formidable challenge for him. As he summoned the chaotic energy within his being, a magnificent life rune began to coalesce within him. This life rune, entirely forged through the laws of strength, encapsulated nearly half of Lu Xuan's formidable prowess. No sooner had it materialized than it attracted the descending wrath of the heavenly Tao's divine thunder. Yet, before the divine thunder could strike, it was obliterated by his life rune. This life rune, born of the laws of strength, harbored an immense power, surpassing even that of the most potent imperial artifacts. Thus, the mere divine thunder of the heavenly Tao could not withstand its might. With the successful formation of the life rune, Lu Xuan turned his attention to the cultivation of the spatial rune. Armed with his formidable mastery of runes and the strength of his life rune, he effortlessly coalesced a spatial rune in less than an hour. This spatial rune, shimmering with golden light, revolved around his life rune, continuously supplying it with energy while simultaneously drawing power from it to enhance its own strength. This encapsulates the methodology of rune cultivation. First, one must forge the life rune, followed by the cultivation of additional runes, which in turn empower the life rune. Lu Xuan, for the first time, truly embraced the path of a talisman cultivator, his eyes gleaming with excitement and curiosity. It is said that in ancient times, talisman cultivators were an immensely formidable class of practitioners, capable of wielding a single talisman to command the universe, their combat prowess unparalleled. Some powerful talisman cultivators could condense thousands upon thousands of talismans within their bodies. When they unleashed their power, a deluge of talismans would descend, capable of overwhelming 100 or even 1,000 adversaries with ease. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with divine light. The talismanic cultivators of yore were once formidable practitioners. Yet for reasons unknown, they severed their lineage. In the present age, there exists no pure talismanic cultivators among humanity. The current practitioners are largely capable of inscribing only rudimentary talismans, lacking even the knowledge of how to condense their innate talisman. Lu Xuan was previously unaware of the method to condense his life symbol rune. But it was only after acquiring the Panwu Might divine ability that he succeeded in forging his life symbol rune. He first attained the Panwu golden body and has now become a rune practitioner, which fills Lu Xuan with great excitement. However, this is by no means his ultimate destination. The Panwu Might divine ability encompasses a multitude of cultivation methods, with rune cultivation being merely one among them. What intrigues Lu Xuan the most is the method of faith cultivation. This technique integrates the principles of power and faith, representing a formidable pathway to harness the energies of these two potent laws. Upon mastering it, one can absorb the faith energy of sentient beings to cultivate their own grand path. Simultaneously, through the principles of faith, one can bestow blessings upon their followers. These blessings not only provide various cultivation resources but can also directly enhance their cultivation levels. In essence, Lu Xuan can utilize the path of faith to convert the faith energy he acquires into cultivation levels for his followers. Consequently, those who receive such cultivation enhancements will in turn generate even more faith energy towards him, creating a perpetual cycle. This mechanism is akin to wielding a divine artifact of extraordinary capabilities. Of course, such blessings cannot be sustained indefinitely. Lu Xuan must possess a sufficient reservoir of faith energy to bestow these gifts. While there are inherent limitations, it undoubtedly serves as an excellent method to elevate his own strength while simultaneously enhancing the prowess of his disciples. Moreover, the utility of faith energy extends far beyond these applications. Lu Xuan places great importance on this aspect because he aspires to bestow blessings upon his kin after achieving enlightenment, aiding them in enhancing their strength. As for Lu Xuan himself, whether he practices the law of faith is of little consequence. Besides this law of faith, there exists another cultivation method that piques Lu Xuan's curiosity, one intrinsically linked to the laws of divine powers. The cultivation method within the realm of the great strength divine powers left Lu Xuan utterly astounded. The laws of divine powers were originally classified as a medium-tier law among the myriad chaotic laws. While not particularly formidable, they are certainly not insignificant. The primary utility of the laws of divine powers lies in their capacity to facilitate rapid comprehension during the cultivation of any divine ability. Within the great strength divine powers, the laws of divine powers, when fused with the laws of strength, give rise to a cultivation method known as the rapid attainment of divine fruit. This method entails absorbing one's own chaotic energy and sowing the laws of divine powers as if they were seeds. By nourishing them with chaotic energy, they take root and blossom into a divine fruit tree of divine powers. The foremost function of this divine fruit tree is to absorb chaotic energy, thereby solidifying into divine fruits. By consuming these divine fruits, one can swiftly attain the pinnacle of any divine ability without the need for extensive comprehension. Upon witnessing this profound technique, Lu Xuan was rendered utterly astounded, his mouth agape in sheer disbelief. He nearly succumbed to the temptation of hastily mastering this miraculous method of achieving the Tao fruit of divine abilities. After all, the prospect of attaining perfection in any supernatural skill within a brief span was immensely alluring. The possession of such a Tao fruit would conserve countless hours of cultivation and expend its spiritual energy. However, he found himself devoid of the luxury of time to pursue these paths of enlightenment. His current seclusion would span several millennia, and in the realm of reality, several days had already slipped by. He pondered anxiously about the well-being of the Lu family during this interval. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of concern. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding, as if the Lu family were facing calamity. With this thought in mind, Lu Xuan hastily called out for Lu Linglong. However, to his alarm, he realized that the bloodline connection between him and Lu Linglong had inexplicably vanished at some point. Lu Xuan's countenance shifted dramatically. It must have been during my ascension to the status of emperor, when the laws of power transformed my imperial body, severing the bloodline connection with the young girl. Lu Xuan pondered the underlying reason. When he ascended to the realm of the emperor, his physical form had completely transformed into that of a law body, thereby severing the bloodline connection with Lu Linglong. Now, even if Lu Linglong were to continue invoking the bloodline summoning, she would likely be unable to reach him. After all, he had transcended the corporeal realm of bloodline existence, now embodying the essence of the law. First, he must contact the young girl to ascertain whether any changes had transpired within the family. Lu Xuan furrowed his brows slightly. Lu Linglong was unable to reach him, yet he could effortlessly contact her. As a being of the emperor's realm, establishing communication with Lu Linglong posed no challenge for him. Although the previous bloodline connection had rendered Lu Linglong incapable of contacting Lu Xuan with his current formidable power, it required merely a slight maneuver for Lu Xuan to re-establish contact with her. As Lu Xuan employed his abilities, the bloodline bond between him and Lu Linglong re-emerged. And this time it was he who initiated the connection. Thus, through this bloodline link, he could even perceive his surroundings through Lu Linglong's eyes. At this moment, the Lu family is confronted with a grave crisis. Ever since the last encounter where the ancestor of the Lin family was thwarted at the formation's threshold and their patriarch was slain, the Lin family elder departed from the Lu clan to solicit aid from various imperial families. In a remarkably brief span, he managed to summon no fewer than 10 peak emperors. These individuals, esteemed ancestors from within their respective imperial lineages, were persuaded by the Lin elder to assist in breaching the Lu family's protective formation. Fortunately, the imperial-level formation left behind by Lu Xuan proved sufficiently formidable to withstand the relentless assaults of the 14 emperors. Nonetheless, the members of the Lu family wore expressions of profound concern, and some even exhibited signs of terror in their eyes. The reason for their disquiet stemmed from the fact that, despite the continuous onslaught, the emperors had called forth a person of exalted status, Patriarch Jiang. Relying on the strength of this formation, the Lu family resisted tenaciously, yet they found themselves at a loss, imploring Patriarch Jiang to take matters into his own hands. The patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the esteemed lineages of the Chongqing clan, stood before one of the peak emperors, backed by an imperial sovereign. The Jiang family is undeniably a preeminent force among humanity. Patriarch Jiang, having received a directive from his own imperial ancestor, had come to the Lu family with a benevolent demeanor. Rest assured, brotherland. My ancestor is already aware of the situation here and has specifically instructed me to bring a treasure, he proclaimed, his visage beaming with confidence. Once unveiled, it will undoubtedly shatter this mere imperial-level formation in an instant. Lu family, should you choose to voluntarily dismantle the formation and admit your errors, perhaps we may yet show leniency and grant you a slender chance for survival. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, you will find yourselves facing an inescapable demise. Once my treasure dismantles your protective formation, not a single soul shall be spared from annihilation. With that, he issued a dire threat to eradicate the Lu family entirely. The members of the Lu family were filled with immense fury. However, they were acutely aware that the Jiang clan was not comprised of ordinary individuals. They possessed treasures capable of breaching their ancestral protective formations. In that moment, the Lu family found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Even Lu Tianyuan, who had recently ascended to the status of emperor, bore a grave expression. With no course of action in mind, he turned to his daughter in a plea for assistance. Linglong, have you been able to reach our ancestor? Upon learning that the connection between Lu Linglong and ancestor Lu Xuan had been severed, a wave of dread washed over the Lu family. Especially at such a critical juncture, ancestor Lu Xuan represented their only beacon of hope and support. If they could somehow re-establish contact with him, perhaps a glimmer of survival could still be within their grasp. As Lu Linglong was about to shake her head in disappointment, her expression suddenly transformed, radiating excitement. Do not be afraid, my dear. With me here, no one can harm you. Through Lu Linglong's gaze, Lu Xuan was able to perceive everything happening outside with remarkable clarity. The expressions of terror and unease in the eyes of the Lu family members, along with the sinister faces of the haughty emperors smirking beyond the formation, were all vividly perceived by Lu Xuan, particularly upon encountering the patriarch of the Jiang family. A fierce glint of murderous intent erupted in Lu Xuan's gaze. The Jiang family of eternal life. It was the ancestor of the Jiang family who had vehemently advocated for his expulsion from the human race. He vividly recalled that the ancestor's suggestion had been for him to commit suicide as an act of contrition. Furthermore, there was a plan to annihilate the entire Lu family following his demise. Had it not been for the lack of unanimous consent from all the emperors, he feared that he would have already met his end. The Lu family has long since ceased to exist. Thus, the Jiang family stands as one of their greatest adversaries. Today, witnessing the patriarch of the Jiang family threaten to obliterate the remnants of the Lu family, and even resorting to employing a treasure imbued with the power of an imperial strike to dismantle the imperial formation he left behind, is truly astonishing. Lu Xuan now stands at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, and with a mere glance at the talisman clutched in the hands of the head of the Jiang family, he perceives the essence of the emperor's law emanating from it. It is evident that this talisman has been bestowed directly by the emperor of the Jiang family, specifically designed to dismantle the imperial-level formation he has left behind. The Jiang family. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years, you still harbor such malevolence? Since you cannot tolerate our Lu family, then let your Jiang family be the first to face annihilation. Lu Xuan's countenance was dark and foreboding, with a glint of murderous intent emanating from his gaze. Were it not for the considerable distance separating him from this location, he would undoubtedly take matters into his own hands and eliminate those who dared to offend the Lu family, particularly the head of the Jiang clan, who was marked for death. However, at this moment, he could only rely on his bloodline connection with Lu Linglong to project his aura, as revealing his true form was utterly impossible. It would prove to be quite challenging to eradicate these sovereigns. Very well. For now, I shall allow you to linger a while longer. Once I return to the realm of humanity, you shall be the first to serve as my offering. With a cold snort, Lu Xuan's voice resonated, unleashing a terrifying imperial aura that seamlessly merged with Lu Linglong's essence in the Lu family's imperial-level formation. Under the augmentation of his imperial might, the originally mere imperial protective formation underwent a rapid metamorphosis. In the blink of an eye, the Lu family's protective formation ascended to the realm of the revered level. A revered level formation, even if the imperial sovereign were to personally descend, would not be easily dismantled. As for the talisman held by the head of the Jiang family, the notion of breaking the formation was nothing short of a farce. Although Lu Linglong was unaware of what her ancestor had done, She could distinctly sense that the protective formation of the Lu family had seemingly grown more formidable. Especially at the moment she perceived the power of the laws emanating from within the formation, she was so astonished that she was rendered speechless. The laws of the Emperor. This is truly the laws of the Emperor. Her ancestor has become an emperor. Lu Linglong's exhilarated form trembled with excitement. The ascension of Ancestor Lu Xuan to the rank of emperor is undoubtedly the most joyous news for the Lu family. Once Ancestor Lu Xuan returns, the current emperors will appear as mere jesters. As for the ancestor of the Lin family, he can be effortlessly extinguished. Observing the changes in his daughter's expression, Lu Yuan, although unaware of the alterations in the protective family formation, discerned the excitement radiating from his daughter. In that instant, he realized that they must have once again connected with Ancestor Lu Xuan. Their family had found hope. Indeed, Lu Linglong conveyed to him, "Father, do not worry. The ancestor has enhanced our family's protective formation. Now, even an emperor himself may struggle to breach it. With the talismans in his possession, it is utterly impossible to dismantle the ancestor's formation. With the ancestor's presence, these individuals cannot stir any significant upheaval." Upon hearing his daughter's reassurances, Lu Yuan's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Excellent, excellent. With the ancestor here, we need not harbor any worries." Lu Yuan beamed with joy. The earlier traces of worry completely vanished from his face. The surrounding elders, upon witnessing the change in their clan leader's demeanor, instantly grasped the implications of the situation. Although they could not fathom the enhancement of the protective clan formation by Lu Xuan, they were aware that it was likely connected to the ancestral figure. The tension that had long gripped these elders finally began to dissipate. On the other hand, the head of the Jiang family, who had anticipated that his threats would instill fear and trepidation in the Lu family, was utterly taken aback. Contrary to his expectations, the members of the Lu family not only displayed no fear, but even erupted in laughter. This unexpected reaction deeply unsettled him. "Very well. Since you choose to disregard my goodwill, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Once I breach your protective formation, I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons. You will endure excruciating torment before being reduced to mere fragments." The head of the Jiang family spoke with venomous intent, even more ruthless than the ancestor of the Lin family. However, Lu Yuan, who realized that they had already contacted the ancestral figure Lu Xuan, felt no fear towards the Jiang family's threats. Instead, he stood tall. He approached the Lu family's formation, locking eyes with the head of the Jiang family, and coldly mocked. "Ah, so this is the arrogance of the Jiang family, threatening to annihilate entire clans at will. You wish to turn my Lu family to ashes. The Jiang family of the eternal lineage certainly possesses a grandiose air. Do you truly believe that humanity is your private garden? Today it is my Lu family. Will you also seek to eradicate other imperial clans in the future?" Lu Yuan held his breath, and thus his mocking words resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Creatures within 100,000 miles could clearly hear his voice. Surrounding them were countless families, numbering at least several tens of thousands. Among these, there were dozens that could be deemed imperial clans. Previously, they had sensed the events unfolding within the Lu family. Yet they were reluctant to turn against the Lin family for the sake of the Lu family, so they feigned ignorance. Moreover, with the patriarch of the Jiang family present, these imperial clans, even if aware of the happenings, chose to act as if they saw and heard nothing. However, now that Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the cosmos, even ordinary folk could hear it, making it impossible for them to maintain their pretense of ignorance. The Jiang family truly wielded tremendous influence. The patriarchs of the imperial clans seethed with indignation. Although they disapproved of the Lin and Jiang families' ways, they dared not intervene. Yet, their willful blindness provoked discontent among their own kin. Patriarch, while the Jiang family may be a lineage of longevity, they cannot act without restraint. They threaten the annihilation of entire clans. Today it is the Lu family, but who can assure us that we shall not be next? At such a juncture, we must rise. We must unite with other imperial clans, lest we become mere shadows of our former selves. Are we to allow the Jiang family to extinguish us on a mere whim in the future? We cannot remain mere spectators. Do you not grasp the meaning of when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? Today, the Jiang family targets not just the Lu family. They are testing our resolve as imperial clans. If we stand idly by while the Lu family faces annihilation, who will come to our aid when calamity befalls us? Within each imperial clan, there were those who remained alert, fervently advising their patriarchs to take a stand. Unfortunately, these patriarchs pretended not to hear. Some even retreated into seclusion, disappearing from the sight of their kin. Lu Tianyuan paid no heed to the reactions of the imperial clans. His intent in projecting his voice across the realms was to ensure that everyone recognized the truth of the situation. He sought to make it abundantly clear that it was not the Lu family that was causing chaos. Rather, it was the Lin family and the Jiang family of longevity, who sought to exterminate the Lu family in order to seize their imperial-level techniques and protective formations. The voice of Lu Tianyuan resonated repeatedly, elucidating the entire situation's cause. Those who were initially oblivious to the affairs of the Lu family, upon hearing Lu Tianyuan's explanation, expressed their sympathy towards the Lu family. Simultaneously, they harbored a strong disdain for the conduct of the Lin family and the Chongqing Jiang family. However, these matters were not within the purview of ordinary individuals to interfere. Although these people lamented the plight of the Lu family, they found themselves powerless to effect any change. Lu Tianyuan harbored no illusions that anyone would come to the aid of the Lu family during such dire times. His singular aim was to unveil the truth to the public, ensuring that all were aware of the tribulations endured by his family. He sought to strip away the facade of the Lin family and the Chongqing Jiang clan, exposing their despicable and shameless nature for all to witness. Outside the formation, as Lu Tianyuan revealed the truth, the patriarch of the Jiang family wore a countenance so dark it seemed it could weep. He had never anticipated that Lu Tianyuan would lay bare their machinations to the world. Now, even if he attempted to offer an explanation, he could not entirely absolve the Jiang family of suspicion, though he had orchestrated the Lin family's animosity towards the Lu family from the shadows. Apart from the Lin family's ancestral figure, no one else was privy to his schemes. Yet now, Lu Tianyuan had disclosed everything to the masses. In that fleeting moment, the entire populace spanning 100,000 miles was already apprised of the events that had transpired. Even if he wished to eradicate them, he could not possibly annihilate such a multitude. His only regret was not having acted sooner to extinguish the Lu family, which had afforded Lu Tianyuan this opportunity. As Lu Tianyuan's declarations grew increasingly exaggerated, even venturing to accuse them of actions they had never committed, the Jiang patriarch seethed with rage, his nostrils flaring. Lu Tianyuan, you are courting death. Do you believe anyone will believe your words? Even if someone does, what of it? Once I obliterate your Lu family, the truth will rest squarely in my hands. The Jiang patriarch glared at Lu Tianyuan, his expression akin to that of a venomous serpent, coldly declaring, I had intended to allow you to linger a while longer, but since you have chosen your own demise, then perish. With a thunderous roar, the Jiang patriarch unleashed a talisman imbued with the might of an emperor. This talisman erupted instantaneously, emanating formidable imperial laws that surged forth like a tempest. Aimed directly at the Lu family's protective formation, the talisman containing the emperor's laws collided with the Lu family's defenses. The Jiang patriarch's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Prepare to meet your end. How dare such insignificant creatures challenge the dignity of our Chongqing clan? Let them all perish. The Jiang patriarch seemed intent on venting all the humiliation he had just suffered. He even audaciously recounted the events involving Lu Xuan from years past, dismissively suggesting that Lu Xuan could still shield them. Such notions were utterly fanciful. 100,000 years ago, the Jiang family had forced him to forsake the human realm. And today, they could achieve the same feat again. For a millennium, their ancestor had shown mercy by sparing Lu Xuan's life, only for him to dare reappear. Allow me to inform you that a great emperor from our Jiang family is already en route. Should Lu Xuan dare to show his face, he will surely find no place to rest in death. As for you worthless beings, since your Lu family is so ungrateful, you shall accompany him on his final journey. The patriarch of the Jiang family spoke with an intensity that left the surrounding leaders of the imperial clans utterly astonished. What had they just heard? Secrets from 100,000 years past? Had they just uncovered the enigmatic truths of the eternal Jiang family? Instantly, the expressions of these imperial clan leaders darkened considerably. Their gazes turned to the venerable ancestor of the Lin family, filled with ire. Their connection to the eternal Jiang family had always been tenuous at best. Their presence here was solely due to their ties with the Lin family, and, of course, the enticing promises of benefits made by the Lin ancestor. Yet, before they could reap any rewards, they were confronted with the sordid tales of the Jiang family's past. These imperial leaders were astute individuals. It was evident to them that they had been left with no viable options, having heard of the Jiang family's disgrace. Their only means of survival was to align themselves with the Jiang family, becoming their vassals. However, these once free imperial clans found themselves facing the prospect of binding a noose around their own necks as they contemplated becoming the Jiang family's lackeys. Naturally, they were reluctant. Lin Song, realizing that he could not assist in the current predicament, declared, "Since I can be of no help here, I shall take my leave." One of the imperial clan leaders, unwilling to submit to the Jiang family, cast a fierce glare at the Lin ancestor before turning to depart. As he abruptly left, a cold glint flickered in the eyes of the Jiang patriarch. The departure of this imperial leader sparked a ripple of uncertainty among the others, who began to contemplate following suit. Yet before they could voice their intentions, a furious roar echoed from afar. "Impudent! Do you dare to kill me?" It was clear to all that this was the voice of the departing imperial leader. As his furious shout faded, a blood rain began to fall from the heavens, accompanied by the ominous descent of imperial loss. An emperor had perished. The leaders who had just considered leaving were now struck with shock, gasping in disbelief. The departing imperial leader had met his demise. They were left in stunned silence, their gazes now tinged with fear directed at the Jiang patriarch. This leader had possessed peak imperial strength, ranking among the very best of their kind. His power was nearly on par with that of the Jiang patriarch. Yet now, such a formidable figure had been extinguished. The span from the leader's scream to his fall had scarcely taken a few breaths. Within mere moments, a peak emperor had been vanquished. This was a testament to the terrifying might of the eternal Jiang family. Patriarch Jiang, our Fang family is willing to submit to the Jiang family. We beseech you for an opportunity. As the first of the imperial clan leaders pledged allegiance, an increasing number of leaders began to bow their heads in submission. Clan leader Jiang, we too wish to join the Jiang family. We implore you, grant us this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the remaining imperial clan leaders had expressed their intentions. The Jiang clan leader had revealed the secret of 100,000 years precisely to draw these leaders into the Jiang family. Now that they were willing to submit, the Jiang clan leader smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Since all of you are eager to join, my Jiang family shall not turn you away. Rest assured, joining my Jiang family will only bring you benefits. I can share some delightful news. I have received a transmission from our ancestor. The laws of the heavenly Tao in this realm have been unsealed. It is now an era where anyone has the potential to integrate the laws of the emperor and become an emperor themselves. Since you're all now part of the Jiang family, once we conclude matters here, I will escort you back to the Jiang family, where our ancestor will personally guide you. Seize this opportunity well. Perhaps by the time you leave my Jiang family, you will already be emperors." Originally, these clan leaders had felt compelled to join the Jiang family, but upon hearing the clan leader's announcement, they were utterly astonished. The unsealing of the emperor's laws, granting everyone the possibility to become an emperor. This was undoubtedly monumental news for them, especially since the Jiang clan leader had personally assured them that he would take them to the Jiang family, allowing their ancestor to mentor them in their path to becoming emperors. For those leaders who had been trapped at the pinnacle of the emperor realm for tens of thousands of years, with their lifespans dwindling, this was indeed a lifeline. Instantly, those who had previously resisted the notion of joining the Jiang family now wore radiant smiles. "Clan leader Jiang, our Fang family shall henceforth follow your lead unconditionally. And we, the Su family, will heed every command of the Jiang family. If there is anything you require of us, please do not hesitate to ask." In an instant, these imperial clan leaders fervently expressed their loyalty. Seeing that they had usurped his position, the elder of the Lin family hurriedly interjected, "Clan leader Jiang, it is imperative to first eliminate these members of the Lu family to fulfill our ancestors' directive." The Jiang clan leader was well aware that vanquishing the Lu family was indeed the priority. He had initially believed that with the activation of the talisman bestowed by the ancestor, he would easily breach the Lu family's protective formation. However, the sight before him nearly left him in disbelief. The emperor-level talisman radiated formidable power, relentlessly assaulting the Lu family's protective formation. Yet, despite the talisman's strength nearing exhaustion, the Lu family's formation remained utterly undisturbed. This indicated that the emperor talisman he had unleashed could not breach the Lu family's defenses at all. As the talisman of the Emperor Lord exhausted its power and transformed into ashes, the protective array of the Lu family remained utterly undisturbed. The patriarch of the Jiang family exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This talisman embodies the laws of the Emperor Lord. How could it possibly fail to breach your mere imperial-level formation? There must be some error." The members of the Lu family anxiously gazed at the protective array overhead, a crucial determinant of their fate. Should this protective formation be breached, they would all find themselves without a grave. At the moment when the imperial-level talisman failed to penetrate the protective array, an eruption of elation swept through the entire Lu clan, their cheers resounding in the air. The patriarch, Lu Tianyuan, could not contain his joy and burst into hearty laughter. Although he was aware that his daughter had established contact with the ancestral figure, Lu Xuan, he harbored doubts about whether the array left by Lu Xuan could withstand the might of the imperial-level talisman. Yet the outcome brought him delight. Splendid. Ling Long, please convey our heartfelt gratitude to Lu Xuan on our behalf. Lu Tianyuan beamed with joy, the tension and worry that had once clouded his face dissipating entirely. Surrounding him, the members of the Lu clan expressed their heartfelt gratitude for their ancestors' grace. At this moment, upon witnessing the imperial-level talisman lose its power, Lu Xuan also revealed a hint of relief on his countenance. Although he had strengthened the clan's protective formation, he remained somewhat apprehensive about its ability to truly withstand an attack from an imperial-level foe. After all, the talisman brought forth by the head of the Jiang family sealed the might of an attack from their imperial master. This imperial master had already reached the later stages of the imperial realm 100,000 years ago, and with the passage of another 100 millennia, it was feared that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Lu Xuan had only just stepped into the realm of the emperor, relying solely on a trace of imperial aura to enhance his formation. After all, it could not compare to the formations he personally modified. Now, witnessing that even the imperial talismans were rendered ineffective against his formations, Lu Xuan was naturally elated. However, he did not forget the astonishing news he had just gleaned from the words of the patriarch of the Jiang family. The Tao of Heaven was unsealed, and the human race would soon witness the emergence of numerous emperors. What could this mean? Lu Xuan was somewhat bewildered. During his previous enlightenment, he had witnessed that under the Tao of Heaven for humanity, there existed only 9 imperial laws. Could it be that my attainment through the law of strength has induced a transformation in the Tao of Heaven? Lu Xuan furrowed his brows, his primordial spirit extending outward as he once again reached the edge of the sky. Upon gazing at the realm of the human race's heavenly path, an expression of shock overtook him. What on earth is happening? When did the human race acquire so many imperial laws? Lu Xuan was utterly bewildered. Under the celestial order of the human race, he beheld tens of thousands of the imperial laws of the Tao. These imperial laws varied in strength, with the most formidable among them numbering as many as 49. As for the remaining, slightly weaker imperial laws, they astonishingly amounted to a staggering 10,000. This signifies that the potential number of emperors that could arise within the human race is not limited to merely 9, but could indeed reach the thousands or even tens of thousands. No wonder that the patriarch of the Jiang family dared to assert that the ancestral figures of the Jiang clan could assist the leaders of the imperial clans in ascending to emperor status. With a plethora of imperial laws at their disposal, any individual who merely integrates one could attain the status of an emperor. Lu Xuan's eyes darted about, brimming with astonishment. Within the ranks of humanity, there exists a considerable number of peak emperors. Given the innate talents, comprehension, and prowess of these individuals, it is merely a matter of time before they ascend to the status of imperial sovereigns. He foresaw that it would not be long before the number of imperial sovereigns among humanity would multiply, perhaps even by dozens or hundreds. At that juncture, emperors would cease to represent the pinnacle of combat strength within humanity. Only by attaining the status of imperial sovereign could one wield true influence. This is perilous. The emergence of such a multitude of imperial sovereigns among humanity bodes ill for me. Lu Xuan's countenance was grave, for he had resolved to lead his kin away from the human race. The prospect of an increasing number of human emperors filled him with a profound sense of foreboding. Wherever he might venture with his people in the future, confrontation with the humans would be inevitable. At that moment, Lu Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Should the number of human emperors continue to swell, a scenario of human dominance would inevitably unfold. Both alien races and the demonic clans, as well as the aquatic tribes, would find themselves trampled underfoot by humanity. No matter how vast this world may be, there will ultimately be no refuge for the members of the Lu family. Lu Xuan was deeply reluctant to witness such a scenario unfold. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to convey the revival of the human race's celestial principles to the otherworldly tribes. With a thunderous sound, he emerged from the space of the divine burial coffin, only to find himself in a world still shrouded in darkness. This realm must surely belong to the alien demon clan. Lu Xuan took a deep breath. Although he had never set foot in the territory of the alien demons, he had engaged in confrontations with them for countless years, making him quite familiar with their aura. He had not anticipated that his previous use of the spatial divine talisman would directly transport him to the realm of the alien demons. As soon as Lu Xuan appeared, he was immediately sensed by the alien demons. Indeed, within this domain, the presence of Lu Xuan a member of the human race, was exceedingly distinctive. Even if he sought to conceal it, such efforts would be futile. No matter how he attempted to obscure his aura, it would prove of little significance. His spells designed to mask his presence could only deceive the average alien demon, rendering them utterly ineffective against the demon lords. Thus, the moment Lu Xuan stepped out of the spatial realm, he had already been pinpointed by the demon lords. "It is you, Lu Xuan. How dare you enter my alien demon realm?" The voice of a demon lord echoed ominously, its tone reminiscent of a sound squeezed from between clenched teeth. Evoking a profound discomfort, Lu Xuan's gaze drifted into the distance. Beneath the darkened sky, he discerned a shadowy figure standing under the sanguine moonlight. Its eyes, akin to the moon above, radiated a crimson glow, fixated intently upon Lu Xuan. From the imposing aura emanating from this figure, Lu Xuan could sense that it was a formidable demon lord, boasting strength at the late stage of the Emperor realm. In terms of both presence and power, it far surpassed him. Even with his mastery of the Panwu Great Strength technique and the possession of 10,836 chaotic dantians, he still fell short against the profound might of this demon lord. However, he could also perceive that the demon lord harbored little animosity towards him, revealing no intent to engage in combat. Before Lu Xuan could utter a word, the demon lord exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? You two have merged with the Tao. This cannot be. There can be no more than 9 emperors among the human race. Has some ancient being perished? How else could you have ascended to the emperor realm?" The demon lord seemed to be conversing with itself, providing Lu Xuan no opportunity for a reply. Suddenly, its eyes widened in shock, as if it had seen a ghost, fixating on Lu Xuan with unblinking intensity. After several breaths of silence, the demon lord finally exclaimed, "So, you have chosen the path of Tao to attain enlightenment. I had thought, how could those 9 ancient beings of the human race possibly perish? Ha ha ha. How fascinating. A mere human, choosing to merge with the principles of the great Tao just like us, the otherworldly beings. Truly intriguing, indeed." Lu Xuan gazed coldly at the demon lord that appeared in the sky, a flicker of astonishment surfacing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this demon lord could discern at a glance that he had not fused with the laws of the heavenly Tao of the human race to attain the status of emperor. Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the demon sovereign, yet he could not discern the aura of the great laws behind him, nor could he ascertain the specific law that this demon sovereign had assimilated. However, judging by the formidable power emanating from this demon sovereign, it was evident that he was an entity Lu Xuan could not hope to conquer at this moment. Nevertheless, he had surmised the identity of this demon sovereign, Huangquan. The demon sovereign. The overall strength of the demon race was somewhat inferior to that of other races. Within the entirety of the demon race, there existed only 5 or 6 demon sovereigns. Although Lu Xuan had never encountered them nor engaged in combat with them, he could still discern their identities. The figure before him, the Hades demon lord, stood as one of the most formidable entities among the many demon lords of the. Aside from the supreme Detian emotion who governs the Hades demon lord undoubtedly ranks as the preeminent figure. When it comes to sheer strength, the Hades demon lord would undoubtedly be among the top tier among the human emperors. At the very least, among the 7 great human emperors Lu Xuan had previously witnessed, only one possessed strength that could be deemed comparable to that of the Hades demon lord. As for the remaining 2 human emperors, Lu Xuan had neither seen nor heard of them, thus he could not ascertain their prowess. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that immediately after concluding his seclusion and achieving the status of emperor, he would encounter the formidable Huangquan demon sovereign. Should he engage in a forceful confrontation, he might not meet his demise, yet he would undoubtedly suffer a grievous defeat at the hands of the Huangquan demon sovereign. Lu Xuan sighed, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Could this be considered as having just escaped the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair? The Hades demon lord, noticing Lu Xuan's prolonged silence, couldn't help but laugh again, continuing with a smirk, "Lu Xuan, I am well aware of your reputation. For 100,000 years, you have suppressed my demon race with the might of an emperor. I must say, you are indeed a legend. Even among your human imperial clans, none can boast of achievements as great as yours. However, I have also heard how they have treated you. I know that your return from seclusion is driven by a desire for vengeance against your kin. Yet, you might be underestimating your imperial elders. With your strength barely stepping into the emperor realm, returning now would only mean certain death. Since fate has brought us together, you may find a place among my demon race. I can promise you a position as a demon lord. As for your kin, should the opportunity arise, I will ensure that our kind rescues them from the human race." If they are willing, they may join you as part of my demon clan." At these words, Lu Xuan was taken aback. The Hades demon lord was personally extending an invitation to him. This was something Lu Xuan had never anticipated. Logically, given that he had suppressed the demon race for 100,000 years, shouldn't the Hades demon lord have sought to eliminate him? Yet now, this very demon lord was courting him. Lu Xuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. For 100,000 years, he had guarded Tianyuan, securing a century of peace for the human race. By all accounts, he was indeed a monumental benefactor of humanity. Even the exalted emperors of the human realm could not claim greater merit than his. The entire human race ought to be grateful for his sacrifices. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, he was forsaken by his own kind. Some among them even sought to annihilate his family. Strikingly, it was the alien races and the demonic tribes, whom he had defended for 100 millennia, that now extended their goodwill towards him. This stark contrast in treatment left Lu Xuan bewildered. In this moment, he found himself questioning why those alien and demonic beings, whom he had once vanquished, were now so willing to embrace him. Why? Lu Xuan gazed at the Hades demon sovereign and, for the first time, inquired, "I have slain at least 1 million of your demonic kin, and I have also dispatched numerous demon emperors from your kind. I am your sworn enemy. Do you not harbor resentment towards me? Do you not desire to eliminate me?" For the first time, Lu Xuan voiced his doubts. In response to Lu Xuan's inquiry, the demon lord of Huangquan chuckled nonchalantly. "Lu Xuan, among our demon clan, we adhere to the principle of respecting the strong. In the past, as a member of the human race, it was only natural for you to slay our kind. Although you have taken the lives of many from our clan, it is merely a consequence of their inadequacy. Their demise at your hands is a reflection of their own shortcomings. Back then, we were all part of opposing factions. It matters not if you killed 1 million or even 10 million of our kind. We would hold you in esteem. However, as you have mentioned, that is all in the past. Now, the human race treats you and your kin in such a manner, I believe you would no longer wish to remain among them. Furthermore, now that you have merged with the great Tao, even if you were to return to the human race, you would be seen as an aberration among them. Do you think they would permit a renegade like you to exist? Do you believe that the heavenly order of the human race would allow such a being to thrive? Lu Xuan, you once had no choice. But now, you are afforded the opportunity to make a new choice. Join our demon clan, and we shall become your staunchest support. Everything I have mentioned earlier stands true. There is no need for you to return to the human race personally. We, the demon clan, will safely deliver your kin to you." The demon lord's words deeply moved Lu Xuan. The notion of respecting the strong, encapsulated in those simple 4 characters, was sufficient for the alien races in the demon clan to unconditionally accept him, once an adversary. Yet, within the human race, they sought to annihilate him for the most ridiculous of reasons. Not only did they wish to kill him, but they also aimed to eradicate the entire Lu family. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan gleaned astonishing information from the demon lord's tone. If he were to nod in agreement, the demon clan could ensure the safe passage of his kin from the human race. What did this imply? It indicated that the demon clan had already established a presence within the human race, and undoubtedly it was not a small number. Otherwise, the demon lord would not have spoken with such certainty moments ago. Lu Xuan firmly believed that a mere nod from him would compel the Hades demon lord to ensure the safe arrival of his kin before him. However, Lu Xuan chose to remain resolute. He raised his gaze to meet the Hades demon lords, his tone neither servile nor arrogant, and declared, "To be honest, I must express my gratitude for the goodwill of your demonic kin, as well as my appreciation for your esteemed recognition, Hades demon lord. Nevertheless, there is a saying among our human race that one must avenge their own grievances." Lu Xuan has declined the invitation of the Yellow Spring Demon Lord. The Yellow Spring Demon Lord, far from being surprised, expressed an even greater admiration, saying, "Well said. Revenge is something that must be taken personally. Lu Xuan, I admire you even more. Once you embark on this path, there shall be no refuge for you among the human race. If you find yourself without a place in the future, why not come to my demon clan? Our doors are always open to welcome you and your kin. Furthermore, the promises I made earlier remain valid. Whenever you choose to come." What was anticipated to be a grand battle turned out to be a surprisingly smooth exit from the demon clan. As Lu Xuan stood outside the gates of the demon clan, he glanced back at the entrance, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. The dialogue he had just shared with the Yellow Spring Demon Lord felt like a fleeting dream. The demon clan was willing to accept him, a former adversary, even offering him the title of Demon Lord and welcoming his kin. It must be said that this was an immense temptation for Lu Xuan. However, he ultimately chose to refuse. Just as he had told the Yellow Spring Demon Lord, the vendetta he bore must be avenged by his own hand. His return to the human race was not solely to rescue his kin but also to seek justice for his 100,000 years of vigil. If the human race could not provide him with justice, what of it if he were to forsake them? Emerging from the abyss, he descended upon the Boundary Sea. The moment Lu Xuan reappeared above the Boundary Sea, the human emperors at the distant imperial pass were struck with astonishment. Emperor Jiang Ming, with a face full of disbelief, exclaimed, "It is he. Lu Xuan, he is still alive." Lu Xuan had vanished from the Boundary Sea for several days, leading many to believe he had met his demise. Therefore, when he reappeared amidst the vast expanse of the Boundary Sea, the human emperors were left utterly astonished. He was still alive. "Our ancestor has commanded us to hunt down Lu Xuan. If he had perished beforehand, we would have lost our chance to act." At that moment, a haughty, mocking laughter echoed from behind the assembly. As they beheld the emperors emerging from the void, a flicker of surprise ignited in the eyes of Emperor Jiang Ming, who gazed with excitement at the 9 majestic figures approaching. 9 peak emperors. Each stood at the zenith of imperial power. Together, they could potentially withstand a strike from their Jiang clan's imperial sovereign. Within the Jiang family resides a unique group of beings. Each possesses cultivation at the peak of emperor rank, their combat prowess unrivaled among their contemporaries. Yet, they remain largely unrecognized, with few in the outside world aware of their existence. They are the Jiang family's guardians. The Jiang clan boasts a total of 36 such guardians, grouped into 4 divisions: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The guardians of the Heaven rank hold the greatest strength, while those of the Yellow rank possess the least. Nonetheless, even the weakest Yellow rank guardians, when united, can wield terrifying power capable of slaying an early-stage imperial sovereign. Regarding the higher-tier Mysterious rank guardians, their combined might could even vanquish a mid-stage imperial sovereign. The Earth and Heaven rank guardians are even more formidable. It is said that the combined strength of the Heaven rank guardians can contend with late-stage imperial sovereigns. At this moment, the 9 figures that manifested above the imperial gate were the weakest among the Jiang family's guardians, the Yellow rank guardians. Yet, even these Yellow rank guardians, when united, wield the terrifying combat strength comparable to that of an early-stage imperial sovereign. Emperor Jiang Ming, I pay my respects to the esteemed guardians. Upon witnessing the guardians' arrival, Jiang Ming hastily approached to pay his respects. Although all present were emperors of the Jiang family, the strength and status of these guardians surpassed his own. Even the clan's patriarch held a lower rank before these guardians. Only the ancestral figure of the Jiang family possessed the authority to command them. The arrival of these 9 Yellow rank guardians naturally represented the commands of the Jiang family's imperial sovereign. Is this the Lu Xuan who has cost you so dearly? Jiang Ming. He appears to lack any extraordinary abilities. How is it that your prowess has regressed during your years of guarding this imperial gate? Even such a figure can tread upon your domain? The leading Yellow rank guardian cast a disdainful gaze toward Lu Xuan, who emerged from the distant Boundary Sea, his voice laced with mockery and scorn. Although Emperor Jiang Ming served as the commander of this imperial gate, he dared not act with impudence before these esteemed family guardians. Even when subjected to ridicule, he could only respond with a forced smile, saying, "Esteemed guardians, please do not underestimate Lu Xuan's strength." Just days ago, he effortlessly dispelled a calamity of heavenly tribulation that had not succeeded in bringing him down. Upon hearing that Lu Xuan had indeed thwarted the calamity of the heavenly Tao, a flicker of interest appeared in the eyes of the several Huang-level guardians. Jiang Ming, you claim he has blocked the heavenly Tao calamity? It must have been one of the least potent forms of such calamity, right? That hardly counts for much. After all, you are all of the Emperor realm. Do you truly lack the strength to withstand a calamity of the heavenly Tao? The leading Huang-level guardian sneered contemptuously. While the calamity of the heavenly Tao is indeed formidable, it is not entirely insurmountable. Given their prowess, as long as 2 or more types of calamities do not manifest simultaneously, they are confident in their ability to resist. However, the next words from Emperor Jiang Ming left these 9 arrogant Huang-level guardians utterly stunned. Esteemed guardians, he has withstood 5 distinct calamities of the heavenly Tao. We all witnessed it clearly. It was indeed 5 calamities descending at once, effortlessly repelled by Lu Xuan. As Emperor Jiang Ming's proclamation echoed, a pin drop could be heard amidst the silence in the imperial hall. The 9 Huang-level guardians were filled with disbelief in their gazes. After a prolonged silence, the leading Huang-level guardian finally exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one has ever managed to withstand 5 calamities of the heavenly Tao simultaneously. At this juncture, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he coldly laughed. Jiang Ming, I understand that you fear the ancestral reprimand for your incompetence in dealing with even Emir Lu Xuan. Yet, to concoct such an excuse in an attempt to evade responsibility is truly laughable. Do you think we are fools? Or do you presume the Ancestor is a simpleton, easily deceived by your clumsy rationale? Why do you not claim that Lu Xuan has already ascended to the status of emperor? Observing the Guardian's blatant disbelief, Emperor Jiang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He wished to further clarify, but upon seeing their haughty demeanor, he could only let out a resigned huff, pondering that perhaps Lu Xuan truly had become an emperor. He could not believe that Lu Xuan would vanish for several days without reason after repelling the calamity of the heavenly Tao. Although they had not witnessed any signs of Tao fusion during these days, it did not imply that Lu Xuan had not ascended to the status of emperor. The moment Lu Xuan appeared, Emperor Jiang Ming felt a strong premonition. Lu Xuan must have already transcended and become an emperor. Yet his words were once again met with ridicule from the 9 yellow-level guardians. An emperor? Huh. Jiang Ming, do listen to the nonsense you utter. Among the 9 great emperors of our human race, all have already achieved their pinnacle. How could there possibly be a new emperor? When they departed from their clan, they were unaware that the heavenly Tao had been unsealed, allowing all paths of humanity to attain the status of emperor. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Ming's sarcastic remarks, they erupted into laughter. One of the yellow-level guardians, with no reservations, declared him an emperor. He isn't even worthy to carry an emperor's shoes. The leader of the yellow-level guardians, with an arrogant sneer, proclaimed, let alone that he is not an emperor, even if he were to attain that status, he would perish by our hands today. Since we perfected our formation, we have only slain great emperors. We have never had the chance to cut down an emperor. Today, we shall use him as our trial. As his voice fell, the other guardians joined in uproarious laughter. It was clear that none of them regarded Lu Xuan with any seriousness. Observing their blatant underestimation, a great emperor attempted to step forward to dissuade them. However, before he could utter a word, he was met with a fierce glare from Jiang Ming the emperor. Do you seek death? If I dare not advise them, what makes you think you have the standing to do so? Upon hearing Jiang Ming's admonition, the great emperor trembled in fear. If even Jiang Ming was unable to speak against these guardians, what chance did he have? The great emperor, who nearly found himself in trouble, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Ming. Just then, Lu Xuan had already stepped onto the Sea of Realms, intending to cross and arrive at the Imperial Gate. Yet, before he could reach the center of the sea, a commanding voice boomed from above the Imperial Gate. Presumptuous! Who gave you the audacity to tread upon the Sea of Realms? It was the leader of the yellow-level guardians, coldly admonishing from above the Imperial Gate. As his voice echoed, he had already emerged from the gate, positioning himself before Lu Xuan on the sea. The other yellow-level guardians materialized around him like shadows. As the 9 yellow-level guardians landed, they swiftly formed a formation, silently encircling Lu Xuan. Observing the 9 peak emperors suddenly appearing before him, Lu Xuan's expression shifted. He could discern that these individuals were distinctly different from ordinary emperors. Especially the positions they occupied held profound significance. Before Lu Xuan could react, the leader of the yellow-level guardians bellowed, "Formation, activate." At the moment his voice fell, 9 beams of light erupted from each of the 9 guardians. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from Lu Xuan's sight. Around Lu Xuan, it seemed as though the world had transformed entirely. The ocean of realms beneath his feet had vanished, replaced instead by an expanse of desert. He found himself within a vast desert, surrounded by endless waves of sand stretching to the horizon. An imperial-level killing formation. Lu Xuan's expression shifted slightly, astonished that these 9 individuals could wield such a formidable formation, and a deadly one at that. The desert surrounding him, though mere illusion, brimmed with lethal intent. A single misstep could lead to his utter demise. Lu Xuan, do you acknowledge your sins? At that moment, from the heart of the desert, countless grains of yellow sand soared skyward, coalescing into a colossal desert giant towering 100 feet high. The giant opened its mouth, and the voice resonated once more. Lu Xuan, 100,000 years ago, the Emperor bestowed upon you mercy, granting you the opportunity for redemption. You were to guard Tian Yuan, never to leave a step. Who gave you the audacity to venture forth? This was the voice of the leading yellow-level guardian, adopting a condescending tone as he reprimanded Lu Xuan. The instant Lu Xuan laid eyes on these 9 figures, he had discerned from their aura of martial prowess that they hailed from the Chongqing Jiang family. The patriarch of the Jiang family was his sworn enemy. Thus, when facing these Jiang family members, Lu Xuan exhibited no semblance of cordiality, his voice laced with murderous intent. "What are you? A mere lapdog, daring to question me?" As his words fell, Lu Xuan waved his hand, unleashing a sword chi that cleaved through the air. With a resounding explosion, the towering desert giant was sliced in twain, disintegrating into countless grains of sand. Returning to the Dees, Lu Xuan's casual strike with his sword managed to penetrate the intricate layers of the formation's illusions, nearly leading to his own demise. This was utterly terrifying. Aside from the Emperor, no one else possessed such formidable power. In that moment, the 9 yellow-level guardians all seemed to have an epiphany. Simultaneously exclaiming in disbelief, "Lu Xuan, you are indeed the Emperor. The Emperor. That is the most supreme realm. Currently, among the human race, there are only 9 emperors." Just moments ago, while at the Imperial Pass, they had merely jested that even if Lu Xuan were an emperor, they could still defeat him. Yet, they had never anticipated that Lu Xuan was truly an emperor. Though they claimed their formation could hunt emperors, they had never actually slain one. Thus, upon realizing Lu Xuan's true identity, fear flickered in the eyes of the 9 yellow-level guardians. Had Lu Xuan merely been at the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm, they would have been utterly confident in their ability to vanquish him. But now, he was an emperor. Furthermore, judging by the sheer power of that casual sword energy, which nearly claimed a life, Lu Xuan's strength likely equated to that of a mid-tier emperor. How could they possibly contend with that? The 9, who had previously exhibited arrogance and boasted about slaying Lu Xuan, now harbored doubts of retreat. "Brother, since Lu Xuan has already attained the emperor realm, how could we possibly be his match? Let us withdraw and relay this news to the Ancestor, who will undoubtedly take matters into his own hands." One of the yellow-level guardians voiced this thought, and the others, now gripped by hesitation, nodded in agreement. Only the leader of the yellow-level guardians coldly declared, "We cannot retreat. The Ancestor entrusted us with the task of slaying Lu Xuan. If we fail, it would be a disappointment to the Ancestor." As he spoke, he glanced down at the horrific wound carved into his chest and bellowed fiercely, "No matter what, we must kill him. What if he is an emperor? Our formation is specifically designed to hunt emperors. Today, we shall slay him and ensure that the name of the yellow-level guardians is known to all." Seeing the leader's unwavering resolve, the others dismissed their thoughts of retreat. At that moment, within the formation, Lu Xuan found the surrounding scenery shifting once more. The vast sea of sand had vanished, replaced by an endless ocean of raging flames. Countless flames surrounded Lu Xuan, engulfing him in a sea of fire. This inferno was not entirely an illusion. It was imbued with the terrifying lethality of the Emperor's flames, known as the Imperial Fire. The Imperial Fire surged, coalescing into colossal fire dragons that roared with a thunderous intensity, charging towards Lu Xuan. The fire dragons howled, and the sea of flames churned, swiftly enveloping Lu Xuan, intent on reducing him to ashes. As Lu Xuan's form vanished completely within the inferno, the leading yellow-level guardian let out a triumphant laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha. What of the Emperor? He shall still perish at our hands." However, at the very moment his words fell, a torrent of sword light erupted from the fiery abyss, piercing through the illusion of flames, and with a single stroke, severed his head from his shoulders. Bang! As the head of the yellow-level guardian soared through the air, it was immediately met with an onslaught of sword energy that obliterated it into countless fragments. Even his headless imperial body was simultaneously shattered by the sword energy, causing a deluge of blood to rain down. Lu Xuan's figure silently materialized at the position where the yellow-level protector had just stood, effortlessly suppressing the essence of his imperial origin with a mere wave of his hand. With scarcely any effort, Lu Xuan pierced through the formation and eliminated the audacious individual who had dared to challenge him. The imperial-level killing formation was nothing more than this. As Lu Xuan's voice resonated, the laws of strength were instantaneously enforced. With a resounding boom, the imperial-level killing formation disintegrated immediately, and all surrounding illusions vanished in an instant. Lu Xuan stood quietly above the sea of realms, a primal essence of the Emperor clasped in his hand. Opposite him, only 8 yellow-level guardians remained. The leader among them had already fallen beneath his blade. With a series of muffled gasps, the moment the formation was shattered, those 8 guardians simultaneously expelled a mouthful of black blood, staggering backwards several steps. Upon witnessing the Emperor's essence held tightly by Lu Xuan, their eyes brimmed with astonishment and dread. They could hardly fathom that the formation capable of slaying an emperor had been so effortlessly dismantled by Lu Xuan. Not only had he breached the formation, but he had also taken the life of their strongest member, Huang Yi. as the blood rained down upon the Sea of Realms. The pallor of fear washed over the 8 guardians. "Retreat," one of them shouted, turning to flee towards the Imperial Pass. The others followed suit, darting away like frightened rabbits. Without a hint of hesitation, the thought of avenging Huang Yi never crossed their minds. These 8 peak Emperor-level guardians now resembled frantic rabbits, racing toward the Imperial Pass as if a great terror were hot on their heels. Above the Imperial Pass, the emperors were filled with immense delight upon witnessing Lu Xuan encircled by the formation. They all believed he was doomed. After all, it was the 9 esteemed guardians from the Jiang clan who had intervened. Even Emperor Jiang Ming wore an expression of triumph, laughing boisterously. "Ah ha ha. Lu Xuan, you have offended our Jiang family. Not even the Heavenly King can save you now." However, at that very moment, he was met with a harsh reality. Observing the 8 guardians fleeing in a panic, Emperor Jiang Ming's eyes nearly popped from their sockets in disbelief. Soon, a more terrifying realization dawned upon him. 8. Why were there only 8? Jiang Ming exclaimed incredulously. 9 yellow-level guardians had engaged, and now only 8 were scrambling for their lives. Even a fool could grasp the meaning of the missing individual, especially when he beheld the scene of blood raining down beneath Lu Xuan's feet. Everyone gasped in shock. He was dead. The guardian was dead. The emperors atop the Imperial Pass were engulfed in disbelief and terror. No one dared to comprehend that Lu Xuan had indeed slain a guardian of the Jiang clan. Was it not said that these guardians, when united, could vanquish an emperor? Was this all there was to it? They recalled the brash proclamations made by the leading yellow-level guardian upon his arrival. The slap in the face had come too swiftly. The guardian who had been boasting moments ago had now become part of a bloody downpour. Watching the 8 guardians flee in desperation, the tension gripped their hearts tightly. If even these individuals cannot withstand the formidable Lu Xuan, who then can stand against this harbinger of death? Emperor Jiang Ming. Should we not go forth to greet a few of our guardians? One of the emperors stepped forward, cautiously seeking counsel from Emperor Jiang Ming. Should they choose not to venture out, the 8 guardians of the Jiang family would surely face dire consequences. However, Emperor Jiang Ming regretfully shook his head and sorrowfully declared, "No need. Activate the formation and seal the Imperial Gate. We must not allow Lu Xuan to set foot within." He understood that if they did not act, none of them would survive. As for the 8 guardians outside the Imperial Gate, it was not that he wished to abandon them, but rather that their fate was already sealed. He had witnessed Lu Xuan's form descend upon them like a demonic deity. The moment Lu Xuan landed before the Imperial Gate, he positioned himself directly in front of these 8 guardians, his icy gaze piercing through their panicked souls. The guardians, in their frantic flight, felt their blood run cold upon seeing Lu Xuan, abruptly halting in their tracks. They looked up towards the Imperial Gate, now only a mere few thousand meters away, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. The gate was tantalizingly close. If they could reach it, they might yet have a chance at survival. Yet, this seemingly short distance transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Especially when they beheld the Imperial Gate closing, the 8 guardians' faces turned ashen. They all realized their doom was imminent. Confronted with a terrifying emperor like Lu Xuan, stripped of the support of their imperial killing formation, they were akin to 8 ants, easily crushed underfoot. Lu Xuan aims to eliminate them effortlessly. Jiang Ming, inform the Ancestor of our inadequacy, that we have failed to meet his expectations. One of the yellow-level guardians spoke with a hint of sorrow, addressing the Emperor Jiang Ming above the Imperial Pass, imparting his final words. Remember, staunchly defend the Imperial Pass. Lu Xuan has already attained the status of emperor. You cannot thwart him. The formation of the Imperial Pass is your final stronghold. Relay all that has transpired here to the Ancestor without delay. Only the Ancestor can intervene to halt him. His voice resonated throughout the Imperial Pass. Above the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiang Ming and the other human emperors stood in stunned disbelief. Particularly upon hearing that Lu Xuan had become an emperor, they were all rendered speechless. An emperor? Emperor Jiang Ming was so astounded that his eyes nearly bulged out, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible. How could he possibly be an emperor? Just days ago, I had engaged him in battle. At that time, he was merely an emperor. How could he have ascended to the rank of emperor in such a brief span?" It was not only Emperor Jiang Ming who found this hard to believe. The human emperors behind him wore expressions of utter incredulity as well. Lu Xuan is actually the emperor. This revelation struck them like a thunderous explosion. If Lu Xuan truly is the emperor, can they still defend the Imperial Pass? Among the myriad of emperors, the Wind Emperor, who had narrowly escaped from Lu Xuan's grasp, was utterly stunned upon hearing this news. In just a few short days, he had ascended to the status of emperor. It is indeed terrifying. Opposing such a figure is tantamount to courting death. The Wind Emperor marveled quietly, seizing the moment while others remained in shock to discreetly withdraw from the Imperial Pass. He then fled at a frantic pace, escaping the confines of the Imperial Pass. Although the formation of the Imperial Pass is reputed to withstand the Emperor, he could not shake the sensation of insecurity. It was far better to swiftly vacate this perilous place to find true peace of mind. Lu Xuan was entirely unaware that a being at the pinnacle of Emperor level had been so frightened by him that it chose to abandon its post and flee. Beyond the Imperial Gate, Lu Xuan appeared as if descended from the heavens, standing before the 8 guardians of the Jiang family. His gaze, as frigid as ice, pierced through the guardians. With Lu Xuan's current prowess, annihilating them would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The reason he refrained from immediate action was his desire to extract information regarding the Jiang family from them. The Jiang family, a venerable lineage among the human race, boasts a legacy that once included a true immortal in its ancestry, although this immortal has long since faded into the annals of time. Who can say if there remain other formidable entities concealed within the Jiang family? Although Lu Xuan has achieved the status of an emperor, he remains at the nascent stage of this esteemed rank. While he does not fall among the weakest in terms of combat prowess, he is not so audacious as to believe himself a match for the venerable ancestor of the Jiang family. This ancestor, after all, has attained the pinnacle of emperor status, a level of power that Lu Xuan cannot yet contend with. However, given the methods at Lu Xuan's disposal, it is unlikely that the Jiang family's emperor would be able to detain him. Thus, what Lu Xuan must ascertain now is whether there exists another emperor within the Jiang family, or even a being of greater strength. Among the human race, the 9 emperor laws indicate the presence of 9 emperors. Currently, only 7 are known to the public. What has become of the remaining 2? The most plausible explanation lies with the long-lived families and the immortal traditions. Therefore, it is theoretically possible that the Jiang family could indeed possess a second emperor. Lu Xuan must first ascertain these matters. Only by understanding the hidden strengths of the Jiang family can Lu Xuan more confidently rescue his kin. Above the Imperial Gate, Emperor Jiang Ming, listening to the words of the Jiang family protector regarding their final wishes, was overwhelmed with emotion. He longed to open the Imperial Gate and venture out to rescue the 8 protectors, yet he recognized the peril in such an act. Should they willingly activate the formation of the Imperial Gate, it would undoubtedly allow Lu Xuan to enter. Without the protection of the Imperial Gate's formation, none among the emperors could withstand Lu Xuan, the harbinger of death. After all, Lu Xuan had ascended to the rank of emperor now. However, witnessing the imminent demise of his family's 8 esteemed protectors, he felt a pang of compassion. Thus, he stood atop the Imperial Gate and cried out, "Lu Xuan, you were once a scourge to our human race, yet my ancestor, in his mercy, granted you a chance for redemption. Yet your current actions are no different from those of a traitor to humanity. I implore you to regain your composure and return to guard the abyss. As for the transgressions you have committed today, we can intercede on your behalf with our ancestor to seek forgiveness for your sins." At this juncture, Emperor Jiang Ming maintained a lofty demeanor, resembling a judge presiding over a sinner. The 8 protectors of the Jiang family, initially believing Lu Xuan hesitated due to uncertainty when he did not strike, were poised to urge him against further folly. However, upon hearing Emperor Jiang Ming's proclamation, they were seized by fear, their bodies trembling as they glared up at him. "Lu Xuan, do not heed his nonsensical tirade. We merely followed the emperor's orders to inspect this area. Whether you are guilty or not is beyond our jurisdiction. If you choose to relent when the emperor descends, we shall advocate for you," one of the Jiang family protectors hastily explained. As his words echoed, the other protectors chimed in with urgency. "Lu Xuan, you have guarded the abyss for our human race for 100,000 years. You are a great benefactor. The emperors are aware of your contributions, and the countless beings of our race will not forget your merits. Should you choose to turn back now, I believe the emperor will surely grant you forgiveness. Initially, we were unaware of the facts, which led to our offense against you. We now apologize, hoping you will grant us a chance for redemption." Their demeanor had shed the earlier arrogance, replaced by a humble submission as they expressed their apologies to Lu Xuan. Had Lu Xuan merely been at the peak of an emperor, their contrition would have seemed unwarranted. Yet now, they comprehended that Lu Xuan had become an emperor, an existence beyond their reach. In order to preserve their lives, they were compelled to lower their proud heads and acknowledge their misjudgment. Lu Xuan quietly observed their performance. Once they had all finished speaking, Lu Xuan slowly opened his mouth and, in a calm tone, stated, "If you wish to survive, then you must demonstrate your sincerity." Upon hearing this, the 8 guardians of the Jiang family brightened with hope. It seemed they had grasped a thread of survival. They hurriedly clamored to inquire, "Your Imperial Majesty, please tell us what you require of us. Whatever your command, we shall exert our utmost effort." These guardians even altered their manner of addressing Lu Xuan. Previously, they had referred to him by name, but now they addressed him as "Your Imperial Majesty." Regardless of their demeanor, Lu Xuan remained unfazed and continued in a flat voice. "Survival is quite simple. Whoever can divulge everything about the Jiang family shall be spared." The 8 guardians, who had initially been filled with fervor, were now rendered speechless upon realizing that Lu Xuan was asking them to betray the Jiang family. Although they yearned for survival, they lacked the courage to betray their kin. Even if a chance at life was presented, they knew the Jiang family would not show them mercy. They feared Lu Xuan. Yet they were even more terrified of the Jiang family's ancestor. After all, Lu Xuan had only just entered the realm of the emperor, while their ancestor had long since reached the pinnacle of that realm. In comparison to Lu Xuan, the ancestral figure of the Jiang family is undeniably more formidable. In an instant, despair enveloped the 8 protectors of the Jiang family. Atop the imperial pass, upon hearing Lu Xuan's demands, Emperor Jiangming revealed a trace of derision in his gaze, mockingly retorting, "Do you truly believe you can incite treachery among my Jiang clan? Lu Xuan, you are but a dreamer. The members of my Jiang family possess unyielding pride. We would rather perish than betray our lineage or our esteemed emperor." However, scarcely had his words settled when he was met with a stark contradiction. Thud. One of the yellow tier protectors knelt before Lu Xuan, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "I swear, esteemed emperor, I can divulge whatever you wish to know. I beseech you, grant me mercy and spare my life. It took me 2 millennia to reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm, and I have yet to savor the pleasures of this world. I cannot resign myself to death. In the face of mortality, there are always those willing to sacrifice everything for survival." Moreover, Lu Xuan merely requested their betrayal of the Jiang family, demanding no further price. Therefore, Lu Xuan found no surprise in this protector's choice. Although the imperial pass's formations created a barrier, he had distinctly heard Emperor Jiangming's confident voice moments before. Thus, after the Jiang protector knelt, Lu Xuan cast a cold glance at Emperor Jiangming above the imperial pass, sneering, "It seems your Jiang family's pride bends rather easily. They are not nearly as noble or fearless as you claim." The pinnacle-level Jiang protector, reduced to a pitiful supplicant before Lu Xuan, resembled a stray dog in desperation. This spectacle left Emperor Jiangming, observing from above, utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Particularly, Lu Xuan's derision felt like a resounding slap to his face, rendering his countenance exceedingly grim. Gazing at the kneeling protector, Jiangming bellowed in fury, "How dare you betray your family, and do you not fear the ancestral retribution?" Yet, the Jiang protector paid him no heed. Faced with imminent death, who cares for such concerns? Even if the ancestral figure were to punish him, it would only occur after he had secured his own escape. Initially, the other Jiang protectors exhibited a resolute demeanor, prepared to face death. However, witnessing one of their own kneel stirred their hearts. Thud, thud, thud. Jiangming's threats proved utterly ineffective. Instead, they incited several other Jiang protectors to kneel in succession. In the blink of an eye, 4 protectors had already prostrated themselves, clamoring, "Esteemed Emperor, we shall disclose all that you wish to know. We implore you, grant us our lives." Observing the Jiang protectors groveling before him, Jiangming's face reddened with indignation. Just moments ago, he had fervently asserted the Jiang family's pride. Yet now, the actions of these protectors betrayed any semblance of that pride. Clearly, this is a pack of spineless curs. The dignity of the Jiang family has been torn asunder by these individuals, laid beneath the feet of Lu Xuan, who tramples upon it with disdain and humiliation. Yet, at this moment, Lu Xuan provocatively declares that the Chongqing clan is nothing more than this, a mere assembly of spineless curs. The mighty Emperor Jiangming, stationed at the imperial pass, was so infuriated that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. "How dare you? I shall relay all that transpired today to our ancestor. Even if you survive this, brace yourselves for the wrath of our forebear." Jiangming was utterly enraged. He could never have anticipated that, when faced with life and death, these protectors of the Jiang family would display such cowardice, utterly devoid of spirit. They have brought shame upon the Jiang name. Particularly stinging was Lu Xuan's derision, which left him feeling utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, the Jiang protectors paid him no heed, unaffected by his mockery. Instead, those few who remained standing and did not kneel were incensed at their kneeling companions who begged for mercy, nearly spitting blood in their fury. You shameless wretches! The Jiang family does not harbor the likes of you, who fear for your lives. From this day forth, you are no longer part of the Jiang clan. Even if you survive today, the Jiang family will not spare you. Betraying the Jiang family and our ancestor, you shall surely meet a grave without a resting place. This was Huang Er, the second in command among the 9 Huang-level guardians. Now that Huang De was deceased, he had become the leader of these protectors, angrily chastising those who betrayed their family. However, no sooner had his words left his lips than he heard Lu Xuan's icy voice. Whether they will die without a resting place, you shall not witness. In the next instant, he beheld his own head drifting further away from his body. Lu Xuan stood before the imperial pass, casually unleashing a blade of sword energy that severed the head of his adversary. Huang Er's head had already soared hundreds of feet away, yet his consciousness remained alert, filled with terror as he beheld his own headless imperial form. Under the onslaught of the sword energy, it erupted into countless droplets of blood. He could never have anticipated that he would be the first to perish without a grave. In the next moment, his head too burst apart, transforming into a puddle of flesh, only to be consumed by flames that materialized from thin air, reducing it to ashes. He was the one who truly met his end without a resting place. With a swift motion of his hand, Lu Xuan summoned back a source of the Emperor, upon which he could even discern the incredulous expression of the yellow-level guardian in its final moments. Previously, when Lu Xuan had slain Huang De, it had been from behind the barrier of a formation, thus no one had witnessed the process of his actions. However, this time was distinctly different. Lu Xuan, before their very eyes, effortlessly obliterated the existence of a peak emperor. This scene left the remaining yellow-level guardians utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Even those guardians who had previously held their ground were now overwhelmed by fear, succumbing to their knees simultaneously. Just as they were about to plead for mercy, they were met with the swift approach of a glimmering sword light. What initially appeared as mere sparks rapidly magnified within their pupils. In that fateful moment, they were crushed by an overwhelming aura, rendered immobile and powerless. They had no chance to flee, helplessly witnessing the once tiny sparks of sword light expand into an unparalleled divine blade, which then obliterated their very forms. A thunderous roar echoed as the last 3 kneeling guardians of the Jiang family were likewise annihilated, leaving no trace of their existence behind. Lu Xuan struck without mercy, slaying the emperor with an ease akin to chopping vegetables, witnessing the brutal demise of yet another 3 companions. The 4 Jiang family guardians who had knelt first secretly rejoiced in their earlier decision. Had they delayed even a moment, they too would likely share the same fate as these unfortunate souls, facing an unmarked grave. Lu Xuan is truly terrifying, a powerhouse of the emperor's realm. He is far beyond their capacity to resist. It is only at this moment that they come to realize that before Lu Xuan, they do not even possess the opportunity to strike. Whether they live or die rests entirely upon Lu Xuan's whim. With ease, he slaughters 4 guardians of the Jiang family, appearing as calm as the clouds, yet within him, the blood and energy surge tumultuously. After all, he has merely just entered the emperor's realm, and he is not utilizing his most formidable laws of power, but rather employing the sword path, which accounts for his slight fatigue. His mastery of the sword path remains at the pinnacle of the Great Emperor stage, yet he has not yet attained the realm of fusion. Thus, after taking action, Lu Xuan begins to refine the source of the Great Emperor in his grasp, replenishing his magical power while simultaneously striving to penetrate the 3rd layer of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art. Coldly, he gazes at the 4 Jiang family guardians, who resemble lost dogs, and speaks in a chilling tone. You each have but one chance. Whoever reveals a secret that can sway me shall be spared. Remember, there is only one opportunity for survival. Your fate, life or death, rests in your own hands. The 4 Jiang family guardians, who had briefly entertained hopes of evading disaster, are dumbfounded upon hearing that Lu Xuan offers only a single chance at life. After a moment of stunned silence, they begin to clamor to speak. Your Excellency, I know all the secrets of the Jiang family. Anything you wish to know, I will disclose. Your Excellency, I am the eldest. Having been with the Jiang family for 50,000 years, there is nothing within the family that I do not know. Your Excellency, the Jiang family's power is not as simple as it appears. In truth, they have concealed much over the years. Your Excellency, I possess knowledge of secrets unknown even to them, secrets that pertain to the very survival of the Jiang family. The 4 guardians kneel upon the ground, eagerly spilling forth the secrets they hold, each one speaking in haste, fearful that their rivals might seize the opportunity first. Lu Xuan quietly observed the 4 guardians of the Jiang family as they eagerly divulged the family's secrets. Although his demeanor remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. For each revelation was astonishing and deeply shocking. Honorable Emperor, we have disclosed all that we know. We beseech you to uphold your promise and spare us. The 4 yellow-level guardians, having revealed all their knowledge, hurriedly continued to plead for mercy, fearful that they might be too late. After all, Lu Xuan had already stated that among them, only one would have the chance to survive. As he regarded these guardians, who had indeed disclosed numerous secrets of the Jiang family, Lu Xuan's expression darkened slightly. He spoke with a measured tone. I have already made it clear that the one who reveals the most significant secrets shall be granted this opportunity. However, it seems that the secrets you have shared are rather similar. So tell me, to whom should I bestow this chance? Lu Xuan deliberately feigned a look of difficulty, his gaze shifting among the 4 yellow-level guardians. Each of these 4 individuals stood at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. How could they not discern Lu Xuan's intentions? Only one among them had a chance of survival. Moreover, he had placed the power of choice in their hands. Was this not compelling them to turn against one another? Lu Xuan, you are, after all, an emperor. Can you truly disregard your own words? It was clearly stated that as long as we reveal the secrets of the Jiang family, you would spare our lives. Now you dare to go back on your word. Do you not fear the ridicule that may ensue? One of the yellow-level guardians rose in anger, glaring at Lu Xuan and shouting vehemently. The implications of Lu Xuan's words were exceedingly clear, merely awaiting articulation. The decision of who would live and who would perish lay in their hands. After all, they were kin who had coexisted for tens of thousands of years. How could they be incited into internal strife by a few utterances from Lu Xuan? Yet, he ultimately overestimated his standing in the hearts of others and the treachery inherent in human nature. At the very moment his words fell silent, 3 long swords simultaneously pierced through his body, almost indistinguishably. As he felt the chilling embrace of the blades, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. With a sudden expulsion of black blood, he struggled to turn his head, incredulously gazing at his companions who had simultaneously drawn their weapons against him, now collapsing in their final moments. To be ambushed by 3 peak emperors left him with no glimmer of hope for survival. Even in death, he could not fathom that those who had once shared countless days and nights with him would truly raise their swords against him, especially 3 of them, acting in unison. In that fleeting moment when he turned his head, he discerned not a shred of hesitation or doubt in their gazes, only ruthless resolve and decisiveness. The 3 yellow-tier guardians, having delivered their strikes, paid no heed to the doomed individual before them. Following their assaults, they swiftly withdrew their swords and turned against one another, embroiled in a deadly skirmish. There was no need for Lu Xuan to incite further discord. They were already locked in a ferocious battle. In their desperate bid for survival, they unleashed their most potent divine powers, the Emperor's laws clashing above the Sea of Realms, causing cataclysmic upheaval. Above the Emperor's gate, Emperor Jiang Ming gazed in shock at the unfolding chaos, unable to comprehend how events had spiraled to such a dire state. Was it truly the simplicity of Lu Xuan's provocation that incited the Jiang clan's guardians to turn on one another? Witnessing the frenzied combat of the Jiang clan's guardians, Emperor Jiang Ming was once again overwhelmed with fury, forcing him to spit forth black blood, his form teetering backward. Had it not been for timely assistance, he would surely have collapsed against the city wall. Commander, Lu Xuan has already attained the status of emperor. Even with the Emperor's Gate as our refuge, we can only stave off his advance temporarily. The situation here is beyond our control. If the Emperor's Gate falls, we shall all meet our demise without a grave. The one supporting Emperor Jiang Ming was also an emperor, one from their Jiang clan's affiliated imperial family. Observing the scene beneath the Emperor's Gate, his voice trembled with fear. The Jiang clan's guardians were all perishing. Would they be next in line? Originally, 5 emperors had stood guard at the Emperor's Gate, but the other 4 had been slain by Lu Xuan as soon as they manifested in the Sea of Realms. Thus, the sole remaining guardian of the Jiang clan at the Emperor's Gate was Emperor Jiang Ming himself. Already on the brink of a fury-induced collapse, upon hearing this counsel, Emperor Jiang Ming coughed up another mouthful of black blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Get away. The great Emperor Jiang Ming pushed aside the individual and staggered towards the Imperial Gate, his gaze filled with fury as he beheld the horrific scene below. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 protectors of the Jiang family had determined their fates. Before the Imperial Gate lay 2 colossal corpses, reduced to mere pulp. The sole surviving protector of the Jiang family had suffered the loss of an arm, one eye rendered blind, presenting a most pitiable sight. Yet, despite his grievous state, his eyes sparkled with fervent excitement as he knelt before Lu Xuan with a thud, exclaiming with overwhelming exhilaration, "Your Excellency, the Emperor." I have triumphed. I stand alone now. You need not worry about whom to choose. Lu Xuan quietly gazed upon the kneeling guardian of the Jiang family before him, feeling no pity for the man. Long ago, at the moment he was compelled to depart from the human race, every member of the Jiang family had already secured a place on his list of inevitable retribution. Over the years, had it not been for his concern for the safety of his kin, he would have returned to the human realm long ago. Even if he could not annihilate the Jiang family, he would ensure they paid a substantial price. Thus, witnessing the demise of these Jiang family emperors before him, Lu Xuan bore no psychological burden. Rather, he deemed their deaths a mercy. Noticing Lu Xuan's prolonged silence, the guardian of the Jiang family, who had only one eye remaining, suddenly felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Hastily, he raised his gaze towards Lu Xuan, his voice trembling with fear as he implored, "Your Majesty, I have adhered to your instructions. You cannot be untrustworthy." "Is that so?" Lu Xuan suddenly smiled. Yet that icy grin sent a shiver down the spine of the kneeling guardian of the Jiang family. Lu Xuan continued, his voice icy as he declared, "I would never go back on my word. I have stated that whoever reveals the most secrets will be of the greatest utility to me, and I shall grant them a reprieve. This promise stands unwavering, now and forever." Just as the guardian of the Jiang family was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Xuan's words struck him like a thunderclap, causing his complexion to pale dramatically. "But how can you be so certain that the secrets you just divulged are indeed the most valuable to me?" Even the guardian, no matter how foolish, had come to a realization. They had all been mere puppets, played with by Lu Xuan from the very beginning. He had never intended for them to leave alive. How ludicrous it was that they had divulged all the Jiang family's secrets for a hope that was utterly non-existent, and even resorted to slaying one another in a desperate bid for the singular chance at survival. Gasp! The guardian of the Jiang family, now left with but one eye, was so enraged that his blood surged, and he spewed forth a mouthful of dark blood before collapsing to the ground. Lu Xuan slowly approached him, resembling a solemn ancient deity meting out judgment upon evil. His voice, frigid and commanding, resonated with authority as he remarked, "Look at you, suffering so profoundly. Living merely prolongs your agony. Allow me to grant you release." With these words, the last of the yellow-level guardians perished before the imperial barrier. Above the imperial barrier, Emperor Jiangming nearly succumbed to unconsciousness in his fury. These 9 yellow-level guardians were the trump cards of the Jiang clan. Who could have anticipated their demise? Moreover, as they faced their end, these guardians divulged all the secrets of the Jiang family. Although Jiangming only grasped a semblance of the revelations, he was acutely aware that they disclosed the clan's most profound secrets, many of which even the esteemed emperors of the Jiang lineage were wholly ignorant of, particularly concerning their clandestine practice of cultivating elixirs of immortality using the blood of living beings. This was the most closely guarded secret. Only the ancestral figures in these guardians were privy to such knowledge within the entire Jiang family. Yet now, this infamous truth had been revealed by their very own guardians. Fortunately, most of the emperors present at the imperial barrier did not fully comprehend the gravity of what had been spoken. Additionally, as vassals of the Jiang family, even if they had understood, they would not dare to utter a word of it. Cold sweat beaded on Emperor Jiangming's forehead as he shuddered at the thought of these revelations reaching the human realm. Should such news circulate, the Jiang family would face dire consequences. Despite being a family of longevity, they risked losing their standing entirely. "Silence. You shall keep your lips sealed. Anyone who dares to utter even a single word of what you have witnessed today will face the annihilation of their lineage." Emperor Jiangming glared fiercely at the emperors behind him, aware that they had been made privy to perilous secrets and witnessed events beyond their reckonings. Each of them tightened their lips, knowing that even 100-fold courage would not compel them to divulge what transpired here. Below the imperial barrier, Lu Xuan stored away the essence of the Great Emperor from the Jiang family's protectors. Even he had not anticipated that, since relinquishing his post guarding the heavenly abyss and liberating his true nature, the essence of the Great Emperor had become an indispensable resource for his cultivation. Presently, he possessed 2 or 3 dozen pieces of this essence. Nevertheless, each fragment held its significance. The second tier of the Pangu martial god technique demanded an immense quantity of resources for its cultivation. These pieces of the essence, albeit numerous, were merely a drop in the bucket and utterly insufficient for him to refine the Pangu ancestral form. Thus, he resolved to utilize them for cultivating the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art. His mastery of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art had already reached the pinnacle of its second tier, and now it was time to strive for the third tier. After vanquishing the Jiang family's protectors, Lu Xuan did not immediately assault the imperial barrier. Instead, he entered the space of the god burial coffin. Within the confines of the god burial coffin space, the brilliance in Lu Xuan's eyes flickered. The formations on the imperial barrier were of the revered level. They had once withstood the onslaught of ancient alien dignitaries. Although I have reached the realm of the emperor, I am but a solitary individual. It is unrealistic to forcefully breach the imperial barrier's formations. Although Lu Xuan was eager to return, he remained prudent. Given his current strength, forcibly breaking through the imperial gate formation was almost impossible. Thus, enhancing his power was of utmost importance. Once his Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique reached the 3rd level, he would acquire a formidable ancient talent known as the double pupil. Perhaps then, he could unravel the imperial gate formation. The reason Lu Xuan did not hasten to attack the imperial pass was his desire to attain the 3rd level of the Chaotic Emperor's art and thereby acquire the ancient. As he cultivated the Chaotic Emperor's art, he transformed himself into a divine furnace of chaos, casting in the essence of numerous emperors, which he refined and absorbed directly. Even though Lu Xuan had already ascended to the rank of emperor and possessed a chaotic body, the process of refining emperor essence was not a matter to be accomplished in a day. Within the confines of the god burial coffin space, time flowed like water. After several centuries, Lu Xuan had refined and absorbed the power of 3 emperor essences, allowing his chaotic emperor's art to successfully break through to the 3rd level. This 3rd level of the chaotic emperor's art, also known as the realm of chaotic, signifies a complete mastery of the chaotic body, awakening another formidable innate talent, the ancient. As Lu Xuan entered the 3rd level of the chaotic emperor's art, his eyes began to undergo rapid transformation. Under the infusion of countless chaotic energies, the laws of the Great Tao automatically operated and evolved within his gaze. However, this evolution required an immense quantity of chaotic energy to sustain it. Lu Xuan's emperor's essence was once again refined. After consuming a total of 7 or 8 pieces of emperor's essence, his pair of eyes finally completed their transformation. What was once an exceedingly ordinary pair of eyes, under the enhancement of chaotic energy, evolved into the ancient. Upon closer inspection, another pair of pupils astonishingly emerged within the original ones. Now, within each of Lu Xuan's eyes, there resided 2 pupils, exuding a terrifying aura, akin to black holes capable of devouring everything. The ancient has been realized. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, overwhelmed with excitement. Within the space of the god burial coffin, he had cultivated for a millennium, expending 10 pieces of the emperor's essence, and at last, he had awakened the ancient Zhangtong. As he activated the ancient, an astonishing beam of dark light erupted from his eyes. This was one of the innate divine abilities of the destruction divine light. Within this divine light resided the terrifying power to annihilate all, capable of slaying enemies beyond his level. However, this was not the sole power of the. With a mere thought from Lu Xuan, the original dark light vanished, instantly transforming into a chaotic radiance of black and white entwined. This was also one of the innate divine abilities of the chaotic divine light. Within the chaotic divine light lay the essence of yin and yang, enabling him to pierce through all illusions and origins, while possessing an extraordinarily potent capacity for learning. Anything that had been illuminated by the chaotic divine light could be rapidly evolved and mastered by Lu Xuan. When this chaotic divine light reached its pinnacle, his could even emanate an unending flow of chaotic energy, possessing the formidable ability to create worlds. Of course, Lu Xuan had only just awakened the ancient and had merely begun to grasp its capabilities. The path to fully unleashing its potential was still long. Having cultivated only to the 3rd level, he had already attained the 4 symbols sacred body and the chaotic body, along with awakening the ancient. If he were to cultivate the chaotic emperor's art to the 9th level, one could scarcely imagine the extent of his power. Sensing the might of the ancient, Lu Xuan inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration, reflecting on the incredible existence that had originally created this chaotic emperor's art. A single technique capable of continually awakening the world's strongest physique and talents. This was something Lu Xuan had never dared to envision before. It could be said that the chaotic emperor's art had transformed his entire being. Without it, he would not have even had the opportunity to fuse with the Tao, let alone possess the chaotic body and the ancient, such supreme talents. Now, having only reached the 3rd level, he had already undergone a complete metamorphosis, becoming a top-tier cultivation genius in the realm. Should he continue on this path, he would undoubtedly suppress his peers and emerge as unmatched in this era. Once, Lu Xuan was a taboo emperor who suppressed an entire epoch. Now, He intended to subjugate even those imperious emperors. He aspired to become the true taboo of this age. Lu Xuan exhaled deeply, acutely aware of the surging energy within him. His corporeal form felt as though it had undergone a baptism, with flesh radiating a soft luminescence, and bones gleaming like gold. Even his pores seemed to emit streams of ethereal light. His chaotic body, undergoing a metamorphosis, resembled a rebirth. It had grown not only stronger and sturdier, but also more formidable and pure. His being was suffused with chaotic energy, with signs of pathways beginning to coalesce upon his flesh, bones, and skin, indicating the purifying transformation of his chaotic form. The paramount advantage of the chaotic body lies in its affinity with the great Tao, unshackled by the constraints of heavenly laws. Even among the human race, it can disregard the dictates of heavenly principles, allowing for a direct path to enlightenment and integration with the Tao. Previously, Lu Xuan's chaotic heavenly emperor technique had not reached the third level, thus compelling him to cultivate the mighty art of Panwu through the laws of strength to attain the status of emperor. However, now that his chaotic heavenly emperor technique had ascended to the third tier, he found himself endowed with a multitude of pathways for integration. The third level of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique corresponds to the realm of the emperor of integration. Moreover, this tier diverges from the conventional paths of integration. Typically, one can only merge with the singular law of the Tao. In contrast, the chaotic heavenly emperor technique allows for the fusion with myriad paths. This is one of the innate gifts of the chaotic body, the ability to harmonize with all avenues of the Tao. Lu Xuan has now attained the third realm of the chaotic celestial emperor's art, having acquired the ancient, yet he still requires the process of Tao fusion. Only after this fusion can he achieve completeness. This Tao fusion entails the amalgamation of myriad paths. It is only through the integration of these myriad paths that his chaotic physique can progress further, ascending to the next tier of the Tao integration realm. This stands in stark contrast to Lu Xuan's cultivation of the Panwu divine power, which merges with the laws of strength. The laws of strength are but one of the 3,000 chaotic laws, representing the most primordial and original principles of existence. Following the obliteration of chaos, the Great Tao emerged as the sovereign of the cosmos. From the boundless Great Tao, countless laws of the Tao subsequently proliferated. Lu Xuan cultivates the chaotic celestial emperor sutra, which necessitates the integration of myriad paths. Here, the myriad paths refers to the Great Tao. The Panwu Great Strength divine art embodies the fusion of 3,000 chaotic principles. In contrast, the chaotic celestial emperor sutra demands the assimilation of countless great Taos. This signifies that Lu Xuan is now confronted with a pivotal choice. The most prudent option is to select one path for cultivation between the chaotic celestial emperor sutra and the Panwu Great Strength divine art. After all, human capabilities are limited. If one were to simultaneously cultivate both techniques, it would be akin to attempting to master two disparate systems of laws and principles concurrently. The energy and resources expended would far exceed those required for the solitary cultivation of a single great Tao. Lu Xuan's gaze shifted between the two martial arts techniques. Whether it was the chaotic heavenly emperor's art or the Panwu Great Strength divine ability, he was unwilling to relinquish either. After waiting for 100,000 years in the abyss, what else could possibly deter him? Moreover, with the god burial coffin space at his disposal, he need not worry about insufficient time for cultivation. The only challenge to address was merely the acquisition of cultivation resources. Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented determination. My time in the Emperor realm has been too brief, and relying solely on a single technique renders me utterly unable to compete with those seasoned emperors. Therefore, I must immerse myself in the cultivation of multiple techniques. By simultaneously practicing the chaotic heavenly emperor art and the Panwu Great Strength divine ability, I might just bridge the gap between myself and those venerable emperors, overpowering them with my divine prowess. In Lu Xuan's mind, an unprecedented clarity dawned. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to cultivate both methods simultaneously. He would pursue the principles of strength. He would also embark on the path of myriad truths. As Lu Xuan grasped this understanding, his thoughts became more profound, and his comprehension of the great principles sharpened. Within this space of the god-burying coffin, the forces of the great principles remained undetectable. Lu Xuan moved swiftly, reappearing beneath the imperial pass. Upon witnessing his return, the human emperors atop the pass were struck with a surge of trepidation, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He has come. He has returned. After vanishing for an entire day and night, his aura has become even more formidable. Could it be that he has broken through once again? These human emperors trembled in fear, their bodies quaking with apprehension. The scene of Lu Xuan vanquishing the Great Emperor is utterly terrifying, casting a daunting shadow over these emperors of the human race. Thus, upon encountering Lu Xuan, they are unable to suppress their fear. Observing the pale faces and trembling bodies of these frightened emperors, Emperor Jiang Ming furiously reprimands them, declaring, "A bunch of useless fools. No matter how formidable Lu Xuan may be, he is but a single individual. Can he truly upend the world? Look at your cowardice. You have brought disgrace upon the Jiang family. These human emperors are all vassals of the Jiang family, and none dare to contradict Emperor Jiang Ming." Nevertheless, one individual, still unwilling to yield, mutters under his breath, "Weren't you also rendered unconscious by fear?" Although his voice is barely audible, the assembly of human emperors is keenly aware of it. Emperor Jiang Ming shoots a fierce glare at the man and retorts angrily, "I was merely fainted from rage." Lu Xuan toyed with the guardians of the Jiang family and ruthlessly slew their 9 great protectors, leaving Emperor Jiang Ming utterly infuriated. This was an ever-present thorn in Emperor Jiang Ming's heart, and now, compelled to address it, he nearly spat blood in rage. Were it not for the pressing need for capable individuals at this moment, he would have swiftly silenced the loquacious emperor with a single strike. I understand that you all fear Lu Xuan, but allow me to assure you, he is merely a jester. Even if he ascends to the status of emperor, he will stir no significant turmoil. Our imperial barrier is unassailable. Even the ancient alien lords, commanding an army of 100,000, failed to breach it. How could a solitary Lu Xuan hope to shake it? He will find no opportunity to even step within the confines of the imperial barrier. Emperor Jiang Ming was filled with unwavering confidence in the formidable imperial barrier before him. Though they had not witnessed firsthand the spectacle of the barrier withstanding the assault of 100,000 alien warriors, they never doubted its might. As the foremost line of defense for humanity against the alien threat, how could the imperial barrier be easily breached? The human emperors, who had earlier trembled in fear, found their expression softening and their morale rejuvenating upon hearing Emperor Jiang Ming's reassurances. I have already conveyed the news from this place. The esteemed emperor should have received the message by now. It won't be long before he personally arrives. Emperor Jiang Ming continued. And upon hearing that the emperor might come in person to the imperial barrier, the eyes of the human emperors sparkled with excitement. In an instant, the previously somber atmosphere of the imperial barrier was once again filled with laughter and joy. Beneath the imperial barrier, a renewed spirit emerged. Lu Xuan concealed his aura, yearning to merge with the Tao and elevate his power. However, he was uncertain whether the members of the Lu family could wait any longer. The events unfolding at the imperial gate would soon reverberate throughout the human realm. Once the emperors became aware of his rampage here, they might very well take action against the Lu family. Although the formations left by Lu Xuan were formidable, they were certainly insufficient to withstand the direct intervention of an emperor. Hence, he needed to conclude matters swiftly. Reaching the imperial gate at the utmost speed and returning to the human realm. Only upon his personal return to the Lu family would his kin truly be safe. Gazing up at the towering imperial gate, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Humanity, I, Lu Xuan, shall return. 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan had to leave the human realm to guard the abyss, and that departure had lasted for a century. Even he had not anticipated that, after 100 millennia, he would return to the human realm. Moreover, he was to do so in this manner, fighting his way back. With a voice as frigid as ice and imbued with authority, Lu Xuan proclaimed beneath the imperial gate, I am the human emperor, who has defended the abyss for 100,000 years and rendered great service to humanity. Are you now to obstruct my path home? His voice echoed throughout the imperial gate. Above the gate, many human emperors were moved. Among them, many were unaware of the events from 100,000 years ago. In fact, for many, it was the first time they had heard Lu Xuan's name, and they were entirely oblivious to his contributions. Hearing Lu Xuan speak of his past, these human emperors were astonished. Within the confines of the imperial gate, numerous human cultivators stationed there stepped forward, their astonished gazes fixed upon Lu Xuan, who appeared outside the gate. Previously, they had only heard tales of someone slaying human emperors over the Sea of Realms, but they had no idea that this individual was, in fact, a great benefactor of humanity. Do you truly believe what he says? Could he have genuinely guarded here for 100,000 years? If this is true, he is indeed a great benefactor of our kind. If we obstruct him, would that not be utterly unreasonable? A few emperors atop the gate wavered, whispering among themselves. They had only witnessed Lu Xuan's slaughter, but had never considered the depth of his background or the magnitude of his contributions. Hearing Lu Xuan articulate his own merits, the human emperors hesitated and turned their gaze toward Emperor Jiang Ming. The Jiang family had consistently impeded Lu Xuan's return. Was there a deeper motive behind this? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the human emperors, Jiang Ming let out a cold snort and bellowed. Do you truly intend to believe his deceitful words? He was merely an emperor. How could he possibly withstand the ferocity of those brutal alien races and demonic tribes? Such nonsense, and you choose to believe it? Have you lost your minds? Jiang Ming shot a disdainful glare at the doubting emperors and approached the forefront of the imperial gate, distorting the truth as he declared. Lu Xuan, you are indeed the most shameless person I have ever encountered in my several thousand years of existence. For a mere 10,000 years of guarding the abyss. Do you truly believe you possess the requisite strength? It was precisely 10 millennia ago that the esteemed emperors of the human race united to invade the foreign realms, inflicting such grievous wounds upon those alien races and demonic entities that they dared not cross the boundary sea for a millennium. At this juncture, Emperor Jiang Ming let out a derisive snort, disdainfully declaring, You, a miscreant expelled from the human race, possess no right to boast of your tenuous hold over the abyss for a mere 10,000 years. To audaciously claim credit for the accomplishments of our human emperors is to demonstrate a profound ignorance of your own insignificance. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Even Emperor Jiang Ming found himself convinced by his own words. What then of those uninformed human emperors? The realization dawned upon them. How could a mere emperor possibly withstand the onslaught of those alien races and demonic hordes? To claim he has defended the abyss for a millennium is indeed a bold assertion. Little did they know that Lu Xuan was such a despicable character. In an instant, these human emperors found themselves swayed by Jiang Ming's rhetoric, deriding Lu Xuan with scorn. Even the cultivators within the imperial gate echoed their sentiments, vehemently condemning Lu Xuan's audacity. To dare usurp the glory of the emperors is truly the epitome of shamelessness. Such a base individual. It is no wonder he was cast out from humanity. Such a person is unworthy of belonging to our race. Beneath the imperial gate, Lu Xuan maintained an unruffled demeanor. He had long anticipated that these individuals would refuse to acknowledge his contributions. After all, his 10,000 years of vigilance over the abyss had secured a millennium of peace for humanity. The magnitude of this achievement, if recognized, would elevate him to the status of a great benefactor of the entire human race. No matter how powerful those emperors may be, they would not dare to easily dismiss the legacy of such a significant contributor. Thus, their denial serves their interests best. Jiang Ming, representing the Jiang family and the emperors of the Jiang lineage, naturally could not concede to his merits. What Lu Xuan did not foresee was that Jiang Ming would not only refute his contributions, but would audaciously attribute this monumental credit to those emperors who had contributed nothing. 10,000 years ago, the emperors of humanity stormed into the foreign realms, inflicting devastating blows upon the alien races. Lu Xuan appeared to have heard the greatest jest. It was evident that the human race's emperor was being relentlessly beaten back, with the 7 great emperors jointly guarding the imperial pass, nearly succumbing to the foreign invaders. In that perilous moment, it was Lu Xuan wielding the Burial Heaven Divine Sword who staunchly defended the final line of defense. Although they ultimately managed to barely repel the foreign forces, the human race at that time lacked the strength to pursue the invaders, let alone penetrate into their territory. With a foreign celestial on the opposing side, even if the human emperors were endowed with 100-fold courage, they would not dare to step even an inch into the realm of the foreign races. This occurrence, a century ago, was not a secret. Yet, in the present day, it has faded from memory. Those cultivators from 100 millennia past have turned to dust, leaving no one to emerge and attest to the veracity of what transpired. Lu Xuan did not engage in a debate with them. Continuing to argue over past events is utterly meaningless. His sole desire now is to return swiftly to the human race, to the Lu family. Only by witnessing the safety of his kin with his own eyes can he find solace. The Jiang family, as expected, remains as shameless as ever. Lu Xuan gave a cold smile, offering no explanation. His chilling voice echoed throughout the imperial gate once more, declaring, I am the ancestral elder of the Lu family. Who dares obstruct my path home shall perish. His frigid and commanding tone resonated like a thunderclap, enveloping the imperial gate in its formidable presence. Lu Xuan did not act immediately. He was willing to grant those imperial figures and practitioners of the human race another opportunity for reconsideration. Within the imperial fortress, there were not only members of the Jiang family, but also emperors from other imperial clans and human cultivators from various regions. These individuals were innocent, at least for the time being. They remained untainted. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Xuan was reluctant to unleash a massacre. After all, he too was of the human race and had not yet descended to the level of ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent. even in the pursuit of vengeance. His targets were distinctly defined, primarily the 7 eminent emperors, along with the Chongqing family and the undying Dao lineage to which these emperors belonged. Furthermore, he sought retribution against those who had previously targeted his own family over the years. These individuals were destined to perish. As for the others, as long as they did not venture forth to meet their demise, Lu Xuan could hardly be bothered with them. As Lu Xuan ascended into the skies, he gazed down upon the multitude of human emperors standing atop the imperial gate. He also beheld, in the distance, countless human cultivators, vigilant and armed, stationed behind the gate. As the foremost line of defense against foreign invaders, the imperial gate is perpetually guarded by an army of 100,000 cultivators. At this moment, these warriors, their expressions tense, turned their attention skyward. Even through the protective formations, they could still sense the formidable and terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xuan. Upon witnessing Lu Xuan's sudden ascent, Emperor Jiangming's eyes flickered with a hint of derision as he coldly remarked, "Lu Xuan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This is the imperial gate of the human race. To assault the gate as a member of our kin makes you a traitor to humanity. I advise you to acknowledge your situation and kneel in humility to atone for your sins. Otherwise, not only will you face judgment from our people and be condemned as a criminal of humanity, leaving you without a burial site, but your kin shall also meet a similar fate alongside you." Even with the knowledge that Lu Xuan was an emperor, Jiangming felt no trepidation. After all, this was the imperial gate. The formations here were crafted by the 7 revered emperors of the human race, capable of withstanding any emperor's assault. Even a late-stage emperor would find themselves utterly powerless against the formidable formations of the imperial gate. Lu Xuan has merely just ascended to the position of emperor, and it is utterly inconceivable that he could breach the formation. At this moment, the imperial pass formation stands as the greatest reliance of Emperor Jiangming. Lu Xuan disregarded the clamorous Emperor Jiangming, his gaze shimmering with divine radiance as he activated his dual pupils. Instantly, a resplendent beam of divine light emanated from his eyes, enveloping the entire imperial gate formation. In that moment, this formation materialized clearly within his vision. The activation of his dual pupils not only allowed him to see through illusions, but also to comprehend and master the great principles of the universe. Before him, the imperial gate formation was hardly a formidable challenge. Under the illumination of his divine pupils, myriad lights danced across the formation, revealing the intricate trajectories of its components, which began to unfold in his mind. In mere moments, this exceedingly complex supreme-level formation was nearly deciphered by his extraordinary sight. Simultaneously, Lu Xuan felt an increasing familiarity with the imperial gate formation, inching closer to grasping its very essence, poised to command the entirety of the array. Once he attained mastery over this formation, breaching it would be as effortless as a mere gesture. Above the imperial gate, Emperor Jiangming was taken aback by Lu Xuan's indifference to his provocations. Yet, as a great emperor himself, his expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the divine light emanating from Lu Xuan's eyes. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This was a dual pupil wielder. How could this be? Lu Xuan was indeed a dual pupil wielder. Jiangming staggered back in astonishment. The term dual pupil wielder struck the other human emperors present at the imperial gate with awe. The reputation of dual pupil wielders loomed large, as legends spoke of each generation being an invincible force among their contemporaries. Particularly, upon obtaining dual pupils, they could pierce through the great principles and grasp their essence. It was said that in ancient times, no formation or divine ability could impede the path of a dual pupil wielder. Now, with Lu Xuan possessing this extraordinary ability, what applications did it hold? The human emperors at the imperial gate gasped in disbelief, suddenly understanding the panic that had overtaken Jiangming moments before. The power of a dual pupil wielder was indeed terrifying. After acquiring the, Lu Xuan found the imperial barrier array before him utterly incapable of hindering his advance. Once the array was breached, the fate of these individuals lay solely within Lu Xuan's contemplation, life or death at his whim. Even with dozens of emperors at their disposal and 100,000 cultivators backing them, they would not be so foolish as to believe that mere numbers could impede Lu Xuan's progress. The emperor is invincible. Faced with the emperor, they were no different from the ordinary cultivators behind them. Beneath the emperor, all are but ants. Even at the pinnacle of their power, they could not withstand a single strike from Lu Xuan. The earlier battle above the Sea of Realms had already proven this truth. Only another emperor could contend with an emperor. Yet, their human race's emperors were still thousands of miles away. By the time those emperors arrived, the imperial barrier would have long turned into a desolate graveyard. Emperor Jiangming was acutely aware of this, and upon witnessing Lu Xuan's, he swiftly altered his course. Shouting in a panic, "We cannot wait for him to breach the array. Quickly, activate the array. Summon the Imperial weapons and slay him." The Imperial Barrier Array is a supreme array that embodies both offense and defense. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities while also boasting numerous offensive techniques. If they were to unify the strength of 100,000 cultivators, they could even summon the Dragon Soul, unleashing attacks of Imperial caliber. Jiang Ming's urgent command jolted the panicked emperors back to their senses. They understood that they had reached a critical juncture of life and death. And each swiftly issued orders to gather the 100,000 cultivators, urging them to unleash their most potent divine abilities. Above the Imperial Barrier, Emperor Jiang Ming soared into the air, his imperial laws resonating behind him, cascading like the waters of the Yangtze from the heavens into the array. Behind him, dozens of human emperors also ascended, their imperial laws manifesting as radiant golden beams shooting towards the sky. These emperors merged with the array, becoming one of its focal points. Following them, 100,000 human cultivators also took to the skies, their bodies radiating brilliance, their inexhaustible magical energy converging into the array. In an instant, the supreme array was infused with the power of dozens of emperors and 100,000 cultivators, reaching an unprecedented peak. As the principal focal point, Emperor Jiang Ming fused with the array, his voice erupting with the sound of thunder, respectfully calling out to the heavens. Imperial Barrier Commander Jiang Ming requests the presence of the 2 dragon ancestors to protect our human race. His voice echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and reverberating above the Imperial Barrier. At the moment his voice fell, the Imperial Barrier began to tremble. The walls of the Imperial Barrier, coiling like a colossal dragon upon the ground, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Roars of dragons resounded from the walls of the Imperial Barrier, shaking the very heavens and earth. Beneath the feet of those formidable human emperors, the serpentine walls of the Imperial Pass soared into the air, resembling a colossal dragon. No, it was indeed a dragon. A genuine, magnificent dragon. 2 soaring dragon apparitions erupted from the Imperial Pass walls, coiling above the array, amplifying its formidable power to an astonishing zenith. This was the essence of dragon souls. Beyond the Imperial Pass, Lu Xuan, with his formidable gaze, discerned the true nature of these 2 dragons. They were, unmistakably, 2 authentic dragon souls. Bound within the walls of the Imperial Pass, they had become one with the structure. Under normal circumstances, they remained dormant, only revealing themselves when the array was activated, transforming into true dragons to safeguard the formation and protect the Imperial Pass. Lu Xuan gazed in astonishment at the 2 true dragons that lingered within the formation, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the ancient ferocious beasts. The true dragon lineage, once sovereigns of this realm, commanded the seas during their pinnacle, reigning as the true overlords of heaven and earth. It is said that they were ranked foremost among the 10 ancient ferocious beasts. From this alone, one can glean the immense power and terror of the true dragon lineage. Before him, the 2 dragon souls that manifested atop the Imperial Gate instilled within Lu Xuan an overwhelming sense of dread. Even he, who wielded the laws of the Emperor, found himself gradually retreating under the oppressive force of these dragon souls, without even engaging in battle. The presence of these 2 dragon souls had already placed him at a disadvantage. This scene ignited a sense of shock in Lu Xuan's eyes. Merely 2 dragon souls exuded such formidable strength. It is inconceivable to ponder just how powerful the true dragon lineage must have been in ancient times. However, soon, Lu Xuan's gaze sparkled with excitement, for he discerned a unique path of laws emanating from the 2 dragon souls. Ah, this is the path of the Dragon Clan. If I can observe them closely, perhaps I may grasp the techniques of cultivation pertaining to the Dragon Clan's path. Lu Xuan's eyes shimmered with brilliance as the divine light of his dual pupils enveloped the 2 dragon souls. The true dragon lineage had long since vanished from the realms of existence, and the arcane arts of this noble clan were seldom transmitted through the ages. It is essential to recognize that each of the 10 ancient fiends possessed unparalleled mastery over their respective divine techniques. To acquire any of these formidable arts would suffice to become an unstoppable force. Under ordinary circumstances, Lu Xuan's aspiration to attain the true dragon's methods would be regarded as mere folly. However, in this moment, endowed with the power of dual pupils, he had the opportunity to observe the profound laws embodied within the 2 dragon souls, potentially allowing him to grasp the true dragon's techniques. This was, without doubt, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. He even felt a surge of gratitude toward Emperor Jiang Ming. Had it not been for Emperor Jiang Ming's activation of the Imperial Barrier formation, Summoning these two dragon souls, Lu Xuan would remain oblivious to the fact that the ancient city walls of the Imperial Barrier concealed these two souls for countless years. After all, during the final conflict between humanity and the alien races, the Imperial Barrier nearly succumbed to destruction, and no one thought to summon the dragon souls sealed within its walls. The emergence of the two dragon souls instantly captivated Lu Xuan's full attention. He momentarily set aside the task of deciphering the esteemed level formation, focusing instead on the study of these magnificent dragon souls. Meanwhile, within the formation atop the Imperial Barrier, Emperor Ming, after summoning the two dragon souls, spoke with fervor and confidence, commanding, "I beseech the two ancestral dragons to vanquish this individual and protect our humanity." As his words echoed, the two dragon souls hovering within the formation unleashed a thunderous roar, simultaneously charging forth. The colossal dragon souls descended upon the Imperial Barrier, surveying Lu Xuan from their lofty vantage before swiftly engaging, their immense bodies darting toward him like flashes of lightning. In that instant of their descent, Lu Xuan's dual pupils distinctly captured the essence of the arcane laws emanating from the dragon souls. Yet, their speed was staggering, even with the advantage of his dual pupils. Lu Xuan lacked the time to meticulously observe and analyze. How astonishingly swift! This must be the epitome of velocity within the true dragon arts. Lu Xuan's gaze trembled with excitement. It is said that the legendary 10 fiends of ancient times each possessed unparalleled speed. In particular, the true dragon clan and the Kunping clan stand as the supreme sovereigns of velocity. If one could master the ultimate speed within the true dragon's path, even if they could not contend with those esteemed human emperors, they would undoubtedly be uncatchable. Lu Xuan brimmed with anticipation, eagerly yearning to attain the true dragon's way and comprehend the essence of swiftness. In truth, within the great power technique of the Panwu, there exists a method for cultivating the art of rapidity. However, this necessitates a simultaneous understanding of the principles of force and speed. What is the essence of the speed law that Lu Xuan has yet to comprehend? It is far from an easy endeavor to fully grasp the principles of such velocity, particularly when it comes to mastering the ultimate speed attributed to the great strength divine art within the Panwu teachings. However, the true dragon speed embodied by the two dragon souls before him is undeniably tangible. Given ample time to observe, and with his dual pupil talent, there exists over a 90% chance that he could decipher the true dragon speed. He might even unlock the complete essence of the vacuum path. Thus, as he beheld the two dragon souls charging toward him, Lu Xuan felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, his eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. His ecstatic gaze startled the two dragon souls, who momentarily believed that this human had lost his sanity from fear. In the face of imminent danger, he could still laugh. Surely he was either a madman or a fool. As the two dragon souls surged forward, Lu Xuan simultaneously made his move. Under the influence of his dual pupils, the speed of the two dragon souls was decelerated to an astonishing extent. Even their true dragon speed, in the presence of Lu Xuan's gaze, seemed to crawl like a sluggish snail. Even though Lu Xuan acted later, he still seized the initiative, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the two dragon souls. With a swift turn, he unleashed a powerful strike, the force of his attack resembling the mighty flow of the Yangtze River, crashing into the colossal bodies of the dragon souls. A thunderous roar echoed as Lu Xuan's fist pierced through the ethereal forms of the dragon souls, eliciting a chilling wail. The two dragon souls howled in fury, their massive tails sweeping through the air like a tempest, while their enormous heads suddenly twisted, aiming to bite down upon Lu Xuan's head. However, under the gaze of his profound vision, their movements appeared to slow to the pace of a snail. Lu Xuan effortlessly evaded the assaults of the two dragon souls, then turned to confront them. The formidable aura of ferocity emanating from these dragon souls ignited the primal bloodlust within Lu Xuan, awakening his fervent desire for battle. The convergence of the laws of power and flesh elevated his physique to an astounding height of 1,000 zhong in an instant. At this moment, Lu Xuan transformed into a colossal giant, exuding the essence of the laws of strength with every movement. A mere punch possessed immense power, exceeding 100,000 pounds. He resembled an ancient demonic deity, enveloped in chaotic energy, akin to a wild man emerging from the wilderness, his gaze brimming with a longing and yearning for combat. Indeed, the true dragon lineage is formidable. With a thunderous roar from Lu Xuan, the very walls of the imperial city trembled. He took a step forward, as if a demonic god had descended, standing resolutely before the two dragon souls. His voice resonated with an air of dominance and arrogance, challenging them to test their prowess as ancient ferocious beasts. As his words echoed, the earth quaked and the mountains stirred. Lu Xuan refrained from wielding any weapons. engaging instead in unarmed combat with the two dragon souls. Amidst the collision of fist and feet, Lu Xuan activated his, meticulously capturing the esoteric techniques employed by the dragon souls. The three entities, a solitary man and two dragons, clashed fiercely atop the Imperial Pass, creating a tumultuous spectacle that seemed to rend the heavens and earth asunder, rendering the outcome uncertain. To the onlookers, it appeared as though they were locked in a stalemate. However, in reality, Lu Xuan navigated the conflict with remarkable ease. Though the two dragon souls harnessed the power of the formation, they were ultimately limited to the realm of the Great Emperor. Their temporary elevation to the Emperor Zun tier, aided by the formation's power, might allow them to suppress an ordinary Emperor Zun, yet they were far from being Lu Xuan's match. Concurrently cultivating the chaotic celestial emperor's art and the Panwu divine strength technique, Lu Xuan possessed an overwhelming strength that rendered him remarkably adept even under the combined assault of the two dragon souls. The reason Lu Xuan did not directly slay the two dragon souls was to glean the complete essence of the true dragon Dao from their combat techniques. Throughout this conflict, he had already comprehended much of the divine arts they exhibited. However, the true dragon Dao is one of the 10 fearsome paths, the very foundation upon which the true dragon clan thrives across the seas. Thus, it is not easily grasped, even with the aid of his dual pupils. It would be impossible for Lu Xuan to fully comprehend the true dragon Dao in such a brief span of time. He remained unhurried, his eyes shifting as he pondered. Continuing this way, the pursuit of the complete true dragon Dao seemed nearly unattainable, although the strength of these two dragon souls fell short of his own. Bolstered by the formation, they had reached the realm of the Emperor, enhanced further by the true dragon Dao. Consequently, subduing these two dragon souls proved to be no simple task for Lu Xuan. Moreover, the 100,000 cultivators behind the Imperial Barrier formation continuously reinforced these dragon souls, rendering them tireless and transforming them into relentless war machines capable of sustained combat. Lu Xuan did not wish to remain entangled with these two dragon souls indefinitely. Though he coveted the profound techniques of the true dragons, he recognized the importance of priorities. At present, shattering the Imperial Barrier and returning to the human realm was of utmost significance. Perhaps he should attempt the primordial method of the dual pupils. Lu Xuan's eyes flickered, and an endless stream of chaotic energy erupted from his gaze, enveloping the two dragon souls. As this relentless chaos infused the atmosphere, an independent little world materialized before Lu Xuan. This was one of the divine powers of his, utilizing chaotic divine light to forge a small space. Within this realm, the laws of the heavenly path were effectively isolated, suppressing all divine techniques and pathways. Furthermore, apart from himself, no one else could freely enter or exit this space. The two dragon souls, ensnared within this realm, resembled prisoners trapped in a cage. Regardless of their struggles, escape was impossible. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the two dragon souls had vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Jiangming's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with palpable terror. The two dragon souls atop the city walls of Di Guan were their greatest reliance. They had anticipated that summoning the two dragon souls would easily subdue Lu Xuan. Yet, what transpired? The dragon souls had simply disappeared. Even with his repeated attempts to activate the formation, he could not re-establish any connection with them. After countless futile endeavors, fear gripped Jiangming, prompting him to scream in terror. No, this is impossible. The two dragon ancestors, bolstered by the formation, harnessed the strength of 100,000 cultivators, achieving the level of emperor. Lu Xuan has merely just entered the emperor realm. How could he possibly contend with two dragon ancestors? Jiangming could not fathom why Lu Xuan, who had just stepped into the emperor realm, could suppress two dragon ancestors. Even in disbelief, the reality remained. The two dragon souls had undeniably vanished. This space is quite splendid. For now, it has confined these two dragon souls. When time permits, I can extract the true dragon techniques from them at my leisure. Lu Xuan beamed with delight. He temporarily suppressed the two dragon souls within the confines of space, allowing them to struggle and roar without paying them any mind. His gaze once again fell upon the Imperial Barrier formation. As he activated his dual pupils, the formation before him was swiftly deconstructed and analyzed under their influence. Having already studied this formation extensively, he now deduced its intricacies at an even greater pace. In less than 15 minutes, he had mastered the esteemed formation before him. So it is merely a formation reliant on the principles of the heavenly path. Without the enhancement of those two dragon souls, how could this formation possibly withstand me? Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with brilliance before him. The Imperial Barrier Array appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. He could dismantle the formation at any moment, should he choose to do so. However, Lu Xuan refrained from acting hastily, directing his gaze instead towards the towering walls of the Imperial City. Contrary to his expectations, the true terror within the Imperial Barrier lay in these formidable city walls. Through his profound vision, countless runes emerged upon the surface of the walls, revealing the majestic principles of the Emperor that surged forth from them. What once seemed lifeless transformed instantaneously into a vibrant entity. Hiss. This is a supreme divine weapon, one that possesses the 9 principles of the Emperor. Lu Xuan inhaled sharply. Beneath the heavens, the human race possesses 9 supreme laws of the Emperors. Only by merging these imperial laws can one ascend to the status of an emperor. Thus, throughout history, the number of emperors among humankind has never exceeded 9. Each of these 9 esteemed emperors commands a singular imperial law. Yet, within the walls of this imperial fortress, there exists an astonishing confluence of 9 distinct imperial laws. Does this not imply that these very walls were forged collaboratively by the 9 great emperors of the human race? Initially dismissive of the imperial fortress, Lu Xuan was now compelled to reassess its significance. This fortress wall is, in truth, an invincible divine weapon. It represents the most formidable means within this stronghold. Moreover, it serves as the true core of the fortress's formation. It is the foundation of this array. If one cannot subdue these fortress walls, even if the formation is breached, it would be utterly impossible to penetrate the fortress. To his astonishment, the genuine terror of this stronghold lay in the seemingly inconspicuous walls. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes still brimming with astonishment, tinged with a hint of admiration. The individual who first conceived the idea of forging the walls of the Imperial Pass into a supreme divine weapon was nothing short of a genius. At present, this formidable array poses no real obstacle for me. The true barrier halting my progress is indeed this supreme divine weapon. I must first subdue the walls of the Imperial Pass before I can step into the stronghold. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, a hint of gravity appearing in his gaze. He initially believed that breaching the Imperial Pass would be a trivial matter. He never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Now, he must contend not only with the formidable formations of the esteemed level, but also with the walls of the Imperial Pass, fortified by the supreme divine weaponry. Even if he were to dismantle the formations and breach the walls, beyond the Imperial Pass lies an army of 100,000 human cultivators. Though the disparity in strength between these cultivators and Lu Xuan is monumental, they are still 100,000 in number. Even ants can bring down an elephant in sufficient numbers, let alone 100,000 wielders of divine weapons, masters of profound arts. Lu Xuan, being but a solitary figure, knew that once he forcibly breached the revered level formation and subdued the Emperor's divine weapon, he would inevitably plunge into a state of weakness. Should he become entangled with 100,000 cultivators, even if he were to evade death, he would surely suffer greatly. Just as Lu Xuan furrowed his brow in contemplation of how to navigate this precarious situation, the sky above the realm's ocean suddenly erupted with rolling thunder. As dark clouds obscured the sun, Lu Xuan did not even need to turn around to sense that at least 1 million troops from the foreign races had stepped onto the boundary sea, advancing towards the Imperial Pass. What could be the reason? Why would the foreign races appear at this moment? Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, turning to gaze at the ominous mass of 1 million foreign troops across the boundary sea, his expression shifting dramatically. His shock intensified upon witnessing the formidable foreign dignitaries soaring at the forefront of the colossal army, as well as the terrifying ancient monarchs of the alien race. In a moment of disbelief, he gasped, exclaiming, "Are they truly preparing to wage war against humanity?" Lu Xuan was utterly astounded. It had been at least several millennia since he had last witnessed the spectacle of 1 million-strong alien army mobilizing. What was even more astonishing was that this time, the leading figure was none other than an alien emperor. Moreover, there was not just one, but 4 ancient alien dignitaries descending upon the Sea of Realms. The foremost among them was the revered Qinghu, who had personally bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality. As for the other 3, Lu Xuan recognized their identities at a glance. Marching almost in tandem with Qinghu was the formidable Mo Yuan. This Mo Yuan, whose true form was that of a colossal diamond 8 towering over 1,000 feet, resembled a walking war machine, exuding an aura of dread. In his grasp was a staff of unparalleled weight, exceeding 100,000 pounds. With each stride, he covered vast distances, causing the waters beneath to churn and part, leaving the sea creatures below too intimidated to approach. Among the ancient dignitaries of the alien realm, Mo Yuan's combat prowess was undoubtedly among the finest. Together with Qinghu, they were hailed as the left and right arms of the alien celestial sovereign, serving as his most capable aides. While Qinghu excelled in strategy and planning, Mo Yuan was renowned for his unmatched battle strength, deemed invincible among his peers. Even the previously menacing Haifeng, who sought to eliminate Lu Xuan, would feel humbled in the presence of Mo Yuan. The sight of both left and right arms of the alien celestial sovereign mobilizing simultaneously made Lu Xuan acutely aware that this time, the aliens were entirely serious. In addition to Qinghu and Mo Yuan, the other two dignitaries were equally formidable. The one on the far left was a massive white bear. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Mo Yuan, its fur as pristine as freshly fallen snow. It wielded a colossal cleaver, and as it charged, steam billowed from its nostrils, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. This was the white bear sovereign, a renowned presence among the alien races. The final figure was the golden eagle sovereign. Soaring on the far right, this golden eagle, with its noble lineage, was said to possess the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Gliding through the sky, its expansive wings stretched out for thousands of feet. The golden feathers shimmered radiantly, emitting a solar-like brilliance. It moved swiftly across the heavens, radiating a dazzling light. Qinghu, Mo Yuan, White Bear, and Golden Eagle. The alien forces had summoned a total of 4 sovereign-level behemoths. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Even Lu Xuan could not guarantee his ability to withstand any one of these dignitaries, let alone face them all at once. Furthermore, behind these 4 sovereigns loomed dozens of ancient alien monarchs and a million-strong alien army. The sheer magnitude of this alien force sent shivers down Lu Xuan's spine. Previously, he was stationed at Tianyuan, steadfastly guarding the passage to the outer realms, which enabled him to protect against the otherworldly for 100 millennia. This passage serves as the sole connection between the alien domain and the human realm. Securing it is tantamount to grasping the very throat of existence. However, such a feat alone could not suffice for Lu Xuan to maintain his vigil for 100 millennia. The principal reason lies in the fact that the passage is inherently unstable, capable of withstanding only a limited degree of power, with the utmost being the might of an emperor. Should a formidable being of the revered realm engage in battle within the passage, it could very well lead to its destruction. Thus, during his century-long guardianship, Lu Xuan's most formidable adversaries were merely those ancient monarchs of the foreign tribes, with no opportunity to confront the ancient revered ones. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Xuan was able to uphold his dominion over the otherworldly for 100 millennia with his imperial cultivation. Lu Xuan withdrew from the passage, allowing these alien dignitaries to smoothly exit the channel and emerge from the abyss. At present, upon this ocean of realms, these alien dignitaries are unencumbered, capable of unleashing their full power at will. Even Lu Xuan would find it utterly impossible to obstruct these 4 alien dignitaries. However, given Lu Xuan's myriad of strategies and his full exertion, these dignitaries would be unable to contend with him. Alas, having guarded against the alien races for 100,000 years, it is inevitable that these dignitaries will first target me. As Lu Xuan observed the approaching alien army, his expression shifted dramatically. He had no desire to engage in battle with these beings. Yet, he feared that upon sighting him, their eyes would blaze with fury. They would certainly not let him off easily. Over the course of 100,000 years, the aliens who perished at his hands numbered not in the millions, but certainly in the hundreds of thousands. It can be said that he is undoubtedly the greatest nemesis of the alien races. Now that these alien dignitaries have emerged from the abyss, how could they possibly spare him? Just as Lu Xuan's expression fluctuated with uncertainty, the voice of the Blue Fox dignitary suddenly reached his ears. Lu Xuan, there is no need for your concern. We have come to lend you our assistance. Stunned by the voice of the Blue Fox dignitary, Lu Xuan was rendered momentarily speechless. He simply could not comprehend the intentions behind the Blue Fox dignitary's words. Previously, in the alien realm, it was this very dignitary who had presented him with the elixir of immortality. Now, astonishingly, the Blue Fox dignitary had returned with a million-strong alien army to aid him in breaching the Imperial Pass. Furthermore, it seemed that those ancient alien emperors who had followed him were also arranged by the Blue Fox dignitary. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow. He had no acquaintance with the Qinghu Zuns. Everything felt exceedingly strange. As if sensing Lu Xuan's thoughts, the Qinghu Zun's voice echoed once more, cheerfully stating, "You need not worry. All of this is the arrangement of the Celestial Sovereign. The elixir of immortality is a gift bestowed upon you by the Celestial Sovereign. Those ancient emperors you encountered earlier were also orchestrated by the celestial sovereign to assist your return to the human realm. Now, the celestial sovereign is aware of your path being obstructed by the imperial gate. Thus, we are here to lend you our support. Once we open the imperial gate, you may seek your opportunity to return to the human realm. The explanation from the Qinghu Zuns left Lu Xuan utterly bewildered. The alien celestial sovereign was a being that transcended even the Zuns. Their status was loftier than that of the Qinghu Zuns. Even the 7 great emperors of the human race could not hope to compare with the alien celestial sovereign. Were it not for the fact that the alien celestial sovereign rarely left their domain, this solitary imperial gate might indeed prove insufficient to hinder their advance. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his expression growing increasingly solemn. The alien celestial being was showering him with favors, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Could it be that this extraterrestrial sovereign seeks to entice me into their ranks? Lu Xuan furrowed his brows tightly. Previously, the Hades demon sovereign had sought to entice him into the ranks of the alien demons, offering exceedingly tempting conditions. Given Lu Xuan's current prowess, it would not be surprising if the alien celestial beings wished to recruit him. If they truly intended to win me over, shouldn't they, like the Hades demon sovereign, promise me numerous alluring incentives and assure me of assistance in rescuing my kin? If I were to return to the human race, they ought to intervene instead. Yet, why are these alien beings now willing to assist me in rejoining humanity? Do they not fear that upon my return, I might reconcile with those humans and become a formidable adversary to their kind? Lu Xuan's eyes flickered, and his expression suddenly turned icy. Something was amiss. These otherworldly beings were undeniably suspicious. It seemed he had discerned the true intentions of the alien deity. As an adversary of their kind, the alien deity, no matter how magnanimous, could never assist him without ulterior motives. In an instant, Lu Xuan grasped a crucial insight. These extraterrestrial beings intended to manipulate him to incite discord among the human race. Once humanity fell into internal strife, it would present an opportunity for the aliens to resurge. Lu Xuan's eyes flickered as he contemplated even more distant schemes. If he were to survive and leave the human race, he would undoubtedly remember the benevolence of the alien celestial beings. After all, they had previously bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality and now aided him in breaching the imperial gate. These were tangible acts of kindness. Thus, as long as he remained alive, he was bound to acknowledge their generosity, even if he harbored no desire to join the alien realms in the future. Such a notion would become impossible. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. Having discerned the intentions of these extraterrestrial beings, Lu Xuan would certainly not allow himself to be indebted to them. Regarding the elixir of immortality, although it was voluntarily given by the alien celestial, it was also something Lu Xuan had earned through his own strength. It could hardly be considered a grand favor. It was merely a matter of shared merit. The current situation, however, was markedly different. Should these alien beings genuinely assist him in breaching the imperial gate, the debt of gratitude would be far more formidable and not easily repaid. Although Lu Xuan had previously entertained thoughts of potentially joining the alien realms, it was merely a consideration of alliance, not servitude. However, if he were to owe such a favor now, even if he decided to join the alien realms in the future, he would be compelled to heed the commands of the alien celestial beings. Relegated to the status of a mere pawn, this was not the outcome Lu Xuan envisioned. Qinghu Zuanzhang, what is the meaning of this? Do you look down upon me? Or do you believe that my strength is insufficient to breach this mere imperial gate? Lu Xuan's countenance darkened, his voice resonating with a hint of fury that reached the ears of the Qinghu elder. The once enthusiastic Qinghu elder found himself rendered speechless upon receiving Lu Xuan's transmission. What on earth is happening? He could scarcely believe his ears. They had come to assist Lu Xuan in breaching the imperial barrier. Yet he not only expressed no gratitude, but even seemed to regard their presence as a hindrance, especially when hearing Lu Xuan's tone, which suggested he believed he could dismantle the imperial barrier single-handedly. The Qinghu elder's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Such audacity! Even they, seasoned ancient dignitaries, would never dare claim that one could overcome the human race's imperial barrier alone. Lu Xuan, a recently ascended emperor, actually believed he could breach the imperial barrier? What source of confidence emboldened him? Although the origins of his audacious spirit remained a mystery, the esteemed Qing Fox sensed Lu Xuan's fury and waved his hand, causing the surrounding dignitaries to halt in astonishment. The million-strong army of alien races behind them also ceased their advance upon the boundary sea. Qing Fox, what is the meaning of this? Were we not to assault the imperial barrier? It lies within our grasp. Why do we pause? The formidable figure of the demon ape with its massive stature, came to a standstill, its feet churning the waves and conjuring a tempest upon the sea. Nostrils releasing twin jets of vapor as it voiced its discontent. The imperial barrier is before us. We should strike with fervor, shatter the barrier, and subjugate the human race. After 100,000 years of restraint, I shall undoubtedly bring the human race to its knees this time. Though the other two dignitaries remained silent. Their thoughts echoed the sentiment of the demon ape. Wait, a change is afoot. The Qing fox, casting a glance at the three, then called out towards Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, rest assured, we have come by the decree of the celestial lord to assist you. With our presence, we shall surely aid you in shattering the imperial barrier. Should anyone from the human race dare to harm a single hair on your head, it would be tantamount to opposing us, the otherworldly beings. His voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, permeating the space both within and outside the imperial barrier. Upon hearing the words of Qing Fox, Emperor Jiangming and the other human emperors, along with the tens of thousands of cultivators behind them, were left in a state of shock. Emperor Jiangming, who had already been filled with trepidation upon the appearance of the alien races, found Qing Fox's proclamation to be like adding fuel to the flames. With a sinister roar, he rebuked, Lu Xuan, you traitor of the human race. What further words do you have to say? Colluding with the alien races and willingly becoming their lapdog, do you honor your ancestors of the Lu family? Do you honor your kin? Emperor Jiangming felt as though he had seized upon a weakness of Lu Xuan, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Previously, Lu Xuan's declaration of guarding Tianyuan for 100,000 years had placed Jiangming in a passive position. However, now, Qing Fox's words confirmed Lu Xuan's collusion with the alien races and his betrayal of humanity. Thus, Lu Xuan became a condemned traitor among the human race. A traitor of humanity, no matter what he claimed or did, would find no one believing him. Jiangming felt as though he had reclaimed his position on the righteous side, and looking at Lu Xuan beyond the formation, he laughed heartily. Lu Xuan, the truth is laid bare before us. You have betrayed humanity and conspired with the otherworldly. You are a scoundrel amongst the human race. Await the judgment of the emperors. And your kin shall also suffer for your deeds, destined to be extinguished and eradicated. Lu Xuan paid no heed to the boisterous Emperor Jiangming, but instead cast a frosty gaze upon the esteemed Azure Fox sovereign above the boundary sea. The words of the Azure Fox sovereign were undoubtedly deliberate, ostensibly offering him support. In reality, it was a calculated maneuver to place him in opposition to humanity, even going so far as to unjustly label him as a conspirator with foreign entities. Lu Xuan, even with 100 mouths, would fail to elucidate his stance. However, he harbored no intention of clarification. As for any alleged collusion with foreign entities, it was of no concern to him. In his eyes, both the farcical Emperor Jiangming and the 100,000 cultivators following the imperial gate were no different from the dead. Nevertheless, while he might remain indifferent, it does not imply that the esteemed Qinghu could manipulate him with impunity. 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan was ensnared by the 7 great emperors, forcing him to abandon the human race. Now, 100 millennia later, he finds himself ensnared once more, this time by the Qinghu, bearing the unjust burden of betraying his own kind. Lu Xuan cast a frigid glance at the Qinghu Xuanzhang, unleashing the devastating power of his dual-pupil divine light. It descended like a great sun, instantaneously severing the connection between the Qinghu Xuanzhang and the emperor's laws. The emperor's laws are the very foundation of a sovereign's might. Stripped of this connection, the Qinghu Xuanzhang was struck with immense force, his complexion instantly paling, his eyes filled with terror as he staggered back in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan's cold voice reached the ears of the Qinghu Xuanzhang. What? Do you wish for me to return to the abyss? With those words from Lu Xuan, the countenance of the Qinghu Venerable changed drastically. It instantly reminded him of the 100,000 years during which Lu Xuan had guarded the Tianyuan passage, a span of 100,000 years. Because of Lu Xuan's steadfast watch over the passage, their alien race had been unable to step even a foot into the realms beyond. Now, having finally awaited the moment when Lu Xuan and the human race were at odds, granting them the opportunity to emerge from the Tianyuan, they were resolute in their refusal to be sealed once more. In a flurry, the Qinghu Venerable sent a message, explaining, Lu Xuan, please do not misunderstand. We genuinely wish to invite you to our alien domain. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. The celestial sovereign has explicitly stated that should you choose to join our realm, you may establish your own forbidden zone. Furthermore, all members of the Lu family would be permitted to join our domain, becoming beings within your sacred territory. At this moment, The Qinghu venerable finally displayed true sincerity. However, compared to the conditions proposed by the demon clan, the offers from the alien domain still seemed somewhat lacking in genuine intent. After all, the demon clan had promised to assist him in extricating all members of the Lu family from the human race. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly acquiescing to this assertion. For the time being, he had no desire to jeopardize relations over trivial matters with the foreign realm. His earlier remarks were merely a warning to the esteemed Qinghu and served to demonstrate his formidable prowess to the other dignitaries from the alien races. Cease your petty schemes. Whether I choose to depart from the human domain is solely at my discretion. Should I discover any underhanded plots against me, do not expect mercy. Now, as an emperor, he could simply return to guard the abyss. Whether it be for 100,000 years or 200,000 years, he possessed the patience to wait. Lu Xuan paid no heed to the explanations of the Qinghu elder, coldly stating his position. The Qinghu elder felt no doubt that Lu Xuan was genuinely enraged and capable of acting on his wrath. The mere thought of being under Lu Xuan's watch for 100,000 years, or even 200,000, sent shivers down the Qinghu elder's spine. To avoid provoking this madman, the Qinghu elder could only lower his stance, forcing a wry smile as he explained, "Rest assured, none of our kind will scheme against you. Whether you believe it or not, we sincerely wish to assist you. However, since you do not require aid, we shall merely observe from here. Of course, without your consent. We shall not intervene. Should you find yourself in need, simply speak, and we will be at your service at any moment." The Qinghu elder was at a loss for words. They had come with good intentions to aid Lu Xuan, only to find themselves on the verge of inciting his fury. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan's suspicion was not unfounded. His earlier declaration of support for Lu Xuan had indeed concealed ulterior motives, aiming to bind Lu Xuan to their kind. Now that Lu Xuan had seen through his intentions, the Qinghu elder found it impossible to defend himself. Upon noticing that Lu Xuan had finally shifted his gaze, the Qinghu elder felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, under the scrutiny of Lu Xuan's piercing gaze, he had nearly struggled to breathe. Had he not known that Lu Xuan had recently been a dying late-stage emperor, he might have suspected that Lu Xuan had already attained the status of an emperor of the Tao. What does Lu Xuan mean by this? We have clearly come to assist him, yet he treats us as if we owe him an insurmountable debt. This fellow is utterly ungrateful. The other elders also noted Lu Xuan's warning glare, their indignation palpable. They were, after all, elders, second only to the celestial emperors among their kind. Even the emperors of the human race held no authority to oppose them. Yet now, they found themselves threatened by Lu Xuan. This provoked their anger to the point where they considered taking action against him. "Qinghu, I can no longer restrain myself. I must teach this ignorant fool a lesson. Just a mere junior emperor, how dare he challenge us seasoned emperors?" The demon ape elder roared, his colossal form launching toward Lu Xuan like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing, leaving no chance for the others to intervene. By the time the others reacted, the demon ape elder had already traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, closing in on Lu Xuan. "This is bad. Stop him." The expression of the esteemed Qinghu changed dramatically, and in a state of urgency. He shouted out in an attempt to thwart the formidable demon ape. Yet, it was already far too late. The demon ape, heedless of Qinghu's protest, fixated his gaze intently on Lu Xuan. With several powerful strides, he descended right before Lu Xuan. In the heavens above, the colossal form of the demon ape, towering thousands of feet, resembled a deity of chaos, looking down upon Lu Xuan with disdain. White mist billowed from his nostrils, slicing through the void like sharp blades, producing a thunderous roar. "Lu Xuan, you truly fail to recognize a blessing in disguise. The celestial Lord has bestowed upon you the elixir of immortality and sent us to aid you in breaching the imperial gate, yet you repay our goodwill with ingratitude. Someone like you, if not given a lesson, I simply cannot bear to witness." The demon ape paid no heed to Qinghu's interference, and with a bold declaration, he unveiled his intentions. "Come, let me see just how formidable you, a mere novice in the realm of the emperors, truly are. Your arrogance has led you to act with impunity." Lu Xuan's expression darkened as he cast a cold gaze upon the demon ape sovereign, the chill in his eyes sharp as a blade. He had not anticipated that mere moments after warning the Azure Fox sovereign, the demon ape sovereign would emerge to confront him. "Is this what you refer to as sincerity, Azure Fox sovereign? Or is it that your foreign realm has consistently employed intimidation as a means of asserting dominance?" Lu Xuan's gaze suddenly turned frigid as he fixed his eyes on the swiftly approaching Qinghu Xuanzhang. At that moment, Qinghu Xuanzhang had already arrived. hastily positioning himself in front of the Mo Yuan Xuanzhang. With a hint of a smile, he apologetically addressed Lu Xuan. You have misunderstood. Lu Xuan, you have misunderstood. The heavenly sovereign has sent us to assist you. It is not as you perceive. As he spoke, Qinghu Xuanzhang cast a fierce glare at Mo Yuan Xuanzhang, warning him. Mo Yuan, have you forgotten the heavenly sovereign's command? Hurry and apologize to Lu Xuan. Qinghu, have you lost your mind? You want me to apologize to him? Upon hearing Qinghu Xuanzhang's demand for an apology, Mo Yuan Xuanzhang immediately erupted in fury. Huh? Apologize to him? What a grand joke. Enraged yet mocking, Mo Yuan Xuanzhang's voice thundered. If you seek my apology, let us see if you possess the qualification. With a forceful shove, he pushed Qinghu Xuanzhang aside. His entire body enveloped in a golden aura, as the water and fire staff in his hand erupted with brilliant radiance. Mo Yuan Xuanzhang leapt into the air. Resembling a descending demon god, his eyes brimming with bloodlust, fixating on Lu Xuan with a chilling, maniacal grin. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall gladly apologize to you. What harm would that do? As his words echoed, Mo Yuan Xuanzhang swung his staff, sweeping through the air with the might of 1,000 armies, aimed directly at Lu Xuan. The chilling voice resounded once more, mocking with a raucous laugh. Beware. Do not let my strike be the end of you. Lu Xuan's expression darkened as he coldly regarded the incoming water and fire staff. This marked his very first encounter with a master of the Emperor's realm. Moreover, this demon ape sovereign, renowned as the foremost expert beneath the heavenly sovereign, was the most formidable emperor from the foreign realms, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. As the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xuan exhibited neither retreat nor fear. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. Beyond the imperial pass lay the realm of humanity. Upon returning to the human domain, he would inevitably confront the human emperors. Thus, having the opportunity to engage in battle with the demon ape sovereign before facing the human emperors could prove beneficial. In that moment, Lu Xuan remained remarkably composed, unaffected in the slightest by the taunts of the demon ape sovereign. In his eyes, this was an unparalleled opportunity. It allowed him to genuinely comprehend the strength of seasoned emperors and to gain a clearer understanding of the gap between himself and these venerable figures. Therefore, the instant the demon ape sovereign launched his attack, Lu Xuan's heavy pupils had already locked onto his surroundings. Suddenly, the demon ape sovereign's thunderous movements appeared to Lu Xuan as if they were crawling like a snail. Of course, this perceived slowness was merely a description. In reality, the ability of his heavy pupils did not alter the demon ape sovereign's speed. It simply made the latter's actions seem significantly slower in Lu Xuan's eyes. Nevertheless, this perception afforded Lu Xuan ample time to react. As the water and fire staff descended, Lu Xuan moved with ethereal grace, effortlessly evading the strike. When the demon ape sovereign's attack missed, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, yet his movements became even swifter. He abruptly yanked the water and fire staff back, aiming once more for Lu Xuan's head. Lu Xuan remained unyielding, focusing instead on adjusting his state to acclimate to the combat of an emperor-level warrior. Under the influence of his dual pupils, his speed had significantly increased, enabling him to anticipate his opponent's moves. Before the water fire staff descended, he had already pivoted to evade the strike. His form moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving only afterimages in the sky. For a moment, onlookers could hardly discern whether he had been struck by the demon ape sovereign. Only the demon ape sovereign himself was aware that his 2 full-powered strikes had entirely missed their mark. Each time he was assured of sealing off all of Lu Xuan's escape routes, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Xuan managed to evade his attacks each time. After 2 consecutive failures, the demon ape sovereign no longer harbored any contempt for Lu Xuan. With a resounding crash, he retracted the water fire staff, causing the very air to tremble. The demon ape sovereign staggered backward, creating a distance of 1,000 feet between him and Lu Xuan. His massive form, towering at 1,000 feet, suddenly diminished to merely several dozen feet in height. Despite this rapid contraction, he unleashed an even more terrifying aura. With the activation of Lu Xuan's dual pupils, he perceived immediately that this diminished demon ape sovereign was even more formidable and terrifying. Hiss! What kind of divine ability is this? It is utterly unlike any divine abilities encountered before. Lu Xuan's gaze shifted, fixated intently on the now diminutive figure of the demon ape sovereign, a blend of astonishment and curiosity washing over him. Traditionally, powers of divine nature would expand an entity's physical form while simultaneously amplifying its magical prowess. The larger the physique, the greater the strength. Yet, the demon ape sovereign's abilities defied this norm. Upon shrinking, It seemed as though its magical energy was compressed as well. This small stature bore a capacity for immense power that was even more formidable than its previous towering form. Even under the scrutiny of his profound gaze, Lu Xuan could not discern the intricacies of this phenomenon. He could only perceive that the now smaller demon ape sovereign had grown stronger and more fearsome. With every gesture, a terrifying aura of imperial law emanated from it, exhibiting heightened agility and remarkable prowess. Although diminished, the demon ape sovereign still stood at a height of 20 to 30 feet, towering over Lu Xuan. Its eyes glinted with fury, yet it refrained from immediate aggression. Earlier, it had declared that Lu Xuan must withstand 3 of its strikes. Should Lu Xuan succeed in this, it would signify the sovereign's defeat. Having squandered 2 opportunities due to its arrogance and underestimation, this was its final chance. It had to ensure a decisive blow. This last strike could only result in victory, not failure. To lose to Lu Xuan would utterly tarnish the reputation of the seasoned imperial sovereign. Was it truly conceivable for it to apologize to Lu Xuan in front of others? Such an act would be more challenging than death itself. Lu Xuan's evasive tactics were perceived as cowardice by the demon ape sovereign. Do you possess no real skill? Face me with genuine combat. Is it that your human race only knows how to flee? It raged. For years, you've cowered in the abyss of heaven, afraid to venture even a step into our domain. Will you continue to hide like a turtle? The sovereign attempted to rattle Lu Xuan's composure with such lowly taunts. However, Lu Xuan regarded these juvenile provocations with indifference. His ability to guard the abyss of heaven for 100,000 years as an emperor was rooted in his unwavering calm. Had he allowed such trivial insults to cloud his judgment and recklessly charge into the foreign realm, he would have perished countless times over. Throughout the years, the slurs hurled at him by alien races and demonic entities were far more venomous than those spat by the demon ape sovereign. Lu Xuan had long cultivated a heart unperturbed by such turbulence, remaining serene amidst the chaos. After all, these foreign beings had gained naught from him. Despite his slaying of millions of their kin, could they not afford to utter a few curses in return? The experiences accumulated over 100,000 years had forged an unshakable resolve within him. In the face of the demon ape sovereign's wrathful tirade, Lu Xuan chose not to retaliate, instead calmly responding, "Demon ape sovereign, I have heard that you are the foremost champion under the celestial sovereign. Yet, I had not anticipated that this so-called champion is merely a blustering fool." Lu Xuan's words lacked venomous curses. Yet it was precisely this dismissive attitude and tone that rendered the demon ape sovereign feeling utterly humiliated. Particularly, the phrase verbal champion nearly ignited an explosive rage within him. Roaring in fury, the demon ape sovereign emitted a primal beastly growl, his eyes instantly ablaze with wrath, turning a fierce crimson. "Lu Xuan, you seek death. I shall demonstrate that I am not one to be humiliated by you." With his anger reaching a boiling point, the sovereign unleashed his colossal fists, shattering the very fabric of space as he charged towards Lu Xuan. In his rage, he cast aside his water and fire staff, opting instead for close combat. Eager to teach Lu Xuan a lesson with the sheer might of his formidable physique and combat prowess. Close combat. So be it. Observing the demon ape sovereign's approach for hand-to-hand combat, a barely perceptible smile crept across Lu Xuan's lips. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. It was only through close combat that he could gain a clearer understanding of the seasoned emperor's strength and truly comprehend the disparity between their powers. Thus, even as the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xuan had already been contemplating how to entice him into close quarters. Little did he anticipate that a mere taunt of verbal champion would ensnare the sovereign so easily. As the unarmed demon ape sovereign charged forth, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with divine light, activating his heavy pupils to track the sovereign's movements before swiftly retaliating with lethal force. Although Lu Xuan has just ascended to the status of empress, due to his chaotic physique and the mastery of the Panwu divine art, his physical form is considerably more formidable than that of an ordinary emperor. As he strikes, the 36,000 chaotic dantians within him resonate, releasing an unceasing torrent of chaotic energy. With a single punch, he shatters the fabric of space itself. Observing Lu Xuan's assault, the demon ape sovereign remains unfazed, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Lu Xuan, I shall make you aware that even among emperors, there exists a discernible disparity." With those words, the demon ape sovereign accelerates, colliding with Lu Xuan like a bolt of lightning. The air reverberates with thunderous explosions as the two titans clash. Each encounter between them emanates a terrifying pressure, fracturing vast expanses of space and instilling fear in any who dare to approach. Lu Xuan became increasingly fierce and exhilarated with each strike. After 100,000 years, this was his first genuine and exhilarating experience of close combat. The battle instincts that were etched deep within his bones were reignited, as blood and flesh erupted in radiant splendor, and his bones shimmered with divine light. Like a relentless combat machine, he unleashed fervent attacks without a hint of fatigue, utilizing his dual pupil ability. He deftly evaded the attacks of the demon ape sovereign with pinpoint precision, countering from astonishing angles to strike the demon ape sovereign effectively. Thus, from the very onset of the battle, a lopsided situation unfolded, with Lu Xuan overpowering the demon ape sovereign. This scene left the powerful beings of other races behind him utterly stupefied. They could hardly believe their own eyes. Good heavens! Who could deliver me a punch? I must be seeing things. Even the Qinghu sovereign was bewildered, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. The demon ape sovereign was the mightiest of their kind. Not even he dared to engage in close combat with the demon ape sovereign, Lu Xuan, a newly ascended emperor. How could he possibly dominate the demon ape sovereign in battle? Moreover, he did so using the close combat techniques that the demon ape sovereign excelled in. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around, emanating from the ancient emperors of the other races. The ancient Fox Emperor and others, familiar with Lu Xuan, were present, utterly astonished as they witnessed him overpowering the demon ape sovereign, left speechless in disbelief. They were aware of Lu Xuan's formidable strength, unmatched at the emperor level. But what was unfolding now? This was a battle of emperor-level prowess. A newly ascended human emperor was decisively besting the strongest emperor of our alien races? Was he still human? I knew Lu Xuan was powerful, but I never dared to imagine he had reached such an extraordinary level. The ancient Fox Emperor gasped in shock, unable to close his mouth, especially when he recalled that just days prior, Lu Xuan had been effortlessly struck away by a single blow from the Sea Clan's demon sovereign. It was almost beyond belief. In a mere few days, the man who could not withstand a single attack from the Sea Clan's demon sovereign had managed to dominate the strongest emperor of their alien races. This was simply unfathomable. Atop the Imperial Pass, the Great Emperor Jiangming, exerting every effort to maintain the formation, along with the other human emperors and the 100,000 cultivators, were also left in stunned silence. What were they witnessing? Lu Xuan was actually suppressing the demon ape sovereign in battle. This was simply unbelievable. Could Lu Xuan truly be this formidable? Observing the imposing figure before him, Emperor Jiangming gasped, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Initially brimming with confidence in the imperial barrier formation, he now found his faith wavering. He began to doubt whether a mere sovereign-level formation could truly withstand such a powerful opponent as Lu Xuan. Demon Ape Sovereign, you must exert your strength. It would be best if you could vanquish Lu Xuan outright. If you can defeat Emperor Lu Xuan, I, Jiangming, am willing to erect a longevity tablet in your honor, bowing in reverence and offering incense. Jiangming's eyes were reddened, his anxiety palpable. He had even begun to pray, hoping that the Demon Ape Sovereign would eliminate Lu Xuan as a great emperor of the human race. To pray for the victory of an alien was undoubtedly a tremendous irony. However, contrary to his wishes, just as his prayers echoed in the air, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the heavens. With a mighty punch, Lu Xuan tore through the void, his terrifying divine power erupting upon impact, unflinchingly colliding with the fist of the Demon Ape Sovereign. This was not the first encounter between Lu Xuan and the Demon Ape Sovereign, but it was indeed the first time they faced each other head-on. This clash, devoid of any technique, was purely a test of strength. Certainly, it was after engaging in consecutive battles with the Demon Ape Sovereign that Lu Xuan, having gained insight into his adversary's might, dared to confront him in such a direct manner. With this punch, even if I cannot suppress the Demon Ape Sovereign, I will not be defeated. Lu Xuan was brimming with confidence, ready to unleash his full potential. Although the Demon Ape Sovereign stood at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, he could not necessarily suppress Lu Xuan solely through brute strength. With his chaos body and the Panwu great strength technique, Lu Xuan's physical prowess transcended limits, reaching a level unimaginable to ordinary beings. Previously, he had been probing the strength of the Demon Ape Sovereign, seizing this rare opportunity to experience the combat power of an emperor at its zenith while also honing his own fighting skills. Now, he had thoroughly grasped the capabilities and tactics of the Demon Ape Sovereign. Thus, he was confident that under his complete eruption of power, he could undoubtedly subdue the Demon Ape Sovereign. As he anticipated, when he unleashed his fist, both he and the Demon Ape Sovereign were sent flying simultaneously. After their clash, both figures were propelled backward, but the distinction lay in the distance. Lu Xuan was knocked back only a few dozen steps, while the Demon Ape Sovereign staggered several hundred yards, nearly losing his footing. Beyond 100 yards, the disdain and overconfidence had vanished from the eyes of the Demon Ape Sovereign, replaced instead by profound shock and astonishment. He had initially believed that a single punch would suffice to subdue Lu Xuan, yet the outcome was his defeat, though it appeared to be a draw. Lu Xuan remained composed, while the demon ape's sovereign's arm was nearly shattered, with at least half of the bones within it broken. His palm trembled incessantly. The joints shattered, rendering it nearly useless. Had it not been for the restorative power of the laws, that arm would have been utterly ruined. How could this be possible? He had only recently entered the Emperor realm. How could he possess such divine strength? The demon ape's sovereign exclaimed in disbelief. The force behind Lu Xuan's recent strike transcended the mere classification of divine power. As the foremost warrior under the command of the celestial sovereign, the demon ape's sovereign possessed an unparalleled might, stemming from both his bloodline and cultivation. No other sovereign from distant realms could match him in sheer strength. Yet now, the very power he prided himself on had been subdued by Lu Xuan. This revelation felt akin to a resounding slap to his face, one he found exceedingly difficult to accept. What weighed even heavier on his conscience was the fact that he had already surpassed the third strike. He had explicitly declared that if Lu Xuan could withstand 3 of his attacks, he would offer a public apology. Now, having surpassed hundreds of exchanges, he grappled with the humiliating prospect of apologizing before all. This notion was more unbearable than death itself. However, as a dignified ancient sovereign from a foreign domain, he could not afford to go back on his word, nor could he be deemed untrustworthy. Thus, despite the agony of his shattered arm, the demon ape's sovereign begrudgingly approached Lu Xuan to express his contrition. Lu Xuan, I retract my previous statements and offer my sincerest apologies. You are indeed worthy of admiration. The demon ape's sovereign bowed his noble head, paying the price for his arrogance and complacency. Lu Xuan was taken aback by the abrupt apology from the demon ape's sovereign. He had initially believed that this formidable being would not easily concede. However, it now appeared that the actions of the demon ape's sovereign were remarkably honorable. At the very least, they were far superior to those deceitful and fickle traitors of the human race. Observing the straightforward apology from the demon ape sovereign, Lu Xuan was once again reminded of the past. 100,000 years ago, he had made a pact with the clans of the eternal life world and the immortal Dao lineage. If he could withstand the might of their emperors, they would offer their apologies and spare the Lu family. Yet, when Lu Xuan successfully suppressed the most powerful emperors sent by these clans, they turned their backs on him completely. Not only did they renege on their promises, but they also forced Lu Xuan to leave the human race. It was precisely because of these unfortunate experiences within the human realm that Lu Xuan now appreciated the rarity of the demon ape sovereign's demeanor even more. The demon ape sovereign was courteous, while Lu Xuan merely managed to hold his ground through sheer luck. Had the sovereign not shown mercy, he would have been defeated long ago. Lu Xuan revealed a faint smile, and his attitude towards the demon ape sovereign shifted significantly. At the very least, he did not harbor any aversion towards someone genuine. Thus, he was inclined to grant the demon ape sovereign some measure of respect. Of course, his words were not entirely fanciful. The reason he was able to engage in a fierce battle with the demon ape sovereign and ultimately gain the upper hand was indeed due to certain advantages. Had the demon ape sovereign activated the emperor's law earlier, employing the great Dao's principles in conjunction with divine techniques to suppress him, Lu Xuan would undoubtedly have faced defeat. Lu Xuan could discern this truth, and naturally, the esteemed individuals present could as well. The demon ape sovereign had already grasped this realization. However, for him, a loss is simply a loss. He possesses the grace to win and the dignity to lose. Thus, upon witnessing Lu Xuan's defense of him, the demon ape sovereign felt a surge of fondness for Lu Xuan and exclaimed with fervor, Lu Xuan, if you are willing, I would be honored to befriend you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Above the imperial barrier, when the onlookers beheld the demon ape sovereign apologizing to Lu Xuan, they were left utterly astonished. Particularly, Emperor Jiangming was so taken aback that he nearly lost his composure. Moments ago, he had fervently prayed for the demon ape sovereign to vanquish Lu Xuan. Yet, what was the outcome? The demon ape sovereign had suffered defeat. No, this is inconceivable. How could a mere junior Emperor Zun like Lu Xuan possibly contend with an established sovereign such as the demon ape? Something is amiss. Quite amiss. Emperor Jiangming gasped. His eyes filled with disbelief. He could not accept that Lu Xuan had triumphed over the demon ape sovereign. Soon, a glimmer of understanding sparked in his eyes, and he erupted into laughter, declaring, Lu Xuan, I knew all along that you conspired with the alien races. Did you think your performance was flawless? How laughable. I could see through it immediately. You were merely acting. Humph. You only wish to intimidate me into fearing you, thereby compelling me to lower the defenses of the imperial barrier? Dream on. Only a fool would fall for such childish tricks. Emperor Jiangming, convinced he had unraveled Lu Xuan's scheme with the alien races, laughed triumphantly and challenged, "Come. If you possess the capability, then come forth and breach the formation. If you can dismantle the human race's imperial barrier, I shall gladly remove my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick." Regardless of the veracity of Jiang Ming's assertions, his words instilled a measure of confidence in the human cultivators behind him. Moments ago, when they witnessed the demon ape sovereign's defeat by Lu Xuan, they had nearly succumbed to fear. Thus, they preferred to embrace Jiang Ming's fabrications, even if it meant deceiving themselves, as it lessened their inner trepidation. Otherwise, they would lack the courage to confront Lu Xuan outside the imperial barrier. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang Ming's audacious remarks, the demon ape sovereign was nearly driven to fury. With a thunderous roar, he reverted to his towering form. Coiling above the imperial barrier and glaring down at Emperor Jiang Ming with a fierce intensity, bellowing, "What do you think you are? A loss is a loss. What acting? Do you belittle me? Come. If you have the guts, step forward, and I shall let you experience firsthand whether this is an act." Suddenly assailed by the wrath of the demon ape sovereign, Emperor Jiang Ming trembled under the weight of his adversary's imposing presence. Yet, as the guardian of the imperial barrier, he understood that his every action would determine the fate of the 10,000 human cultivators behind him. Thus, despite his fear, he mustered his courage and shouted, "Whether this is an act, you all know for yourselves. Come and attack if you dare. And let us see whether the might of the human empire at the imperial pass prevails or whether your alien blades strike faster." The roar of Emperor Jiang Ming reverberated, igniting a surge of morale among the human cultivators behind him. Those who had trembled in fear moments ago now joined in a rousing chorus, proclaiming, "Glorious human race! Mighty human race! Invincible human race!" The resonant shouts erupted from the imperial pass, akin to thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. Even the alien dignitaries were taken aback, astonished that the previously despondent humans had suddenly transformed into a formidable force. Yet, what could such fervor achieve? At the heart of the imperial pass stood merely a handful of emperors. Should the array of the imperial pass be breached, these few human emperors and the 10,000 cultivators behind them would surely meet their doom at the hands of the aliens. "Qinghu, let us strike. We have been stifled for 100,000 years. Allow me to lead the charge and shatter the imperial pass's defenses." The Golden Eagle dignitary, unable to contain his eagerness, turned to Qinghu. He sought permission to engage, wishing to dismantle the human formation and deliver a crushing blow to the soaring spirits of the human cultivators, making them taste despair. "Do not act rashly." Qinghu shot him a piercing glance and replied, "This is a matter between Lu Xuan and the human emperors. Should we intervene, we would only incur their wrath. Let us abide by our original agreement and remain as spectators. If Lu Xuan falters, we shall then take action. It will not be too late." Qinghu was determined to grant Lu Xuan the respect he deserved, yet he could not extinguish the fervor of the alien army behind him. His cold voice echoed across the sea of realms, "Warriors, grip your blades tightly, seize your swords. The imperial pass of the human race lies before us, and you shall soon have your chance for battle. When the time comes, should anyone dare to tarnish the honor of our kind, I shall flay their skin and strip their tendons." A million alien troops raised their arms in unison, shouting, "Wind! Great wind!" This rallying cry, emblematic of invincibility and might among the aliens, symbolized their army's relentless advance, sweeping away all in their path like a tempest. Upon hearing this familiar and ancient battle cry, Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as images of the cataclysmic battle from 100,000 years ago flashed before his eyes. He recalled vividly the sight of 300,000 alien troops charging forward, shouting, "Wind! Great wind!" with reckless abandon, undeterred by the prospect of death. In that great battle, the human race deployed 7 supreme emperors, gathering an army of several million at the imperial pass. However, the outcome was dire. The imperial pass was breached, and nearly the entirety of the human army faced annihilation. Had it not been for Lu Xuan, who single-handedly wielded a sword and a coffin to staunchly defend the imperial pass, the human race would not have survived that critical moment, gaining precious time against the onslaught of the alien forces. The aftermath of that battle could have spelled the end of humanity. 100,000 years later, standing once more before the imperial pass, Lu Xuan beheld the sight of 1,000,000 alien troops, rallying with their cries of "Wind! Great wind!" It was as if he were reliving the harrowing scenes of that catastrophic battle from 10 millennia past. Yet, back then, he had risen to safeguard the last bastion. Now, after 100,000 years, should the imperial pass fall and a million alien forces sweep through, one might wonder who would rise to defend humanity this time. But what does it matter? The fate of the human race is of no concern to me. Lu Xuan shook his head and sighed, his voice imbued with resoluteness and determination. The 7 great emperors had coerced him to sever ties with the human race, though they were the root of the calamity. Those who turned a blind eye and stood idly by were equally despicable. The moment he realized that despite his fervent efforts to guard the abyss for 100,000 years, his kin were nearly annihilated, Lu Xuan had already resolved to distance himself from humanity. Just as no one believed, he was the one who safeguarded the abyss for a century. Bringing 10,000 years of peace, he had long since lost faith in the human race. Now, he lived solely for himself. The only debt he felt was towards his own people. He had thought that by protecting the abyss, he could procure a chance for survival for his kin. Yet, the outcome had rendered their existence more agonizing than death. As the ancestral figure of the Lu family, he felt profound shame towards his descendants. Thus, regardless of what the foreign races intended to do today, Lu Xuan would not intervene. His gaze turned towards the imperial barrier formation. Following the recent fierce battle with the demon ape emperor, Lu Xuan had come to comprehend the vast chasm that lay between him and the seasoned emperors. This disparity could not merely be bridged through techniques and divine powers. The only thing he could rely on now was his divine weapon. With a thunderous sound, as Lu Xuan took a step forward, the god burial coffin emerged from within him, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the colossal black coffin, towering tens of thousands of feet, loomed over the imperial barrier like a small mountain. This immense coffin, akin to dark clouds descending upon a city, enveloped the imperial barrier, instilling terror and unrest among the human cultivators within. The morale that had just been ignited was instantaneously suppressed by the god burial coffin, and those human cultivators overshadowed by its presence exhibited expressions of horror and dread. What was that? Such a terrifying aura seemed to transcend the limits of an ultimate imperial weapon. Could it be an immortal artifact? One human emperor gasped, his gaze filled with trepidation as he looked up at the god burial coffin. Immortal artifact. The moment these two words were uttered, all human cultivators changed countenance. Even Emperor Jiangming sensed the dread emanating from the god burial coffin. Even with the protection of the imperial grade formation, the terrifying aura of the coffin felt as tangible as reality. Pressing down upon him, it seemed that even the imperial grade formation could not withstand the might of a single strike from the coffin. Such an overwhelming presence undoubtedly indicated an immortal artifact. Damn, who would have thought that Lu Xuan possessed an immortal artifact? Emperor Jiangming's eyelids twitched in shock. He could hardly fathom that Lu Xuan had mastery over an immortal artifact. Although he held unwavering confidence in the imperial barrier formation, he would not be foolish enough to believe that this formation, empowered by the might of 7 great emperors, could withstand a full-force assault from an immortal artifact. Emperor Jiangming, what shall we do? Lu Xuan possesses an immortal artifact. Can our formation withstand an immortal artifact? He cannot truly breach the formation, can he? A great emperor gasped. Casting a terrified glance toward the Emperor Jiangming, doubts began to fester within him, a desire to flee taking root in his heart. Yet, escape was not an option. Should he dare to flee without the Emperor Jiangming's consent, he would be branded a traitor to humanity. Not only would he face death, but his family would also suffer dire consequences. At that moment, the other emperors of the human race within the formation shared his sentiments. The instant they witnessed Lu Xuan unleashing a celestial artifact, their will to fight evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming urge to escape. However, the fear of implicating their families held them captive. All eyes turned toward Emperor Jiangming. Regret washed over him as well. Upon beholding the coffin of the gods, he yearned to slap himself in disbelief. Had he known Lu Xuan possessed a celestial artifact, he would never have dared to provoke him here. Even if it meant opening the imperial gate to graciously welcome Lu Xuan, he would have acted without hesitation. After all, once inside the imperial gate, everything would rest in the hands of the imperial lords. Despite Lu Xuan's formidable strength, he must bow before the emperors. However, the human emperors have yet to arrive. Once Lu Xuan shatters the imperial barrier formation, will they have any hope of survival? Yet, to retreat now would be a path to certain death. Confronted by the beseeching gazes of the multitude of emperors, Emperor Jiangming steeled his resolve and declared in a thunderous voice, "The imperial barrier is our battlefield. As the commander of the imperial barrier, even in death, I shall die upon its grounds. Those who dare to falter shall face merciless retribution." His resolute proclamation extinguished any thoughts of retreat among the emperors. Having observed everything within the imperial barrier, Lu Xuan emitted a chilling smile and, with a deep and commanding voice, proclaimed, "Jiang, remember your earlier promise. I await the moment you sever your own head to serve as my ball." At that instant, the divine burial coffin descended like a mountain, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Crack! The seemingly indestructible imperial barrier formation shattered under the weight of the divine burial coffin. The once mighty formation was obliterated in an instant. As the formation crumbled, layers of shimmering barriers, akin to fragile eggshells, fractured and vanished above the imperial barrier. Gasped. Jiang, stationed at the formation's core, spewed forth a mouthful of dark blood, plummeting helplessly from the sky. As the heart of the formation, he suffered the gravest injuries when it was breached, his body torn asunder and bloodied. Nevertheless, being a peak emperor, the surge of vitality within him allowed the shattered remnants of his flesh to writhe and regenerate. In mere moments, he had reformed his body, struggling to rise from the ground. Yet now, his complexion was ashen and his aura waned. First, he was severely wounded by the backlash of the formation, and then he had to expend his vitality to restore his flesh and reattach his severed limbs. He was now exceedingly weak. Had he not consumed dozens of high-grade imperial medicines, he might not have been able to stand at all. Simultaneously, the human emperors in the sky were also cast down, each crashing to the ground, bleeding profusely and sustaining grievous injuries. They fared somewhat better, as their lives were not immediately in jeopardy. In stark contrast, the ordinary cultivators faced a tragic fate. Among the 100,000 human cultivators, tens of thousands were instantly killed under the weight of the divine burial coffin, exploding into blood mist. The remaining cultivators, though alive, were reduced to a pitiful state, collapsing to the ground, utterly incapable of retaliation. The once spirited cultivators of the imperial barrier now hung their heads in despair, suffering heavy casualties. The atmosphere beyond the imperial barrier was thick with a sense of impending doom, as the wounded human cultivators let out cries of anguish. With his body newly restored, Emperor Jiang gazed upon the devastation behind him, his eyes filled with terror and dread. "No, this cannot be happening," Emperor Jiang exclaimed in despair, utterly disoriented. The unfolding events were nearly impossible for him to comprehend. How could their formidable imperial formation be shattered in an instant? Was it merely due to Lu Xuan's summoning of a celestial artifact? Yet, even if the coffin of the god of burial was a supreme celestial artifact, it should not have so easily breached the imperial barrier formation. Suddenly, a profound realization struck Jiang. He recalled that Lu Xuan had activated the heavy eye. Those endowed with the heavy eye possess the innate ability to see through all magical doctrines, inherently drawing closer to the great Tao. Legends proclaim that no formation or magical technique can withstand the advance of a heavy eye wielder. Could it be that Lu Xuan's heavy eye had already discerned the secrets of the imperial barrier formation? How could this be possible? Was the heavy eye truly so defiant against the heavens? Was it genuinely as invincible as rumored? Jiang could not contain his astonishment, his eyes reflecting both shock and understanding. He had come to grasp the truth. Lu Xuan had long since discerned the intricacies of the imperial barrier formation with his dual pupils, allowing him to easily dismantle it. Even without the divine artifact known as the god burial coffin, the imperial barrier could no longer impede Lu Xuan's advance. In this world, no formation could withstand the gaze of one blessed with dual pupils. How terrifying the dual pupil wielder truly is. Ah, Ancestor, if you do not descend soon, I may perish here. Emperor Jiang exclaimed in a hushed tone, his palms slick with sweat, tightly grasping a talisman. This talisman was bestowed upon him by their ancestral patriarch, enabling direct communion with the Ancestor and containing the essence of a powerful strike. At a critical juncture, it could preserve his very life. Upon witnessing the formation's collapse, he had no doubt regarding Lu Xuan's immense power. Previously, he had speculated that Lu Xuan's victory over the demon ape sovereign was merely a staged collaboration. However, that doubt had evaporated. The ability to instantaneously breach the imperial barrier formation suggested that Lu Xuan's triumph over the demon ape sovereign was entirely plausible. At that moment, Lu Xuan's cold voice echoed. "Come, let me see how you intend to twist your head off to offer it to me as a ball." This had initially been a jest from Emperor Jiang, intended to mock Lu Xuan. Never had he imagined that Lu Xuan would truly breach the sovereign-level formation. In that instant, Emperor Jiang's face flushed crimson, as if he had been soundly slapped, his dignity utterly shattered. "Lu Xuan, what are you so arrogant about? You merely rely on the might of divine artifacts. What is there to be proud of?" Emperor Jiangming's voice boomed, seemingly filled with bravado. Yet, beads of sweat had already begun to form on his forehead, and his body trembled with fear. Were it not for his uncertainty about escaping, he would have fled without hesitation. As for the imperial barrier, what concern was it of his? Even if the forces of the other races invaded and slaughtered the human cultivators within, it would still be Lu Xuan's fault. After all, it was Lu Xuan who had dismantled the imperial barrier formation and opened a direct path for the other races into the realm of humanity. If there were to be blame, it would undoubtedly fall upon Lu Xuan's shoulders. Jiangming, do not fret. I am nearly there. Just then, an aged yet commanding voice emanated from the talisman in Jiangming's grasp. It was the voice of the ancestral patriarch, a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Upon hearing that his ancestor was on the way, Jiangming's eyes brightened, and the terror within them dissipated in an instant. He excitedly raised his arm and proclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. The emperor is soon to arrive. If we can just hold on a moment longer, that traitor Lu Xuan will have no place to hide." As he spoke, the talisman in his hand drifted towards the walls of the imperial barrier, with a resounding boom as the talisman ignited. The oppressive walls of the imperial barrier erupted with a blinding radiance, enveloping the entire barrier once more. Just moments ago, Lu Xuan shattered the imperial barrier with the god burial coffin. Now he furrows his brows as he gazes at the divine light emanating from the city walls of the imperial fortress. His dual pupils activate once more. To his astonishment, these city walls possess not only offensive capabilities but are also an integrated defensive weapon of the imperial sovereign. Lu Xuan was profoundly astonished. Through his unique vision, he could distinctly perceive 9 formidable imperial laws swirling upon the city walls of the imperial pass. These represented the 9 most potent imperial laws under the human Tao. Each imperial law embodied an invincible human emperor. At this moment, the resplendent radiance enveloping the entire imperial pass was a manifestation of one such powerful imperial law. Each of these 9 imperial laws had attained perfection, akin to the presence of 9 imperial avatars. If I cannot subdue them, I shall forever remain barred from entering the imperial pass. Lu Xuan's expression turned grave. The esteem level formation was merely the first line of defense guarding the imperial pass. The walls of the imperial city itself served as the formidable weapon safeguarding this stronghold. At the very moment his words fell, 9 ethereal figures emerged from the 9 imperial sovereign laws manifested upon the walls of the imperial city. These were the true avatars of the imperial sovereigns. The 9 avatars of the human race's greatest sovereigns appeared simultaneously upon the walls, their indistinct yet colossal forms emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed all. The 9 imperial sovereign laws transformed into massive chains, firmly sealing the sky above the imperial pass. In front of the imperial pass, an unassailable line of defense was formed. With a thunderous sound, the radiant chains forged from the imperial sovereign laws extended infinitely, resembling colossal luminous whips, akin to a cage restraining the heavens and the earth. Enveloped in celestial light, simultaneously encircling the god-burying coffin. In an instant, the chains of luminous laws, radiating brilliance, bound the god-burying coffin tightly, resembling a gigantic zongzi. Suspended above the imperial pass, under the suppression of these resplendent imperial sovereign laws, the god-burying coffin began to shrink, rapidly diminishing from the size of a small mountain to merely 100 feet. The colossal avatars, formed from the 9 imperial sovereign laws, radiated brilliance as they hovered above the imperial pass, as if the sovereigns themselves had descended. Wielding divine light, the terrifying laws morphed into long whips of radiance, bearing down upon Lu Xuan. In the face of the suppression from the 9 imperial sovereign laws, Lu Xuan activated his heavy pupils, allowing him to glimpse the essence of these 9 sovereign laws. However, these were indeed the strongest 9 imperial sovereign laws of the human race, even with insight. Comprehending their depths was not something one could achieve in an instant. Lu Xuan remained unhurried, for he possessed ample time to engage in meticulous study. His form was akin to a phantom, deftly evading the resplendent whips of the laws. Simultaneously, he invoked the formidable power of the Panwu Great Strength. As his body housed a staggering total of 86,036 chaotic dantians, exuding an incessant flow of chaotic energy. Under the enhancement of the laws of strength, Lu Xuan faced the suppression of 9 distinct emperor-level laws without trepidation. Particularly, his chaotic physique allowed him to remain impervious to the constraints of these laws. Thus, when these 9 emperor-level laws descended upon him, his chaotic body instinctively shielded him from a significant portion of their might. Consequently, Even while confronting the suppression of 9 emperor-level laws, Lu Xuan navigated with remarkable ease, skillfully evading the myriad chain attacks manifested by the emperor-level laws through a newly comprehended fragment of true dragon speed. The densely woven chains of law, radiant with brilliance, nearly transformed the heavens and earth into an expansive net, yet Lu Xuan moved with the grace of a nimble fish, gliding effortlessly between the gaps of these chains. Indeed, the synergy between his dual pupils and chaotic physique proved to be an invincible force, coupled with the Panwu great strength, despite being merely at the initial stage of emperor level. I remain undaunted by these pinnacle laws of the emperor. Lu Xuan's eyes flickered with excitement within. These 9 imperial laws were left behind by the 9 great emperors of humanity. Although they may not necessarily belong to the current 9 great emperors, it is highly probable that they originated from an even more ancient era of human emperors. Yet, the laws they mastered are entirely the same imperial principles. Lu Xuan is now battling against these imperial laws, akin to engaging in combat with the 9 great emperors. These are merely the 9 imperial laws inscribed upon the walls of the imperial pass, sealed within the mouths of the emperor-grade divine weapons. Their potency and lethality significantly diminished compared to genuine human emperors. For Lu Xuan, this presents an invaluable opportunity to familiarize himself with the combat prowess of the human emperors. Previously, in his confrontation with the demon ape sovereign, he merely grasped the disparity between himself and the seasoned emperors. However, now, in combat against these titanic manifestations of the 9 imperial laws, he can truly comprehend the strategies employed by the human emperors. Thus, Lu Xuan cherishes this moment, choosing not to hastily destroy these incarnations of the imperial laws, but rather to engage in battle while discerning their might, mastering their techniques. To external observers, however, his current state appears as though he is ensnared by the 9 titans, desperately fleeing as if his very life hangs in the balance. Above the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming witnesses this scene, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. Lu Xuan, weren't you formidable? If you possess such prowess, then shatter the formation once more. Haha. Do not presume that you alone wield divine artifacts. Our human imperial pass walls are, in themselves, divine weapons. Now that your god-burying coffin is suppressed, let us see what waves you can still stir. Jiangming's laughter erupts, his tone regaining its arrogance. He eagerly anticipates witnessing Lu Xuan's downfall beneath the might of the 9 incarnations of the imperial laws. Above the Sea of Realms, the ancient beings of other races cast anxious glances skyward. Previously, when Lu Xuan had shattered the imperial pass formation with the god-burying coffin, they were left astounded. Yet, amidst their astonishment, elation followed. With the imperial pass formation breached, they were fervently eager to surge past it and invade the realm of humans. However, before they could make their move, they were confronted with this astonishing spectacle. No one had anticipated that the walls of the imperial pass would house such formidable emperor-grade divine weapons, capable of unleashing imperial laws. 9 distinct imperial laws, no less. Observing the 9 towering giants, entirely formed from the imperial laws, even the most powerful among the ancient beings, the demon ape sovereign, was taken aback, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. By the heavens, these humans are cunning. Who would have thought that their imperial pass walls are also emperor-grade divine weapons? Lu Xuan is now essentially confronting 9 emperors alone. How can he possibly withstand this? A look of concern crept into the demon ape sovereign's eyes. Just moments ago, he had expressed a desire to befriend Lu Xuan, offering his assistance should the need arise. Now, seeing Lu Xuan in peril, he could not remain idle. This is untenable. I must lend him a hand. I cannot allow those deceitful creatures to revel in his misfortune. As he spoke, the demon ape sovereign prepared to act. But before he could take a step, he was halted by the Qing Fox sovereign. Qing Fox, are you going to impede me? Or do you intend to watch as Lu Xuan is bullied by them? The enraged demon ape sovereign glared at the Azure Fox sovereign, his tone laced with hostility as he questioned, I am aware that Lu Xuan has slain numerous beings of our kind. If you are plotting against him now, I hold you in contempt. He assumed that the Azure Fox sovereign sought to seize this opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by Lu Xuan, his voice brimming with indignation. Indeed, Lu Xuan has taken many lives from our kind, but that merely attests to his formidable prowess. We, as a race, revere the strong. How could I ever conspire against him? The Azure Fox sovereign replied with a bitter smile, I understand your concern for Lu Xuan, but let us refrain from intervening for the time being. Do not forget, he has already warned us that unless he speaks first, we must not involve ourselves. Should you choose to act now, he would not only be ungrateful, but might also become irate. At this juncture, The Azure Fox sovereign revealed a hint of cunning as he whispered, "Moreover, how can you be certain that Lu Xuan requires your assistance? If he can best you, then you ought to place your faith in him." This explanation brought a measure of calm to the demon ape sovereign. Previously convinced that Lu Xuan was ensnared in a dire predicament, he now discerned some extraordinary nuances. Initially perceiving Lu Xuan to be in peril, he soon realized, upon closer observation, that Lu Xuan exhibited not a trace of anxiety. On the contrary, he maneuvered with remarkable ease amidst the onslaught of the 9 sovereign law giants. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Truly worthy of being the man who has bested me." The demon ape sovereign did not hesitate to express his admiration and praise for Lu Xuan, especially when he noticed the resplendent divine light radiating from Lu Xuan's dual pupils, which led him to surmise Lu Xuan's true intentions. Lu Xuan is deliberately stalling for time. His intention is to comprehend the 9 imperial laws mastered by the human emperor from those 9 colossal figures of law. This revelation left the demon ape sovereign astounded. Drawing in a sharp breath of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Lu Xuan, this is utterly audacious. In such circumstances, he still dares to seek enlightenment on the imperial laws. Truly, he possesses unparalleled boldness. Even an esteemed figure like the demon ape sovereign, a pinnacle powerhouse among the emperors, would not dare to underestimate the imperial divine weapons in such a situation." Lu Xuan had just recently entered the emperor-level realm, yet he dared to be so audacious. This was not merely boldness, but sheer madness. The Golden Eagle Sovereign and the White Bear Sovereign, standing nearby, were equally taken aback by the words of the Demon Ape Sovereign. Initially, they believed that Lu Xuan could not withstand the onslaught of the 9 manifestations of the Emperor's laws. However, upon the revelation by the Demon Ape Sovereign, they began to discern the intricacies of the situation. Instantly, they were left in stunned disbelief, gasping in astonishment. Lu Xuan was truly a lunatic. Not just a lunatic. This was tantamount to courting death. Before the Emperor's pass, Lu Xuan was enveloped in a swirling chaos, emanating a faint glow, as agile as a swimming fish, darting between the 9 colossal giants with an ethereal speed. With each graceful maneuver, he not only uncovered deeper mysteries of the imperial laws but also found his recently acquired true dragon speed becoming increasingly nimble and adept. At this moment, he truly resembled a genuine dragon, his velocity reaching unparalleled heights, while the 9 giants, embodiments of imperial laws, could only trail behind, tasting the dust of his wake. Indeed, the prowess of the true dragon lineage was remarkable. What I had grasped was merely a fraction, yet my speed had multiplied exponentially. Should I fully master the true dragon speed, it would undoubtedly serve as the ultimate means of escape. Lu Xuan's eyes flickered with excitement. In the blink of an eye, he had been entangled in a fierce struggle with the 9 colossal beings of law for nearly half an hour. Within that span, the 9 giants had not even managed to lay a finger on him, serving entirely as his sparring partners. Lu Xuan, endowed with the divine power of his dual pupils, delved into the profound principles of the imperial laws embodied by these mighty beings, all the while rapidly enhancing his own capabilities and familiarizing himself with the myriad techniques of the 9 esteemed emperors of the human race. He even aspired to glean the complete essence of the imperial laws directly from these colossal figures. However, such an ambition was, after all, somewhat unrealistic. Although the prowess of the dual pupils was formidable, it could not possibly grant him the comprehension of the entire spectrum of the 9 imperial laws in an instant. To discern even a semblance of their intricacies would be a remarkable achievement. Lu Xuan was already aware of this principle. He had become quite familiar with 7 out of the 9 imperial laws of the human race. Continuing to observe further would yield only marginal improvement. Break. With a chilling shout from Lu Xuan, the coffin of the god of burial, ensnared by countless chains of law, suddenly radiated a resplendent divine light. Within the coffin, 54 seals were activated, unleashing a mysterious brilliance capable of obliterating all, instantly shattering the restraints of the innumerable chains of law. At the same moment, Lu Xuan also escaped from the encirclement of the 9 towering giants of law, hovering above the god burial coffin, burying heaven, burying earth, burying gods and demons. Lu Xuan swiftly altered the mystical seals in his hands, while beneath his feet, the god-burying coffin resembled a colossal black hole, emanating an awe-inspiring gravitational force that instantaneously engulfed the 9 titanic figures formed by the imperial laws. Once drawn into the coffin, the 9 majestic embodiments of the laws reverted to their ethereal forms, rampaging within its confines. Lu Xuan seized the opportunity, harnessing the power of the 9 imperial laws to assail the sealing restrictions of the god-burial coffin. Utilizing force against force, He aimed to refine the restrictions of the coffin with this formidable energy. Thunderous roars reverberated through the air as the entire god burial coffin trembled, its various magical restrictions shattering in an instant. After assisting Lu Xuan in breaking through 3 of these magical barriers, the 9 imperial laws dissipated entirely. Haha. This time, he struck it rich, having successfully unlocked 3 sealing restrictions. Alas, the imperial laws were too few. If only there were more. Lu Xuan beamed with joy. Previously, he had utilized the power of the 5-fold celestial calamities to unlock the seals of the divine burial coffin, opening 54 restrictions. 54 seals signify that the divine burial coffin has reached the realm of a superior celestial artifact. It could also be described as being at the level of a superior emperor-grade divine weapon. The term emperor-grade divine weapon refers to weapons that surpass the extreme emperor-grade weapons. In essence, emperor-grade divine weapons and celestial artifacts belong to the same realm. However, emperor-grade divine weapons are formidable weapons forged in the lower realms. Although they embody the laws of the emperor, they have not been refined by celestial energy, hence they cannot be classified as celestial artifacts. For instance, the city walls of the imperial pass beneath his feet are divine weapons crafted collaboratively by the 9 great emperors of the human race, infused with the laws of the emperor. Yet, since they have not undergone celestial refinement, they are referred to as emperor-grade divine weapons rather than celestial artifacts. In truth, the power of these emperor-grade divine weapons is nearly indistinguishable from that of celestial artifacts. As for the divine burial coffin in Lu Xuan's possession, it is undoubtedly a unique entity. When Lu Xuan first discovered the divine burial coffin, it contained a staggering 108 magical restrictions. Once fully unsealed, it would reveal itself as a true celestial emperor artifact, the most powerful divine weapon that can only be forged at the celestial emperor realm. Moreover, the divine burial coffin had already undergone celestial refinement. Thus, after unlocking 54 seals, Lu Xuan could refer to it as a celestial artifact rather than an emperor-grade divine weapon. Now, with the aid of the 9 laws of the emperor, he managed to unlock 3 additional restrictions, elevating the divine burial coffin's status directly from that of a celestial artifact to the realm of a celestial king's weapon. In a lower realm where celestial artifacts are exceedingly rare, celestial king's weapons undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of divine weaponry. Although the consumption of the 9 laws of the emperor only permitted Lu Xuan to refine 3 magical restrictions, it was still a remarkable achievement. After all, these 3 restrictions significantly enhanced the level of the divine burial coffin, advancing it from a celestial artifact to the realm of a celestial king's weapon. Upon refining 57 magical restrictions, Lu Xuan could distinctly sense a closer bond between himself and the divine burial coffin. He even acquired some entirely new divine abilities from the coffin itself. These abilities pertain to the manipulation of the divine burial coffin, and only by mastering them could he unleash the true power of the celestial king's weapon. Lu Xuan merely cast a fleeting glance. Given the current circumstances, he lacked the luxury of time to diligently cultivate these divine techniques. However, having broken through the 9 imperial laws, the city walls of the imperial gate beneath his feet no longer instilled fear. Heaven's burial strike. With a thunderous shout, Lu Xuan unleashed the coffin of the god of burial, which erupted with a dazzling divine light capable of annihilating all. As it descended upon the walls of the imperial pass, these walls represented the final bastion of defense for the imperial pass. Breaching them would grant him access to the realm of humankind. No. Witnessing the coffin of the god of burial shatter layer upon layer of luminous barriers en route to the imperial pass walls, Emperor Jiangming's eyes widened in despair. The walls were their last line of defense. Should they fall, it would spell doom for them all, leaving no hope of survival. Yet no matter how vehemently he cried out, he could not prevent the inevitable breach. With the might of a superior celestial artifact, the coffin surged forward relentlessly, breaching the imperial pass walls and creating a gaping hole. The vast expanse of the imperial pass, stretching thousands of miles, was rent open by an aperture hundreds of feet wide. In that instant, even the protective barrier enveloping the imperial pass was torn asunder. Upon witnessing this calamity, Emperor Jiangming collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. It was over, completely over. He felt as though his very soul had been wrenched from him. His eyes reflecting only terror and dread, his body trembling uncontrollably. The imperial pass, which they had defended for 100 millennia, was shattered by none other than Lu Xuan. As the gates of the imperial pass swung open, Lu Xuan strode through unimpeded. The moment he set foot upon the walls, a surge of emotions flooded him. After 100,000 years, once threatened by the 7 great emperors and exiled to the abyss for a millennium, he had thought he would never return to the imperial pass in this lifetime. He had even prepared himself for an eternal rest within the abyss. Yet, against all odds, he found himself back at the Imperial Pass. Gazing upon the once familiar sight of the Imperial Pass, tears welled in Lu Xuan's eyes. No matter the circumstances, he was still of the human race. He had once shed blood and given his all upon these walls. In the past, he had stood here, a lone figure with sword and coffin, repelling a million-strong alien army. He had once been a hero safeguarding humanity. Yet now, he had torn open a breach in that very same bastion with his own hands. Nonetheless, Lu Xuan harbored no sense of guilt. 100 millennia ago, he had single-handedly held back the alien forces, safeguarding the Imperial Pass and humanity. Yet he was vilified and schemed against by the 7 great emperors, ultimately forced to abandon his kin. For 100,000 years, he had stood vigil over the abyss, harboring a sense of injustice. Yet never once did he waver in his resolve. Throughout those years, he had prevented the alien races from stepping foot into the abyss. He had secured a century of peace for humanity. However, the 7 great emperors, who had once vowed to protect his kin for eternity, betrayed that promise, showing disloyalty and deceit. Not only did they fail to safeguard his family, but they nearly brought the Lu clan to ruin, threatening their very legacy. Therefore, he owed nothing to humanity. Rather, humanity was indebted to him. I have guarded the abyss for 100 millennia, securing peace for humanity for 100,000 years. However, you, the esteemed emperor of the human race, have betrayed your trust, resulting in the near annihilation of my Lu family. Now that I seek to return, you obstruct my path home. Is this how you treat the meritorious of the human race? Lu Xuan's countenance was dark, and his voice was frigid, each utterance laden with his grievances and fury. For a moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire Imperial Pass. Many began to murmur softly, doubt etched in their eyes. It was evident that Lu Xuan was forthright, seemingly devoid of deceit. Could it be that everything he had asserted was indeed the truth? Had he truly been slandered? Were the imperial sovereigns so apprehensive of him that they compelled his departure from the human race? The veracity of events 100,000 years ago had become impossible to ascertain. However, over these millennia, tranquility had reigned over the Imperial Pass. The foreign tribes had vanished without a trace during this time, never to intrude upon them. We had grown accustomed to this peace, yet in hindsight, it now appeared rather illogical. Thus, it seemed that Lu Xuan's claims bore an air of authenticity. Perhaps it was his guardianship of the abyss that had deterred the foreign tribes from encroaching upon the Imperial Pass for so long. If Lu Xuan's assertions were indeed factual, did that not imply that our human race's sovereigns had been dishonest? Observing the human cultivators beginning to unravel the truth, Emperor Jiangming grew anxious. To suppress Lu Xuan and target him was the stratagem of the human sovereigns, initially proposed by the forebear of the Jiang clan, who also stood as the principal architect and beneficiary. Though Emperor Jiangming had not personally witnessed the events of 100,000 years prior, he had gleaned fragments of the truth from his ancestors' recounting. Hence, many within the Jiang clan possessed some understanding of the truths from that era. Now, witnessing the cultivator's suspicions cast upon the human sovereigns, he sprang to his feet and bellowed, "Lu Xuan, no matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot alter the fact of your collusion with the foreign tribes. You are a traitor to the human race. 100,000 years ago, you were already cast out from our kind, and now you dare to assault the Imperial Pass. Your crimes are heinous. Just wait. The sovereigns shall soon arrive, and that will be your end." Emperor Jiangming was not foolish. As he spoke, he hastily retreated, intent on escaping the Imperial Pass. He understood that the human sovereigns were approaching, perhaps on the brink of arrival. Thus, he needed to distance himself from Lu Xuan as swiftly as possible. Once the human sovereigns descended, he would no longer need to concern himself with a mere Lu Xuan. Upon witnessing Emperor Jiangming's attempt to flee, Lu Xuan let out a cold laugh, and with a mere flick of his hand, a terrifying radiance descended from the heavens, striking Jiangming down to the ground. Thud! Just as he reached the gates of the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiangming fell like a toppled stalk, struggling to rise and flee once more, only to be suppressed again by an overwhelming force, forced to the ground. It was Lu Xuan's intervention from above the Imperial Pass. Under the dominance of his law of power, the entirety of the Imperial Pass transformed into his domain of loss. In an instant, every being within the confines of the Imperial Pass sensed a formidable majesty, their souls trembling under the weight of his suppression. 100,000 years ago, you, the esteemed patriarch of the Jiang family, compelled me to depart from the realm of humanity. I shall take this opportunity to reclaim a fraction of the interest on that debt from you." Lu Xuan's voice resonated with a deep, commanding authority, echoing throughout the Imperial Pass. The once mighty Emperor Jiangming, now subdued and prostrate on the ground, was instantly paralyzed with terror, his face paling to a ghostly hue. Under the immense weight of Lu Xuan's imperial laws, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Though the divide between the pinnacle of an emperor and that of an imperial sovereign may seem narrow, the disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. In the presence of Lu Xuan, Jiangming, at his peak, was no more significant than an insignificant insect. As Lu Xuan descended from the city walls, advancing step by step into the imperial pass, Jiangming was consumed by dread. "Ancestors, if you do not come soon, all that will remain of me is a corpse." His voice quivered with fear as he stumbled backward, desperately attempting to flee the imperial pass. Yet, the gate, which was but a mere step away, now felt as distant as the stars. He tried in vain. Struggling futilely in place, his gaze fixated in horror upon Lu Xuan, who drew ever nearer with each deliberate step. Lu Xuan stepped into the imperial pass with a somber expression. With each footfall, it felt as if the hearts of those present were struck fiercely. Thud, thud. Within the vast confines of the imperial pass, the only sound that resonated was the echo of Lu Xuan's footsteps. As he advanced, the surrounding human emperors, filled with terror, retreated in haste, none daring to obstruct his path. The multitude of cultivators within the imperial pass instinctively recoiled, creating a wide berth for Lu Xuan as he progressed forward. Upon reaching the end of the imperial pass, his final step halted directly before the terrified Jiming Emperor, who lay prostrate on the ground. At that moment, the former arrogance of Jiming Emperor had vanished entirely. As Lu Xuan's foot came to a stop before him, fear consumed his expression, and in a panic, he shouted, "No, Lu Xuan, you cannot kill me. I am the emperor of the Jiang family. My ancestor will arrive shortly. If you take my life, he will not spare you. Moreover, your kin will also pay the ultimate price for your impulsiveness. As long as you spare me, there remains a chance for reconciliation between us. Even if you disregard your own life, must you not consider the lives of your own family? Do you truly wish to witness their demise?" Jiming Emperor, akin to a frightened bird, was not merely threatening Lu Xuan but was also pleading for mercy. He had long since realized that Lu Xuan was undeterred by death. Even the presence of their family's imperial sovereign would fail to intimidate him. Yet, Lu Xuan had something to protect, his relatives of the Lu family. Indeed. Upon hearing Jiming Emperor reference the Lu family, Lu Xuan's countenance shifted dramatically. He understood that Jiming's words were not exaggerated in the least. Although he had crossed the imperial pass, returning to the Lu family was not a matter of mere moments. The imperial pass served as the first line of defense safeguarding the human realm, with several formidable barriers still lying between it and their territory. Lu Xuan had once heard of the origins of the imperial pass. Initially, the first checkpoint of the human realm was not located here, but rather at the entrance of the human domain, a distance of over 100,000 miles away. This location served as a gateway, should it be breached. Foreign entities could surge in and invade human lands directly. Due to its proximity to the human territory, each breach resulted in a bloody catastrophe. To address this peril, powerful figures of the human race united to create a new barrier, establishing it 1,000 miles distant from the human domain. This initiative significantly reduced the danger of an immediate assault on their realm. Witnessing the advantages of erecting barriers outside the human domain, suggestions arose to construct even more formidable fortifications at greater distances. Thus, barriers were established progressively from 1,000 miles to 20,000, and eventually to 30,000 miles, until they reached the very edge of the Sea of Realms. Between the Sea of Realms and the domain of humanity, a distance of 100,000 and 80,000 miles has witnessed the establishment of 9 formidable strongholds, aptly referred to as the 9 majestic barriers. Each of these strongholds bears its own name, yet the one beneath their feet is distinguished as the Imperial Barrier. This designation arises from its role as the foremost bastion against the encroachment of alien races. The wars that have erupted here are nothing short of cataclysmic, featuring battles of at least imperial caliber. Since the inception of the Imperial Barrier, countless emperors have perished upon its grounds, their numbers reaching into the thousands. It is no exaggeration to assert that every inch of earth beneath the Imperial Barrier has been drenched in imperial blood, thus earning its revered title. The establishment of the Imperial Barrier has yielded remarkable results. With the presence of the 9 strongholds, the difficulty for alien races to breach the domain of humanity has escalated to unprecedented heights. There are even whispers that since the completion of these 9 formidable barriers, the alien races have not truly penetrated the human domain. The veracity of such claims remains uncertain to Lu Xuan. However, He is well aware of the battle that transpired 100,000 years ago. During that conflict, the alien sovereigns nearly unleashed their entire might, breaching the imperial barrier and advancing through the subsequent 8 strongholds, yet ultimately they were forced to retreat in defeat. In that fateful encounter, the alien forces faltered before the last stronghold, witnessing the human domain tantalizingly close, yet compelled to withdraw back to their own realm. Each of the 9 strongholds stands as resolutely unyielding as the imperial barrier itself. Although Lu Xuan has breached the imperial pass, it does not guarantee that he can subsequently conquer the 8 formidable barriers that lie ahead. Even if he were to succeed, it would undoubtedly be a protracted endeavor. The imperial dignitaries of the human race will not simply stand by as he navigates through these trials. Should they disregard their own status and make a move against the Lu family, Lu Xuan would find himself powerless to protect his kin. It must be acknowledged that the threat posed by Emperor Jiangming has indeed struck a nerve with Lu Xuan. Noticing Lu Xuan's hesitation to act or speak, Emperor Jiangming realized he had grasped Lu Xuan's vulnerability. He breathed a sigh of relief and hastily pressed on, saying, "Lu Xuan, if you let me go now, I will intercede on your behalf with the imperial dignitaries. Given your current strength, they would undoubtedly hesitate to impose severe penalties upon you. Even if punishment were to be meted out, it would only be a minor reprimand. The past is behind us. There is no need to burden ourselves over matters that are irretrievable. We cannot remain trapped in bygone days. One must look forward in life. If you are willing to cease hostilities now, there is still room for reconciliation." Though Emperor Jiangming's words were somewhat veiled, Lu Xuan grasped their implication. To not dwell in the past. Was that not an invitation to overlook the grievances of 100,000 years ago? To disregard the injustices that the Lu family has endured over the millennia? Lu Xuan let out a chilling smile, pressing his foot upon the head of the Emperor Jiangming, nearly crushing it with a single step. What qualifications does a mere emperor of the Jiang family possess to counsel me to relinquish my hatred? With half of his face pressed against the ground, Emperor Jiangming was so frightened that he almost lost control. He had genuinely believed that his previous words had swayed Lu Xuan, even convincing himself that he would escape death. Yet, what was the situation? Lu Xuan, did this fellow truly heed the words he just uttered? Just moments ago, the arrogant Emperor Jiangming had been attempting to persuade Lu Xuan, but now he was utterly terrified, his soul seemingly lost as he frantically pleaded for mercy. "Lu Xuan, I was wrong. I shall speak no more. I beg you, do not kill me. The grievances of the past were the Jiang family's fault. Yet, that is not my doing. Wu, when you were cast out from the human race, I had yet to be born. As for the subsequent persecution faced by your Lu family, I had no part in it. I have never even met a member of your family, nor do I know where you reside. This has nothing to do with me. Even if you seek revenge, slaying me would serve no purpose." A once mighty peak emperor now resembled a stray dog, desperately imploring Lu Xuan for clemency. Just as Emperor Jiangming was engaged in his frantic pleas, a furious voice thundered from the very ends of the heavens, "Silence! How could my Jiang family produce such a waste as you?" With the utterance of those words, a terrifying imperial law descended like a rainbow piercing the sun, swiftly arriving from the ends of the universe and crashing upon the imperial gate. Boom! As this imperial law descended, a colossal figure, a giant manifestation, appeared in the sky. After casting a furious glare at the pitiful Emperor Jiangming, its cold, piercing gaze turned toward Lu Xuan, and in a deep, authoritative voice it bellowed, "Lu Xuan, who granted you the audacity to insult a member of my Jiang family?" Jiang Wuliang. Upon witnessing the giant manifestation above the imperial gate, a profound hatred surged within Lu Xuan's eyes. Jiang Wuliang, the Jiang family's imperial sovereign. It was precisely this sovereign who had advocated for his expulsion from the human race 100,000 years ago. Although it was the combined efforts of the 7 great emperors that led to his banishment, their attitudes were not uniformly aligned. Among them, 2 emperors had opposed the decision, even suggesting that Lu Xuan's contributions be made known to all, so that everyone would recognize the monumental achievements he had accomplished in that battle. Nonetheless, the emperors supporting his expulsion ultimately prevailed. Of the 7 great emperors who participated in that battle, 5 were adamant about casting Lu Xuan out of the human race. The most resolute among them was none other than Jiang Wuliang. Thus, it can be asserted that Lu Xuan's tragedy over the past 100,000 years was entirely orchestrated by Jiang Wuliang. If one were to identify Lu Xuan's greatest enemy among the human emperors, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Wuliang. Consequently, Lu Xuan harbored the deepest animosity toward the Jiang family. 100,000 years ago, faced with the coercion of these human emperors, Lu Xuan found himself powerless. For the sake of his kin, he had to endure in silence, willingly taking on the role of guardian of Yuan. Now, having returned and ascended to the status of an emperor, it was as if old foes were reunited, their eyes filled with enmity. Were it not for the fact that he was currently standing upon Emperor Jiangming, Lu Xuan might have been unable to restrain himself and would have charged directly at Jiang Wuliang for a fierce battle. Of course, Lu Xuan was not foolish. After all, he is merely a novice emperor, while Jiang Wuliang stands at the pinnacle of emperor status. In terms of current strength, he may not be inferior to the demon ape sovereign. In a direct confrontation, Lu Xuan would undoubtedly fall short against Jiang Wuliang. However, Lu Xuan harbors no fear. With his present capabilities, it would not be an easy task for Jiang Wuliang to take his life. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, calming the tumultuous emotions within him. His gaze, brimming with murderous intent, was fixed upon Jiang Wuliang, who had descended upon the imperial pass. In a voice that resonated with authority and gravitas, he declared, "Jiang Wuliang, it has been 100,000 years since we last met, and I am astonished that you, old wretch, still draw breath. Do you comprehend the fervent prayers I have uttered during those eons in Yuan? Day and night. I wished for a fate wherein you shameless old relics would endure lives worse than death. I longed for you to choke on water, to suffocate on your meals, and to meet your end by falling into a latrine pit. Yet, it appears that the heavens are indeed blind, allowing a hypocrite like you to survive until this day." Lu Xuan's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing his scathing remarks, everyone within and beyond the imperial pass was rendered utterly astounded. Could such words truly emanate from an emperor? These profanities resembled the quarrels of roguish street brawlers. No one anticipated that such vulgarities would escape Lu Xuan's lips. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Xuan is still an emperor. Has he no dignity left? Good heavens! This fellow is indeed audacious. Look, even the venerable elder of the Jiang clan is left speechless by his tirade. What a relief! Truly a delightful spectacle. I feel compelled to join in and hurl a few insults myself. Beyond the imperial pass, the demon ape sovereign laughed heartily, his voice echoing into the pass, offering no courtesy to Jiang Wuliang. The already grim-faced Jiang Wuliang, upon hearing the demon ape sovereign's provocation, nearly succumbed to fury. Within the imperial pass, the human cultivators stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend that a powerful emperor would utter such venomous curses. Even the Emperor Jiangming, who was trampled beneath Lu Xuan's foot, was left in shock, incredulously exclaiming, "Lu Xuan, have you lost your mind? This is my ancestor from the Jiang family. You are the first to dare insult our patriarch so brazenly. Are you truly unafraid of death?" Above the imperial pass, the elder of the Jiang clan trembled with rage. He is the patriarch of the Jiang family, an emperor of the human race. Moreover, one of the 7 esteemed lords of the Supreme Hall. Among the humans, he holds an unparalleled status. Who among them does not prostrate in reverence upon seeing him? Such a lofty figure has never encountered a scene like this. Moreover, to be cursed at directly is far more intolerable than a slap to the face. Lu Xuan, it seems you have truly lost your senses. Who gave you the audacity to insult me? Jiang Wuliang trembled with fury, his voice quivering with rage as he bellowed. It appears that banishing you from the human race 100,000 years ago was a monumental error. Had I known you were such a treacherous wretch, I would have eliminated you and your Lu family back then. A single moment of restraint has allowed you, this ungrateful wretch, to flourish. At the mention of events from 100,000 years ago, the flames of fury in Lu Xuan's eyes nearly erupted, and with a cold snort, he retorted sharply, "Jiang Wuliang, do you even have the face to bring up 100,000 years ago? Are you not afraid of exposing the truth of that error to the world? Let all witness the hypocritical and shameless faces of you human emperors." Jiang Wuliang, filled with wrath, felt his expression shift dramatically upon hearing the truth of that long-ago incident, causing his anger to diminish significantly as he warned with a hint of fear, "Lu Xuan, do not forget, your kin still reside among the humans. If you dare speak lies and distort the truth, I will not hesitate to ensure your family meets their demise alongside you." At the moment Jiang Wuliang mentioned Lu's family, the anger Lu Xuan had been suppressing erupted in full force. 100,000 years ago, this despicable wretch used the members of the Lu family to threaten him. Now, the same scene unfolds once more. However, the Lu Xuan of today is no longer the same. The moment he shattered the imperial barrier, there was no turning back. This time, he shall not succumb to any threats. Even if it costs the lives of his kin, he will not falter. Ha, Jiang Wuliang. You remain as shameless as you were 100,000 years ago. Back then, You wielded the lives of your kin as a means to coerce me. At that time, for the sake of my family, I had no choice but to yield to your threats, and I never returned to the realm of humanity thereafter. Yet what of you? Did you fulfill the promises you made to me back then? Lu Xuan's countenance was so grim that it seemed capable of dripping water. His voice, though not loud, resonated with the weight of a heavy drum, striking at the hearts of all present. Particularly, his final query left Jiang Wuliang in an excruciatingly awkward predicament. The esteemed emperor of the human race found himself rendered speechless by Lu Xuan's interrogation, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Xuan, however, was not prepared to let him off the hook. The grievances accumulated over 100,000 years seemed poised to erupt at this very moment. A century ago, you pledged to me that as long as I departed from the human race to guard the Tianyuan, you would safeguard the Lu family, ensuring its eternal peace. Yet, how have you acted? After my departure from the human realm, you turned around and began to suppress and target the Lu family. Were it not for the remnants of our family's heritage and some degree of means, we would have ceased to exist long ago. His voice, once calm and composed, gradually grew fervent as he recounted his grievances. Ultimately, he roared with icy intensity, "You esteemed emperors of the human race, perched high above, are even beneath the most despicable commoners. Even the lowliest of merchants understand the value of keeping one's word. However, your promises are as empty as the wind. The oaths you have made are worth less than mere chatter. Old scoundrel with your white beard, you have squandered hundreds of thousands of years, yet possess not an ounce of shame. I cannot fathom how a shameless wretch like you can bear to exist in this world." Lu Xuan's pointed inquiries not only stripped away Jiang Wuliang's facade, but also laid bare the true nature of the esteemed human sovereigns, revealing them as a collection of deceitful and contemptible beings. Who could have anticipated that these lofty figures, once regarded with reverence, were in fact a cabal of treacherous individuals devoid of integrity? Initially, some human cultivators harbored skepticism towards Lu Xuan's assertions. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Wuliang's profound embarrassment, it became abundantly clear that Lu Xuan's claims were indeed truthful. 100,000 years prior, these exalted human sovereigns not only defamed Lu Xuan and appropriated his achievements, but also, out of fear of his burgeoning strength threatening their positions, resorted to using Lu's kin as leverage to force him into exile from the human realm. Furthermore, after Lu Xuan's departure, these sovereigns swiftly turned their malice towards the Lu family, intent on obliterating their lineage entirely. Such actions were not merely despicable, they were utterly shameless. Even the most ordinary human cultivators would scorn the notion of employing family members as pawns in such disgraceful machinations. Yet, it was precisely these revered human sovereigns who perpetrated such ignoble deeds. In that moment, many cultivators found their faith in these sovereigns wavering, their adulation beginning to erode. Whispers of doubt emerged. Could such conduct possibly merit the title of human sovereign? Jiang Wuliang, a pinnacle of sovereign power, felt the weight of their murmurs reach his ears, and his countenance shifted drastically. Even as a sovereign, he could not silence the voices of the world. Should the truth of these events be substantiated, these once respected sovereigns would find themselves reviled like common vermin, determined to prevent even a whisper of today's occurrences from escaping. His eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. To conceal the truth, he resolved that he would not hesitate to annihilate the imperial pass if necessary. With a scornful snort, he fixed a chilling glare upon Lu Xuan, his voice laced with venom as he thundered, "Lu Xuan, I had not anticipated your talent for distortion to have grown so formidable. It was you who colluded with foreign tribes and recklessly breached the imperial pass barrier, plunging our realm into catastrophe. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the 7 sovereigns and countless cultivators, our domain would have long since succumbed to desolation. Even now, you remain obstinate, not only twisting the truth and defaming us, but audaciously breaching the imperial pass once more. Is it not your intention to repeat your treachery, conspiring with alien forces to annihilate our kind? Your wolfish ambition is glaringly evident. The facts are laid bare before us. No amount of your crafty rhetoric can alter the reality." Jiang Wuliang's words are truly a case of throwing the blame back, casting all faults upon Lu Xuan. If it were 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan might have engaged in further debate with him. However, now, Lu Xuan has long ceased to care about such matters. He had already witnessed the shamelessness of these human sovereigns 100,000 years prior. Hence, he feels no surprise at Jiang Wuliang's reversal of truth and blame-shifting. With a cold smile, his aura surged dramatically, causing the Emperor Jiang Ming, whom he had underfoot, to let out a terrified wail. Above the imperial pass, Jiang Wuliang's eyes nearly burst with fury. Lu Xuan, the scoundrel, is intentionally humiliating him. Jiang Wuliang's fury erupted as the emperor's laws enveloped the heavens and the earth. With a voice cold as ice, he commanded, Lu Xuan, release him at once. Should he lose even a single hair, I shall ensure your demise will be without a grave. However, at the very moment his words fell, Lu Xuan brought his foot down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the head of Emperor Jiang Ming was crushed beneath his heel. Lu Xuan's actions were nothing short of a slap in the face. As Jiang Wuliang had just issued a warning to Lu Xuan, before his words had fully resonated, Lu Xuan decisively crushed the head of Emperor Jiang Ming. This was an unmistakable and brazen provocation. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. After shattering Emperor Jiang Ming's consciousness with a single step, Lu Xuan effortlessly grasped and obliterated his physical form, extracting the essence of his imperial origin, thus ensuring his complete annihilation. Lu Xuan casually held the original essence of the emperor left behind by Emperor Jiang Ming, treating it like a mere toy, tossing it into the air before catching it effortlessly. It was only then that he feigned surprise, as if just hearing Jiang Wuliang's threat. Raising his gaze towards Jiang Wuliang in the skies above, a provocation evident in the cold smile gracing his lips. So what? Are you intending to leave me without a burial place? Jiang Wuliang, already on the brink of exploding with fury, was utterly unhinged by Lu Xuan's words. A mouthful of old blood nearly erupted from him, but he managed to swallow it back down. As the revered emperor of the human race, he was the supreme being of humanity. Should he be publicly provoked to the point of spitting blood, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, Lu Xuan had the audacity to crush his family's emperor right before his eyes. This was no mere humiliation. It was a blatant provocation to him. The human race's emperor. Taking a deep breath to steady his raging emotions, Jiang Wuliang's expression shifted dozens of times before settling into a semblance of calm. His voice, cold and seething, emerged from between clenched teeth. Lu Xuan, you are courting death. Meanwhile, in the realm of humanity, at the pinnacle of the nine heavens world, in the ancestral land of the Jiang family, an elder surrounded by the laws of the emperor suddenly opened his eyes. As light poured forth, it became evident that his visage mirrored that of Jiang Wuliang, who was currently at the imperial gate, surrounded by the laws of the emperor. He could summon countless imperial laws with a mere wave of his hand, clearly having mastered them to their utmost extent. If Lu Xuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this man's power had surpassed the limits of the fusion realm and was on the verge of entering the next stage, the harmonization realm. Once harmonized, he would transcend even the emperor. In this realm, where the path to immortality was severed, the emperor was akin to a true immortal from ancient times. In this era, the title of emperor is often replaced by another revered name from antiquity, the Red Dust Immortal. In a time when the path to immortality was blocked, beings of the lower realms sought fleeting opportunities to attain immortality, becoming true immortals. Yet, having never undergone the trials of ascension, they were only referred to as Red Dust Immortals. Though they lacked the experience of ascension, their combat prowess was not inferior to that of true immortals. It is said that the Red Dust Immortals of ancient times once vanquished true immortals. Beyond the Great Emperor, the red dust signifies immortality, a title of honor and esteem. In the present day, the term Red Dust Immortal has faded, and thus, they are generally referred to simply as emperors. The emperor, the pinnacle among emperors. Above the Great Emperor lies the emperor. Within the Jiang family's ancestral land, the elder enveloped by the laws of the emperor had reached the zenith of the emperor realm, striving to break through to the next level. A power akin to that of a celestial sovereign. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, there exists a terrifying entity striving to ascend to the realm of the heavenly sovereign. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the world. Damnable fate. I never anticipated that Lu Xuan, left behind for 100,000 years, would become the current bane. This elder, strikingly similar to Jiang Wuliang, bears a grim countenance, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Had I known, 100,000 years ago, I should have eliminated him, uprooting the threat entirely. In the realm of the human race, the Lu family stands resilient. Despite enduring relentless assaults, the protective formation of the Lu family remains steadfast. Conversely, the head of the Jiang family, witnessing the fierce onslaughts that failed to breach the Lu family's defenses, has called for a halt. Behind him, dozens of emperors stand as vassals to the Jiang family. Previously, the Jiang family head had promised them that upon the destruction of the Lu family, they would be welcomed into the Jiang clan, receiving personal guidance from the Jiang family's emperor sovereign. Thus, they have exerted tremendous effort these past few days, even summoning the emperors from their respective clans. Consequently, the number of emperors now assembled outside the Lu family has surged from a mere dozen to over 30. Despite the formidable gathering of emperors launching successive attacks, they remain unable to penetrate the Lu family's protective formation. As exhaustion sets in, the Jiang family head, though reluctant, issues a command for a temporary respite. Acknowledging that they are merely engaged in a desperate struggle, he resolves to return, seeking a divine weapon from the Emperor Sovereign, convinced it will shatter the Lu family's protective array. Upon hearing the Jiang family head's intention to fetch the divine weapon, the assembly of emperors erupts with excitement. The Lin family patriarch steps forward, brimming with enthusiasm, assuring him, "Rest assured, esteemed Jiang family head, we shall guard this place diligently. Not a single mosquito shall escape before your return." Very well, the Jiang family head nods, casting a cold glance at the Lu family's formation and at Lu Tianyuan, who currently occupies the protective array alongside the 8 elders of the Lu family. With a chilling voice, he declares, "You Lu family, well done. I shall observe how long you can endure." Lu Tianyuan let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. It was not that he wished to refrain from speaking, rather, he found himself at a loss for words. In recent days, dozens of mighty emperors had besieged him in succession, and as the patriarch safeguarding the clan's protective formation, he had scarcely a moment's respite. Having only recently ascended to the emperor realm, he was utterly exhausted. Thus, even upon hearing the mocking words of the Jiang family patriarch, Lu Tianyuan lacked the strength to respond. At that moment, a melodious voice pierced through the tension. "What is this? Are you planning to summon reinforcements once more?" The esteemed patriarch of the Jiang family is no more than this. I wonder who it was that once boasted they could easily dismantle the protective formation and annihilate my Lu family. As the words fell, Lu Linglong gracefully materialized beside Lu Tianyuan. In her youthful eyes, however, there radiated an aura of maturity and authority that belied her years. Even the Jiang family patriarch, a pinnacle emperor, felt a tremor of unease upon locking eyes with Lu Linglong. In that fleeting moment, it was as if a colossal hammer had struck his mind, causing his entire being to shudder. Hiss. This is a soul attack. How could this young girl, appearing to be merely in her teens, possibly wield such a formidable spiritual secret technique? The Jiang family patriarch's gaze was filled with astonishment. While the intensity of that soul attack would not inflict harm upon him, it profoundly unsettled him. A young girl from the Lu family, merely in her teens, possesses the extraordinary ability to shake the very essence of power of this great emperor. This is nothing short of a miracle. The patriarch of the Jiang family, who had previously held little regard for the Lu clan, now wore an expression of grave seriousness. His eyes, ablaze with murderous intent, were fixed intently on Lu Linglong. This young girl could not be allowed to live. She must be eliminated. In his estimation, this mere child posed the greatest threat to the entire Lu family, even more so than Lu Tianyuan himself. Should she be permitted to mature, she could very well become the next Lu Xuan, the next taboo emperor capable of suppressing her contemporaries. Ensure that not a single fly escapes from the Lu family, commanded the Jiang patriarch, who, despite preparing to depart, seemed filled with unease. He transmitted a message to the elder of the Lin family, emphasizing the necessity of capturing this girl, Lu Linglong, at all costs. If she attempted to flee, she must be killed without hesitation. Upon hearing the Jiang patriarch's orders, the elder of the Lin family was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed the patriarch's warning pertained to Lu Tianyuan, never anticipating it would be directed towards such a young girl. The elder gazed at Lu Linglong, his expression rife with confusion. He truly could not fathom how a mere child could pose such a threat, warranting the Jiang patriarch's specific admonition to ensure her demise. Though unsure of the underlying reasons, the elder of the Lin family respectfully nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Jiang patriarch, I shall keep a close watch on this girl. I will guarantee that not even a fly escapes." The Jiang patriarch nodded in acknowledgement, casting a cold glare at Lu Linglong within the formation, and remarked, "Sharp-tongued little girl, you may have a few more days to live. Soon, you shall descend to join your ancestor, Lu Xuan." At the mention of Lu Xuan, Lu Tianyuan could no longer contain himself, his voice rising in fury. "What have you done to Lu Xuan?" The venerable ancestor Lu Xuan embodies the hope of the entire Lu family. The newly ascended patriarch of the Lu clan, having just entered the realm of the emperor, has persevered until now, drawing strength from the anticipation of Ancestor Lu Xuan's return. He understands that once Ancestor Lu Xuan reappears, all the tribulations besetting the Lu family will be effortlessly resolved. However, Upon learning that Ancestor Lu Xuan may be in peril, Lu Tianyuan felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon him. Witnessing Lu Tianyuan's distress, the patriarch of the Jiang family erupted in triumphant laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Our esteemed ancestor from the Jiang family has personally ventured to the imperial pass. What fate do you suppose awaits Lu Xuan? Just wait. Your family shall soon reunite on the road to the Yellow Springs." With that, the patriarch of the Jiang family vanished into thin air. Above in the heavens, the emperors of the human race appeared invigorated, especially upon hearing that the esteemed Jiang emperor had taken it upon himself to approach the imperial pass. Their excitement reaching a fever pitch, the ancestor of the Lin family stepped forward intentionally, glaring at Lu Tianyuan with a haughty demeanor, proclaiming, "This is the consequence of offending our Lin family. Humph. Did you truly believe that an ancestor from 100,000 years ago could save you? Now you seem bewildered. Do you not? Your ancestor Lu Xuan has likely already set foot in the netherworld. Lu Tianyuan, time is not on your side. You ought to savor these final days. In your next life, be sure to keep your eyes wide open and refrain from offending those whom you cannot afford to antagonize." Within the Lu family, the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of despondency. The expressions of those present were laden with tension and anxiety. Master Lu Xuan is the beacon of hope for all of them. Now that it is known that the emperor of the Jiang family has personally gone to the imperial pass, everyone is deeply concerned for Master Lu Xuan's safety. Linglong, can you still reach out to the master? If so, please convey to him that he must not return. We are prepared to face death, but we cannot allow ourselves to become a burden to the master. Lu Tianyuan's expression was grave, as he had made a difficult decision. It was evident to all that he intended to urge Ancestor Lu Xuan to abandon them. As the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan had already prepared himself for a fate of life and death alongside his kin. Even if all of his clansmen were to perish, he would never allow them to become a burden to Ancestor Lu Xuan. The 8 elders also grasped Lu Tianyuan's intentions. Their faces were solemn as they nodded in agreement, expressing their thoughts. Linlong, heed your father's words. The Lu family is now in an inevitable predicament. Even if the ancestor were to return, it would be of no avail. After all, he stands alone, and should he return, those despicable foes would conspire to end his life. We, too, are prepared to lay down our lives. There is nothing to fear. Ancestor Lu Xuan is the very foundation of our clan. As long as he lives, the Lu family shall endure. Linlong, devise a way to convey the news of the emperor of the Jiang family to the ancestor. Urge him to depart swiftly and prioritize his own safety. That is of utmost importance. Only if the ancestor survives can he seek vengeance for us in the future. Linlong, did you not mention that the ancestor is in poor condition? Inform him that our Lu family is ready. We can offer our life essence to the ancestor at any moment. After all, death is a waste. It is better to contribute to the ancestor. One by one, the 8 elders spoke, all bearing expressions of valor in the face of death, having resolved to offer the life essence of all Lu family members to Lu Xuan. Although the Lu family possessed only 1 emperor and 8 quasi-emperors, they still had tens of thousands of clansmen. The combined life essence of these thousands would provide substantial support to Lu Xuan. We are willing to sacrifice everything for the ancestor. We do not require the ancestor to save us. As long as he lives, that is the best news. Sister Linlong, can you convey this to the ancestor? Though I am but 5 years old, I fear not death. I, too, am willing to offer my life essence to the ancestor. As the voices of the 8 elders fell, the Lu family members stepped forward one after another. Each one faced death with unwavering resolve. And even the youngest among them displayed a determined countenance, their voices resonant with willingness to offer their life essence. In that moment, not a single member of the tens of thousands of Lu family sought to cling to life. They all willingly chose to sacrifice their life essence, preferring their own demise over becoming a burden to Ancestor Lu Xuan. Seeing the resolute faces of her kin, Linlong's eyes grew moist. Although the Lu family may not be the most powerful, its members are undeniably the most united, even in the face of life and death. Not a single traitor driven by fear of demise emerged from the Lu clan. Such a family is worthy of her love, deserving of her protection, and worthy of her utmost sacrifice. Rest assured, you shall not perish. Even if the esteemed ancestor Lu Xuan cannot return, I will ensure your survival. Lu Linglong's eyes were tinged with red, and she murmured to herself with unwavering determination. As for the sentiments of the Lu family members, there was no need for her to convey them to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan has left a bloodline mark within her. With his current strength, he can observe everything that transpires within the Lu family at any moment. The Imperial Gate. Lu Xuan listened quietly to the voices of the Lu family. Those fearless declarations in the face of death, and suddenly his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Even he had not anticipated that, at the brink of life and death, the members of the Lu family could remain so composed, so resolute in their righteousness. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves rather than burden him, their venerable ancestor. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his voice resonating from within Lu Linglong, echoing throughout the entire Lu family. Live well. I do not require your essence of life. I am your ancestor and shall forever protect you. His voice was deep and commanding, exuding a power that inspired unwavering belief. The Lu family members, who had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, suddenly trembled with excitement upon hearing Lu Xuan's voice. It is the ancestor. The ancestor is still alive. Those worthless Jiang family members were indeed speaking nonsense. Haha, I knew it. Our Lu family ancestor is truly invincible. The so-called ancestor of the Jiang family is of no consequence. They do not even deserve to carry our ancestor's shoes. The Lu family members, who had previously been filled with trepidation at the thought of Lu Xuan's demise, now beamed with joy. The venerable ancestor Lu Xuan still lives, and their hopes remain intact. Upon hearing the voice of Lu Xuan, Lu Tianyuan sighed in relief. However, unlike the jubilant members of the Lu family, he wore a worried expression and implored, "Ancestor, the emperor of the Jiang family has already set off towards the imperial pass. Please do not concern yourself with us. Our lives are inconsequential, but you must survive. You should leave at once and avoid any encounter with the emperor of the Jiang family. The Jiang family's emperor is a seasoned powerhouse, possessing unparalleled status and strength within the human realm. Even knowing that Lu Xuan has ascended to the emperor realm, Lu Tianyuan remained anxious for him, urging him to abandon the clan and flee from the imperial pass. After all, how could a newly ascended emperor possibly contend with a veteran like the Jiang family's ancestor? Yet, as soon as his words fell, Lu Xuan's resolute voice resonated. Merely the emperor of the Jiang family, not a monstrous beast. He cannot pose a threat to me. With a single utterance from Lu Xuan, the atmosphere within the Lu family fell into a profound silence, akin to the sudden stillness following a thunderous explosion. Even Lu Tianyuan was left astounded. His eyes wide with disbelief, his mouth agape, rendered momentarily speechless by the revelation. At that moment, Lu Xuan's voice resonated once more, commanding them to rest assured. For unless he were to perish, no one would dare lay a finger upon them. Above the imperial pass, as Lu Xuan crushed the Emperor Jiang Ming beneath his heel, Zhang Wuliang erupted in fury. The terrifying laws of the emperor enveloped the imperial pass like an unstoppable river, descending upon Lu Xuan with the intent to suppress him. The immense form of Zhang Wuliang, towering 1,000 feet, traversed the void, appearing directly before Lu Xuan. He unleashed a cataclysmic fist aimed squarely at Lu Xuan's head. Lu Xuan, you wretched creature, surrender your life. Zhang Wuliang bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the heavens. His punch, akin to a streak of lightning, carved an imprint of a true dragon, encircling and sealing off all routes of escape for Lu Xuan. In the face of this onslaught from the emperor of the Jiang family, Lu Xuan maintained an air of calm, his eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. Under the influence of his dual pupils, the speed of Zhang Wuliang was dramatically diminished. However, this was still an emperor, even when slowed to an almost incomprehensible pace. His strikes were relentless, unleashing a torrent of punches that surged toward Lu Xuan without respite. Such an assault was inescapable. Yet, Lu Xuan had never contemplated retreat. After 100,000 years, he had finally arrived at the moment to exact his vengeance. How could he possibly falter? A century ago, he had dared to confront the emperor of the Jiang family with the pinnacle of his own strength. Although the outcome had been disastrous, it had undeniably showcased his courage and conviction. Now, having ascended to the status of emperor himself, he possessed the power to contend with the Jiang family as sovereign. He was determined to redeem his past humiliation. Even if he were to find himself outmatched against this Jiang family emperor, Lu Xuan would not yield an inch. Even in defeat, he would engage in a grand and exhilarating battle against this sovereign. The clash of power resonated through the air, echoing with a resounding boom. Chaos energy erupted from Lu Xuan's body, emanating brilliance from every pore as he rapidly ascended in stature, reaching a height comparable to that of Zhang Wuliang in an instant. Enveloped by the chaotic aura, his eyes radiated a divine light of destruction, instantaneously obliterating the surrounding draconic imprints. With a single step forward, he unleashed a punch, conjuring a multitude of fist imprints that collided with Zhang Wuliang's own. At the moment of impact, the 108 636 chaotic dantions within Lu Xuan surged forth, his golden body of martial arts transforming him into a golden war god, cloaked in an aura of golden light. Each punch he threw possessed the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and earth, although his cultivation level did not match that of the Jiang family's emperor. The enhancements from his chaotic physique and the laws of strength rendered his power even greater. After countless exchanges of blows, it was the imposing Jiang family emperor who was forced to retreat several hundred feet. In but a fleeting moment, the emperor, who had only just arrived in the imperial pass, found himself suppressed by Lu Xuan and propelled back into the sky, on the verge of being driven out of the imperial pass. No, this cannot be, he bellowed, incredulous at the sheer might of Lu Xuan, whom he had dismissed as merely a newly ascended junior emperor. He had anticipated that his strength would easily subdue Lu Xuan, perhaps even obliterating him with a single blow to resolve this nuisance. Yet, the outcome was that he himself was being forced back. Realizing that his power could not contain Lu Xuan, the Jiang family emperor let out a roar, channeling the emperor laws behind him like a mighty river into his body. Instantly, divine patterns emerged upon his form, shimmering with golden light, swiftly enveloping him as if he were clad in a layer of gold. However, the golden radiance surrounding him paled in comparison to that which adorned Lu Xuan. Above the imperial pass, two towering golden giants clashed once more. Unlike before, this time the Jiang family emperor was truly exerting his full strength. Each punch and kick unleashed the emperor laws to their utmost, revealing his true prowess. What appeared to be a mere exchange of blows was, in fact, a collision of various divine techniques. With every movement, the Jiang family emperor employed formidable techniques to gradually seize the upper hand, pressing Lu Xuan down, although he had anticipated his inferiority to the Jiang family emperor. Witnessing the latter quickly regain composure and master the rhythm of battle left Lu Xuan astonished. Indeed, these seasoned emperors were no mere amateurs. After a thunderous collision, the golden aura surrounding Lu Xuan began to flicker, as if on the verge of shattering. Hiss! Lu Xuan inhaled sharply, swiftly retreating to create distance from the emperor of the Jiang family and rapidly regaining his strength. Unbeknownst to him, he and this Jiang family emperor had been locked in fierce combat for nearly an hour. Despite possessing an astounding total of 108, 636 chaotic dantions, he now found himself somewhat overwhelmed, sensing the limits of his power. Truly, this was an esteemed emperor. Although Jiang Wuliang was shameless, his strength was nothing short of extraordinary. Even the previous demon ape sovereign would have to bow before Jiang Wuliang's prowess. Lu Xuan inhaled a breath of spiritual energy, utilizing his dual pupils to perceive Jiang Wuliang's movements. He executed the true dragon swift technique, initiating his evasion. Continuing the confrontation would result in a devastating defeat for him. Thus, he could only temporarily retreat, contemplating Jiang Wuliang's combat methodology while recuperating his internal magical energy. Fortunately, his dual pupils were remarkably potent, encompassing not only martial prowess but also the ability to absorb power during combat, gradually restoring his own magical essence. Although the amount of magical energy recovered each second was exceedingly limited, it imbued Lu Xuan with a glimmer of hope to persist in the battle. Regrettably, his mastery over the dual pupils was still insufficient. The rate of magical energy recovery could not keep pace with the consumption rate caused by the burning of chaotic energy within him. If given the opportunity in the future, he must first cultivate the dual pupils to their utmost potential. As Lu Xuan traversed the space, he delved into profound contemplation. Previously, he had not paid much heed to the remarkable ability of the dual pupils to restore mana during combat. He believed that with his vast reservoir of 100,836 chaotic dantions, his chaotic energy was inexhaustible. However, at this moment, he acutely sensed that his chaotic energy was woefully insufficient. His mana was entirely inadequate. Engaging in battle with a top-tier emperor like Jiang Wuliang, even an abundance of chaotic energy would prove insufficient. Moreover, it was evident that Jiang Wuliang possessed secret techniques to recover his strength during combat. Beneath the scrutiny of his dual pupils, Lu Xuan could distinctly observe that after each application of magical techniques, Jiang Wuliang could astonishingly reclaim half of the mana he had expended. This revelation left Lu Xuan utterly astonished. The ability to reclaim one's own released mana and spiritual energy during battle was an extraordinary skill, rivaling that of his dual pupils. After all, while his dual pupils could also absorb spiritual energy to restore his mana during combat, the current level was insufficient to match the rate of mana consumption. The effectiveness paled in comparison to Jiang Wuliang's remarkable technique. Alas, If I could comprehend Jiang Wuliang's secret method, would it not allow me to recover the mana expended in my own techniques during future battles? Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with a sudden, audacious thought. Such a formidable divine ability, when combined with my Zhang Tong, would undoubtedly yield astonishing results. The secret method wielded by Jiang Wuliang stirred Lu Xuan's heart. However, to deduce it would not be a task accomplished in haste. After all, his Zhang Tong was still at a relatively low level, and deducing the divine arts of the emperor rank might have been somewhat easier. Yet, now, attempting to unravel the emperor's secret techniques posed considerable challenges. His Zhang Tong had not yet reached the capability to instantly replicate the secret arts demonstrated by Jiang Wuliang. As Jiang Wuliang's assaults intensified, Lu Xuan recognized the significant gap between them. Securing victory through direct confrontation seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he had numerous resources at his disposal. Even if he could not triumph over Jiang Wuliang, he could ensure his own survival. However, continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. With Jiang Wuliang pursuing him relentlessly, returning to the human realm appeared out of the question. Just as Lu Xuan's mind raced, seeking a breakthrough, the laws of the emperor erupted from Jiang Wuliang's body. A cacophony of wind and thunder emanated from him, coalescing into a formidable thunder spear that surged forth with a sound that shattered the air, aimed directly at Lu Xuan. This thunder spear, a manifestation of the emperor's laws, wielded power even more fearsome than that of an imperial weapon, and its speed was unparalleled, piercing through Lu Xuan's form in the blink of an eye. Yet, astonishingly, the thunder spear passed through Lu Xuan's body without a drop of blood spilling. Curse be it! How could his speed be so extraordinary? Jiang Wuliang lamented inwardly. He discerned that the spear had merely struck an afterimage left by Lu Xuan. Due to Lu Xuan's incredible swiftness, at least hundreds of shadows surrounded him. Even though Jiang Wuliang had locked on to Lu Xuan's aura before launching his attack, he still only managed to hit one of Lu Xuan's phantoms. Boom! The thunder spear, having traversed Lu Xuan's shadow, collided with the walls of the imperial city beneath, cleaving a gaping hole before vanishing from sight. In the distance, Lu Xuan, having escaped from beneath the thunder spear, bore no trace of exhilaration in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with solemnity. How formidable! Is this the true power of a peak emperor? The might of this strike rivals that of the god-burying coffin. Lu Xuan inhaled sharply. And had it not been for his dual pupils, which allowed him to decelerate time, he might have truly fallen victim to the thunderous spear that had just been unleashed. Gazing at the gaping hole in the city wall of the Imperial Pass, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Had that spear struck him, he would have sustained grave injuries, if not met his demise. He had always believed he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the prowess of these venerable emperors. Yet he now realized that his knowledge merely skimmed the surface. The strength of these seasoned sovereigns was indeed unfathomable. With my current capabilities, I cannot hope to confront Jiang Wuliang directly. Though this man is shameless and despicable, his formidable power is undeniably impressive. Perhaps only when I ascend to the 6th or even 7th or 8th level of the Emperor realm may I stand a chance of overcoming him. Lu Xuan's expression darkened. Continuing the battle was of no benefit to him. Yet, retreating was not an option. He had to return to the human realm. Not even the formidable Jiang Wuliang, nor the 9 great emperors of humanity, could deter his resolve to return home. However, he could no longer act recklessly. He needed to devise a strategy to safely return to the Lu family. After all, he was merely a junior emperor, with his true realm only at the 1st level of emperor status. He could not possibly withstand the might of these seasoned emperors who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, if he wished to return to the human realm and rescue his kin, he must employ cunning tactics. Yet, before Lu Xuan could formulate a new plan, Jiang Wuliang's assault came crashing down once more. After nearly 2 hours of combat, Jiang Wuliang was already seething with rage at his inability to subdue Lu Xuan. For this venerable emperor, it was a profound humiliation. In that moment, he unleashed his full might. His golden Dharma body radiated a blinding divine light, resembling an ancient deity emerging from the sun. Within his eyes, thunder rumbled, brewing a catastrophic attack capable of annihilation. With his profound vision, Lu Xuan discerned the terrifying nature of the impending strike from Jiang Wuliang. Should it succeed, it could well spell his end. Thus, without waiting for Jiang Wuliang's devastating move to manifest, Lu Xuan activated the spatial talisman to escape. If he could not win, then he would flee. Lu Xuan does not feel the slightest embarrassment about this matter. If one is fully aware of their inability to win yet continues to stubbornly persist, that would indeed be the mark of true foolishness. Lu Xuan was never a person of antiquated thinking, nor did he believe that pride was more important than life itself. Of course, had it not been for the members of the Lu family awaiting his rescue, he might have fought to the death. Even if he were no match for Jiang Wuliang, he would not retreat an inch. However, at this moment, he must first ensure his own survival. As Lu Xuan activated the space talisman, a colossal rune enveloped his body. Jiang Wuliang, who was brewing a devastating attack, could not help but change his expression upon witnessing this scene. With an enraged roar, he declared, "Want to escape? Dream on." As the space rune surrounded him, Lu Xuan's form began to grow ethereal, ready to slip into the void. Jiang Wuliang could no longer afford to continue his preparation. His eyes emitted a flash of lightning, transforming into a thunderous sword that cleaved through the heavens. The moment this thunderous divine sword appeared, the entire imperial pass was engulfed in lightning, its sword energy slicing through the sky, aimed at Lu Xuan, intent on disrupting the power of the space talisman. Yet, Jiang Wuliang was ultimately a step too late. As the thunderous sword descended, Lu Xuan's figure had completely vanished. The power of the space talisman tore through the fabric of reality. Even Jiang Wuliang's emperor's laws could not contain it. Boom! The thunderous sword struck, shaking the imperial pass and cleaving through the space itself. Had Jiang Wuliang not withdrawn in time, the entire imperial pass might have been obliterated by his single strike. Standing atop the imperial pass, Jiang Wuliang's expression darkened. His eyes filled with rage as he bellowed to the heavens, "Lu Xuan, weren't you seeking vengeance? I am here waiting for you. If you dare, come out and fight. 100,000 years ago, you were no match for me, reduced to a pitiful state. 100,000 years later, I never expected you to remain as useless as ever. You, a coward who only knows how to flee, dare to seek revenge against me? Truly delusional. Come, show yourself. I await you here at the Imperial Pass. If you are a man, come forth. Do not let me look down upon you." Jiang Wuliang's voice reverberated throughout the Imperial Pass, reaching even the depths of the Sea of Realms, where the sea tribes heard his furious roar. The ancient demon lord, who had nearly slain Lu Xuan earlier, emerged from the depths of the Sea of Realms, his large lantern-like eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed above the sea. Filled with shock, what on earth has transpired? Are the humans engaged in internal conflict? This ancient demon lord pondered, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, illuminating the entire underwater world. Lu Xuan? I remember now. That despicable fellow who wreaked havoc in the depths of the sea is none other than Lu Xuan. What a troublemaker he is. What is he up to now? Even the human emperor seems intent on killing him. Outside the Imperial Pass, the ancient beings of other races were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Lu Xuan had grown powerful enough to contend with an established emperor like Jiang Wuliang. Though he ultimately retreated in defeat, it was evident that Lu Xuan had not sustained any injuries. Hiss! Jiang Wuliang's current strength surpasses even mine. Lu Xuan had just ascended to the realm of the emperor. Yet he was able to engage in combat with Jiang Wuliang and successfully escape. This was truly astonishing. The Golden Eagle Sovereign spoke, his eyes filled with disbelief. His words bore a hint of self-aggrandizement, intertwined with envy and admiration. Although both were emperors, Jiang Wuliang stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Had he not been constrained by the laws of the heavenly Tao, he might have long since advanced further, stepping into the realm of harmonization and becoming a celestial sovereign. In contrast, the Golden Eagle Sovereign's strength was merely at the 6th level, highlighting the vast chasm between them. However, 100,000 years ago, both the Golden Eagle Sovereign and Jiang Wuliang existed at the same level of power. In that battle from long ago, the Golden Eagle Sovereign faced Jiang Wuliang, managing even to suppress him, forcing Jiang Wuliang to flee in disarray. Yet, 100 millennia later, Jiang Wuliang had ascended to the pinnacle of emperor, while the Golden Eagle Sovereign remained stagnant. This reality was difficult for the Golden Eagle Sovereign to accept, stirring feelings of jealousy within him. The others present could discern the subtle bitterness in his words. They exchanged faint smiles, choosing not to expose it. Indeed, Jiang Wuliang's current strength was formidable, and they dared not underestimate him. Among the 4 ancient sovereigns of their race who had come this time, only the Demon Ape Sovereign, also at the 9th level, might stand a chance of matching Jiang Wuliang. Even the Qinghu Sovereign was no match for him. As for the White Bear Sovereign, he was in no position to contend either. Both the White Bear Sovereign and the Golden Eagle Sovereign were at the 6th level, and in a confrontation with Jiang Wuliang, they would likely falter almost immediately. In the realm of emperors, the disparity between each minor tier is akin to the divide between heaven and earth. Even a slight difference in level could render one unqualified to engage with the other. Individuals like Lu Xuan, who could challenge a 9th level emperor while possessing only the 1st level, were exceedingly rare throughout history. Of course, Lu Xuan's ability to fight beyond his rank stemmed from his chaotic body. The chaotic body is not subject to the suppression of the heavenly Tao laws, thus when facing Jiang Wuliang, his strength was effectively diminished by more than half. This provided Lu Xuan with the opportunity to contend with Jiang Wuliang. Were it not for his chaotic body, Lu Xuan, at his current first-level emperor strength, would not even qualify for a confrontation with Jiang Wuliang. For a ninth-level emperor, effortlessly erasing a first-level emperor would be an exceedingly simple task. Yet, Lu Xuan's prowess could not merely be measured against an ordinary first-level emperor. Having cultivated the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art and awakened a staggering 10,836 chaotic dantians, his magical power rivaled that of fourth-level, even fifth-level emperors. It was precisely due to this interplay of strengths and weaknesses that Lu Xuan could engage Jiang Wuliang and even retreat unscathed. Although Lu Xuan had ultimately been forced to flee in this encounter, no one would mock him. Soon, his name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the realms. The first-level Emperor Zun's ability to challenge the ninth-level Emperor Zun is truly a marvel. It is destined to create a remarkable legacy in history. However, these matters are not of concern to Lu Xuan at this moment. At present, Lu Xuan has not strayed too far. When he first utilized the Space Divine Talisman, being inexperienced, he was unaware of where it would transport him. Yet now, having perfected his innate Divine Talisman, he can effortlessly control the distance of the teleportation with the Space Divine Talisman. After much effort, Lu Xuan successfully breached the Imperial Pass. He had no desire to be whisked away by the spatial talisman to a location beyond the pass. Moreover, Jiang Wuliang could never fathom that Lu Xuan would audaciously conceal himself right under his nose. Thus, at the moment the spatial talisman activated, Lu Xuan boldly transported himself beyond the Imperial Pass. No matter how hard Jiang Wuliang racked his brain, he would never suspect that the elusive Lu Xuan had already exited the Imperial Pass and was now hovering in the sky, quietly observing the second magnificent fortress beneath him. This fortress, akin to the Imperial Pass in its grandeur and splendor, was bustling with activity atop its towering walls. Guarded by at least a dozen formidable beings of the Great Emperor realm, behind the fortress walls, tens of thousands of human cultivators were stationed. This was the second grand bastion of the human realm, known as the Dirkal Pass. It is said to have been named after a once-revered emperor of Dirkal, who valiantly fought here, leading human cultivators to establish this formidable stronghold. Thus, this bastion was aptly named the Dirkal Pass. With his dual pupils activated, Lu Xuan gazed upon the walls of Looming Pass, letting out a sigh of relief. Although the fortifications of Looming Pass had undergone tempering, they were merely on par with imperial weaponry. Given Lu Xuan's current prowess, breaching the defenses of Looming Pass would pose little challenge. However, he knew he must exercise patience. For Jiang Wuliang was stationed at the Imperial Pass, a mere 10,000 miles away. Should Lu Xuan reveal himself at Looming Pass, it would undoubtedly alert Jiang Wuliang. Lu Xuan currently lacks the confidence to confront Jiang Wuliang. Recklessly charging in would only lead to trouble for himself. The time is still too limited. If only I had ample time, Jiang Wuliang would be no match for me. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, and in the absence of any alternative solutions, the only course of action available to him was to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. In the next moment, his figure materialized within the realm of the god burial coffin. As he manifested, he activated the heavy eye, and his eyes emitted a resplendent divine light. Instantly, the heavy eye world he had previously created with chaotic energy appeared before him. Within this independent realm, shrouded in chaotic energy, two dragon souls continued to rampage. However, no matter how fiercely they charged, they could not break free from this heavy eye world. Within this realm, the true dragon laws governing the two dragon souls were suppressed, rendering their power to less than 1% of its potential. Lu Xuan's eyes flickered with intensity as he quietly observed the two rampaging dragon souls. After a brief moment, he waved his hand, and a fissure appeared in the realm of the dual-pupiled world. Roar! Roar! The two dragon souls emitted earth-shattering roars, desperately vying to escape through the crack. However, ultimately, only one dragon soul managed to flee. The one that lagged behind was unable to touch the rift and was suppressed back into the void. This entire sequence was, of course, orchestrated by Lu Xuan. He deliberately released one of the dragon souls, gazing calmly at the creature that had suddenly appeared in the world of the god-burying coffin, curiously surveying its surroundings. "It is you. You are the one who intentionally set me free." The dragon soul, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped its predicament. It attempted to escape from the world of the god-burying coffin, but found no direction to flee. This realm was also a separate world, and astonishingly, It was even more difficult to escape than the previous dual-pupiled world. The dragon soul, which had just moments ago been filled with excitement, now wore a face of utter dejection. Its massive true dragon form descended from the void and landed on the ground, its eyes devoid of brilliance as they turned to Lu Xuan, sighing as it inquired, "Speak. You have released me. What is it that you seek?" Lu Xuan did not expect that the dragon soul would be so forthright, cutting straight to the chase. Moreover, judging by its demeanor, it appeared to have entirely relinquished any semblance of resistance. Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the dragon soul, and he could distinctly perceive that although its physical form had long since vanished, the essence of this dragon soul exhibited no signs of decline. In fact, it seemed to possess an even greater strength than before its demise. Moreover, he was astonished to discern a unique golden aura emanating from this dragon soul. This was the power of fortune. It was unexpected that this dragon soul harbored the fortuitous energy of our human race. No wonder this was the reason behind its unyielding advancement in realm even after its fall. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity regarding the power of fortune emanating from the dragon soul. Within the records of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, there exist methods for cultivating this power of fortune, which Lu Xuan had contemplated previously. After rescuing his kin, he intended to practice the teachings of faith contained within, to gather the power of fortune and aid his clan in enhancing their strength. Unexpectedly, he now perceived the existence of this power of fortune emanating from the dragon soul. Furthermore, it appeared that the dragon soul could absorb this power, elevating its own spiritual realm, which piqued Lu Xuan's interest even more. After all, the power of fortune is not something that can be easily absorbed or mastered. Without specialized techniques or divine arts, one may not even discern its presence. Lu Xuan's ability to discern the fortune energy emanating from the dragon soul was primarily due to his unique dual pupils. Previously, when engaging in combat with these two dragon souls, Lu Xuan had been engrossed in studying the true dragon's techniques, thus failing to notice the existence of this fortune energy. Now, witnessing the fortune energy enveloping the dragon's soul indeed surprised him. Observing Lu Xuan's prolonged silence, one of the dragon souls grew anxious. It gently swayed its massive true dragon head and sighed, "I understand that you seek the true dragon's techniques. It is not that I am unwilling to impart them to you, but rather that you lack the bloodline of my true dragon lineage. Even if I were to share them, you would be unable to cultivate them. Only those possessing the true dragon bloodline can practice the techniques of my kin." This dragon soul was astute enough to articulate Lu Xuan's thoughts directly. Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Xuan couldn't help but smile. He could discern that this dragon soul was not eager to meet its demise, indicating its willingness to share the true dragon techniques with him. While others may find themselves incapable of cultivating the true dragon techniques without the bloodline, Lu Xuan was an exception. His chaotic physique inherently allowed him to comprehend any mystical arts or techniques in existence, which naturally included the true dragon's techniques. However, he refrained from voicing this and instead, with an icy demeanor, stated, "Since you are aware of my desires, present the true dragon techniques." Alas, it seems I must concede. For the reputation of my true dragon lineage's techniques precedes us. I am not opposed to sharing them with you. Yet I have already informed you that unless you can absorb true dragon essence blood and acquire the true dragon bloodline, obtaining the true dragon techniques will be futile for you. The dragon soul understood that Lu Xuan would not relinquish his pursuit of the true dragon techniques based solely on its words. Thus, it had already prepared itself to transmit the true dragon techniques to Lu Xuan. Moreover, it harbored no concerns about the techniques being divulged to the outside world. Everything it had said was the truth. Without true dragon essence blood, no other beings could master the true dragon techniques. Therefore, even though the true dragon techniques were a closely guarded secret of the true dragon lineage, it felt no apprehension about sharing them. When the two dragon souls were imprisoned within the walls of the imperial city, the human emperors who suppressed them had also obtained the true dragon techniques from their mouths. Yet, despite this, none of those individuals had successfully cultivated the true dragon techniques. Thus, for this dragon soul, conveying the true dragon techniques to Lu Xuan was merely a formality, as it believed Lu Xuan would ultimately be incapable of mastering them. Of course, before proceeding, it felt compelled to clarify matters to avoid any potential resentment from Lu Xuan. "Fear not. Simply transmit the complete true dragon techniques to me. And whether or not I can cultivate them is my own affair. I shall not implicate you in any consequences." Lu Xuan's voice remained calm. Yet it provided the dragon soul with a sense of reassurance. "Very well, it seems that fate has intertwined our paths with the true dragon clan. My only wish is that once you acquire the true dragon's divine art, You might grant my brethren and me a chance at survival. The dragon's soul spoke again. Its gaze fixed upon Lu Xuan, imbued with a hint of supplication. Lu Xuan,